Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 265 Spring of Social Revolution and does not exist outside the revolutionary process, of which, as method, it forms an integral part. This conception of method, Lukács argues, involves regarding the social universe as a single whole of totality. His view that this is the key to Marxist theory did not alter from RG to R97R. The text that he quotes most often is probably the introduction to the Grundrisse, in which Marx expounds his view of the primacy of the abstract over the concrete. Marxism, according to Lukács, would be impossible if it did not involve the principle that the social totality cannot be reconstructed by accumulating facts. Facts do not interpret themselves, their meaning is only revealed in relation to the whole, which must be known in advance and is thus logically prior to the facts. In this respect Marx follows Hegel. We thus understand the fundamental assertion of the dialectical method, the Hegelian theory of the concrete concept. This theory states, in brief, that the whole is prior to its parts, the part must be interpreted in the light of the whole and not vice versa. The concrete must not be contrasted with phenomena that can only be apprehended by the mind, since for both Marx and Hegel the concrete itself can only be so apprehended, as a single aspect of the whole. This absolute primacy of the whole, its unity over and above the abstract isolation of its parts, such is the essence of Marx's conception of society and of the dialectical method. Thus Marx's theory of revolution and socialism can be based only on a global understanding of society that cannot be achieved by any detailed, factual analysis. This is why opportunists and revisionists always appeal to facts, knowing that there is no logical transition from facts to the revolutionary transformation of society. Empiricism is the ideological foundation of revisionism and reformism in the workers' movement. And every orthodox Marxist who realizes that the moment has come when capital is only an obstacle to production, and that it is time to expropriate the exploiters, will reply in the words of Fichte, one of the greatest of the classical German philosophers, when vulgar Marxists adduce facts that appear to contradict the process. So much the worse for the facts. Lukács does not appear to have used this phrase elsewhere. 266 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma in his attacks on empiricism, but his attitude on the point remained unchanged. In History and Class Consciousness he emphasizes that a theory which simply takes account of facts as they are directly given is, by the same token, locating itself within capitalist society. But to understand the meaning of facts is to situate them in a concrete whole and to discover the mediation between them and the whole, which of course is not directly given. The truth of the part resides in the whole, and if each part is properly examined the whole can be discerned in it. The whole is the vehicle of the revolutionary principle, in social practice as well as in theory. There is only one single science, embracing the whole of human history, politics, economics, ideology, law, etc., and it is that whole which gives meaning to every separate phenomenon. Did not Marx say that a spinning jenny in itself is only a spinning jenny, and that it becomes capital only in particular social conditions? No direct perception of a machine can reveal its function as capital, that can only be seen by considering the whole social process of which it forms a part. Facts are not the final reality but are artificially isolated aspects of the whole. The overall trend of historical evolution is more real than the data of experience. But and this is the next fundamental point, the whole is not simply a state of affairs comprising all the particulars of reality at a given moment. It must be understood as a dynamic reality, involving a certain trend, its direction, and its results. It is in fact identical with present, past, and future history, but a future which is not simply foreseen like a fact in nature, but which is created by the act of foreseeing it. Thus the whole is anticipatory, and present facts can only be understood in relation to the future. This is particularly important in distinguishing the revolutionary from the reformist viewpoint in the socialist movement. In the eyes of reformists, the significance of the current social and political struggle of the working class is exhausted in its immediate consequences. For Marx, on the other hand, each fragment of the actual struggle, including the workers' fight for economic betterment, only derives meaning from the prospect of revolution. Such was the dialectic and revolutionary attitude of those leaders, like Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg, who combated opportunism and revisionism and always kept in view the final Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma 267 goal. In his essay on Rosa Luxemburg, Lukács especially praises her power of global analysis. She saw the phenomenon of accumulation not as an isolated occurrence but as part of the process leading unavoidably to the proletarian revolution, and was thus able to show that it could not continue indefinitely but must bring about the collapse of capitalism. Opportunists like Otto Bauer were unable to think in terms of an integral historical process, and as a result they surrendered to capitalism, seeking only to cure its bad aspects by ethical means. Once the integral viewpoint is abandoned, capitalism does indeed seem invincible, as the peculiar laws governing its economy appear to be given as unalterable facts and laws of nature, which may be turned to use but cannot be nullified. A global view, on the other hand, shows capitalism to be a historical and transient phenomenon, and is therefore the vehicle of revolutionary consciousness. In his book on Lenin, Lukács again uses the notion of totalitat to describe the core of Lenin's doctrine and the secret of its greatness. Lenin was the one genius who discerned the revolutionary trend of the age independently of particular facts and events, or rather in the facts themselves, and united all current issues, even the smallest, in a single great socialist perspective. He knew that the global process was more real than any of its details, and despite all appearances he saw that the hour for revolution had already struck. From the economic point of view he added nothing to the theory of imperialism, but he surpassed Hilferding by his brilliant success in integrating economic theory with current political developments. The interrelated concepts of the whole and of mediation apply to all spheres of social inquiry, and play a prominent part in Lukács's view on literature. By mediation he means any kind of subordinate totality into which observed facts and phenomenon must be fitted before they are integrated into the universal whole, the global historical process of past, present, and future. Frequently, however, he also uses mediation to mean the intellectual process which relates the concrete to the whole. Whereas inability to think globally enslaves us to given situations and prevents our transcending the existing order of society, so that in terms of socialism we end up as reformists and revisionists, on the other hand those who overlook the need for mediation. 268 Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma are in danger of succumbing to the primitive error of lumping all phenomena together in a single undifferentiated whole, ignoring the specific character of various aspects of life and culture. An example of an ideology taking account of totality but not of mediation can be found in Nazism as it later revealed itself. In addition, almost all the artistic trends condemned by Lukács can be described as deficient either in mediation or in a sense of totality. Naturalism confines itself to direct description and fails to reach the level of integral social criticism. Symbolism creates only subjective wholes, while the various forms of decadence exalt partial experience into eternal metaphysical truth, and thus likewise fall short of an integral view. In socialism the lack of a sense of mediation results in sectarianism, i.e. inability to grasp the particular functions of subordinate interrelations. For instance, the claim that the tasks of art in socialist society should be determined solely by its propaganda value overlooks the mediating role of specifically aesthetic criteria. The main burden of Lukács's later criticism of Stalinism was that it lacked mediation by failing to appreciate the diversity of means involved in the building of socialism, and by reducing art and science to a purely political role. A special case, within Marxism, of failure to understand the nature of totality and mediation is afforded by all reductionist interpretations which take for granted the one-way determination of certain factors in history by other such factors. As the whole is always prior to its parts, so the determination of parts by the whole is more fundamental than that of some parts by others. In his last work Lukács contends that the maxim social being determines consciousness has nothing to do with what is called economism. This maxim does not link the world of forms and the content of consciousness with the economic structure in a directly productive relationship, but links it with the whole of social being. The determination of consciousness by social being is thus of a purely Geheral kind. Only vulgar Marxism, from the Second International to the age of Stalin and after, claimed to establish a direct, unqualified causal link between the economy, or even particular aspects of it, on the one hand and ideology on the other. In other words, the basic dependence in social. Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 269. Life is not between the base and the superstructure but between social being and particular elements of the whole. 3. The subject and object of history. Theory and practice. What is and what ought to be. Critique of Neo-Kantianism and evolutionism. Nevertheless, and this is the next fundamental quality of dialectical thinking emphasized by Lukács in his magnum opus, the dialectic is not simply a scientific method that can be transferred at will from one object to another, nor is it independent of the subject who applies it. For in both Hegel's and Marx's theory it is, as already explained, an active constituent of the social reality to which it is applied as a method, and not simply a way of apprehending that reality. It is the expression of history ripening towards the final transformation, and is also the theoretical consciousness of the social agent, namely the proletariat, by which that transformation is to be brought about. In other words, it is not the case that anyone, independent of his political status and social commitment, can adopt the dialectical method and successfully apply it to any object that he may choose. For the dialectic does not exist outside the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat, it is the self-awareness of that struggle and a component of it. The dialectic presupposes the conception of society as a whole, and only the social agent which is itself a whole. I.e. Marx's universal class, the proletariat, can perceive the whole in isolated phenomena. In accordance with Hegel's principle, the truth is the subject, i.e., in the present case, the truth concerning the historical process can be revealed only from the viewpoint of the class whose revolutionary initiative is destined radically to transform the whole of social life and to abolish the class society. Marxism is not, as the theoreticians of the Second International would have it, a scientific description of historical reality that anyone can accept if he applies logical rules correctly. It is nothing else than the theoretical consciousness of the working class as it matures towards revolution, and the class consciousness of the proletariat is not a mere reflection of an independent historical process, but is the indispensable driving force of that process. Unlike all previous revolutions, the agents. 270. Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma. Of which did not understand what they were doing and fell victim to illusions. The proletarian revolution, as a matter of principle, cannot be brought about without the complete, unmystified self-awareness of the proletariat in regard to its position in society and the destiny it is called on to fulfill. The proletariat is thus privileged by history, not only in the sense that it is called on to achieve the radical upheaval that will once and for all abolish class divisions, exploitation, and social conflict, the separation of individual from social being, alienation, false consciousness, and the dependence of humanity on impersonal historical powers. In addition to all this, the proletariat is privileged from the epistemological point of view, inasmuch as its historical role entails the complete understanding of society. Only it can apprehend history as a whole, for only in its actions is the totality truly realized as a revolutionary movement. The proletariat's self-awareness coincides with its awareness of history as a whole. Theory and practice coincide, as the proletariat transforms the world in the process by which it arrives at a mature understanding of the world. In this particular case, the understanding and transformation of reality are not two separate processes, but one and the same phenomenon. For this reason, both the Neo-Kantians in the Marxist movement and their evolutionist adversaries were at fault in distinguishing between the pure science of history and the socialist ideal deriving, as a kind of moral imperative, from arbitrarily established values. Since subject and object coincide in the knowledge of society, since, in this case, science is the self-knowledge of society and, by the same token, a factor in determining its situation at any stage of history, and since, in the case of the proletariat, this self-knowledge is at the same time a revolutionary movement, it follows that the proletariat cannot at any point disjoin its ideal from the actual process of realizing it. Socialism is not a state of affairs waiting for humanity and guaranteed by the impersonal laws of history, nor is it a moral imperative, it is the self-knowledge of the proletariat, an aspect of its actual struggle. In this way Marxism resolves the dilemma that perplexed the theoreticians of the Second International. Both the evolutionists and the neo-Kantians supposed that Marx's theory was an Georgi reason in the service of dogma 271 account of inevitable historical laws, and that, as a scientific doctrine, it contained no normative element. The neo-Kantians inferred that the necessary normative factors or ideals must be imported from Kantian moral philosophy. To this the orthodox replied that Marxism must be content with historical description, and that it was both impossible and unnecessary to demonstrate that socialism was desirable as well as inevitable. According to Lukács, however, both parties were arguing from essentially un-Marxist positions, as they followed Kant in taking for granted the dualism of what is and what ought to be, whereas Hegel and Marx after him had overcome that dualism. Marxism is not a mere description of the world but the expression and self-knowledge of a social process by which the world is revolutionized, and thus the subject of that self-knowledge, i.e. the proletariat, comprehends reality in the very act of transforming it. The division of social life into objective processes outside human control, and the impotent awareness that merely observes or moralizes, is a characteristic and inevitable attitude of classes which, even if in their own day they may have represented overall progress, were not and are not universal classes in the same sense as the proletariat, that is to say, they cannot rise to an understanding of history as a whole, being fettered to their own particular interests. The proletariat, however, as its particular interest coincides with that of humanity as a matter of principle and not merely by a temporary accident, truly embodies the unity of the subject and object of history. In the revolutionary activity of this class history achieves self-knowledge, historical necessity appears, and must appear, as free action, free because fully conscious. The objective process and awareness of it are one and the same, there is no difference between social being, that which actually is, and the theoretical or moral consciousness of the class which is the agent of that process. Subject and object, freedom and necessity, the fact and the norm are no longer opposed but are aspects of a single reality. This puts an end to the Kantian dilemma of how obligation can be deduced from empirical facts, and likewise to the dilemma of scientism. In the same way there is no longer a conflict between voluntarism and determinism, or human will and scientific prediction. Since awareness of society as a whole is not simply 272 Georgi Lukács, reason in the service of dogma. Information that anyone can acquire but is the self-knowledge of actual revolutionary praxis, it follows that there is no such thing in Marxism as objective prediction based on historical laws and independent of the will that governs future changes. The act of foreseeing coincides with the act of effecting what is foreseen. The proletariat knows the future in the act of creating it, not after the fashion of a weather forecast where the changes that actually happen are unaffected by anything the forecaster can do. This unity of the object and subject of history, of the cognitive and normative aspects of consciousness, is, Lukács argues, the most precious legacy of Hegelianism to Marxism. This does not mean, of course, that it was taken over in a directly Hegelian form. Hegel could not have discovered the identity of the object and subject in history itself, as in his time there was no real historical basis for it. Consequently, he transferred the identity into the extra-historical sphere of reason, and ascribed to mind the role of a demiurge in the evolution of history. Thus he could not, although it was his aim to do so, overcome finally the dualism of object and subject. It was left to Marx to achieve this. In the same line of thought it is clear that there cannot in principle be anyone who is a mere theoretical Marxist, i.e. who recognizes the validity of Marx's social theory and historical predictions but takes no part in making them come true. To be precise, such an attitude is possible, but it is not a Marxist attitude. A Marxist must be someone who plays a practical part in the movement that gives effect to the theory, for the theory is itself nothing but the self-awareness of the movement. This viewpoint is a basis for the criticism of many different trends within Marxism and also in non-Marxist socialism. Lukács, as we have seen, used it to refute the theoreticians of the Second International, both orthodox and neo-Kantian, but also Marx's predecessors and contemporaries. Lassalle, for instance, was not a Marxist, as he revised Hegel from a Fichtean standpoint, modifying the contemplative theory of history by an activist element introduced from outside in the guise of will or moral consciousness. Thus, instead of rebutting Hegelianism, he reverted to a pre-Hegelian position. In the same way Lukács argues in his study of Hess that Tsiolkovsky's or Hess's philosophy of action did not surmount the dualism of György Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 273 Theory versus Practice, but eternalized it in the dualism of the socialist movement and its philosophical consciousness. Philosophy, in Hess's system, was not the product and self-awareness of the class movement, but a kind of wisdom, independent of party, which it behoved the movement to acquire. Finally, Hess preached a moral utopia which, while ostensibly criticizing Hegel's contemplative attitude, rejected that part of his thinking which came close to Marxism, namely the conviction that philosophy is an expression of its own time and cannot transcend the limits of the age. Hegel's refusal to look into the future was reactionary, but from the methodological point of view it was extremely realistic in rejecting utopianism and in regarding philosophy as the expression of an era and not as mind entering history from outside it. Marx rebutted the contemplative viewpoint, not by supplementing historical knowledge with arbitrary norms or utopian constructions, but by discerning the future as a real trend already active in the present. 4. Critique of the dialectic of nature and the theory of reflection. The concept of reification as the dialectic consists of the interaction of the historical subject and object in the movement towards unity. It follows that Engels's idea of the dialectic of nature is untenable. Indeed, on this point Lukács accuses Engels of culpable misapprehension of the spirit of Marxian dialectic. If the dialectic denotes a mere system of ready-made natural laws ascertained by man, we are still in the realm of predestined reality and the idea of knowledge as purely contemplative. The laws of dialectic turn out to be an unalterable property of nature, we can discover them and use them, but this external knowledge of nature and its exploitation by human technology have nothing to do with dialectic as understood by Marx and Hegel. The dialectic loses its revolutionary character, and the unity of theory and practice can be conceived only in a contemplative bourgeois, reified sense, the technical exploitation of the world as it exists, not the collective subject taking possession of the world by revolutionary action. Historical materialism, on the other hand, shows us the world as a product of human activity, but one which men have so far treated as something alien, failing to realize that they themselves are its creators. Pre-Marxist philosophy. 274 György Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma with its dichotomy between knowledge and praxis was obliged to see the world as a collection of crystallized data, and praxis as a set of arbitrary ethical precepts and technical devices. By contrast, when, as in the class consciousness of the proletariat, the subject's self-awareness coincides with knowledge of the whole, when social being is recognized as man-made and subject to conscious regulation by the organized community, then the dichotomy ceases to exist and the dilemma of empiricism versus utopianism is resolved. What Engels called practice does not transform man into a conscious creator of reality, but only increases his mastery of the environment. Technical progress does not itself break the bounds of the bourgeois system. Man, exploiting the laws of nature that he has discovered, does not cease to be an object of history. He only becomes a subject when he assimilates and identifies with the external world, abolishing the state of affairs in which that world is a mere datum and knowledge is no more than perception or contemplation. The idea of the unity of subject and object cannot survive if the dialectic relates to external nature. For the same reason, knowledge cannot be regarded as the mere reflection of a pre-existing reality. In criticizing this idea, Lukács does not expressly join issue with Lenin, but he clearly attacks his philosophy. From the point of view of the dialectic as Lukács understands it, to treat cognition as the reflection of the external world in mental experience is to perpetuate the dualism of thought and being and to assume that they are fundamentally alien to each other. If, however, cognition signifies taking possession of the world in a process of revolutionary change, and if understanding and changing the world are a single indivisible act of the liberated consciousness of the proletariat, it no longer makes sense to speak of knowledge as a process whereby an already existing world duplicates itself in the passive human consciousness. The process of thought is not dialectic unless it is part of the historical process of transforming its object. The contemplative notion of reality, which leaves no room for the unity of theory and practice or the subject's creative role, is linked by Lukács, a point on which he lays special weight in history and class consciousness, with reification as a typical Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma 275 feature of the mystified consciousness of capitalist society. The term reification was not used by Marx and in fact owes its currency to Lukács himself, but the idea is thoroughly Marxian. The analysis of commodity fetishism in Volume I of Capital is really an analysis of the reified consciousness. The bourgeoisie, by virtue of its social situation, must have a false consciousness. It is contrary to its interests to understand the nature of economic crises and the transient historical character of the system in which it plays the dominant role. In a society which subordinates production entirely to the increase of exchange value, and in which relations between human beings are crystallized in object values and themselves take on the character of objects, individuals themselves turn into things. A man is no longer a specific individual but part of a huge system of production and exchange. His personal qualities are merely an obstacle to the complete uniformity and rationalization of the productive mechanism. He is a mere unit of labor force, an article to be bought and sold according to the laws of the market. One result of the omnipotence of exchange value is the rationalization of legal systems, disregard for tradition, and the tendency to reduce individuals to juridical units. Rationalization is applied to technology and the organization of labor, leading to increasing specialization and the particularization of productive activity. The individual is more and more spiritually crippled and confined to a narrow range of skills by the division of labor. Everything is specialized, activities become partial and fragmented, the unity of society becomes unintelligible and unattainable. Bourgeois philosophy endorses this tyranny of reification and has neither the power nor the desire to rise to an understanding of the whole. All it understands is either empirical reality, from which no whole is capable of emerging, or, on the other hand, normative ethics or arbitrary utopias which, by definition, have nothing to do with facts. Bourgeois rationalism, which extols mathematics as the most perfect form of knowledge, has no interest in phenomena beyond what is calculable and predictable and can therefore be exploited technically. Anything that might symbolize the whole is banned from the domain of scientific knowledge and labeled an unknowable thing in itself. The contradiction between the irrationality of facts and the desire to apprehend the whole. 276 Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma led to the idealist dialectic, which sought to restore the unity of subject and object by denying objectivity altogether. It ascribed creativity to the subject, but, being unable to conceive this creativity as revolutionary practice, endowed it with a moral and internal form. Reification, in short, cannot be overcome within the terms of bourgeois consciousness. Only when the proletariat, which is a mere commodity in bourgeois society, becomes aware of its own situation will it be able to understand the social mechanism as a whole. The consciousness of the proletariat may be thought of as the acquisition of self-knowledge by a commodity. In the proletariat's situation, the process of reification, the transformation of men and women into things, takes on an acute form. When the proletariat becomes aware of itself as a commodity, it will at the same time understand, and rebel against the reification of all forms of social life. Its awakened subjectivity will liberate the whole of humanity from the thraldom of objects. Its self-knowledge is not a mere perception of the world as it is, but a historical movement of emancipation, and for consciousness of this kind there can be no question of a mere reflection of reality. Does this argument mean that from the point of view of liberated consciousness the problem of truth in the traditional sense, i.e. the correspondence of judgment with reality, no longer arises, or that truth is relative to social class or to the human species? Luca.cs's answer to this question is vague and ambiguous. He disclaims an anthropological or pragmatist conception of truth, since, as he says, pragmatism makes man the measure of things but cannot dialectically transform man himself. Instead of considering the subject in his interaction with the object, it raises him to the status of a deity. Marxism, on the other hand, does not declare truth to be relative to the individual or the species, but claims that the meaning of different truths is apparent only in the social process. Thought is a factor in the progress of history, and history is the development of forms of objectivity. This explanation is by no means clear. If, as Lukács says, truth is attainable only from a particular point of view, we may still ask, is it nevertheless inherently true, i.e. the description of a given state of affairs independently of whether it is perceived? Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 277 or not? Lukács, however, appears to consider this a wrongly framed question, as it presupposes a contemplative and reified consciousness outside the object. It is not clear how we can avoid the conclusion that in his view not only is truth revealed solely from a particular class angle, but that nothing is true at all except in the class consciousness that is identical with the practical revolutionary movement. In other words, participation in the movement equals possession of the truth, which is of course more than saying that it is a condition of possessing the truth. If we accept Lukács's premises, how can we avoid concluding that truth is relative to class, or that nothing is true at all without the qualification for the working class? If for this phrase we substitute for future humanity, freed from false consciousness, we are still involved in a species-based relativism which excludes truth in the traditional sense. There are good reasons for holding that this position is in accordance with the doctrine of the early Marx, but it cannot be described as anything but species relativism. When Lukács speaks of the unity of subject and object in the cognitive process, or the unity of theory and practice, he generally uses terms applicable to all knowledge and all objects, but it would seem that he has in mind the object of human and social sciences, namely human history and man as a social being. As a disciple not only of Hegel but also of Dilthey and Windelband, he no doubt wished to maintain the principle of the fundamentally different character of humanistic knowledge and to emphasize that in awareness of human realities the subject is present in a different way than in the natural sciences, as the act of knowing is a component of the known reality and alters its character. The subject in question is always a collective subject, more precisely a social class. Sometimes, however, owing to his vagueness and disregard of logic, Lukács used expressions suggesting that the object that tends towards unity with the subject is the whole universe, including non-human nature. Yet his real purpose was to distinguish between man and nature and not unify them. To treat the world of human behavior and historical processes as a reality no less given and objective than stones and stars is to permit one's consciousness to become reified. For the proletarian consciousness there is no such thing. 278 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma as a social universe that exists in itself and whose nature must first be learnt like that of any other object, so that we may then apply technical devices to it for a purpose that must then be irrationally prescribed by moral imperatives. A technological attitude to social phenomena, which treats them as a mere object of political engineering and in which the human agent is purely subjective and inspired by moral laws alone, is a bourgeois delusion, though Engels did not escape it when he extended the dialectic to nature and described social laws as no less objective than the laws governing the formation of geological deposits. Once the proletariat comes on the scene, conscious of its role in production and in the dynamic unity of history, historical laws are identified with human will, and freedom becomes identical with historical necessity. For the same reason Lukács makes no distinction between bourgeois and Marxist sociology, maintaining that sociology as such is inevitably part of bourgeois ideology. Its task is to study social phenomena objectively, i.e. as objects accessible to the observer irrespective of his participation in them. This presumed separation of subject and object is the raison d'etre of sociology, and therefore Lukács regards Marxist sociology as a contradiction in terms. His criticism of Bukharin in 1925 was based on the same ground. Bukharin had reverted to mechanistic materialism, which sought to interpret social processes in the same way as natural ones, regarding natural science as the model of all knowledge instead of criticizing it as a product of bourgeois consciousness. In this way Bukharin rejected historical materialism in favor of a contemplative epistemology and sought to find in technology the objective forces governing history, as though technology was an independent motive force and not a factor in social conditions. Lukács's criticism, aimed directly at Engels and implicitly at Lenin, naturally aroused the wrath of orthodox Russian Marxists. Deborin wrote an article branding Lukács as an idealist in his views of nature and society. As to the alleged contradiction between Marx and Engels, Deborin and all others who took up the question pointed triumphantly to the preface to the second edition of the Anti-Diering, in which Engels said that Marx had read and approved his work before it went to press. The idea of the identity of subject and object, Deborin. Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 279 argued, was the purest idealism, as Lenin had himself shown. Consciousness reflected reality, and in denying this Lukács was repeating the absurdities of Mach. All in all, Deborin's rebuttal was primitive and unskillful, and Lukács did not hasten to recant his errors. In 1933, in an article Mein Weg zu Marx, he withdrew his criticism of the theory of reflection and the dialectic of nature, but only in general terms and without going into the substance of the dispute. In the following year, however, in an article in Pod:"Namenum Marxi:" Ma entitled The Significance of Materialism and Empiria Criticism for the Bolshevization of Communist Parties, he made an act of abject self-criticism ascribing his deviation to residual influences of syndicalism and idealism. History and Class Consciousness, he declared, was an idealistic work, and as idealism was the ally of fascism and of its social democratic hangers-on, his error was dangerous in practice as well as in theory. Fortunately, the Bolshevik Party under the leadership of Comrade Stalin was fighting indomitably for the purity of Marxism-Leninism, steering a steady course with Lenin's work as its infallible compass. Lukács repeated his recantation several times in similar terms, blaming his mistake either on revolutionary impatience or on his Hegelian and syndicalist background. After Stalin's death he tempered his self-criticism to a great extent. In the preface to a new edition of his book in 1967 he admitted to having neglected Marx's distinction between objectivization and alienation and, in consequence, pushed too far his own theory of the identity of subject and object. As, however, labor itself was necessarily a process of objectivization, it could not be said that all objectivity disappeared in the revolutionary process, and therefore it was wrong completely to exclude reflection from the act of cognition. In short, Lukács did not deliver a clear judgment on his early work. He certainly did not abandon his theory of totality and mediation, or his critique of reification, and he held to his view of the basic distinction between humanistic and natural science. He Apr. 280 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma. Entley continued to regard it as a merit of his book that it had drawn attention to the Hegelian sources and aspects of Marx's dialectic. The upshot of his revised theory seems to be that in the revolutionary movement object and subject coincide, but only to a certain degree. It remains true that the cognition of social reality is itself a part of that reality, and that the proletarian consciousness revolutionizes the world in the very act of understanding it. It can also still be maintained that Marxism has overcome the dilemma of freedom versus necessity, facts versus values, will versus foreknowledge, but it is not the case that this does away with objectivity altogether. This being Lukács's final position, are we to take it simply as meaning that he wished to exclude the idea that all reality, including external nature and the objectified material products of human labor, was subsumed into conscious revolutionary praxis? In other words, that he desired to limit the identity of subject and object to the sphere of social processes and not extend it to the extra-human world? If so, this would not mean a significant departure from his original thesis but rather a restatement of it. The book, as we saw, could be read as meaning that he had in mind objectivity in general and not merely that of historical processes, but this would seem to be due to a want of logical discipline rather than to a considered theory. 5. Class consciousness and organization. It might seem that the glorification of the class consciousness of the proletariat as a force which not only transforms social institutions but also, in so doing, resolves all problems of philosophy, art, and the social sciences, was related in Lukács's mind to the real proletariat and not its organized Expresszion, i.e. the party. That is to say, his view of the revolution would be that of Rosa Luxemburg rather than Lenin. In fact, however, his works from 1919 onwards leave no doubt that he held firmly to Lenin's conception of the party and that his whole theory of class consciousness formed a logical basis for that conception. The proletarian consciousness is not to be understood as that of the empirical working class, nor as a sum or average of individual consciousnesses. There must always be a gap between the empirical consciousness of actual workers and the true class. Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 281. Consciousness of the proletariat. The former will never quite catch up with the latter, yet it is this true consciousness that is the motive power of history, and its vehicle is the party, a special form of social existence, a necessary mediator between the spontaneous workers' movement and the totality of history. WL.IAT individual workers think, either unanimously or in the main, is simply of no significance as to the content of the proletarian consciousness. The latter is embodied in the party, and it is only in and through the party that the spontaneous movement can apprehend its own meaning, since it is powerless of itself to rise to a conception of the whole. Thus the unity of theory and practice, of necessity and freedom, are truly realized only in the party's revolutionary will. Expounding this view in History and Class Consciousness, Lukács showed that Lenin's theory of the party was not a logical concomitant of Lenin's philosophy but was fully in accord with Marx's humanistic relativism and the theory of all-absorbing praxis, whereby epistemological and metaphysical problems are deprived of content. Lukács reiterated this view in his book on Lenin and several later works. The party is the visible embodiment of class consciousness, the sole guarantor of the correct political orientation of the proletariat and the sole exponent of its real will. Lukács does not, of course, infer from this, any more than Lenin did, that the party can do everything in practice without the proletariat, or that the latter's aid is not important to it. The point is merely that the proletariat's real interest, its will, desires and aspirations and also its theoretical consciousness, are quite independent of the desires, feelings, thoughts and awareness of the empirical working class. We thus see the political importance for Lukács of the critique of empiricism. As long as we remain on an empirical footing, all our knowledge of the proletariat comes from observing actual workers. We cannot comprehend the totality of history, as the empirical state of human consciousness is merely an index of its immaturity. It can be seen that Lukács's theory of the unity of theory and practice is logically better suited to Lenin's idea of the party than is Lenin's own philosophy. For it is hard, on the basis of the theory of reflection, to defend the assertion that the party, embodying the true consciousness of the proletariat. 282. Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma, is right notwithstanding any empirical evidence which might refute its doctrine. This proposition, on the other hand, follows smoothly from the idea of totality and its corollary, so much the worse for the facts. The all-embracing totality brings into dialectical unity facts and values, knowledge and will, freedom and necessity. The proletariat, therefore, embodied in the party, is theoretically right on the strength of its social position and historical mission, or rather its theoretical rightness is the same as its progressive function, and no other criteria are to the purpose. Politically, this is a more convenient philosophy than Lenin's, for, once granted that the party is in possession of the practico-theoretical whole, there is no need to seek any further justification. As the proletariat is privileged in the cognitive sense thanks to its social role, and as the genesis of its consciousness guarantees that that consciousness is right, true, and unmystified, so, assuming further that the proletarian consciousness is embodied in the party, we arrive at the desired conclusion: the party is always right. Lukács, of course, does not formulate it in so many words, neither did Lenin or even Stalin, but it is the ideological foundation of communist training and has been accepted in practice by all communist intellectuals. By the end of the Stalin era, the epistemologically privileged position of the proletariat was reduced for practical purposes to the view that Comrade Stalin was always right. Lukács provided a better theoretical foundation for belief in the infallibility of the party than anyone before him, Lenin included. In Tactics and Ethics he had already stated that it is the great achievement of Russian Bolshevism to incorporate, for the first time since the Paris Commune, the consciousness of the proletariat and its self-knowledge in terms of world history. In the nature of things, Bolshevism was the truth of the present age, a belief that Lukács never renounced. Even if it turned out in after days that the party or its leader had made mistakes, it was still true that the party was dialectically right and that it was a moral and intellectual duty to stand by it, mistakes or no. Thus, when Lukács followed the new leaders in noticing Stalin's mistakes, he still maintained that he had been right to defend those mistakes at the time. This was indeed the typical, classical standpoint of communist ideologists, backed up by Lukács's philosophy. The party might be formally Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma 283 wrong but not dialectically so. To oppose its politics and ideology was in all circumstances a political mistake and therefore a cognitive error, since the party embodied the historical consciousness in which the movement of history and awareness of that movement were merged into one. Lukács also had no doubt that the dictatorship of the proletariat was and ought to be realized as the dictatorship of the party. Thus in his book on Lenin he condemned the ultra-leftists who regarded the Soviets as the permanent forms of class organization and sought to establish them in place of the party and trade unions. The Soviets, Lukács argued, were naturally designated organs of the struggle against the bourgeois government in the revolutionary period, but those who wished to endow them with state power after the revolution simply did not understand the difference between a revolutionary and a non-revolutionary situation. In short, they were thinking undialectically. The party's role after a successful revolution was greater and not less than before, one reason being that in the post-revolutionary period the class struggle, far from abating, became inevitably more and more acute. This doctrine as to the role of the Soviets differs to some extent from that expressed in Lukács's main work, where he said that it was their function to liquidate the bourgeois distinction between executive, legislative, and judicial powers and to be an instrument of mediation between the immediate and ultimate interests of the proletariat. This might suggest that Lukács ascribed to the Soviets functions which, according to Lenin, belonged exclusively to the party. However, in his work on Lenin he corrects any such ultra-leftist errors and makes it clear that after a victorious revolution the Soviets can be dispensed with. From that time on, it would appear, the task of abolishing the bourgeois separation of powers devolves on the party. In other words, the latter makes the laws, carries them out, and judges offenders without aid or supervision from any quarter. In this way, in 1924, Lukács proclaimed a worldview purged of any remnants of syndicalism. 284 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma. 6. Critique of Irrationalism. Lukács's chief work was devoted, in effect, to providing Leninism with a better philosophical basis than Lenin himself had offered. In this sense Lukács could be called an inconsistent Leninist, encumbered to some extent by the typical shortcomings of the intellectual. While accepting Bolshevik policy without question, he imagined that, as a philosopher, he could be a better Bolshevik than the party leaders, expounding their theoretical position in a more coherent and convincing manner. His later philosophical works show, however, that he understood the true nature of fidelity to Leninism-Stalinism. What was required was not to devise justifications of one's own for the party's decisions and doctrines at any given time, but to support them and act upon them in practice. the few works of pure philosophy which he published in the 30s and 40s evince an almost complete assimilation to Stalinism. It is true that Lukács's erudition distinguished him at all times from run-of-the-mill ideologists of Stalinism, who were all ignoramuses. Whether he wrote about Goethe, Dilthey, or Hegel, he obviously knew what he was talking about and had the subject at his fingers' ends. It was this, rather than what he actually wrote, that infuriated his orthodox critics. To some extent, moreover, he preserved an individual style of writing. This was suspect in the Stalin era, when everybody wrote in the same way and no two philosophers could be distinguished on stylistic grounds. Monotonous clichés and an impoverished vocabulary were the order of the day, and to have a style of one's own was practically an ideological deviation. In this respect Lukács was an imperfect Stalinist, but he made up for it in many others. An important document of this period is Die Erstörung der Vernunft, a work which Adorno called the destruction of Lukács's reason. This is a history of irrationalist philosophy, chiefly in Germany, from Schelling and the Romantics to Heidegger and the existentialists, with the primary purpose of revealing the ideological sources of Nazism. Schelling, who substitutes incommunicable intuition for rational dialectic, Schopenhauer, who proclaims the incurable absurdity of mankind and history and sees the world as governed by irrational. György Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 285 Will, and Kierkegaard, who glorifies irrational faith and places it above reason. These are the prophets of the first period, ending in 1848. Nietzsche is the chief ideologist of the second period, in which the class struggle of the proletariat becomes the dominant feature of social life. His negation of history, contempt for the common people, and unabashed pragmatism are devoted to the service of the bourgeoisie, which he extols as the master race. Philosophic irrationalism reaches its height in the imperialist age from 1890 onwards. Neo-Kantian formalism and agnosticism are replaced by attempts to create a new all-embracing worldview, but one based on intuition and impervious to rational analysis. The objective validity of science itself is questioned, as it is regarded as the product of irrational historical or instinctive forces. This period is ushered in by Dilthey's philosophy of life, which leads directly to Nazi ideology. It opposes positivism, but does so from the point of view of the irrationality of history and the subjectivity of culture. It also criticizes capitalism, but from the outdated standpoint of reactionary romanticism. It attacks democracy and sets out in quest of a new organic unity that eventually found its embodiment in the fascist state. What makes the destruction of reason an essentially Stalinist work is not, of course, the fact that it seeks the origins of Nazism in German philosophy. There is nothing specifically Marxist, let alone Stalinist, in such a line of thought, which has been pursued by many historians and writers, including Thomas Mann. The typically Stalinist feature of Lukács's work is the contention that since Marxism came on the scene, all non-Marxist philosophy has been reactionary and irrationalistic. In this way the whole of German philosophical culture outside Marxism is condemned as an intellectual apparatus preparing the way for Hitler's assumption of power in 1933. Everybody was a herald of Nazism in one way or another. Clearly, Lukács's conception of irrationalism is not only vague, indefinite, and absurdly wide, but in many respects it is almost directly contrary to the usual conception of the term. In epistemology the word irrationalist is generally applied to doctrines which hold that the most perfect forms of cognition cannot be expressed in language but are achieved only in particular incommunicable acts. Some of the thinkers listed by Lukács were certainly 286 György Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma, irrationalists in the true sense, but it does not follow that they paved the way for Nazism. Lukács, however, calls everyone an irrationalist who was not an orthodox Marxist. If Max Weber, as a sociologist, analyzed the character of the charismatic leader, it proves that this was required of him by the age which produced the charismatic Führer. If the analytical philosophers deny that the world can be apprehended as a whole and confine themselves to observing isolated fragments, they are by the same token falling into irrationalism, as is Mannheim when he emphasizes the part played by extracognitive factors in the formation of social theories. Rationalists are all those who hold that any elements or aspects of being are outside the range of discursive knowledge, all who discover irrational forces in human behavior, all who do not believe in historical laws, all who profess subjective idealism, and all who do not accept that the meaning of the totality of history can be scientifically ascertained. In other words, the irrationalists and allies of Nazism are all who do not believe in the dialectical reason that Lukács took over from Hegel, reason being regarded as capable of comprehending the whole of history and human society, including its communist future, and thus giving significance to the present. Or, to put it in yet another way, all philosophers who do not profess communism in its current orthodox form, i.e. Stalinism, are irrationalists and therefore Nazis objectively if not by actual conviction. The whole history of German and indeed European culture, including Croce, Windelband, Bergson, and the analytic philosophers, is seen as imbued with the imminent purpose of ensuring Hitler's triumph. All non-Marxist philosophers of the 19th and 20th centuries were engaged in the destruction of reason, that is to say of the belief that there is a historic totality which includes the future and to which Marxism provides the key by predicting the expropriation of the bourgeoisie and a worldwide communist dictatorship. It would be hard indeed to find a more striking example of anti-rationalism than that afforded by Lukács's own philosophy of blind faith, in which nothing is proved but everything asserted ex cathedra, and whatever does not fit the Marxian schemata is dismissed as reactionary rubbish. Lukács's polemic against existentialism, published in 948, is another outstanding specimen of Stalinist philosophy, embody. Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 287ing all the main points of the Lenin-Stalin's Danov Catechism. Philosophy must be either idealistic or materialistic, there is no third way. Subjective idealism leads to solipsism, the philosophy of madmen, while objective idealism invents imaginary ideas or spirits governing the world. Either spirit or matter must be primary. Those who claim to stand above the opposition between the two are deceivers or self-deceived. Lenin's materialism and empiria criticism provides unanswerable arguments to refute all idealists, whether his immediate opponents or those, like the existentialists, who have come on the scene later. The latter seek to reconstruct the whole of being on the basis of pure consciousness, although science has long since exploded such nonsense, even though natural scientists, for lack of Marxist education, have not yet grasped the fact that all the achievements of science point to the triumph of dialectical materialism. Existentialism or Marxism is perhaps the most flagrant example of Lukács's intellectual degradation. It is indistinguishable in style and content from the standard products of Soviet philosophy under Stalin, including the ritual advice to physicists, of whose subject Lukács knew nothing. There is no indication that Lukács ever disavowed his works of this period. The Destruction of Reason was republished unchanged after Stalin's death, in 1954. 7. The whole, mediation, and mimesis as aesthetic categories. Lukács's main ambition was to lay the foundations of a Marxist aesthetic. His many works in this field are concerned variously with literary theory and criticism and with general aesthetics. However, even when he tries to establish categories relating to all forms of art, his information is chiefly drawn from the history of literature, especially drama and the novel, and it is not always clear how his doctrine is to be applied outside this sphere. His works on aesthetics apart, of course, from those written before he was a Marxist, can be treated as a single whole, as his views on theory, and even on particular writers and artistic trends, do not seem to have undergone any change from the 1920s to his last years. Certain general observations by Lukács on the nature of art have no specifically Marxist content. He states that art, unlike science, is anthropomorphic in character, being concerned with 288 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma, social conditions. For this reason art is essentially hostile to religion, even if its immediate purpose is to serve as an adjunct to faith or worship, for, whatever the artist's intention, art itself is a thing of this world. Historically, art is rooted in magic practices, but it differs from them in that its purpose is to arouse particular feelings and attitudes, which in magic is only a secondary or subordinate aim. Art offers images of reality, but these are charged from the outset with an emotional content and imply an active attitude towards the world they describe. All art conveys cognitive values. It increased man's knowledge of himself and therefore of the world. It enables people to step outside immediate practical reality and rise to an understanding of the sense of the universe. It should not therefore be treated as a mere entertainment or distraction. It plays a major part in man's spiritual evolution, being a means by which he creates himself and becomes aware of his own species' nature. Hence, although art cannot be reduced to purely cognitive functions since, unlike science, it presents the world in the form of images and in such a way that their transmission entails an act of evaluation, it is nevertheless a reflection of reality, based on a particular form of imitation or mimesis. This is not a mere passive copying of the world, but involves selection and a certain degree of universalization. By means of individual images, art presents a view of the world that lays claim to universality. In this sense, the individual and the universal are presented, in the work of art, as a single unity. It has often been objected to Lukács as to all others who speak of art in terms of reflection or mimesis that, even if we know roughly what these expressions mean in relation to a play, a novel, or a figurative painting, it is not at all clear how a piece of music or architecture, or an ornament, can be said to reflect reality. Lukács maintains, however, that mimesis is a category applicable to all artistic phenomena. Music, for instance, conveys emotions that are aroused by social conditions, and thus reflects, albeit indirectly, the historical links between human beings. Architecture likewise expresses human attitudes and needs by organizing space in a particular way. Ornaments imitate natural figures and present them in a form that expresses human attitudes towards them. Such explanations as these have often struck Lukács's critics as artificial, and they also call in György Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 289 question the real meaning of the idea of reflection or mimesis. If a piece of music reflects the world by expressing emotions, and if these emotions must in some way be connected with social life, then to say that art reflects reality would seem to mean simply that it is influenced by the various phenomena and interconnections of social life, but this is so general and obvious a statement as not to be of much use. In any case, it is clear that when Lukács is talking about works of literature he uses the term reflection in a much stronger sense. Not only do social conditions affect artistic production, which nobody would deny, but works of art present an image of reality from which the reader or spectator can learn something about that reality and recognize its structure or its internal conflicts. Lukács is in fact seeking to define art in such a way as to justify the conclusion that only realistic works truly deserve the name of art. His condemnation of artistic decadence is likewise based on this conclusion. But again, it is not at all clear how music, architecture, or even lyric poetry can be judged from the point of view of realism. If the term mimesis denotes any kind of dependence of a work of art on social phenomena, then certainly all art must be imitative and also realistic, but in that case the notions of mimesis and realism have lost their meaning. Lukács's main concern is with drama and the novel, to which they are undoubtedly more applicable, but here again he seems to use mimesis in two different senses, a descriptive and a normative. In the former sense any novel or play in some measure reflects the world, social conditions, and conflicts, and every work of art is socially committed. It takes one side or the other in regard to the basic issues of the day, irrespective of how far the author is aware of his involvement or the real significance of his work. In the normative sense, however, mimesis is the quality of a work that imitates reality correctly, presenting the problems of its time as they truly are. The author of such a work, of course, is on the right or progressive side. This seems to be the sense in which Lukács uses the term mimesis most frequently. The same is true of the notion of totality as applied to literature. Every literary work reflects in some way the totality of social life, since when we adopt an attitude towards the world, even a reactionary one, it is necessarily related to the world as 290 Georgi Lukács, reason in the service of dogma. A whole, not because we so intend, but because all human affairs are linked together, and by engaging in a particular conflict we are also engaged, willy-nilly, in a universal one. But, more often than not, Lukács also uses totality in a normative sense. Genuine works of literature are those which seek to mirror the world as a whole, and it is for the critic or ideologist to ensure, as far as he may, that the work embodies a true reference system, giving significance to its component parts and subordinating them to an overall artistic purpose. In this sense, totality is not simply an attribute of all literature but an ideal to be aimed at in socialist art. Lukács, however, does not clearly formulate the distinction. The demand that art should reflect totality is aimed primarily against naturalism, the idea that it suffices to describe reality in terms of direct observation, simply recording what happens or what meets the eye. Literature, thus limited, cannot convey the meaning of events, which only reveals itself in relation to the whole. It requires conceptual understanding and not mere observation. But, and this is the nub of the argument, as Lukács urged in his dispute with Bloch on the subject of expressionism and realism, the totality of our society, or capitalism as an integrated system, is the true though invisible reality governing every single individual phenomenon. He who is able to make sense of the smallest details of human life by relating them to the whole can alone be said to depict social reality as it truly is, and to practice mimesis in the normative sense of the term. Since this universality and sense of the whole requires a prior understanding of the nature of society such as only Marxism can provide, it follows that in the present age only a Marxist, in the sense in which Lukács understands this term, can possess the qualifications of a good writer. This, of course, does not mean that to be a good writer it suffices to master the conceptual understanding of the principle of totality. To create a work of art he must be able not only to relate the parts to the whole but also to present the whole in terms of individual images. Art is subject not only to the principle of wholeness but also to that of speciality. This is the artistic counterpart of mediation and is, in Lukács's view, the basic category of aesthetic analysis. Taking experience as its point of departure, art endeavors to find the type in Georgi Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 291, the individual, the universal in particular phenomena. Lukács's speciality may be defined, it seems, as this process whereby a writer transforms individual experiences into types or images of universal validity, so that they become the medium through which the reader apprehends the social whole. To say that art is subject to the category of speciality does not mean that its place is in between the universality of science and the immediacy of day-to-day experience, but that it reflects universality in particular images. In these images the universal and the individual do not appear separately but in a state of unity, and it may thus be said that art subsumes the two elements, or synthesizes them into aspects of a single phenomenon. The relative prominence of the individual and the universal varies in different types of literature and different schools of art. Drama is, by its nature, more universal than the novel. Naturalism tends towards the individual, while allegory emphasizes the universal. As several critics have pointed out, the view that an artist, at least in some forms of art, makes use of images to present typical phenomena is not specifically Marxist, and was often advanced by pre-Marxist or non-Marxist thinkers. Indeed, it seems to be a common-sense viewpoint as long as it is not applied to all kinds of art and is not erected into an arbitrary rule, so that art which does not typify in this way is stigmatized as not being art in the good sense. Lukács, however, violates both these provisos. As to the specifically Marxist element in his theory, it consists in relating everything to the totality considered as a social system defined by Marxist categories, i.e. capitalism or socialism as the case may be. However, the category of totality figures in Lukács's aesthetics in other contexts also. Not only is art supposed to reveal the totality of society, but it is a means whereby man himself strives to achieve totality as his mode of being I.e. to become a complete and harmonious personality, not impaired by any one-sided preoccupations. The kind of art which favors this aspiration or helps men to become conscious of it is truly humanistic art, but it can only be such if it aims to be in. 292 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma. Advance of its time. In other words, it is the business of art not only to describe reality but to foresee it. In an article Es Realismus Lukács says that Marx considered Balzac a prophetic writer, as he created characters of a type that existed only in embryo in his time but developed later, under the Second Empire. In the same way, Lukács says, Gorky anticipated types that did not exist when he wrote his first novels. Writers have this faculty because they are able to perceive trends and foresee their outcome. It is not clear on this basis, however, in what way the Stalinist literature of socialist realism was at fault when it set out to describe not what was but what ought to be, as correctly anticipated by Marxist-Leninist science, for that literature presumably conformed to Lukács's ideal pattern in that it used scientific analysis to discern the shape of future events. 8. Realism, socialist realism, and the avant-garde. From several of Lukács's arguments it may be inferred that the only literature that deserves to be called realistic is that which relates human life to the whole as understood by Marxism. However, Lukács distinguishes two forms of realism, critical and socialist. To the former category belong practically all the great writers of the past, and, at least as far as the 19th century is concerned, it makes no difference what their conscious world outlook was. Balzac, Scott, and Tolstoy were reactionary in their political views, but they created great works owing to their skill in painting a realistic picture of the world they lived in. There was, according to Lukács, a contradiction between their literary performance and their political attitudes. It is not clear, however, in what this contradiction lay. On the contrary, it would seem that Balzac's legitimist and aristocratic outlook was fully in harmony with his critique of post-revolutionary society, just as Tolstoy's emphasis on the virtues of country life and undogmatic religion were fully consonant with his attack on the church and the privileged classes. The only contradiction, in fact, seems to be between these writers' world outlook and Marxist doctrine. Critical realism, in Lukács's view, is an attribute of writers who, while they did not manage to achieve a communist outlook, strove to record accurately the conflicts of their time and. Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 293 did not confine themselves to particular events, but described great historical movements through the medium of individual destinies. They were not mere naturalists, but neither were they elegiasts or metaphysicians. They did not retreat from the world into the isolation of the individual psyche, nor did they elevate particular mental or spiritual events to the status of a timeless, eternal, unalterable human condition. Such realists were Balzac, Tolstoy, and the other great Russians of his day and, in more recent times, Anatole France, Bernard Shaw, Romain Rolland, Feuchtwanger, and, above all, Thomas Mann. Lukács observes more than once that realistic art generally comes to the fore in advanced countries or those that are going through a period of social and economic growth. In cases where this does not apply, he explains that backward countries may sometimes produce great literature as an attempt to break out of their very backwardness. These arguments are not peculiar to Lukács but are often found in Marxist writing. If advanced countries like 18th century France produce advanced literature, this is a clear confirmation of historical materialism. If backward countries like 19th century Russia produce advanced literature, it is again a confirmation of historical materialism, as in such cases ideology makes up for the deficiencies of the base. Contrasted with realism is the whole of modernist and avant-garde literature, naturalism, expressionism, surrealism, etc. Examples of this decadent form of art are the works of Kafka, Joyce, Musil, Montherlant, Samuel Beckett, and others. The decisive shortcoming of all modernist literature is its inability to grasp the totality and to perform the act of mediation. A writer is not to blame for depicting loneliness, for example, but he must show it to be a fatal consequence of capitalism. Kafka, however, presents us with ontological loneliness as though it were a permanent human condition of universal validity. He paints what is immediately before his eyes and fails to penetrate to the whole which alone gives it meaning, and in this he resembles the naturalists. In the same way, the world may be realistically described as being in a state of chaos and panic, but only if this is shown to be due to the horrors of capitalism. If, as in Joyce, the hero's spiritual life and perception of time disintegrate without cause and without hope of remedy. 294 Georgi Lukács, reason in the service of dogma. The universe so depicted must be false, and the work of art a bad one. Lacking a historical perspective, avant-garde art presents situations as permanent when they are in fact conditioned by history and social forms, and endows them with a transcendental quality. The great characters of literature, from Achilles and Oedipus to Werther and Anna Karenina, are all social beings, for man himself is a social being, as Lukács reminds us with a reference to Aristotle, but the heroes of modernist literature are wrenched from their social and historical background. The narrative becomes purely subjective, or else, as with Beckett and Montherlant, animal man is contrasted with social man. This corresponds to Heidegger's condemnation of society and leads to Nazi racism of the Rosenberg type. Modernist literature, in short, is not an enrichment of art but a negation of it. The acme of literature, however, consists in socialist realism. The perspective of socialist realism is, of course, the struggle for socialism. Socialist realism differs from critical realism, not only in being based on a concrete socialist perspective, but also in using this perspective to describe the forces working towards socialism from the inside. Critical realists have from time to time depicted contemporary political struggles and created socialist heroes, but socialist realists portray these from within and identify with the forces of progress. The greatness of socialist realism lies in the fact that the historical totality of the movement towards socialism is evident in every facet of the work. To this category belong some at least of Gorky's novels, Sholokov's and Quiet Flows Hedon, and the works of Alexei Tolstoy, Makarenko, and Arnold Zweig. To avoid misjudgment, it should be pointed out that Lukács had a thorough knowledge of European literature and was perfectly well aware of the difference between great and medi-zero-CRE works. His aversion to modernist writers such as Proust, Kafka. Georgi Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 295 and Musil. In fact, almost everyone later than Thomas Mann does not have to be explained by ideology. Most people find it hard to come to terms with literature radically different from what they were used to in their youth. His dislike of the avant-garde was certainly genuine, though it was sometimes based on amazingly primitive arguments. As to socialist realism, the examples he cited were all outstanding or at least meritorious. He did not refer to hack writers of the Stalinist period whose works have long since been pulped. The result is that it is not easy to find citations by him of works of socialist realism dating from the 1930s and after, though he frequently speaks in general terms of the flourishing state of Soviet literature under Stalin. At a period when literature was in fact completely crushed, when many prominent writers died in concentration camps and when almost the only works published were servile panegyrics in honor of the great leader, written by mediocrities and devoid of literary merit, Lukács accounted as follows for the absence of modernist art in Russia: as proletarian rule became stronger, as socialism penetrated the Soviet economy more deeply and universally, and as the Cultural Revolution affected the toiling masses on a broader and deeper front, so avant-garde art has been driven out by an increasingly conscious realism. The decline of expressionism is due in the last analysis to the maturity of the revolutionary masses. In other words, Lukács ascribed to revolutionary maturity what he well knew to be the work of police repression. It is worth noting that although Lukács does not quote much from Stalin as a rule, he indulges in many interpretations of this kind. Typical examples can be found in the article Tendenz oder Parteilichkeit, in which he objects to the description of socialist art as tendentious. Literature should not be tendentious, but it should be true to the party. By tendentious literature we mean a kind which eclectically mingles pure art with alien political elements introduced from without. This procedure signifies the primacy of form over content. It is a Trotskyist view of art, which opposes the purely aesthetic components of a work to political ones which are essentially non-aesthetic. True revolutionary writers, however, refuse to distinguish between art and its political message. Their works are imbued with party spirit, which 296 Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma means that they convey a correct Marxist understanding of the movement of reality towards socialism and present a harmonious integration of individual description and historical perspective. Lukács continued to be involved with socialist realism till the end of his career as a critic. During the thaw after Stalin's death he wrote a few essays touching on the literature of the previous period. He observed that Stalinism suffered from a lack of mediation in culture as in other fields. Stalinist literature had become abstract and schematic instead of describing the real conflicts of socialist society. It attempted to portray general theoretical truths directly instead of through the medium of images based on reality. It had overlooked the specific nature and claims of art and had subordinated it to propaganda. Optimism had become schematic instead of historical. The heroes of Stalinist fiction displayed no qualities typical of the new society. Lenin's article of 1905 on party literature, which as Krupskaya had testified was concerned only with political writings, had been applied to all literature and turned into a general code of conduct for artists. Critical realism had been buried prematurely, and the notion of decadence had been so widened as to condemn all the more recent products of that school. Despite these criticisms, however, Lukács never renounced the view that socialist realism was basically and historically a higher form of art than any of its predecessors, nor did he revise the criteria for defining it: relationship to the whole, optimism, partyism, Marxist orthodoxy, and identification with the forces of revolution. There is no reason to suppose that his book on realism, a purely Stalinist work, did not reflect his later views with equal accuracy. The most astonishing expression of Lukács's ideas on socialist realism, however, is contained in his articles on Solzhenitsyn. He greeted the latter's novels as the first signs of a renaissance of socialist realism because, he said, the accounts of life in the camps presented day-to-day events as symbols of a whole era. Solzhenitsyn was not a mere naturalist, but related phenomena to the social whole, and, Lukács adds for good measure, he could not be accused of intending to restore capitalism in Russia. His weakness was, however, that he criticized Stalinism from a plebeian and not a communist viewpoint, and his art would. Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma 297 suffer if he did not overcome this. In short, Lukács advised Solzhenitsyn to become a communist for the sake of his literary development, but he failed to cite any example of a good writer who had become still better as a result of embracing communism. It seems a pathetic end to Lukács's aesthetic doctrine that in his closing years, after Russian culture had been devastated by 2 decades of Stalinism, of which he had been an eminent spokesman, he should have discovered socialist realism in the work of a convinced and passionate adverse of communism, for there could be no doubt that this was Solzhenitsyn's position from the beginning. It is irrelevant that Lukács did not live to read the Gulag Archipelago. Lukács's verdict on Solzhenitsyn is a symbol of the nullity of his whole theory of literature. 9. The exposition of Marxist mythology. Commentary. Lukács was, beyond doubt, an outstanding interpreter of Marx's doctrine, and rendered great service by reconstructing it in a completely different way from that followed by the previous generation of Marxists. Besides emphasizing Marx's profound debt to the Hegelian dialectic as the interplay of subject and object seeking identity, he was the first to show clearly that, in the dispute among Marxists between neo-Kantians and evolutionists, both sides were arguing from non-Marxian positions, and that Marx believed in a dialectic in which the understanding and transformation of the world were one and the same process, so that the dilemmas of freedom versus necessity, facts versus values, and will versus prediction lost their meaning. The questions that the theorists of the Second International put to Marx missed the point of his philosophy, as they presupposed an objective historical process governed by its own laws, whereas, as Lukács showed, in the historically privileged case of the working class the objective process coincided with the development of awareness of that process, so that free action and historical inevitability became one and the same thing. Lukács certainly formulated a radically new and, I believe, correct interpretation of Marx's philosophy, and from this point of view his achievement seems unquestionable. However, the fact that Lukács interpreted Marx afresh and more accurately than anyone before him does not mean that. 298 Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma. He was right to adopt Marx's belief in the unity of theory and practice, freedom and necessity. Despite his intention, his work had the effect of revealing the mythological, prophetic, and utopian sense of Marxism which had eluded Marx's more scientistic followers. The blurring of the distinction between descriptive and normative elements is in fact characteristic of the way in which a myth is apprehended by believers. Narration and precept are not distinguished, but are accepted as a single reality. That which the myth commands, or holds up to be worshipped and imitated, is not presented as a separate conclusion but is directly perceived as part of the story. To understand a myth rightly is not only to understand its factual content but to accept the values implied in it. In this sense a disciple understands the myth differently from an outside observer. A historian, anthropologist, or sociologist, he understands the myth in the act of self-commitment and, in this sense, it is right to say that it can be understood only from within, by an act of practical affirmation. Such, in Lukács's view, is the position with Marxism. A non-Marxist cannot understand it properly, as to do so requires actual participation in the revolutionary movement. Marxism is not simply a theory about the world, which can be accepted by anyone whether or not he approves the values of the political Marxist movement. It is an understanding of the world that can only be enjoyed within that movement and in political commitment to it. Marxism in this sense is invulnerable to rational argument. Outsiders cannot understand it correctly, and therefore cannot criticize it effectively. Thus, as Lukács showed, the Marxist consciousness obeys the epistemological rules appropriate to a myth. At the same time Lukács pointed out the prophetic character of that consciousness, in that it does away with the distinction between will and prediction. A prophet does not speak with his own voice but with the voice of God or history, and neither God nor history foresees anything in the way that human beings foresee events over which they have no influence. With God, the act of foreseeing is identical with the act of creating the thing foreseen, and the same is true of the ultimate history in which the subject and object of action are identified with each other. The historical subject that has identified its own consciousness with Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 299. The historical process no longer distinguishes between the future it foresees and the future it creates. The historical subject, as understood by Lukács, embodies the utopian consciousness par excellence. This consciousness appears in that very part of the doctrine that is directed against utopian socialism, particularly in Marx's belief, elucidated and emphasized by Lukács, that socialism must not be treated either as an ordinary moral command, the result of an evaluative process, or as a matter of historical necessity. If the distinction between facts and values, between an act of pure cognition and one of moral affirmation, is not present in the proletarian consciousness, it is because socialism is not simply desirable or simply necessary, nor even both at once. It is a unity of the two, a state of things that realizes the essence of humanity but an essence that already exists, not the arbitrary precept of a moralist. The socialist future of the world is not something that we desire as a matter of preference or that we foresee on the basis of a rational analysis of historical tendencies. It is something which already exists as a Hegelian reality of a higher order, which cannot be empirically perceived but is more real than all empirical facts. In the same way Lukács's totality is real but non-empirical. Thus when speaking of the socialism of the future we need not use either normative language or the language of scientific prediction. Socialism is the meaning of history and is therefore already present in today's events. The typical utopian ontology presents the future not as something desired or expected but as the modus of being of the present day. It is Lukács's undoubted merit to have revealed this ontology, of Hegelian and Platonic origin, as a basic feature of Marxism. In so doing, however, Lukács gave Marxism an irrational and anti-scientific form. His conception of totality protects it in advance from any rational or empirical criticism, for the totality cannot be deduced from any accumulation of facts or empirical arguments, and if the facts appear to be contrary to it, it is they that are wrong. This being so, it may be asked how we can possibly know the totality, or know that we know it. Lukács replies that we can know it by means of a correct dialectical method, but on investigation it proves that this method consists precisely in relating all phenomena to the whole, so that we must know the latter before we can start. The method, and 300 Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma. Knowledge of the whole, presuppose each other, we are in an elementary vicious circle, the only way out of which is to assert that the proletariat possesses the whole truth by virtue of its privileged historical position. But this is only an apparent escape, for how do we know that the proletariat is thus privileged? We know it from Marxist theory, which must be right because it alone comprehends the whole, so we are back in the vicious circle again. The only recourse is to say that the whole is not to be discovered by pure scientific observation but only by active participation in the revolutionary movement. This, however, involves a genetic criterion of truth. Marxism is true because it expresses the proletarian consciousness, and not the other way about. But this is merely a criterion of authority. The truth must be recognized as such not because it is supported by ordinary scientific arguments but because it emanates from a historically privileged class, and we know that class to be so privileged because we are told so by the theory of which it is the exponent. Moreover, the mythology of the proletariat as an infallible class is reduced in Lukács's theory to pure party dogmatism. The content of class consciousness is decided not by the class itself but by the party in which its historical interest is embodied, so the party is the source and criterion of all truth. QE.D. On this basis the unity of theory and practice, of facts and values turns out to be simply the primacy of political commitment over intellectual values, an assurance given by the communist movement to its members that they possess the truth by virtue of belonging to the movement. Lukács's Marxism implies the abandonment of intellectual, logical, and empirical criteria of knowledge, and as such it is anti-rational and anti-scientific. 10 Lukács as a Stalinist, and his critique of Stalinism. As already mentioned, Lukács always considered himself a true disciple of Lenin, and his criticisms of Stalinism after 1956 were made on the basis that Stalin had distorted Lenin's principles. His speeches, interviews, and articles on the subject give a fairly exact idea of his opinions on the Stalinist past. In a postscript of 1957 to Mein Wegzeu Marx he wrote, at the Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma 301 beginning of the imperialist era Lenin developed the question of the significance of the subjective factor and in so doing extended the bounds of classical theory. Stalin turned this into a system of subjectivist dogmas. It was a tragedy that with his great talent, rich experience, and unusual quickness of mind he did not break out of the vicious circle or even perceive clearly the error of subjectivism. It also seems to me tragic that his last work begins with a well-founded criticism of economic subjectivism, while at the same time it does not occur to him that he himself was the spiritual father and patron of that subjectivism. Stalin, then, was a tragic subjectivist, and, as we have seen, Lukács elsewhere states that the Stalin era suffered from a lack of mediation in cultural policy. It was wrong to lump together all non-communist forces, and to say that there was no longer any place in literature for critical realism. It was wrong, too, to stifle all discussion within the party, and to subject oppositionists to police repression. However, as Lukács stated in a letter to Alberto Carracci published in 1962, it did not follow that the victims of Stalin's purges, such as Trotsky and his followers, should be rehabilitated politically. In principle, Stalin was right as against Trotsky, but Stalin himself subsequently pursued a Trotskyist policy instead of a Leninist one. It was a mistake to subordinate the whole of culture to propaganda aims, regardless of its intrinsic values. An especially pernicious effect of Stalinism was the degradation of Marxist theory. The task now was to restore confidence in Marxism, to reconstruct its intellectual values, to overcome dogmatism and subjectivism, and to re-establish Leninist principles of socialist organization and Marxist thought. As to the causes of Stalinism, Lukács confines himself to generalities about the backwardness of Russia and the havoc wrought by the years of war, revolution, and civil war. Lukács at no time questioned the Leninist foundations on which the whole edifice of Stalinism was reared. He did not question the principle of one-party dictatorship and the abolition of the bourgeois division of authority into legislative, executive, and judicial. In other words, he accepted that the governing party should be subject to no form of public control. 302 Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma, and that socialism ruled out competition between independent political forces. In short, he accepted despotism in principle, although he later criticized some of its extreme manifestations. He was one of those communists, numerous in the late 1950s, who believed that democracy could exist within the ruling Communist Party although it had been abolished for the rest of the community. This delusion, however, did not last long, and the experience of Stalinism showed clearly that the liquidation of democracy in the state was bound to lead, in a short time, to the liquidation of democracy within the ruling party. The process, indeed, began under Lenin and with his encouragement. The reason is that when state democracy is abolished, it is inevitable, whatever anyone's intentions, that groups within the party will, if they are allowed, become advocates of other, non-party forces and reflect various social pressures. In other words, intra-party democracy, in which sects are permitted to exist, is essentially the same as a multi-party system, with the revival under one name or another of the political organisms that the party has just destroyed. Thus, if the party bureaucracy is to remain all-powerful within the state, democracy within the party can be no more than a pious wish. The same holds good in the field of culture. In an interview published in Szabadnép on October 14, 1956, a few days before the Hungarian uprising, Lukács stated that different artistic trends should be allowed to exist in a socialist state, but that there could be no question of ideologies freely competing, and that, for example, the teaching of philosophy in universities must be exclusively carried on by Marxists. But this is precisely the Stalinist principle of government, for if it is laid down that only Marxists have the right to teach, there must be an authority to decide who is and who is not a Marxist, and this authority can only be the ruling party, i.e. the party bureaucracy. If the party says somebody is not a Marxist, then by definition he is not. Hence the principle of a Marxist monopoly is identical with the Stalinist system, and from this point of view it is not clear how that system was at fault in its cultural policy. In the late 1950s, when the political and ideological ferment in Eastern Europe was at its height, Lukács was one of the most timid and cautious critics of Stalinism, never questioning its basic. Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma 303 principles but only certain manifestations. However, phenomena such as mass terror and the extermination of political adversaries are not a necessary feature of totalitarian communism. It may resort to such means in case of need, but it may also do without them. Nor is it incompatible with the system for ideological discussions to take place within Marxism. As a matter of fact, such discussions took place even in the worst years, and Stalin often called for a frank discussion. All that the Stalinist system requires is acceptance of the principle that the limits of discussion and of cultural freedom are fixed at any given time by the party, which cannot be subject to any higher authority. Lukács accepted this principle, and at no time called it in question. During the war, when Stalin played on anti-German nationalism and, among other things, described Hegel as the philosopher of the aristocratic reaction against the French Revolution, Lukács, we may believe, was unable to swallow such nonsense, and the publication of his book on Hegel was consequently held up for some years. There is no reason to doubt that he rejected Stalin's views on Hegel, but here again what counted with him was the political justification. In the postscript, already quoted, to Mein Wegzeu Marx he declared that although he thought Stalin wrong on many points he did not engage in opposition, not only because it was physically impossible to do so but because any opposition could easily have degenerated into support for fascism. In short, Stalin might have made mistakes, but he, Lukács, had been right not to oppose Stalinism. But this avowal, dating from 1957, is a clearer proof of Lukács's actual Stalinism than any glorification of Stalin during his lifetime. The argument is that it was right to support Stalin and Stalinism without reservation, even while harboring, internally and invisibly, objections to the party's current policy. But Stalinism demanded no loyalty other than that expressed in outward obedience, and the burden of Lukács's argument is precisely to justify such obedience. As long as the world is torn by the struggle between capitalism and socialism, and if socialism is assumed on philosophical grounds to be an essentially superior system irrespective of any empirical facts, then clearly any internal opposition to socialism as it exists at a given time is a blow struck in favor of the enemy. Any public criticism. 304 Georgy Lukács, reason in the service of dogma however mild, of the system and its leaders is exploited in some way by the adversary, a fact which, ever since Soviet Russia came into existence, has been effectively used to silence real, imaginary, or potential critics by branding them as allies of imperialism. What is notable in Lukács's case is not that he submitted to this form of blackmail but that he provided a theoretical justification for it, in full accord with his rule of thinking in terms of the whole and of comprehensive systems. This rule of Lukács's, in fact, is tantamount to a general justification of the typical communist contempt for facts. Communism is defined in theoretical terms as a higher form of society which will do away with the division of labor, introduce true freedom and equality, abolish exploitation, lead to a blossoming of culture, and so on. All these truths are valid a priori, whatever the actual face of communism may be. The most repellent forms of totalitarian despotism, oppression, and exploitation cannot detract from its superiority. At most it may be conceded in after years, when the party allows a measure of criticism, that there have been occasional mistakes or that survivals of capitalism were at work. The superiority of socialism is absolute and is not susceptible to empirical proof or disproof. Lukács's achievement is to have elevated the practice of contempt for facts as compared with systems to the dignity of a great theoretical principle, of which Marxism can be justly proud. In Stalin's day Lukács glorified the Soviet system as the supreme embodiment of freedom, maintaining that, with the exploiters overthrown, work had become identical with pleasure, as Marx had promised, that socialism had replaced apparent and superficial freedom by the genuine variety, and that only under the new system did writers enjoy true contact with the people. All this is in no way surprising, these are the regular clichés of Stalinist propaganda. But even in Lukács's later writings there is no suggestion that his views on these matters had changed. In The Meaning of Contemporary Realism he wrote, "In socialist society the individual will enjoy greater freedom to choose a place for himself in society than under capitalism." Thus true, superior socialist freedom is still made to consist in accepting historical necessity. On this definition it may be wondered whether the mind of men could conceive a system so despotic that it did not qualify to be regarded as an embodiment of the highest freedom. In the same way Lukács's aesthetic doctrine, at least in its specifically Marxist features and especially in regard to socialist and critical realism and avant-garde literature, is a perfect theoretical justification of Stalin's cultural policy. Lukács, in fact, forged the conceptual instruments of cultural despotism. If socialist realism is basically the highest form of art for historiosophical reasons, and if its characteristic feature is that the author relates particulars to the whole, i.e. the battle for socialism, and identifies with those who are fighting that battle, then clearly the socialist state must foster and encourage the type of art in which its own interests are expressed. Literature and painting, whose main function was to glorify Stalin, are really, in terms of Lukács's doctrine, true examples of socialist realism. In general, he was well aware of the difference between good and bad art, but in the last resort what mattered was the content, i.e. in this case ideological values or the relation to the whole. Lukács also helped to popularize the deplorable misuse of the term dialectical, either to express a commonplace, or as a knockdown argument, enabling the user to dismiss empirical facts and maintain that superficially things may appear thus and so, but dialectically the case is the exact opposite. In his book on Lenin, for example, he accuses the reformists of having an undialectic conception of the nature of a majority, from which it would appear that the dialectical sense of this term is the opposite of what common sense or common arithmetic understands by it. In this and similar cases, the term dialectical is designed to convey that its user is in possession of a special, profound, infallible method of observing and understanding the world. In an interview given in October 1969, Lukács even stated that in Lenin there existed a dialectical unity of patience and impatience. Lukács was an extremely important figure in the history of Marxism, not only by virtue of his contribution to the interpretation of Marx's thought, or because he showed how the latter's philosophy could be used to justify the self-glorification of communist bureaucracies, or again because he originated or revived certain concepts which have had a strong influence on the shape of Marxism at the present day. Besides all this, he is important as an outstanding representative of those intellectuals who identified with the totalitarian system, denied their own intellectual values for the purpose, and evolved a theoretical justification of that denial. Lukács is depicted in literature as the Jesuit Nafta in Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain, a highly intelligent character who needs authority, finds it, and renounces his own personality for its sake. Lukács in fact was a truly intellectual, a man of immense culture, but one who craved intellectual security and could not endure the uncertainties of a sceptical or empirical outlook. In the Communist Party he found what many intellectuals need: absolute certainty in defiance of facts, an opportunity of total commitment that supersedes criticism and stills every anxiety. In his case, too, the commitment was such as to afford its own assurance of truth and invalidate all other intellectual criteria. From the time of his identification with communism and Marxism, Lukács knew that all problems of philosophy and the social sciences had been solved in principle, and that the only remaining task was to ascertain and proclaim the true content of Marx's and Lenin's ideas, so as to bring about a correct understanding of the received canon. He gave no further thought to the question whether the Marxian totality was itself a true one and how its truth could be proved. Consequently, his works, Georgy Lukács, Reason in the Service of Dogma 307, as we have pointed out, are a collection of dogmatic statements and not of arguments. Having once and for all found a standard of truth and accuracy, he applied it to one object after another, the philosophy of Hegel or Fichte, Goethe's poetry or Kafka's novels. His dogmatism was absolute, and almost sublime in its perfection. In his critique of Stalinism he did not step outside its fundamental bases. Lukács is perhaps the most striking example in the 20th century of what may be called the betrayal of reason by those whose profession is to use and defend it. Chapter 8. Karl Korsch. In the early 1920s, Karl Korsch was a well-known figure in the Marxist movement. After his expulsion from the Communist Party in R926, however, his name almost completely disappeared from circulation, though he remained active in politics and as a writer for over a quarter of a century. Posthumously, in the 60s, he was again officially mentioned, and some translations and new editions of his works were published. At present he enjoys the deserved reputation of having made some of the most interesting contributions to the interpretation of Marxism. Together with Lukács he was the most eminent of those who tried to reconstruct Marx's original philosophy, or rather anti-philosophy, in opposition both to the evolutionism and scientism of the Marxists of Kolakowski's generation and also to the neo-Kantian revisionists, and by so doing to furnish a correct basis, which in time became an anti-Leninist one, for the revolutionary strategy of the class struggle. Korsch's reconstruction is important for several reasons. In the first place, it made clear the Hegelian origin of Marxist dialectic. Secondly, it revived the almost forgotten early Marxist conception of the unity of theory and practice. Thirdly, it emphasized the purely negative aspect of Marxism as the consciousness of the proletariat, making a complete break with all traditional forms of life in bourgeois society, including the state, law, ethics, philosophy, and science. In some respects, the utopian radicalism of this reconstruction is reminiscent of Searle. Whether or not Korsch identified with Marxism as reinterpreted by him, his version is certainly one of the most fruitful attempts to consider Marx from the point of view of the German ideology rather than the critique of the Gotha program. Karl Korsch. 1. Biographical data. Karl Korsch was born near Hamburg, the son of a civil servant. He studied law and philosophy at different universities, received his doctorate in law at Jena in 1910, and in 1991 went to London for further studies. He joined the Fabian Society, and, as his biographers observe, the ideas of British socialism made a permanent impression on his mind, even during his later ultra-revolutionary phase. While fundamentally opposed to all reformism, he nevertheless maintained that both revolutionaries and British reformists were truly devoted to socialism and that they recognized the importance of subjective factors, unlike the orthodox leaders of the Second International, who relied on the beneficent effects of historical determinism. In the First World War, Korsch served for a time as an officer, but was reduced to the ranks for expressing anti-war sentiments. He joined the anti-war group of German socialists and was among the left-wing members of the Social Democratic Party who formed the German Communist Party in 1920. He took an active part in the Revolution of November 1918, and in 1923 was Minister of Justice in the short-lived revolutionary government of Thuringia. In the same year he became a professor at Jena University, a post he occupied until Hitler's accession to power. From 1924 he was a communist member of the Reichstag, and for a year he also edited the party's theoretical journal, Die Internationale. At that time he published theoretical articles and reviews, including 2 short essays on the dialectic, and also what is perhaps his most important work, Marxismus und die Philosophie, published in 1923 in Archiv für Geschichte so, Kolonialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung. These writings caused him to be regarded within the party as an ultra-leftist, a revisionist and an idealist, for which errors he and Lukács were condemned by Zinoviev at the 5th Comintern Congress in July 1924. While identifying with communism, Korsch from the first had reservations as to the principles of the Third International, especially the organizational forms which placed the whole communist movement in the hands of a professional apparatus and also subordinated the worldwide structure to the dictates of Moscow. Like other left-wing deviationists, he held that the party was no substitute for the revolutionary potential of the true proletariat. He finally came to believe that the Comintern was an instrument of counter-revolution and that the Soviet system was a proletarian dictatorship exercised not by the proletariat, but over it. He was expelled from the party in the spring of 1926, after which time he wrote and spoke as an independent Marxist. In 1930 he republished Marxismus und die Philosophie with an extensive commentary. Earlier, in 1929, he wrote a long and violent attack on KolakowskI, whose magnum opus, Die materialistische Geschichtsauffassung, appeared in 1927. In 1932 he published an edition of Das Kapital with an introduction, and in 1931 he wrote an essay, not published at the time, on the crisis of Marxism. In the 1930s he still considered himself a Marxist, but continued to criticize KolakowskI and Lenin, whose philosophies, he believed, had much in common despite their political differences. He also insisted more and more strongly that Marxism in the form inherited from the 19th century did not adequately express the consciousness of the modern proletariat, and that there was need for a new theory which would be a continuation but also a revision of Marxist doctrine. He put forward these views in Karl Marx and in articles entitled Why I Am a Marxist and Leading Principles of Marxism, A restatement. When Hitler came to power in 1935, Korsch emigrated to Denmark, where he lived for 2 years, and then to England. In 1936 he moved to the USA, where he spent the rest of his life. The first political writer to draw attention to his importance as an interpreter of Marx was no doubt Fitzgerald in the late 50s. In the next 2 decades he was the subject of a fairly large body of literature. 2. Theory and practice. Movement and ideology. Historical relativism. The essence of Marxism, Korsch repeatedly emphasized, was the practical interpretation of human consciousness, but this had been completely eliminated from the positivist version of Karl Korsch 311. Marxism, which dominated the Second International. All Marxists, to be sure, subscribed to the doctrine of the unity of theory and practice, but they usually meant by it, and Engels's writings tended to confirm this interpretation, that practice was the basis of knowledge and the touchstone of truth. It followed, in the first place, that practical considerations for the most part determined the range of the cognitive interests of human beings, that technical needs and material interests were the strongest incentive in the advance of science, and that people were deluded if they supposed that a disinterested thirst for information played any part in the extension of knowledge. In the second place, the current view meant that practical efficacy was the best confirmation of the hypotheses on which action is based. These two opinions, which were logically independent of each other, were applied both to the natural and to the social sciences. It might be observed that irrespective of whether or to what extent the unity of theory and practice, thus understood, was a reality, it was quite compatible with the traditional or transcendental conception of truth as consisting in the conformity of our judgment with a state of affairs completely independent of our cognitive activity. In other words, the unity of theory and practice, thus understood, did not conflict with what Marx called the contemplative conception of knowledge. The cognitive act, irrespective of the stimuli that provoked it, or of how the accuracy of its content was determined, was still the passive assimilation of a ready-made universe. In Korsch's view, however, the point of Marxism was not to supplement the traditional interpretation of cognition with observations regarding the motivation of cognitive acts and the verification of judgments, but to subject that interpretation to a radical change. Marxism was concerned particularly, though, as will appear, not exclusively with knowledge of the social universe. Theoretical knowledge was not a mere reflection of the social movement but a part, aspect, or expression of it. It must be interpreted as an essential component of the movement itself, and thus it was good or true in so far as it expressed the movement adequately and was aware that it did so. This applied above all to Marxism itself, which was an expression of the class struggle of the proletariat and not a science as understood by the positivists. This interpretation derived from Hegelian sources, for had not Hegel said that philosophy must be the intellectual expression of its own age? It was the essence of Marxism to have drawn the fullest possible conclusions from this point of view. Above all, as Korsch argued at length in Marxism and Philosophy, Marxism was not a new philosophical doctrine but the abolition of philosophy. To abolish philosophy, however, does not simply mean to despise or abandon it or dismiss it as an illusion, as Mering would have us do. For the very reason that philosophy was an expression of the historical process, it could not be done away with by ignoring it or by the exercise of philosophy itself, but only by means of a revolutionary and practical critique of society, whose existing philosophy dwelt in a mystified consciousness. Bourgeois society was an indissoluble whole and could only be attacked as such. The forms of consciousness of bourgeois society can only be abolished in thought and consciousness by a simultaneous practic objective overthrow of the material relations of production themselves, which have hitherto been comprehended through these forms. The fact that society is a totalitat means, in particular, that capitalist relations of production are what they are, only in conjunction with their ideological superstructure. Insofar as Marxism is a theoretical and practical attack on that society, an expression of the movement that is to destroy it, it is also a philosophical critique. Eventually, it aims at the concrete abolition of philosophy as part of the abolition of bourgeois social reality as a whole, of which it is an ideal component. This is the correct understanding of Marx's important concept of a critique of political economy. The subtitle of Das Kapital in the original, not merely an academic criticism of economic doctrines, but a practical attack on society through one of its main components, namely the economic ideologies which serve to perpetuate capitalist exploitation. If we consider social realities as a whole, we perceive the concurrence of reality and the theoretical forms that express it. They cannot exist separately, although the mystified bourgeois consciousness falsely imagines itself to be an external analysis of the social scene and not a part of it. Marxism, while unmasking this illusion, sees itself as a practical phenomenon, the expression and component of a social movement revolutionizing the present system. Although Korsch regards ideologies as a necessary element in the social whole, he emphasizes that they are by no means on a level with economic phenomena. On the contrary, he says, there are 3 degrees of reality: firstly, economics, which are the one true reality; secondly, the state and law, which are reality in an ideological disguise; and thirdly, pure ideology, which is unreal and without an object. In social affairs, the act of investigation coincides with its object, such is the Hegelian interpretation adopted by Marxism. From this point of view, Korsch likens the Marxist theory of society to the view of Clausewitz that the theory of war is not a matter of external observation but is part of war itself. If we lose sight of this identity, we cannot grasp the Hegelian Marxist sense of the dialectic. The dialectic is not simply a method applicable at will to any object. It would seem that in Korsch's view it is altogether impossible to expound the materialistic dialectic as a collection of statements or precepts of investigation. As an expression of the revolutionary movement of the working class, it is part of that movement and not a mere theory or system. The materialist dialectic of the proletariat cannot be learned in the abstract, or from so-called examples, as a separate science with its own subject matter. It can only be concretely applied in proletarian revolutionary practice and in the theory which is a real, immanent part of that revolutionary practice. This approach, it may be noted, involves a radical epistemological relativism. If philosophy and theories of society are nothing more than the intellectual expression of practical social movements and interests, it must be inferred that they cannot be evaluated except from the point of view of whether they reflect those movements adequately, and whether the movements themselves are progressive or not. In other words, no theory is true in itself in the sense of giving a correct description of the world, i.e. reflecting it accurately. The question of truth, in the ordinary sense, is meaningless, and theories are good or valid in so far as they are progressive and conscious of their own origins. It follows that Marxism is true only in the sense that at the present stage of history it articulates the consciousness of the progressive movement and is aware of that fact, and furthermore that a theory which is true at one time may be false at another by reason of a change in its social function. For instance, the doctrines of the progressive bourgeoisie were true as long as the bourgeoisie was progressive, but subsequently became reactionary and therefore false, and the same might one day be true of Marxism. Korsch in fact accepts all these conclusions, though he does not state them clearly enough. He states that it is the essence of dialectical materialism to regard all theoretical truths as strictly dieseitisch, a term which is to be understood as the opposite of transcendental. All truths with which we as human, this worldly beings are or have ever been concerned are likewise human, this worldly, and transient. No truths are immutable in themselves. What we call truths are the instruments of practical action by social classes. Korsch's theory is thus a kind of collective pragmatism which completely alters the nature of Marxism as a science. On several occasions he joins issue with both Hilferding and KolakowskI, who asserted that Marxism was only a theory of the laws of social development and did not, as such, involve any social commitment or value judgments, but could be accepted even by those who did not share the objectives of the socialist movement. In Korsch's view, the separation of theory from practice, of doctrinal truth from the revolutionary movement, was a complete distortion of Marxism. Since Marxism is simply the class consciousness of the revolutionary proletariat, it can only be recognized in the act of practical commitment to that movement, there can in principle be no such thing as purely theoretical Marxism. What is more, the doctrine of relativism, historicism, and the rejection of the idea of truth in the ordinary sense applies not only to the social sciences but also to natural science. There is no basic difference in this respect between our knowledge of nature and of society. Historical and natural reality are one and the same universe, both are part of the process of human life, and they are linked on the economic plane and specifically in material production. All natural circumstances, biological, physical, geographical, affect our lives not directly but through the intermediary of productive forces, and thus present themselves to us as social and historical phenomena. The whole universe as known to us is a social universe. As far as we are concerned, there is no such thing as nature independent of history and wholly external to us. Thus not only the social but the natural sciences are historical and practical expressions of a particular social totality and of class interests. The revolutionary movement, in abolishing society as we know it, abolishes not only its philosophy but all other sciences. Korsch maintains that when the present order is overthrown even mathematics will have to be transformed, though he adds that it would be foolish for a Marxist to claim that a new, Marxist mathematics can be put into operation at the present time. In general, he contends, the function of Marxism is chiefly negative. It is a component of the movement to destroy bourgeois society, not a collection of new sciences to replace the existing ones. While Korsch extends the class viewpoint to cover natural science, he does not share Lukács's view of the dialectic of nature. Since knowledge of nature, no less than knowledge of society, is part of a social, practical attitude, there is no ground for asserting that nature as we know it is not dialectical, for it too is a human creation. On this point Korsch's view appears to be the same as Gramsci's. The proletarian revolutionary movement ends by abolishing all the economic, social, and ideological forms of bourgeois society. It does not create a new philosophy or sociology, but abolishes both these things along with all other sciences, the state, law, money, the family, ethics, and religion. Korsch, for instance, criticizes Pashukanis for writing about socialist ethics. Communism has no ethics of its own, but does away with ethics as a form of consciousness. He does not, however, explain exactly how the abolition of ethics or science is to come about, but confines himself to vague generalities for which he finds some support in equally general observations by Marx. Marx believed that in time to come there would be a single science, embracing all aspects of reality, and that people would be so integrated as to express the whole of their social being equally in all forms of activity and thought, as in the utopias of Kolakowski and Hess, thought and action would in some mysterious way coincide. One can imagine that in such a society there would indeed be no room for ethics as a collection of general norms regulating communal life, since every individual would experience himself immediately as a social being, that is to say, he would identify spontaneously with the whole, and would need no abstract norms or rules for this purpose. This, it would seem, is what both Korsch and Lukács meant by the abolition of all bourgeois institutions, the elimination of all reified forms of life, i.e. all instruments or agencies which in any way mediate between individuals. The society of the future would consist of individuals with a permanent, indestructible awareness of their identity with the community. They would also themselves be perfectly integrated, having overcome the division of labor and recognizing no difference between thought, feeling, and conduct. As we have shown earlier, this messianic era of the perfect integration of all human powers is the essence of Marx's utopia, and Korsch deserves credit for reviving awareness of it. 3. Three phases of Marxism. The question arises, however, how is it that this essential feature of Marx's interpretation of the world was overlooked for decades and replaced by evolutionist, determinist, and positivist scientism? Korsch seeks to explain this aberration in terms of historical materialism, that is to say, he tries to explain the history of Marxism itself on Marxist principles. His view is that Marxism has gone through three clearly differentiated stages, corresponding to three phases of the development of the workers' movement. He defines this chronology in similar terms in several essays, and most fully in the introduction to the second edition of Marxismus und Philosophie. The first phase corresponds to the first few years of the formation of Marxist thought, from 1843 to 1848, when revolutionary theory was taking shape as the consciousness of the proletariat directly based on an actual class struggle. The unity of theory and practice was not a mere slogan but a reality. After June 1848, however, the situation changed as capitalism entered upon a new phase of development and expansion. For the rest of the 19th century, Marxism could only develop as a theory, and, despite the theoretical achievements of Marx and Engels, scientific socialism did not and could not exist in the sense of class consciousness actually assimilated and created by the proletariat. Theory became independent of the revolutionary movement, and this altered its content. Especially after Marx's death, his ideas increasingly took on the character of a system, supposedly based on purely scientific values. This form of Marxism, divorced from revolution, became the dogmatic ideology of the orthodoxy of the Second International. Marx himself was not free from guilt in the matter of stripping Marxism of its revolutionary content, especially in the critique of the Gotha program, but the main cause lay in objective political conditions, which simply did not permit the theory to function as only the expression of an actual movement. More and more, Marxists treated scientific socialism as the sum of different sciences: economics, sociology, history, philosophy, with no direct relation to the class struggle. That is to say, these sciences theorized about the class struggle but were not themselves part of it. Only around the turn of the century came the third phase, with attempts to revive the subjective aspect of Marxism as a proletarian theory of the class struggle. This change was due to three main developments: trade union reformism, revolutionary syndicalism, and Bolshevism. The tendency of all these was to shift the attention of theorists from the economic laws of capitalism to the subjective activity of the working class, and thus to restore Marxism to its proper function as the intellectual superstructure of the actual class movement. Leninist communism, however, did not radically overcome the dogmatism of the Second International. Theory was still regarded as a reflection of the external world, not an expression of the activity of the proletariat. Thus both Lenin and KolakowskI took the view that theory came into existence independently of the workers' movement and was then instilled into it from outside. Lenin, moreover, treated theory simply as a practical tool in the technical sense, a statement being true or false according as it served the party's interest. Korsch repeated this last objection several times, though it is not clear at first sight in what way Lenin's utilitarian attitude towards theory differed from his own opinion that Marxism was defined by its function in the class struggle and not by its content alone. It appears, however, that Korsch took the view that a revolutionary theory must be the expression of a movement, and not an instrument forged outside the movement by leaders or theoreticians. Although he does not use these terms, it may be said that in his view the historical meaning of a theory is determined by its origin and not by its actual function. However, as Korsch observed in 1931, none of the main forms of theoretical activity in which the subjective aspect of Marxism was revived was appropriate to the needs of the class struggle of the proletariat in its current phase. There was a clear divergence between Russian communism and the position of Western theoreticians of the revolution such as Leszek, Pannekoek, and Korsch himself. Leninism had proved to be an adequate theoretical form for the anti-imperialist struggle in countries on the periphery of the capitalist world, but the working class in the developed capitalist countries needed a new basis of theory which Marxism in its inherited form could not provide. Korsch therefore abandoned his original hope that it was sufficient to return to authentic Marxism to restore the revolutionary consciousness of the modern proletariat. He did not, however, formulate a theory of his own as a substitute, supplement, or revision of Marxism. It cannot be inferred from his writings what such a theory would have been like, or how it would have differed from traditional Marxism. 4. Critique of KolakowskI. It is quite understandable that from the point of view of Korsch's interpretation of Marxism, the whole of Kolakowski's theoretical work must have seemed a perfect and classical specimen of the aberration into which Marxism fell when it lost touch with the revolutionary movement. Korsch's violent attack on Kolakowski's magnum opus is thus essentially a reaffirmation of his own position. He objected to Kolakowski not so much as a reformist but rather as a naturalist and Darwinist who regarded historical materialism as the application to human history of the general principles of organic evolution. The main points of his attack are as follows. Firstly, he observes, Kolakowski treats Marxism as a purely scientific theory, the truth of which has nothing to do with its class function and can be established by universally recognized criteria of scientific accuracy. This, however, amounts to emptying Marxism of its revolutionary content and reverting to mystified bourgeois objectivism. Secondly, Kolakowski replaces the dialectic by a general epistemology borrowed from Mach and based on the principle that thoughts must correspond to facts and to one another. As for the dialectic of nature, which was of importance to Marx and Engels only in so far as it figured in the dialectic of history, Kolakowski presented it as a collection of universal laws of development, of which human history is a particular example. His standpoint is that of 19th-century scientific materialism or popular Darwinism, summed up in the view that man is an animal and is subject to all the laws of species evolution, all history is explained by adaptation to the environment, and all human behavior by biological instincts. KolakowskI, seeking to deduce eternal laws of history from biology, is really trying to perpetuate the specific features of bourgeois society, and is incapable of perceiving that society as a historical interrelated whole which can only be, and must be, abolished as the totality of its component parts. It is not surprising that in treating society as an objective process subject to natural laws, and constructing his theory in isolation from its subjective base, Kolakowski is obliged, like the Neo-Kantians, to reassert the distinction, which Marx resolved, between what is and what ought to be, thus resorting to idealistic normativism as a complement to the materialism of natural science. Thirdly, Kolakowski's theory of the state is absolutely contrary to Marxism. He regards the state as the permanent and highest form of social existence, and democracy as the supreme achievement of history. The state, in his view, accounts for existing relations of production, and not vice versa. As to the origin of the state, Kolakowski, in opposition to Engels, invokes the hypotheses of violence and conquest. States, he says, were usually formed by warlike nomads raiding peaceful settlements. Today, however, democratic state forms are gradually prevailing everywhere. Thus Kolakowski abandons the whole theory of the state as an instrument of oppression and exploitation, in favor of a bourgeois theory of democratic progress. Instead of the revolutionary abolition of the state, he thinks only of its further democratization, and he is thus an advocate of bourgeois statehood. The abolition of the state, of money, and of the division of labor, all these ideas, which belong to the essence of Marxism, he treats as an anachronistic utopia. He believes that the class struggle of the proletariat can henceforth be carried on within the framework of the bourgeois state and its democratic institutions, and he rejects on principle the idea of revolutionary violence. All in all, Kolakowski is an example of a degenerate form of Marxism, perverted in such a way as to impose a brake on the class struggle. Korsch's analysis is itself typical of communist criticism. One can see from it why Korsch is outraged by Kolakowski, but it does not give reasons why we should agree with the former rather than the latter on any particular point. When, for instance, Kolakowski argues that as a matter of history states were generally created by conquest, and by a particular form of conquest, Korsch does not dispute the statement or advance new historical facts. Since facts do not interest him, he only remarks indignantly that Kolakowski is in disagreement with Engels. Similarly, Kolakowski tried to give practical reasons why prophecies about the abolition of the state, law, money, and the division of labor were unreal. Korsch does not try to refute these arguments, but only repeats that Kolakowski's critique empties Marxism of its revolutionary content. The whole of his attack is devoid of argumentative force or theoretical substance, and is merely a restatement of his own interpretation of Marxism. Korsch's indifference to empirical argument is indeed admirably suited to his whole doctrine. Since a theory, as he constantly repeats, can only be the intellectual expression of a social movement, whether or not it is conscious of performing this function, it is pointless to judge it by any universal criteria of scientific accuracy. One either sides with the bourgeoisie or with the proletariat, and everything else follows automatically from that commitment. Rational cognitive criteria cease to exist. And the act of political identification takes the place of theoretical reflection. By professing Marxism in this form, Korsch perhaps expressed more clearly than anyone else the latent anti-intellectualism of Marxism and communism. 5. Critique of Leninism. In the first half of the 1920s, Korsch was an avowed Leninist, as may be seen from his article Lenin und die Komintern, from his reviews of Lukács's book on Lenin and of articles by Stalin. In particular, he took Lenin's side against Rosa Luxemburg on the question of the party and spontaneity. His support was stated in general terms, however, and it is clear that from the beginning he was opposed to the substitution of party control for the Soviets, and believed in the direct dictatorship of the working class as a whole. It is also clear, though he did not say so at that time, that his whole reconstruction of Marxism as an expression of proletarian consciousness was incompatible with Lenin's theory of reflection. Soon after breaking with the Communist Party, Korsch made a clear statement of his disagreement with Leninism. He repeated several times that from the theoretical point of view there was little or no difference between the Leninists and the orthodox of the Second International. Both believed in Marxism as a science and as the true reflection of reality, whereas it was in fact the class self-awareness of the revolutionary movement and, as such, was an aspect of that movement and not merely an objective account of empirical facts. The separation of subject and object, theory and practice, was exactly the same in Lenin's case as in Kolakowski's. Lenin had also abandoned the Marxist idea of the abolition of philosophy and had tried to create a new doctrine which preserved Hegel's cognitive absolutism while substituting matter for spirit. This was no more than a terminological device. True Marxism knew nothing of any absolute, or of any transcendental epistemology. Lenin had failed to understand the dialectic. He had situated the dialectical movement in the external world, nature or society, ignoring the fact that knowledge is not a mere copy or reflection of the objective process, but an active element in it. Hence pure theory and pure practice were as much divorced in his thinking as in any positivism, and so were the method and content of knowledge. As a result, the Leninists had created a system in which the doctrine invented by them independently of the class struggle was used as an instrument of ideological dictatorship over science and art. There was a close link between Lenin's philosophical positivism and Soviet despotism, for, once it was accepted that the theory was not an expression of the actual workers' movement but a scientific doctrine claiming to possess objective truth on grounds independent of the movement, this doctrine became a despotic ideology enabling the party apparatus to exercise a dictatorship over the proletariat. Korsch finally reached the conclusion that the Soviet state was a totalitarian counter-revolutionary system, a form of monopoly state capitalism which had no more than verbal links with Marxism and was closer to fascist totalitarianism than to a proletarian dictatorship as understood by Marx. 6. A new definition of Marxism. In a brief essay or declaration of 1935 entitled Why I Am a Marxist, Korsch reformulated the main features of Marxist doctrine in 4 points, as follows. Firstly, all the tenets of Marxism are particular, not general. Marxism does not comprise any general theory of the relation between the base and the superstructure. Engels' statements about mutual influence are valueless, as we cannot establish any quantitative criterion of measurement. The only statements that are valid are particular descriptions of particular phenomena at a given stage of history. Secondly, Marxism is critical and not positive. It is neither a science nor a philosophy, but a theoretical and practical critique of existing society, and is therefore itself a kind of praxis. However, the proletariat must be able to distinguish between true and false scientific claims, and therefore Marxism consists of exact, empirically verifiable knowledge, no less precise than that of natural science. Thirdly, the subject of Marxism is capitalist society in the period of its decline, including everything that throws light on the historical character of existing relations of production. Fourthly, its purpose is not to contemplate the world but to change it, and theory is subordinated to revolutionary aims. The first of these points, it will be seen, is a drastic limitation of the scope of Marxism. It would be very hard to show that Marx never made general statements about the interdependence of various aspects of social life, but was content to observe particular historical phenomena. As to the second point, it is not clear how the general rule of empiricism can be reconciled with the notion of a theory which is only the expression of an actual social movement. If Marxism is subject to criteria of empirical verification in the same way as any other science, its validity must depend on whether it satisfies those criteria and not on how adequately it expresses a particular class interest. In that case, the fact that Marxism serves as a political instrument is logically irrelevant to its value or content. It can be professed by anyone who thinks it meets the requirements of scientific accuracy, whether or not he accepts the values of socialism and the workers' movement. But in this same statement Korsch explicitly rejects that viewpoint, which was characteristic of the theoreticians of the Second International. Thus his revised version of Marxism still appears to contain an incurable contradiction. Chapter 9. Lucien Goldman. I Life and Writings. Goldman, as we have mentioned, was the most active exponent of Lukács's ideas in France, and he endeavored to reduce the latter's doctrine to methodical rules and even to a codified system. He also showed, in studies on Jansenism, how these rules might be applied to historical research. His chief interest was the methodology of the humanistic sciences, and his work on the history of philosophy and literature was conceived from the outset as a demonstration of method rather than as a description. Lucien Goldman, a Romanian Jew, was born in Bucharest, where he initially studied law. Afterwards he studied philosophy, Germanic philology, and economics, at Vienna and LW6W in 1933, and in Paris from 1934 onwards. During the Nazi occupation he moved to Switzerland, where he worked for a time as assistant to the psychologist Jean Piaget, an association that had a marked effect on his later work and habits of thought. He attempted on many occasions to show that Piaget's genetic epistemology agreed in the main, as to its theoretical basis and results, with his own theory of genetic structuralism, and that the latter, properly understood, was nothing but the dialectical method evolved by Hegel, Marx, and the young Lukács, although Piaget's results were achieved experimentally and were not due to any philosophical inspiration. Goldman prepared a doctoral thesis on Kant at Zurich. After the war he returned to Paris and lived there till his death, working in the Centre National de Recherche Scientifique and later in the École Pratique de Hautes Études. In 1952 he published a short book on humanistic methodology entitled Sciences humaines et philosophie, and in 1955 his principal work, L'éducation. Études sur la vision tragique dans les pensées de Pascal et dans le théâtre de Racine. The purpose of this book was to show how the observation of significant structures of consciousness, related to the specific situations of social classes, could be of use in understanding cultural phenomena and bringing to light aspects that would otherwise remain unexplored. In subsequent years Goldman did not publish any large work, but he produced numerous essays and addresses which were collected in the volumes Recherches dialectiques, pour une sociologie du roman, and Marxisme et sciences humaines. He also wrote Racine and Situation de la critique racinienne. For many years he was a zealous expounder of the dialectic. His flowing white locks and bear-like silhouette were familiar to participants in innumerable congresses and humanistic symposia, at which, in a bass voice and passionate, somewhat aggressive tones, he would expatiate time and again on the principles of genetic structuralism as exemplified particularly in Pascal and Racine. Unlike Lukács, whose disciple he considered himself to be, Goldman was not politically active, he was never a Stalinist and at no time belonged to any party, except for a Trotskyist group which he joined for a few months in early youth. He was, however, a convinced socialist, and in his last years took a lively interest in workers' councils as a new form of socialist development in Western society. 2. Genetic structuralism, Weltanschauung, and class consciousness. As mentioned above, Goldman regarded the names of Hegel, Marx, Lukács, and Piaget as 4 milestones in the history of the dialectical method and the interpretation of social phenomena. Thanks to the methods they had worked out, humanistic science was able to overcome the traditional opposition, emphasized by the neo-Kantians, between explanation and understanding, to free itself from the dichotomy of facts and values, and finally to combine the historical and genetic viewpoint with the structural one. The main ideas of genetic structuralism are as follows. The first task of humanistic science is to identify its object correctly. It is not obvious, nor a matter of simple common sense, how the subjects of study are to be defined or singled out, whether they should consist, for instance, of an individual person, a work of art or philosophy, a whole cultural era, philosophy in the technical sense, or painting considered as a distinct activity. According to dialectical thought, no empirical facts are significant in themselves, their meaning only comes to light when they are combined into a whole or structure of some kind. For the student of civilization, these structures consist of human behavior patterns involving an interdependence of intellectual activity and its products, of moral and aesthetic values and the actions intended to give effect to them. The observer is not bound by the limitations that restrict people's understanding of their own behavior, on the contrary, it is his business to understand them better and more consistently than they do themselves, and this applies also to the interpretation of artistic and philosophical works. His task is to discover the significant structures that alone give meaning to particular facts, ideas, and values. Facts concerning man always form themselves into significant global structures, which are at one and the same time practical, theoretical, and emotive, and these structures can be studied in a scientific manner, that is to say they can be both explained and understood, only within a practical perspective based upon the acceptance of a certain set of values. The dialectic is based on the principle that cultural activities are not the work of individuals but of social groups, and particularly of classes as historically privileged communities. Cultural achievements are to be considered as the response of these groups to global situations, which they are designed to affect in a way favorable to the group interest. Thus the genetic interpretation of a work of art or philosophy must not be related to the personal qualities of its creator, for this would leave out of account the community, which is the true begetter of civilization. Nor is it correct to study the influence of tradition on the individual thinker, writer, or artist, for it is he who, as it were, selects the influence he will undergo in order to express the aspirations of his class. In short, genetic explanation means explanation in the light of a social situation, not of some immanent cultural logic or individual psychology. So far, Goldman does not go beyond the standard rules of historical materialism. He goes on to argue, however, that by formulating these rules more specifically it is possible to resolve all the traditional dilemmas of humanistic methodology. He attaches particular importance to the distinction, scarcely noticed by Marx but developed by Lukács, between actual and potential class consciousness. The latter is called by Lukács Zugerechnetsbewusstsein, and by Goldman conscience possible. Lukács states in History and Class Consciousness that by relating the empirical consciousness of a social class to the totality of the historical process we can discover not only what that class actually thinks, feels, and desires, but also what it would think, feel, and desire if it had a clear, unmystified understanding of its position and interests. The dialectic, in other words, enables us to discover the full extent of the potential consciousness of a particular class in particular historical conditions, and this conception, according to Goldman, provides the key to the study of civilization. Potential consciousness is not a fact, but a theoretical construction. It can and does happen, however, that outstandingly gifted members of a class transcend the average and express that class's aspirations or interests in a more perfect form, thus converting potential into actual consciousness. Thus an observer sufficiently skilled in dialectic can discover what form of consciousness is perfectly appropriate to a particular group, or what this archetypal consciousness might be or ought to have been. Goldman claimed specifically to have analyzed the Jansenist consciousness in this way. However, the explanation of cultural phenomena by class origin does not mean reducing culture to economic behavior. On this point, too, Goldman agrees with Lukács. Human communities are integral wholes, and only by abstraction do we distinguish different factors and spheres of life. There is not really any separate history of economics, politics, religion, philosophy, or literature. There is a single concrete historical process, manifesting itself in various forms of behavior. The true subject of humanistic study is not a cause and effect relation between economics and culture. The primacy of economics in Marx's theory is not a law of history, it merely reflects the fact that human beings through the ages have had to devote most of their time to satisfying elementary material needs. Under socialism they will no longer have to. Hence cultural activities are neither mere effects or byproducts of economic history, nor are they simply means of pursuing other interests and aspirations which, supposedly, are the only real ones. On the contrary, class structures may be studied through their expression in literature or philosophy. If we accept that all human behavior has a meaning, but that it is revealed not in the motives of individuals but only in the more or less conscious endeavors of large social groups, then, according to Goldman, we no longer need distinguish between explanation and understanding as two separate, independent modes of investigation. Understanding is not, as Dilthey would have it, a matter of imitative experience or empathy. Understanding presents itself to us as a purely intellectual approach based on a description, as exact as possible, of the significant structure, while explanation is simply the integration of that structure, as a constitutive and functional element, in a structure that directly comprises it. There is a hierarchy of structures. When we describe an inferior structure we understand it, i.e. we grasp its meaning. When we include it in a larger structure we understand that structure, and at the same time we explain the lesser by the greater. There is thus no difference between the two methods, but only in the scope of the object. The act of explaining a particular structure, and understanding one superior to it in the hierarchy, is one and the same. A structure is not necessarily a harmonious whole. On the contrary, it usually presents internal contradictions owing to the fact that the values pursued by a given class are mutually incompatible, or unattainable in the historical circumstances of the time, or that attempts to realize them bring about opposite results to those intended. A structure is thus not only an orderly system, but a complex of tensions as well. While non-genetic structuralism confines itself to constructing internally connected wholes, and while genetic structuralism of the Freudian type considers only the psychological genesis of the meanings under observation, genetic structuralism as developed by Marx, Lukács, and Piaget regards individuality only as a manifestation of collective tensions, struggles, and aspirations. In addition to surmounting the distinction between explanation and comprehension, genetic structuralism makes it possible to resolve the dichotomy of facts and values. The wholes or structures that are the object of our study are an indissoluble complex of practical and mental activities, moral and aesthetic attitudes. Intellectual activity presupposes such evaluative acts, which cannot in fact be separated from purely cognitive ones. Reality always presents itself as a field for practical activity. Perception at every level selects its object in accordance with human values and desires, and is always, as it were, incipient action. There is simply no such thing as pure, disinterested contemplation. Acts of cognition must and can only be understood as a particular aspect of man as a practical being. Thus humanist studies, conscious of this integrality of all human behavior, cannot without distortion distinguish between purely intellectual activity and evaluative attitudes. Piaget helped to illustrate this practical character of mental activity by showing that all cognitive structures, for instance, the concepts and rules of logic, arithmetic, and geometry, arise, on both the ontogenetic and the phylogenetic level, from the convergence of various circumstances, including human communications, language, and practical habits formed in early childhood. Piaget showed experimentally, as it were, that our intellectual structuralization of the world cannot be explained by transcendental norms of rationality, but derives from social and practical circumstances. Cognitive norms are instruments of communal life and practice, they therefore comprise evaluative and practical elements, and could not be framed without them. For the genetic structuralist, the object of study par excellence is the worldview or pattern of aspirations, feelings, and ideas that unites the members of a group and opposes them to other groups. This unitary principle is so important that, Goldman argues, it is wrong for the humanist to study art or literature, philosophical or theological ideas as separate subjects. The worldview must be studied through all forms of expression and not only, for instance, in its discursive philosophical aspect. Hence, too, the history of philosophy, art, or literature is not a proper object of study in itself. The historian of Jansenism must investigate that phenomenon or worldview as a whole, so as to reveal the common ideological inspiration behind the writings of Pascal and Racine and the painting of Philippe de Champagne. Thus Goldman seeks to reorganize humanistic studies so as to subordinate them in their entirety to the study of large communities and the cultural monuments created by them. All these rules are not so unambiguous that a mere statement of them suffices to indicate how they should be applied. It may be useful, therefore, to show how this is done in L'Éducation, although the subject of that work is somewhat too particular as far as our own argument is concerned. 3. The tragic worldview. Although Goldman considered himself a Marxist, he never adopted the simplistic division of the history of philosophy into two trends labeled materialism and idealism. He saw the units of historical meaning quite differently, and attached particular importance to the tragic worldview, as he perceived it in Jansenism and to some extent in the works of Kant. The tragic worldview in the 17th century was, he believed, an attempt to rediscover a global picture of the world that had been shattered by the inroads of rationalism and empiricism. These doctrines, which reflected the ambitions of the tiers état, had destroyed the idea of human fellowship and the ordered conception of the universe, replacing them by the notion of the rational individual and the concept of unlimited space. The new worldview called in question the traditional hierarchy and sought to transform society into a collection of free, equal, autonomous, and isolated units. In philosophy and literature its champions were Descartes and Corneille. Cartesianism eliminated all sources of morality outside the individual, there was no room for God in its world, or for the universe considered as a beneficent order. The tragic worldview had to take account of these effects of rationalism, which already dominated the intellectual life of Europe. It attempted to counter the new spirit, as it were, from within. It accepted reason, but disputed its monopoly, and it insisted that there was a God, while admitting that he was not directly present in nature. Science having concealed God from human eyes, the tragic worldview produced the idea of a Deus absconditus. Pascal's God is at the same time always present and always absent. He is a spectator of human life, but his presence cannot be confirmed by reason. He is no longer man's helper nor even a guarantor of the validity of knowledge, he is a judge and nothing more. Rationalism had shaken the foundations of order in the world. The tragic view expressed the consciousness of those who could not efface the results of rationalism but were ill at ease in an ambiguous world, deserted by providence and deprived of clear moral laws. The tragic view admits no gradation between perfection and nothingness. The eye of the hidden God deprives the world of all its value, but precisely since he is hidden, the empirical world is the only one we can perceive directly, and it is therefore everything to us as well as nothing. Those who hold this view are the victims of a constant inner conflict, they can neither flee from the world nor live in it so as to realize transcendent values. The only consistent attitude they can adopt is to live in the world while constantly refusing allegiance to it. This was the attitude of Pascal when he wrote the Pensies, and of Racine at the time of Phèdre. Jansenism was not a single unified movement, though its adherents shared certain characteristics and values: the doctrine of efficacious grace, anti-Molinism, rejection of the Dieu de philosophes, aversion to mysticism, defense of Jansen, and the anti-historical rejection of the world. Goldman distinguished four main variants of the Jansenist attitude. The first stood for complete rejection of the world, from which it took refuge in contemplation. The second sought to reform the world by remaining in it and discriminating between good and evil. The third attempted to compromise with the world. The fourth, and the most consistent, accepted the tragic situation: it remained in the world while denying the world, and expressed man's uncertainty and helplessness in the extreme form of the pari, the wager that applied not only to salvation but to the very existence of God. In the tragic predicament in which God deprives the world of all value and yet, by his absence, obliges man to regard it as his only good, the human outlook is reduced to a permanent paradox, constantly denying and affirming the same proposition. For man's life is lived among antagonistic values, none of which can eliminate the others. It is part of the tragic consciousness to feel that one lives for the realization of values that cannot be realized completely and therefore not at all, for those who believe in all or nothing. Man can turn only to God, but God does not answer him. Thus the true utterance of the tragic consciousness is a monologue, a voice crying in the wilderness. The Pensies are a monologue of this kind, not an apologetic treatise. Pascal and Racine represent Jansenism in a consummate form, expressing fully what others say by halves, and thus they exemplify the maximum potential consciousness of the community to which they belong. It is a class consciousness, that of the noblesse de robe during the transition to absolute monarchy, when the former was being more and more displaced from its social fastnesses by the new royal bureaucracy. While depriving it of its raison d'etre, however, the monarchy was still its economic mainstay, and hence the consciousness of the noblesse de robe took on a tragic and paradoxical form. The new political trends were strange and hostile to it, but it could not aspire to alter them radically. This confusion and perplexity found its literary and philosophical expression in Jansenism, the ideology of a class driven into less and less favorable positions, and bound up with a system that maintained it on the one hand and destroyed it on the other. In the tragic consciousness there is no place for mysticism. On the contrary, God appears as an infinitely remote being. He cannot be reached in mystic unity but only in prayer, which stresses the distance that mysticism seeks to annihilate. Pascal reached the zenith of tragic consciousness in 1657, immediately after the date of the Provincial Letters. He denied the value of all worldly knowledge, yet went on with scientific research. He refused to compromise with authority, yet declared his obedience to the Church. He did not believe that truth and righteousness could triumph in this world, but he proclaimed that the whole of life should be devoted to fighting for them. This attitude also conditioned his literary style. In the world of tragedy no statement is true and no action is right unless accompanied by another which contradicts it. To this extent Pascal is also an exponent of dialectical thought. Although his dialectic is static and tragic, there is no synthesis, no escape from the clash of opposites. In Pascal's world man lives between two extremes, but he does not feel this as a natural position, because both extremes attract him equally and seem equally right, so that he lives in a state of constant tension. He cannot accept finitude, and he sees infinity as unattainable. He affirms himself only through his own weakness and incapacity for synthesis. He yearns for wholeness, but perceives that his yearning is in vain. In the last resort Pascal cannot recognize any basic principles of cognition, either the cogito or the rules of empiricism, but falls back on the raisons du cœur, on a practical faculty as the only trustworthy guide. In this respect too he anticipates dialectical thought. His dialectic reaches its acme in the peri, where a question fundamental to human destiny, the existence of God, is decided not by theoretical reasoning but by a gambler's throw. Pascal knows that reason left to itself is helpless, and he thus knows, as it were, that cognitive activity is only an aspect of the complete man. Since not only God's will but his very existence are hidden from us, we are forced to take the risk of wagering on this cardinal question, and the situation that makes this necessary does not depend on our own will. The pari is an act of hope, a practical act to decide a theoretical question. It is similar in this to Kant's practical reason, which decides metaphysical questions in reliance on the possibility of a supreme good, and also to Marx's invocation of the classless society. It is by no means scientifically proved that there is bound to be such a society, but by believing in it we commit ourselves actively to its cause. Neither the past nor the future play a part in Pascal's dialectic, only the present, which is constantly passing away, and the nostalgic sense of eternity. Society is full of evil, and no rules of justice can be discerned in it, but we are condemned to live in the world of men although we have no hope that it will change radically for the better. Pascal's social conservatism and his paradoxical contempt for all the values of law, custom, and social hierarchy are both consequences of the tragic worldview. In this analysis of Goldman's we have an example of the construction of historical categories which explain structures of consciousness in relation to the class situation. Such categories, if properly devised, make it possible to give a uniform sense to phenomena without isolating them from their historical sources, and thus they satisfy the demands of both structuralist thought and genetic interpretation. By constructing such conceptual aids we provide ourselves with the means of interpreting a wide range of phenomena. Having seen Jansenism to be the ideology of the noblesse de robe, we can also see libertinism as the ideology of the noblesse de coeur, expressed for example in Molière's plays. Le Misanthrope is an attack on Jansenism, Dom Juan, while accepting libertinism in principle, is also a partial critique of it and a reassertion of l'homme sûr. 4. Goldman and Lukács. Comment on genetic structuralism. Goldman, as already mentioned, regarded himself as a disciple and continuer of Lukács's work, especially the early Lukács of Die Seele und die Form. And History and Class Consciousness. In fact, however, Goldman adopted only part of Lukács's theory, omitting other features which Lukács himself regarded as fundamental. Goldman attempted to put into effect the concept of historical totality. He believed that scientific observation must lead to the discovery of class consciousness as it ought to be, were it fully consistent, that the dialectical method made it possible to resolve the dichotomy of facts and values, understanding and explanation, that cognitive acts were always involved in practical attitudes, so that it was impossible to isolate an element of pure theoretical contemplation in human behavior. And, accordingly, that there were no absolute criteria of knowledge, no basic judgments. In all these ideas he was faithful to Lukács. But he was not interested in what Lukács regarded as an essential point, namely the mythology of the proletariat as the repository of the liberated absolute consciousness, nor did he hold that that perfect consciousness was embodied in the Communist Party. All these questions were quite alien to him, and consequently in all specific matters he was much less dogmatic than Lukács. His general view, which he repeated many times, was that the Marxist critique of reification in capitalist society was fully applicable at the present day. The transformation of all human products and individuals into goods comparable in quantitative terms, the disappearance of qualitative links between people, the gap between private and public life, the loss of personal responsibility and the reduction of human beings to executors of tasks imposed by a rationalized system, the resulting deformation of personality, the impoverishment of human contacts, the loss of solidarity, the absence of generally recognized criteria of artistic work, experimentation as a universal creative principle, the loss of authentic culture owing to the segregation of the different spheres of life, in particular the domination of productive processes treated as an element independent of all others. These were all features of the consumption-oriented society. On the other hand, Goldman believed that historical development had invalidated another part of Marx's analysis, namely the pauperization of the proletariat and the growth of revolutionary consciousness. Capitalism had managed to provide the workers with a relatively secure and satisfactory life, and there was therefore no reason to expect that their revolutionary mood and aspirations would reach an explosive pitch as forecast by the early Marxists. On this point Goldman disagreed with Lukács, and it is an essential one. Lukács would not have been Lukács without his faith in the revolutionary consciousness of the proletariat. For similar reasons Goldman did not fully accept Lukács's aesthetic theory. He did not believe in socialist realism as the highest phase of culture. Unlike Lukács, he was keenly alive to new trends in literature and art, and was a sympathetic critic of such authors as Gombrowicz, Rob Grillet, Jean Genet, and Nathalie Sarraute, whose work is diametrically opposed to anything that could be called socialist realism. In these writers too he looked for a structure which corresponded to particular social phenomena, whether or not they themselves intended or even perceived the correspondence. For instance, Rob Grillet's Les Coms revealed the self-regulating mechanism of capitalist society, while the same author's La Jalousie was about reification. In this sense Goldman can be called a moderate Lukácsist, which is as much as to say that he was not a Lukácsist at all. He only adopted certain categories of Lukács's which he thought useful in studying the history of the dialectic and of civilization generally. Goldman's political views also had little in common with communist dogmatism. As we have seen, he did not believe in a proletarian revolution taking place as the classical doctrine had predicted. He believed, however, that the most important need was for a new social order which would free the world from reified structures and restore a sense of authenticity and human solidarity. He was particularly interested in the movement for workers' self-government, which Serge Malat sought to place on a theoretical basis, and in Yugoslav experiments in this sphere. He thought this movement might lead in time, without violent revolutionary shocks, to a reunification of economic and cultural life, that it might give the workers a new sense of responsibility and of belonging to the community, and reforge the links which capitalism had broken by quantifying all human values. But he did not define socialism in institutional terms, nor in terms of increased consumption. To him, the main features of the socialist ideal were spiritual values, the directness of social ties, and the responsibility of the individual. He did not believe in any laws of history guaranteeing that the ideal would be realized. It was a duty to wager on it, but there was no certainty of a payoff. As Goldman was much less burdened with the dogmatic heritage of Marxism than was Lukács, his historical studies are a good deal less schematic. Lukács is certainly an interesting investigation. Many points in it may be criticized by historians of the 17th century, but it nevertheless draws attention to aspects of Jansenism that may well repay further study. This does not mean, however, that we can accept Goldman's methodological rules without reservation, or that their meaning is absolutely clear. In particular, the doctrine of potential consciousness seems extremely doubtful. To accept it as a tool of historical research implies that we can deduce from the situation of a particular class what its consciousness would have been if it had corresponded perfectly to that situation. This, however, is a fantasy. Even if we suppose with Goldman, contrary to the evidence of history, to common sense, and even to Marx, that every worldview stands in a one-to-one correspondence with the class situation in which it arises, the deduction would still be impossible, for we should also have to know the general laws, according to which particular class situations always produce particular forms of ideology, art, philosophy, or religion. We do not know any such laws, and we never shall, for the possibility of doing so is excluded by the nature of the subject under examination, which is the whole process of history, unique and unrepeatable. There can be no law which says that whenever conditions are exactly as they were in France in the middle of the 17th century they will produce the doctrines of Gassendi, Descartes, Pascal, etc. To formulate the idea of seeking such laws suffices to demonstrate its absurdity. Goldman believed, however, that it was possible in this way to argue from the historical situation of a class to its intellectual and artistic production, and that he had done so in one instance at least. To believe that such a feat is possible does not necessarily mean that the class situation produces corresponding cultural phenomena, A more modest postulate will suffice, namely that the two spheres are not causally related but that there is a one-to-one correspondence between them. If we believe this, however, we must also believe that the deduction can be made in the opposite direction, for example that from Pascal's pensées we could reconstruct the economic and political history of France in his day. But in any case it is easy to see that the one-to-one correspondence is pure fantasy. If it were fully ascertainable it would mean that we could reconstruct the works of art and philosophy ex nihilo, from a mere knowledge of the class situation in the society which produced them. Thus from what we knew of the position of the noblesse de robe in Mazarin's time we should be able to write the pensées even if we had never read or heard of them. No less than this is required for a confirmation of the theory of potential consciousness. Goldman endeavored to interpret all Pascal's ideas without exception, and even his forms of expression, as the reflection of a specific class consciousness. This, he maintained, accounted for the fact that the pensées were unfinished, that they are a collection of fragments and not a coherent treatise, that Pascal was a Catholic and not a Protestant, and so on. Explanations of this kind are ingenious, but they do not add up to more than an intellectual tour de force. Goldman says, it is true, that in investigating the phenomena of consciousness we must distinguish essential from accidental features. This seems to imply that only the former can be explained by the class situation or correlated with it, but it is not clear how we are supposed to make the distinction. We must either, it would seem, decide a priori what the worldview of a particular class must be, or else beg the question by classifying as essential the features that can in fact be explained by the class situation. Since, however, Goldman believes that almost everything to do with a given Weltanschauung can be correlated with the class situation of its collective subject, his analyses ignore all the other social and psychological circumstances that in fact play a part in the creation of a philosophy. In holding that Jansenism is directly related to the class whose aspirations it somehow expresses, he leaves out of account such antecedent facts as the existence of the Church and the relatively autonomous way in which conflicts within it were fought out, either in matters of dogma or, for example, the organizational differences between the secular and regular clergy. In the same way he completely ignores the immanent logic of the development of philosophy and theology, as well as individual, biographical, and psychological factors. In the last resort Goldman falls a victim to a highly simplified and selective interpretation of Marxism. His object is to discover significant structures, which may be described as units of historical meaning. This latter term, as many of his remarks indicate, is to be taken as signifying an unconscious or semi-conscious purposiveness, a kind of flower-grade purposive action such as that we attribute to animals. But he lays down quite arbitrarily that a unit of meaning can only consist of a social class with a particular set of values and aspirations which are due to its position, and that these values and aspirations are the only possible frame of reference for studying the history of civilization. To justify this method it must be assumed that all human behavior of importance, especially intellectual and art 1st1c creation, is in the last resort an expression of class interests, anything else being mere chance or secondary rationalization. This may be in accordance with some of Marx's more simplistic formulas, but it is not borne out by the facts. We know that in practice all kinds of circumstances contribute to the formation of a worldview, and that all phenomena are due to an inexhaustible multiplicity of causes. To interpret Pascal in terms of individual psychology is certainly possible, and no less certainly inadequate. The same could be said of an interpretation relating his ideas purely to theological controversies, and it is equally inadequate to interpret him in terms of social class. To say this is not to hold out the hope that a complete, all-round synthesis of the truth could ever be formulated. Doubtless it could not. But, while the attempt to interpret Pascal in class terms may be interesting and instructive, it does not require to be supported by a methodology which asserts dogmatically and gratuitously that there is no other way to interpret Pascal, and that this method explains everything that is worth explaining. Genetic structuralism of this kind cannot account for the continuity and permanence of any cultural achievements, If the meaning of Pascal's work is exhausted by the fact that it reflects the position of the noblesse de robe in 17th century France, how is it that anyone at the present day, including Lucien Goldman, can be interested in Pascal or find his work relevant to themselves? This continuity and permanence require us to suppose that, irrespective of the changing circumstances and class struggles that contribute to the creation of cultural values, there is a universal history of culture that is beyond class. The same spiritual needs, the same uncertainties and anxieties recur time and again in history, though their expression is affected by historical and psychological factors of all kinds. Again, it does not seem that we are any closer to resolving the dichotomy of facts and values, despite Goldman's assurances that, following Marx and Lukács, he has provided a key to this awkward problem. His writings contain no logical analysis of the difficulty, and no attempt to answer the questions raised by traditional positivism or by Max Weber. A clear distinction must, however, be made between values as studied by the sociologist and psychologist, and values as a concealed assumption of investigative method. If we accept Goldman's view that in studying philosophies we always find practical motives embedded in intellectual processes, this does not imply anything as to the prospect of surmounting the dichotomy of value judgments and descriptive judgments. What is more, to suppose that all our descriptions are concealed value judgments and that they regularly reflect class aspirations is a dangerous habit of mind and may lead to intellectual nihilism, since it means that we cannot judge human thought by any purely intellectual criteria of empiricism or logic. All cultural achievements will seem equally permeated by class interest, from the crudest political propaganda to the sublimest products of the intellect. Nor will there be any universal rules enabling us to discuss philosophical or scientific questions independently of class attitudes. Even if we agree with Marx that man is a practical being and that his mind is at the service of practical needs, we must still make some further distinctions. For, granted that we select phenomena on practical grounds at the level of elementary perception, and that the increase of knowledge is also largely governed by practical circumstances, it does not follow that there are no universal logical and empirical criteria for the evaluation of human knowledge and intellectual activity, and such criteria can be well enough distinguished from those by which we make moral or aesthetic judgments. To maintain that in all fields of culture, including scientific work, we have to do only with global complexes of values, emotions, and practical behavior, and that these complexes are only intelligible when correlated with social class, is to preclude the application of logic and the verifiability of scientific results, and to reduce everything to a single undifferentiated class interest. Goldman certainly did much to revive Marxism in France, and gave an example of ingenuity in applying Marxist rules of interpretation to Jansenism. His historical analyses were less schematic than his general methodological principles, but these principles do not remove the doubt as to the value of the Marxist understanding of the history of civilization. Chapter X. The Frankfurt School and Critical Theory. The term Frankfurt School has been used since the 1950s to denote an important German para-Marxist movement, the history of which goes back to the early 20s and is associated with that of the Institut für Sozialforschung. One may speak here of a school in a rather stricter sense than in the case of other trends within Marxism, though as usual there are doubts as to whether and how far particular individuals belong to it. There is, at all events, a clearly continuous mode of thought spanning two intellectual generations. The pioneers are no longer alive, but they have left successors in the field. The abundant academic and publicistic output of the Frankfurt School covers multifarious domains of humanistic science, philosophy, empirical sociology, musicology, social psychology, the history of the Far East, the Soviet economy, psychoanalysis, the theory of literature and of law. In the present short account there can of course be no question of commenting on this output as a whole. The school is characterized, in the first place, by the fact that it treats Marxism not as a norm to which fidelity must be maintained, but as a starting point and an aid to the analysis and criticism of existing culture. Hence it has made free use of many non-Marxist sources of inspiration such as Hegel, Kant, Nietzsche, and Freud. Secondly, the school's program was expressly non-party. It did not identify with any political movement, in particular communism or social democracy, towards both of which it has often expressed a critical attitude. Thirdly, the school was clearly influenced by the interpretation of Marxism evolved by Lukács and Korsch in the 1920s, especially the concept of reification as an epitome of the problems of the modern world. However, it can in no way be regarded as a school of Lukács's disciples, for its members. And this is the fourth important point: have always emphasized the independence and autonomy of theory and have opposed its absorption by all-embracing praxis, even though they were also engaged in criticizing society with a view to transforming it. Fifthly, and here again the Frankfurt School differs basically from Lukács while accepting Marx's position as to the exploitation and alienation of the proletariat, it did not identify with the latter in the sense of regarding its existing class consciousness, let alone the dictates of the Communist Party, as an a priori norm. It emphasized the universality of reification as a process affecting all strata of society, and came to be more and more doubtful of the proletariat's revolutionary and liberating role, so that in the end it jettisoned this part of Marx's doctrine altogether. Sixthly, although profoundly revisionist vis-a-vis orthodox versions of Marxism, the school regarded itself as a revolutionary intellectual movement. It rejected the reformist position and maintained the need for a complete transcendence of society, while admitting that it had no positive utopia to offer, and even that in present conditions a utopia could not be created. The period of the school's development was also that of the rise, victory, and fall of Nazism, and much of its output was concerned with relevant social and cultural problems such as racial prejudice, the need for authority, and the economic and ideological source of totalitarianism. Almost all the chief members of the school were middle-class German Jews. Only a few had any real cultural links with the Jewish community, but their origin no doubt had some influence on the range of topics in which the school was interested. In philosophy, the Frankfurt School took issue with logical empiricism and positivist trends in the theory of knowledge and the methodology of science, also with pragmatism, utilitarianism, and, later, German existentialism. Its members attacked the mass society and the degradation of culture, especially art, through the increasing influence of the mass media. They were pioneers in the analysis and aggressive criticism of mass culture, and in this respect were successors of Nietzsche, defenders of elite values. They combined these attacks with criticism of a society in which the means whereby a professional bureaucracy could manipulate the masses were becoming more and more effective. This applied both to fascist and communist totalitarianism and to the Western democracies. One historical and biographical notes: the Institut für Sozialforschung was founded by a group of young intellectuals at Frankfurt at the beginning of 1923. The funds were provided by the family of one of their number, Felix Weil, but the institute was officially a department of Frankfurt University. The principal founders and early members were as follows: Friedrich Pollock, an economist, later known for the first serious analysis of planned economy in Soviet Russia. Karl Grunberg, the institute's first director, was of a different intellectual background from most of its members. An orthodox Marxist of the older generation, he specialized in the history of the workers' movement and from 1910 edited the Archiv für die Geschichte des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung. A central figure in the institute, and its director from 1930, was Max Horkheimer, a psychologist and philosopher by training, a pupil of Hans Cornelius and author of works on Kant. Another of the earliest members was Karl Wittfogel, then a member of the Communist Party and afterwards known as the author of works on Chinese history. He worked with the Institute for a few years only. His importance in the history of Marxism is that he explored the question, on which Marx had barely touched, of the Asiatic mode of production. He cannot, however, be regarded as a typical representative of the Frankfurt School. Another scholar who, besides Horkheimer, made a decisive contribution to the formation of an individual school of philosophy at Frankfurt was Theodor Wiesgrund Adorno, who, however, did not join the institute until the late 20s. A philosopher, musicologist, and composer, he obtained his doctorate with a study of Husserl and then wrote a thesis on Kierkegaard's aesthetics. After 1925 he studied composition and musicology at Vienna. Horkheimer and Adorno between them. 344 The Frankfurt School and critical theory may be regarded as the embodiment of the Frankfurt School. Leo Lowenthal, who also joined the institute rather late, made a significant contribution to its ideology with works on the history and theory of literature. In the 1930s, after the institute left Germany, it was joined by Walter Benjamin, one of the most eminent German literary critics between the wars. His work, however, is not important as a contribution to the development of Marxism. Of all the well-known writers of the Frankfurt School, he was least connected with the Marxist movement. Other communists besides Wittfogel were Karl Korsch, of whom we have written separately, and Franz Borkenau, who is known chiefly for works attacking communism after his break with the party. His book on the rise of capitalism may, however, be regarded as a product of the Frankfurt School, as it analyzes the connection between the spread of the market economy and rationalist philosophy, a theme typical of those studied by the Institute. Henryk Grossman, a Polish Jew, worked with the Institute from the late 1920s but was not a typical member. He belonged to traditional Marxist orthodoxy, and devoted himself to economic analyses for the purpose of confirming Marx's predictions of the falling profit rate and the collapse of capitalism. In the early 30s the Institute was joined by Herbert Marcuse, to whom we devote a separate chapter on account of his later activity, and Erich Fromm, afterwards one of the best-known heretics among erstwhile Freudians. From 1932 the Institute published the Zeitschrift für Urso, Eilforschung, which was its principal organ and in which many of its basic theoretical documents first appeared. After the move to the United States the journal was continued for 2 years under the title Studies in Philosophy and Social Sciences. When the Nazis came to power at the beginning of 1933 the Institute was, of course, unable to continue functioning in Germany. A branch had previously been founded in Geneva, to which some of the German members now moved. Another branch was set up in Paris, where the journal continued to appear. Adorno spent the first few years of emigration at Oxford, and in 1938 moved to the United States, where almost all the Institute's members arrived sooner or later. Wittfogel was in a concentration camp for some months, but was finally released. The émigrés set up the International Institute for Social Research at Columbia University, which continued the Frankfurt projects and started new ones on similar lines. Walter Benjamin, who lived in Paris from 1935, fled from the Nazis in September 1940 and committed suicide on the Franco-Spanish border. Horkheimer and Adorno spent the war years in New York and Los Angeles. They returned to Frankfurt in 1950 and 1949 respectively, and took up professorships at the university there. Fromm, Marcuse, Lowenthal, and Wittfogel remained in America. The fundamental principles of the Frankfurt School, applying both to epistemology and to the critique of civilization, were formulated by Horkheimer in a series of articles in the journal, most of which were republished in 1968 under the title of Kritisk Theory. The most general and programmatic of these articles, written in 1937, was entitled Tradition und Kritisk Theorie. Others discussed various philosophical questions, for example the relation of critical theory to rationalism, materialism, skepticism, and religion. We also find critiques of Bergson, Dilthey, and Nietzsche, and essays on the role of philosophy, the concept of truth, and the specific nature of the social sciences. Horkheimer's use of the term critical theory was apparently meant to emphasize 3 aspects of his philosophical approach. Firstly, independence vis-a-vis existing doctrines, including Marxism. Secondly, the conviction that civilization was irremediably diseased and needed a radical transformation, not merely partial reform. And thirdly, the belief that the analysis of existing society was itself an element of that society, a form of its self-awareness. Horkheimer's thought was permeated by the Marxist principle that philosophical, religious, and sociological ideas can only be understood in relation to the interests of different social groups, So that theory is a function of social life. On the other hand, he defended the autonomy of theory, and there is an unresolved tension between these two viewpoints. Horkheimer defends Hegelian reason against the empiricists, positivists, and pragmatists. He is convinced that we can ascertain truths which cannot be expressed either as empirical hypotheses or as analytical judgments, but, it would seem, he does not accept any theory of a transcendental subject. He opposes scientism, i.e. the view that the methods actually used in natural science constitute all the intellectual equipment we need in order to achieve cognitive results of any value. To this view he has at least two objections. Firstly, that in social matters, unlike natural science, observation is itself an element in what is observed, and secondly, that in all fields of knowledge the operation of reason is required in addition to empirical and logical rules, yet the principles governing reason are not sufficiently elucidated and it is not clear whence we are to derive them. These thoughts of Horkheimer's essentially foreshadow such later works of the Frankfurt School as Adorno's negative dialectics. He is clearly at pains to avoid all reductionist formulas in dealing with either traditionally Hegelian or traditionally Marxist questions. The subjectivity of the individual cannot be fully described in social categories and resolved into its social causes, nor can society be described in psychological terms. The subject is not absolutely prior, nor is it a mere derivative of the object, neither the base nor the superstructure is manifestly primary. Phenomenon and essence are not presented independently of each other, praxis cannot absorb theory, nor vice versa. In all these cases we have to do with mutual interaction. These thoughts are not so precise, however, as to provide a basis for methodological rules that would preserve us at once from all the temptations of reductionism, dogmatism, idealism, and vulgar materialism. In all cases of interaction we have to do with the partial autonomy of factors affecting one another, but the boundaries of this autonomy are not clearly drawn. By emphasizing the need for constant mediation, Horkheimer apparently seeks to guard his position against all reductionist traditions. It is also clear, both from Horkheimer and from other writings of the Frankfurt School, that the critical theory associated empiricist and positivist doctrines with the cult of technology and technocratic tendencies in social life. One of the school's main themes is that the world is threatened by the progress of technology served by a science which is essentially indifferent to the world of values. If scientific rules and restrictions are to govern all cognitive activity in such a way that it cannot generate value judgments, then the progress of science and technology is bound to lead to a totalitarian society, the increasingly successful manipulation of human beings, the destruction of culture and of personality. Hence the importance of Hegelian reason, which, as opposed to understanding, can formulate global judgments, prescribing the ends to be followed and not only the means of achieving ends that are themselves determined irrationally. A scientific culture cannot and will not do this, as it presupposes that ends cannot be determined scientifically and must therefore be a matter of caprice. It does not appear, however, that Horkheimer or any other member of the Frankfurt School can explain how the same cognitive faculty can determine both ends and means, or how we proceed from observing phenomena to understanding the hidden essence which teaches us not only what man empirically is but also what he would be if he fully realized his own nature. In combating the phenomenalistic standpoint of the positivists, the Frankfurt School followed in the footsteps of the young Marx and were animated by the same interest. Their object was to ascertain what man really was and what were the requirements of true humanity, its essential aims, which could not be empirically observed nor yet arbitrarily determined, but must be discovered. The members of the school seem to have held that something is objectively due to man by reason of his very humanity, and in particular that he is entitled to happiness and freedom. However, they tended to reject the young Marx's view that humanity is realized in the process of work, or that work in itself, in the present or in the future, could reveal the essence of humanity and bring it to full perfection. It is nowhere clear in these arguments how faith in the paradigm of humanity is to be reconciled with the belief that man is determined by his self-creation in history. Nor is it clear how the statement that intellectual activity cannot exceed the bounds of historical praxis is to be squared with the demand for a global criticism in which the totality of that praxis is opposed by theory or reason. All these elements of the critical theory are already present in the 1930s, in Horkheimer as in Marcuse or Adorno. The last named studied the question of subjectivity and the object, and the problem of reification, chiefly in the context of Kierkegaard's philosophy and of musical criticism. The commercialization of art under monopoly capitalism was a recurrent theme of his. Jazz music as a whole appeared to him a symptom of this degradation. His main point was that in a mass culture art loses its negative function, i.e. that of representing a utopia above and beyond existing society. It was not so much the politicization of art that he objected to as, on the contrary, the replacement of its political function by passive, mindless enjoyment. As to the work of Walter Benjamin, this cannot be wholly summed up in terms of the history of Marxism. Among his many writings on philosophy and literary criticism, few can be described as showing a Marxist background. Nevertheless, he was for a long time an adherent of historical materialism in his own sense of the term, and went through a period of attraction towards communism, though he never joined the party. He seems to have tried to graft historical materialism onto his own theory of culture, which had nothing to do with Marxism and which he had worked out beforehand. Gershom Scholem, his close friend and one of the greatest present-day authorities on the history of Judaism, emphasizes that Benjamin had at all times a strong mystical streak, and also that he had read very little Marx. Benjamin had a lifelong interest in the hidden meanings of words, which led him to study the language of magic, the Kabbalah, and the origins and functions of speech in general. He seems to have regarded historical materialism as a possible clue to the secret meaning of history, but his own speculations led to the view that it was a special case or application of a more general theory connecting human behavior with a general mimetic impulse in nature. In any case, his thoughts on history had nothing to do with the theory of universal progress or determinism. He was impressed, on the other hand, by the dialectic of uniqueness and recurrence in history, mythology, and art. What seems to have attracted him in communism was not the idea of regularity in history but rather that of discontinuity. In Theses on the Idea of History, written a few months before his death, he remarked that nothing had been so disastrous to the German workers' movement as the belief that it was swimming with the stream of history. Especially harmful and suspect, in his opinion, were versions of Marxism that regarded history as the progressive conquest of nature, seen as an object of exploitation, a view which he thought redolent of technocratic ideology. History, he wrote in the same Theses, was a construction, the scene of which was not empty, undifferentiated time but time filled by the jets seat, the existence of bygone events, constantly revived in the present. This idea of unfading presentness recurs in several places in his work. Benjamin had a strong, conservative sense of the permanence of the past, which he endeavored to reconcile with a revolutionary faith in the discontinuity of history. He connected this latter idea with Thirschwisch messianic tradition, holding, contrary to Marxist doctrine, that purely immanent eschatology was impossible. The Eschaton could not manifest itself as a natural continuation of the course of events up to the present but, like the advent of the Messiah, presupposed a hiatus in time. But the discontinuous and catastrophic nature of history could not deprive the past of its meaning-generating significance. From Benjamin's various reflections, vague and ambiguous as they are, on the disappearance of the ancient links between art on the one hand and myth and ritual on the other, it can be seen that he did not by any means consider this rift to be a source of pure gain. He seems to have believed that something essential must be salvaged from the mythical heritage of mankind if culture was to survive. He also apparently believed that there was a pre-existing treasury of the senses which human language and art did not create, but revealed. Language, he held, conveys meaning not by virtue of convention and chance, but by a kind of alchemic affinity with objects and experience. The purely instrumental view of language, characteristic of positivism, seemed to him of a piece with the general breakdown of inherited meaning in a civilization heading towards technocracy. It does not seem that Benjamin had much in common with Marxism, despite his occasional professions. He was certainly linked with the Frankfurt School by his interest in various forms of cultural decadence resulting from the commercialization of art. He may for a time have believed more than other members of the school in the liberating potential of the proletariat, but the latter was in his view not so much the organizer of new relations of production, as the standard-bearer of a new culture which might one day restore the values that were perishing as the influence of myths declined. The triumph of Nazism, with its catastrophic effect on German culture, naturally turned the attention of the Frankfurt School to investigating the psychological and social causes of the astonishing success of totalitarianism. Both in Germany and later in the United States, the institute carried out empirical studies for the purpose of investigating attitudes that found expression in the desire for authority and readiness to submit to it. In 1936, a collective work, Studien über Autorität und die Familie, was published in Paris, based on theoretical argument as well as empirical observation. Its main authors were Horkheimer and Fromm. Horkheimer sought to explain the growth of authoritarian institutions in terms of the decline and transference of family authority and the correspondingly increased importance of political institutions in the socialization of the individual. Fromm interpreted the need for authority in psychoanalytical terms. He did not, however, share Freud's pessimism as to the inevitable conflict between instincts and the demands of communal life, or the permanently repressive role of culture. The Frankfurt writers sought to illuminate the phenomenon of Nazism from many sides and to discover its psychological, economic, and cultural roots. Pollock discussed Nazism in terms of state capitalism, of which he saw another example in the Soviet regime. Both systems presaged a new era of domination and oppression based on state direction of the economy, autarkic tendencies, and the elimination of unemployment by coercion. Nazism was not a continuation of the old capitalism but a new formation in which the economy was deprived of its independence and subordinated to politics. Most writers of the school thought that the prospects of individual freedom and authentic culture were poor in view of contemporary trends, the growth of state control over the individual, and the bureaucratization of social relationships. Nazi and Soviet totalitarianism were not, they believed, historical aberrations but symptoms of a universal trend. Franz Neumann, however, in a book of 1944, took a more traditionally Marxist view. He held that Nazism was a form of monopoly capitalism and could not cope with the typical contradictions of that system, so that its duration was bound to be limited. In the United States, the school continued to produce studies of social psychology designed to elucidate the causes that brought about and maintained attitudes, beliefs, and myths characteristic of totalitarian systems. These included a volume on anti-Semitism and a collective work, by Adorno and others, The Authoritarian Personality, based on the results of projective tests and questionnaires. This was a study of the correlation between different personality traits of those inclined to welcome and revere authority, and the link between the existence and strength of these traits and such social variables as class, upbringing, and religion. Adorno and Horkheimer remained extremely active to the end of their lives, publishing works in post-war America and Germany which are regarded as classic documents of the Frankfurt School. Among these are a joint work, Dialektik der Aufklärung, Horkheimer's Eclipse of Reason, and his. Adorno, besides numerous works on musicology, published Negative Dialectic, the philosophical summa of the school, also a critique of existentialism and essays on the theory of culture, some of which were collected in Prismen. He also edited, with Skolem, a 2-volume edition of Benjamin's writings. His unfinished Aesthetic Theory was published posthumously in 1973. English translations of 3 of the above works also appeared in 1973. In the following sections I shall try to describe more fully some of the main points of the critical theory, without keeping to chronological order. I shall leave Adorno's musicology out of account, not because it is unimportant but because of my own incompetence in this sphere. 2 Principles of critical theory. The rules of critical as opposed to traditional theory were formulated in Horkheimer's programmatic essay of 1937, the main ideas of which are as follows. In studies of social phenomena up to the present, it has normally been assumed either that these should be based on the ordinary rules of induction and should aim at formulating general concepts and laws, expressed quantitatively as far as possible, or else that, as phenomenologists believe, it is possible to discover essential laws independent of empirical results. In both cases, the state of things under observation was separate from our knowledge about it, just as the subject matter of natural science was furnished to it from outside. It was also believed that the development of knowledge was governed by its own immanent logic, and that if some theories were discarded in favor of others, this was because the former involved logical difficulties or proved incompatible with new data of experience. In reality, however, social changes were the most powerful agent of alterations in theory. Science was part of the social process of production, and underwent change accordingly. Bourgeois philosophy had expressed its misguided faith in the independence of science in various transcendentalist doctrines which prevented people realizing the social genesis and social functions of knowledge. They also maintained a picture of knowledge as an activity that consisted of describing the world as it was but not of going beyond it or criticizing it, since this required evaluative judgments which science could not supply. The world of science was a world of ready-made facts which the observer sought to reduce to order, as though perception of them was quite independent of the social framework within which it took place. For critical theory, however, there is no such thing as facts in this sense. Perception cannot be isolated from its social genesis. Both it and its object are a social and historical product. The individual observer is passive vis-a-vis the object, but society as a whole is an active element in the process, although unconsciously so. The facts ascertained are in part determined by the collective praxis of human beings who have devised the conceptual instruments used by the investigator. Objects as we know them are partly the product of concepts and of collective praxis, which philosophers, unaware of its origin, mistakenly petrify into a pre-individual transcendental consciousness. Critical theory regards itself as a form of social behavior and is aware of its own functions and genesis, but this does not mean that it is not a theory in the true sense. Its specific function is that it refuses to accept implicitly, as traditional theory does, that the rules of existing society, including the division of labor, the place assigned to intellectual activity, the distinction between the individual and society, are natural and inevitable. It seeks to understand society as a whole, and for that purpose it must in some sense take up a position outside it, although on the other hand it regards itself as a product of society. It criticizes society by analyzing its categories. Existing society behaves as a natural creation independent of the will of its members, and to understand this is to realize the alienation to which they are subject. Critical thought is motivated today by the endeavor genuinely to transcend the situation of tension, to remove the opposition between the purposiveness, spontaneity, and rationality of the individual and the labor conditions on which society is based. It implies the conception that man is in conflict with himself until he recovers this identity. Critical theory recognizes that there is no absolute subject of knowledge, and that subject and object do not yet coincide in the process of thinking about society, although that process is in fact society's self-knowledge. Their coincidence lies in the future. It cannot, however, be the result of mere intellectual progress, but only of the social process which will make humanity master of its fate again by stripping social life of its quasi-natural, external character. This process involves a change in the nature of theory, the function of thought and its relation to the object. Horkheimer's view, it will be seen, is here close to Lukács's. Thought about society is itself a social fact, theory is inevitably part of the process it describes. But the essential difference is that Lukács believed that the complete unity of the subject and object of history, and thus the unity of social praxis and the theory that expresses it, was realized in the class consciousness of the proletariat, whence it followed that the observer's self-identification with the class outlook of the proletariat was a guarantee of theoretical correctness. Horkheimer explicitly rejects this, declaring that the situation of the proletariat offers no guarantee in the matter of knowledge. Critical theory is in favor of the liberation of the proletariat, but it also wishes to preserve its independence, and refuses to commit itself to passive acceptance of the proletarian viewpoint, otherwise it would turn into social psychology, a mere record of what the workers thought and felt at any given moment. Precisely because it is critical, theory must remain autonomous vis-a-vis every existing form of social consciousness. Theory conceives itself as an aspect of praxis devoted to creating a better society. It retains a militant character, but it is not simply activated by the existing struggle. Its critical attitude to the totality of the social system is not a matter of value judgments superimposed on theoretical findings, but is implicit in the conceptual apparatus inherited from Marx. Such categories as CLSS, exploitation, surplus value, profit, impoverishment, and crises are elements of a conceptual whole, the purpose of which is not to reproduce society as it is but to change it in the right direction. Theory thus has an active and destructive character in its own conceptual framework, but has to take account of the fact that it might be in opposition to the actual consciousness of the proletariat. Critical theory, following Marx, analyses society in the light of abstract categories, but it does not forget at any stage that, qua theory, it is a criticism of the world it describes, that its intellectual act is at the same time a social act, that it is thus a critique in the Marxian sense. Its subject is a single, particular historical society, the capitalist world in its present form, which impedes human development and threatens the world with a return to barbarism. Critical theory looks forward to another society in which men and women will decide their own fate and not be subject to external necessity. In so doing it increases the likelihood of such a society coming about, and it is aware of this fact. In the future society there will be no difference between necessity and freedom. The theory is in the service of human emancipation and happiness and the creation of a world fitted to human powers and needs, and it declares that mankind has potentialities other than those manifested in the existing world. As can be seen, the main principles of critical theory are those of Lukács's Marxism, but without the proletariat. This difference makes the theory more flexible and less dogmatic, but also obscure and inconsistent. Lukács, by identifying theory with the class consciousness of the proletariat, and this in tune with the wisdom of the Communist Party, clearly defined his criteria of truth, namely, in the observation of society, truth does not proceed from the application of general scientific rules that are valid also in natural science, but is defined by its origin. The Communist Party is infallible. This epistemology at least has the merit of being consistent and perfectly clear. But in critical theory we do not know how genetic criteria are to be combined with the intellectual autonomy of the theory and whence the rules governing its correctness are to be derived, since it rejects positivist criteria but also refuses to identify with the proletariat. On the one hand, Horkheimer repeats Feuerbach's statement that it is man who thinks, and not the ego or reason. In so doing he emphasizes that both the rules of scientific procedures and the stock of concepts used in science are a creation of history, the outcome of practical needs, and that the content of knowledge cannot be divorced from its social genesis. In other words, there is no transcendental subject. On this basis it might seem that the theory is good or correct because it stands for social progress, or that intellectual value is defined by social function. But, on the other hand, the theory is supposed to retain its autonomy vis-a-vis reality. Its content must not be derived from any identification with an existing movement, and it must not be pragmatistic in terms even of the human species, let alone a social class. It is not clear, therefore, in which sense it claims to be true, because it describes reality as it is, or because it serves the interests of the liberation of humanity. The clearest answer that Horkheimer offers is perhaps the following: the open dialectic does not, however, lose the imprint of truth. The discovery of limitations and one-sidedness in one's own thought and that of others is an important aspect of the intellectual process. Both Hegel and his materialist successors rightly emphasized that this critical, relativist approach is part of knowledge. But certainty and the affirmation of one's own conviction do not require us to imagine that the unity of concept and object has been achieved and that thought can come to a stop. The results obtained from observation and inference, methodical research and historical events, everyday work and the political struggle, are true if they stand up to the cognitive means at our disposal. This explanation is far from being unambiguous. If it means that critical theory, whatever the social circumstances in which it is evolved, is in the last resort subject to the rules of empirical verification and is judged as true or false accordingly, then it is no different epistemologically from the theories it condemns as traditional. If, however, something more is meant, namely that in order to be true a theory must stand the empirical test and be socially progressive as well, then Horkheimer fails to tell us what to do if these two criteria conflict. He merely repeats generalities about truth not being suprahistorical and about the social conditioning of knowledge, or what he calls the necessary social mediation between a concept and its object. He assures us that the theory is not static, that it does not absolutize either the subject or the object, and so on. All that is clear is that critical theory refuses to accept Lukács's party dogmatism and seeks to maintain its status as theory while also refusing to acknowledge empirical criteria of verification. In other words, it exists by virtue of its own ambiguity. Critical theory, thus understood, also comprises no specific utopia. Horkheimer's predictions are confined to trite generalities: universal happiness and freedom, man becoming his own master, the abolition of profit and exploitation, etc. We are told that everything must be changed, that it is not a matter of reforming society but of transforming it, but we are not told how this is to be done or what will be put in its place. The proletariat no longer ranks as the infallible subject of history, though its liberation is still an objective of the theory. Since, however, the latter does not claim to be the effective lever of general liberation, there is nothing clearly left of it except the conviction that it constitutes a higher mode of thought and will contribute to the emancipation of mankind. Horkheimer's remarks on the social preferences and interests involved in the conceptual apparatus used by various theories of society are certainly true, though they were not new even in his day. But the fact that the social sciences reflect different interests and values does not mean, as Horkheimer seems to think, that the difference between empirical and evaluative judgments has been transcended. In this sense, the critical theory is an inconsistent attempt to preserve Marxism without accepting its identification with the proletariat and without recognizing the class or party criteria of truth, but also without seeking a solution of the difficulties that arise when Marxism is truncated in this manner. It is a partial form of Marxism, offering no replacement for what it leaves out. 3. Negative dialectics. There is, as far as I am aware, no summarized version of what is regarded, no doubt rightly, as the most complete and general exposition of Adorno's thought, namely negative dialectics. Probably it would be impossible to compile such a summary, and probably Adorno was well aware of this and deliberately made it so. The book may be called an embodied antinomy, a philosophical work that sets out to prove, by example or argument, that the writing of philosophical works is impossible. The difficulty of explaining its content is not only due to its extremely intricate syntax, which is evidently intentional, or the fact that the author uses Hegelian and neo-Hegelian jargon without any attempt to explain it, as though it were the clearest language in the world. The pretentious obscurity of style and the contempt that it shows for the reader might be endurable if the book were not also totally devoid of literary form. It is in this respect a philosophical counterpart to the formlessness that manifested itself some time earlier in the plastic arts, and later in music and literature. It is no more possible to summarize Adorno's work than to describe the plot of an anti-novel or the theme of an action painting. It can no doubt be said that the abandonment of form in painting did not lead to the destruction of art, but actually liberated pure painting from anecdotic work, and, similarly, the novel and drama, although they consist of words, have survived the loss of form to the extent that we are able to read Joyce, Musil, and Gombrowicz with understanding. But in philosophical writing, the dissolution of form is destructive in the highest degree. It may be tolerable if it is due to the author's attempt to catch fleeting experience in words and to make his work directly expressive, like Gabriel Marcel, but it is hard to endure a philosopher who continues to deal in abstractions while at the same time contending that they are a meaningless form of discourse. With this reservation we may try to give an idea of Adorno's argument. The main theme that pervades his book and is expressed, for example in his critique of Kant, Hegel, and the existentialists appears to be as follows. Philosophy has always been dominated by the search for an absolute starting point, both metaphysical and epistemological, and in consequence, despite the intentions of philosophers themselves, it has drifted into a search for identity, i.e. some kind of primordial being to which all others were ultimately reducible. This was alike the trend of German idealism and positivism, of existentialists and transcendental phenomenologists. In considering the typical traditional pairs of opposites object versus subject, the general versus the particular, empirical data versus ideas, continuity versus discontinuity, theory versus practice, philosophers have sought to interpret them in such a way as to give primacy to one concept or the other and so create a uniform language by means of which everything can be described, to identify aspects of the universe in respect of which all others are derivative. But this cannot be done. There is no absolute primacy. Everything philosophy is concerned with presents itself as interdependent with its opposite. A philosophy which continues in traditional fashion to strive to discover the primal thing or concept is on the wrong track, and, moreover, in our civilization it tends to strengthen totalitarian and conformist tendencies, by seeking order and invariability at any cost. Philosophy in fact is impossible. All that is possible is constant negation, purely destructive resistance to any attempt to confine the world within a single principle. 359. That purports to endow it with identity. Thus summarized, Adorno's thought may seem desperate or sterile, but it does not seem that we have done it an injustice. It is not a dialectic of negativity, but an express negation of metaphysics and epistemology. His intention is anti-totalitarian. He is opposed to all ideas that serve to perpetuate a particular form of domination and reduce the human subject to reified forms. Such attempts, he argues, take on a paradoxical subjectivist form, especially in existentialist philosophy, where the petrification of the absolute individual subject as the irreducible reality involves indifference to all social relationships that increase the enslavement of man. One cannot proclaim the primacy of this monadic existence without tacitly accepting everything that lies outside it. But Marxism too, especially in Lukács's interpretation, though he is not expressly mentioned in this context, serves the same totalitarian tendency under color of criticizing reification. The remaining theoretical inadequacy in Hegel and Marx became part of historical practice and can thus be newly reflected upon in theory, instead of thought bowing irrationally to the primacy of practice. Practice itself was an eminently theoretical concept. Adorno thus attacks the Marxist-Lukácsist primacy of practice, in which theory is dissolved and loses its autonomy. In so far as his opposition to the philosophy of identity is turned against the anti-intellectualism of Marxism and its all-absorbing practice, he defends the right of philosophy to exist. He even begins his book with the statement that philosophy, which once seemed obsolete, lives on because the moment to realize it was missed. At this point Adorno clearly departs from Marxism. There may, he argues, have been a time when Marx's hopes for the liberation of humanity by the proletariat and the abolition of philosophy by its identification with life were realistic, but that time has passed. Theory must abide in its autonomy, which of course does not mean that theory in its turn has any absolute primacy. Nothing whatever has primacy, everything depends on everything else and, by the same token, has its own measure of substantiality. Practice cannot fulfill the tasks of theory, and if it claims to do so it is simply the enemy of thought. 360. The Frankfurt School and critical theory. If there is no absolute primacy, it is also the case, in Adorno's opinion, that all attempts to embrace the whole by means of reason are bootless and serve the cause of mystification. This does not mean that theory must resolve itself wholly into particular sciences as the positivists would have it. Theory is indispensable, but for the present it cannot be anything but negation. Attempts to grasp the whole are based on the same faith in the ultimate identity of everything. Even when philosophy maintains that the whole is contradictory, it retains its prejudices concerning identity, which are so strong that even contradiction can be made their instrument if it is proclaimed to be the ultimate foundation of the universe. Dialectic in the true sense is thus not merely the investigation of contradiction, but refusal to accept it as a schema that explains everything. Strictly speaking, the dialectic is neither a method nor a description of the world, but an act of repeated opposition to all existing descriptive schemata, and all methods pretending to universality. Total contradiction is nothing but the manifested untruth of total identification. In the same way, there is no epistemological absolute, no single unchallengeable source of wisdom. The pure immediacy of the cognitive act, if it exists, cannot be expressed except in words, and words inevitably give it an abstract, rationalized form. But Husserl's transcendental ego is also a false construction, for there are no acts of intuition free from the social genesis of knowledge. All concepts are ultimately rooted in the non-conceptual, in human efforts to control nature. No concepts can express the whole content of the object or be identified with it. Hegel's pure being proves in the end to be nothingness. The negative dialectic can, as Adorno says, be called an anti-system, and in that sense it appears to coincide with Nietzsche's position. However, Adorno goes on to say that thought itself is negation, just as the processing of any substance is a negation of its form as presented to us. Even the statement that something is of a certain kind is negative inasmuch as it implies that that something is not of another kind. This, however, reduces negativity to a truism. It is not clear how there could be any philosophy that is not negative in this sense, or whom Adorno is arguing against. His main intention, however, appears to be a less truistic one, namely to put 36.1 forward no definite answers to the traditional problems of philosophy, but to confine himself to exploding philosophy as it is today, since by its urge towards positiveness it inevitably degenerates into acceptance of the status quo, namely the domination of man by man. The bourgeois consciousness at the time of its emancipation combated feudal modes of thought but could not bring itself to break with systems of all kinds, since it felt that it did not represent complete freedom. From this observation of Adorno's we gather that he stands for complete freedom as against systems. In his critique of identity and positiveness, Adorno continues a traditional motif taken over by the Frankfurt School from Marx, the critique of a society which, being subject to the domination of exchange value, reduces individuals and things to a common level and a homogeneous anonymity. A philosophy which expresses and affirms that society cannot do justice to the variety of phenomena or the interdependence of different aspects of life. On the one hand it homogenizes society, on the other it reduces people and things to atoms, a process in which, Adorno observes, logic plays its part also. On this point he is faithful to the tradition of recent Marxist philosophy, which inveighs against logic while ignoring its modern developments. Science, too, it appears, is a party to the general conspiracy of civilization against man, as it identifies rationality with measurability, reduces everything to quantities, and excludes qualitative differences from the scope of knowledge. Adorno does not suggest, however, that a new qualitative science is ready and waiting to take over. The upshot of his critique is not to defend relativism, for that too is part of bourgeois consciousness. It is anti-intellectual, abstract, and wrong, because what it treats as relative is itself rooted in the conditions of capitalist society. The alleged social relativity of views obeys the objective law of social production under private ownership of the means of production. Adorno does not say what law he refers to, and, true to his contempt for bourgeois logic, does not reflect on the logical validity of his criticism. Philosophy in the sense of a system is impossible, he argues, because everything changes, a statement he enlarges on as. The Frankfurt School and critical theory follows. The invariance, whose own invariance has been produced, cannot be peeled out of the variables as if all truth were then in our possession. Truth has coalesced with substance, which will change. Immutability of truth is the delusion of prima philosophia. On the one hand, Concepts have a certain autonomy and do not emerge simply as copies of things. On the other, they do not enjoy primacy as compared with things. To agree that they do would mean accepting bureaucratic or capitalist government. The principle of dominion, which antagonistically rends human society, is the same principle which, spiritualized, causes the difference between the concept and its subject matter. Hence nominalism is wrong, and so is conceptual realism. Concepts and their objects subsist in a constant dialectical association, in which primacy is obliterated. In the same way positivist attempts to reduce knowledge to that which is simply given are misguided, as they seek to dehistoricize the contents of thought. Anti-positivist attempts to reconstruct an ontology are no less suspect, for ontology as such, not any particular ontological doctrine, is an apologia for the status quo, an instrument of order. The need for an ontology is genuine enough, since the bourgeois consciousness has replaced substantial by functional concepts, treating society as a complex of functions in which everything is relative to something else and nothing has a consistency of its own. Nevertheless, ontology cannot be reconstructed. At this point, as at many others, the reader may well wonder how Adorno intends his propositions to be applied. What are we to do if ontology and the lack of it are both bad and are both likely to involve us in the defense of exchange value? Perhaps we should not think of these questions at all, but declare ourselves neutral in philosophical matters. But Adorno will not have this either. It would be a surrender of another kind, an abandonment of reason. Science, just because it puts faith in itself and refuses to seek self-knowledge by any methods other than its own, condemns itself to being an apologia for the existing world. Its self-exegesis makes a causa sui of science. It accepts itself as given and thereby sanctions also its currently. 363. Existing form, its division of labor, although in the long run the insufficiency of that form cannot be concealed. The humanistic sciences, dispersed in particular inquiries, lose interest in cognition and are stripped of their armor of concepts. Ontology, which comes to science from outside, appears with the abruptness of a pistol shot and does not help them to acquire self-knowledge. In the end we do not know how to escape from the vicious circle. Heidegger's ontology not only does not cure the state of affairs, but proposes something even worse. Having eliminated from philosophy both empiricism and Husserl's concept of the eidos, he seeks to apprehend being which, after this reduction, is pure nothingness. He also isolates phenomena and cannot conceive them as aspects of the process of manifestation. In this way phenomena are reified. Heidegger, like Husserl, believes that it is possible to proceed from the individual to the universal without mediation, or to apprehend being in a form unaffected by the act of reflection. This, however, is impossible. Being, however conceived, is mediated by the subject. Heidegger's being is constituted, not simply given. We cannot, by thinking, assume any position in which that separation of subject and object will directly vanish, for the separation is inherent in each thought, it is inherent in thinking itself. Freedom can be sought only by observing the tensions that arise between opposite poles of life, but Heidegger treats these poles as absolute realities and leaves them to their fate. On the one hand he accepts that social life must be reified, i.e. he sanctions the status quo, while on the other he ascribes freedom to man as something already gained, thus sanctioning slavery. He attempts to rescue metaphysics, but wrongly supposes that what he is trying to rescue is immediately present. All in all, Heidegger's philosophy is an example of Herrschaftswissen in the service of a repressive society. It calls on us to abandon concepts for the sake of a promised communion with being, but this being has no and, precisely because it is supposed to be apprehended without the mediation of concepts, basically it is no more than a substantivization of the copula is. It would seem that, speaking in as general terms as possible, the main thrust of Adorno's attack on Heidegger's ontology lies in the Hegelian contention that the subject can never be wholly eliminated from the results of metaphysical inquiry, and that if we forget this and attempt to place subject and object on opposite sides we shall fail to comprehend either one or the other. Both are inseparable parts of reflection, and neither has epistemological priority, each is mediated by the other. Similarly, there is no way of apprehending by cognition that which is absolutely individual, what Heidegger calls Dasein or Gemeinigkeit. Without the mediation of general concepts, the pure this thing here becomes an abstraction, it cannot be isolated from reflection. But truth, the constellation of subject and object in which both penetrate each other, can no more be reduced to subjectivity than to that being whose dialectical relation to subjectivity Heidegger tends to blur. The passage in which Adorno comes closest to explaining what he means by negative dialectics is as follows: in a sense, dialectical logic is more positivistic than the positivism that outlaws it. As thinking, dialectical logic respects that which is to be thought the object even where the object does not heed the rules of thinking. The analysis of the object is tangential to the rules of thinking. Thought need not be content with its own legality; without abandoning it, we can think against our thought, and if it were possible to define dialectics, this would be a definition worth suggesting. It does not appear that we can infer more from this definition than that the dialectic need not be cramped by the rules of logic. In another passage we are indeed told that it is freer still, for philosophy consists neither in vérités de raison nor in vérités de fait. Nothing, it says, will bow to tangible criteria of any being the case. Its theses on conceptualities are no more subject to the criteria of a logical state of facts than its theses on factualities are to the criteria of empirical science. It would be hard indeed to imagine a more convenient position. The negative dialectician declares, firstly, that he cannot be criticized from either the logical or the factual point of view, as he has laid down that such criteria do not concern him; secondly, that his intellectual and moral superiority is based on his very disregard of these criteria, and thirdly, that disregard is in fact the essence of the negative dialectic. The negative dialectic is simply a blank check, signed and 365. Endorsed by history, being, subject, and object, in favor of Adorno and his followers. Any sum can be written in, anything will be valid. There is absolute liberation from the positivist fetishes of logic and empiricism. Thought has transformed itself dialectically into its opposite. Anyone who denies this is enslaved to the identity principle, which implies acceptance of a society dominated by exchange value and therefore ignorant of qualitative differences. The reason why the identity principle is so dangerous, according to Adorno, is that it implies, firstly, that each separate thing is what it is empirically, and secondly, that an individual object can be identified by means of general concepts, i.e., analyzed into abstractions. The task of the dialectic, on the other hand, is firstly to ascertain what a thing is in reality, not merely to what category it belongs, and secondly to explain what it ought to be according to its own concept, although it is not yet. A man knows how to define himself, while society defines him differently in accordance with the function it assigns to him. Between the two modes of definition there is an objective contradiction. The object of the dialectic is to oppose the immobilization of things by concepts. It takes the position that things are never identical with themselves. It seeks out negations, without assuming that the negation of a negation signifies a return to the positive. It recognizes individuality, but only as mediated by generality, and generality only as an aspect of individuality. It sees the subject in the object and vice versa, practice in theory and theory in practice, the essence in the phenomenon and the phenomenon in the essence. It must apprehend differences but not absolutize them, and it must not regard any particular thing as a starting point par excellence. There cannot be a point of view that presupposes nothing, such as Husserl's transcendental subject. The delusion that there can be such a subject is due to the fact that society precedes the individual. The idea that there can be a spirit which comprises everything and is identical with the whole is as nonsensical as that of a single party in a totalitarian regime. The dispute as 366 The Frankfurt School and critical theory to the primacy of mind or matter is meaningless in dialectical thinking, for the concepts of mind and matter are themselves abstracted from experience, and the radical difference between them is no more than a convention. All these precepts concerning the dialectic should, in Adorno's opinion, serve definite social or political ends. It even appears that criteria of practical action can be deduced from them. For the right practice, and for the good itself, there really is no other authority than the most advanced state of theory. When an idea of goodness is supposed to guide the will without fully absorbing the concrete rational definitions, it will unwittingly take orders from the reified consciousness, from that which society has approved. We thus have a clear practical rule: firstly, there must be an advanced theory, and secondly, the will must be influenced by concrete rational definitions. The object of practice, thus enlightened, is to do away with reification, which is due to exchange value, for in bourgeois society, as Marx taught, the autonomy of the individual was only apparent, an expression of the contingency of life and the dependence of human beings on market forces. It is hard to gather from Adorno's writings, however, what non-reified freedom is to consist of. In describing this complete freedom we must not, in any case, use the concept of self-alienation, as it suggests that the state of freedom from alienation, or the perfect unity of man with himself, has already existed at some former time, so that freedom can be achieved by going back to the starting point, an idea which is reactionary by definition. Nor is it the case that we know of some historical design that guarantees us a joyful future of freedom and the end of reification. Up to now there has been no such thing as a single process of universal history. History is the unity of continuity and discontinuity. There can be few works of philosophy that give such an overpowering impression of sterility as negative dialectics. This is not because it seeks to deprive human knowledge of an ultimate basis, i.e. because it is a doctrine of scepticism. In the history of philosophy there have been admirable works of scepticism, full of penetration as well as destructive passion. But Adorno is not a sceptic. He does not say that there is no criterion of truth, that no theory is possible, or that reason is 367 powerless. On the contrary, he says that theory is possible and indispensable and that we must be guided by reason. All his arguments go to show, however, that reason can never take the first step without falling into reification, and it is thus not clear how it can take the second or any further steps. There is simply no starting point, and the recognition of this fact is proclaimed as the supreme achievement of the dialectic. But even this crucial statement is not clearly formulated by Adorno, nor does he support it by any analysis of his concepts and maxims. As with many other Marxists, his work contains no arguments but only ex cathedra statements using concepts that are nowhere explained. Indeed, he condemns conceptual analysis as a manifestation of positivist prejudices to the effect that some ultimate data, empirical or logical, can provide philosophy with a starting point. In the last resort, Adorno's argument boils down to an assortment of ideas borrowed uncritically from Marx, Hegel, Nietzsche, Lukács, Bergson, and Bloch. From Marx he takes the statement that the whole mechanism of bourgeois society is based on the domination of exchange value, reducing all qualitative differences to the common denominator of money. From Marx also comes the attack on Hegelian philosophy for subjecting history to an extra-historical Weltgeist and asserting the primacy of that which is general over human individuals, substituting abstractions for realities and thus perpetuating human enslavement. Again from Marx comes the attack on Hegel's theory of subject and object, in which the subject is defined as a manifestation of the object, and the object as a subjective construction, thus producing a vicious circle. Adorno departs from Marx, on the other hand, in rejecting the theory of progress and historical necessity and the idea of the proletariat as the standard bearer of the great utopia. From Lukács comes the view that all that is evil in the world can be summed up in the term reification and that perfected human beings will cast off the ontological status of things. Both the Promethean and the scientific motif of Marxism are discarded, and there remains only a vague romantic utopia in which man is himself and does not depend on mechanical social forces. From Bloch, Adorno derives the view that we possess the idea of a utopia transcending the actual world, but that the especial virtue of this transcendence is that it cannot, in principle, have any definite content at the present time. From Nietzsche comes the general hostility to the spirit of the system and the convenient belief that a true sage is not afraid of contradictions but rather expresses his wisdom in them, so that he is forearmed against logical criticism. From Bergson comes the idea that abstract concepts petrify changeable things. Adorno himself, on the other hand, contributes the hope that we can create fluid concepts that do not petrify anything. From Hegel, Adorno takes the general idea that in the cognitive process there is a constant mediation between subject and object, concepts and perception, the particular and the general. To all these ingredients Adorno adds an almost unparalleled vagueness of exposition. He shows no desire whatever to elucidate his ideas, and clothes them in pretentious generalities. As a philosophical text, Negative Dialectics is a model of professorial bombast concealing poverty of thought. The view that there is no absolute basis for human reasoning can certainly be defended, as is shown by sceptics and relativists who have propounded it in various forms. But Adorno not only adds nothing to this traditional idea but obscures it by his own phraseology, while at the same time imagining that this negative dialectic can lead to some practical consequences for social behavior. If we do try to extract intellectual or practical rules from his philosophy, they reduce to the precepts. We must think more intensively, but also remember that there is no starting point for thought and we must oppose reification and exchange value. The fact that we can say nothing positive is not our fault and not Adorno's, but is due to the domination of exchange value. For the present, therefore, we can only negatively transcend existing civilization as a whole. In this way the negative dialectic has provided a convenient ideological slogan for 369. Left-wing groups who sought a pretext for root and branch destruction as a political program, and who extolled intellectual primitivism as the supreme form of dialectical initiation. It would be unjust, however, to accuse Adorno of intending to encourage such attitudes. His philosophy is not an expression of universal revolt, but of helplessness and despair. For critique of existential authenticism, existentialism was clearly the main competitor of the Frankfurt School as regards the critique of reification, and was far more influential as a philosophy. German thinkers rarely used the term, but on the face of it the intention of their anthropological theories was the same, to express in philosophical language the contrast between the self-determining consciousness of the individual and the anonymous world of social ties conforming to rules of their own. Thus, in the same way as the attacks on Hegel by Marx, Kierkegaard, and Stimmer contained a common element, namely their critique of the primacy of impersonal generality over real subjectivity, so the Marxists and existentialists were on common ground in criticizing the social system which confined human beings to socially determined roles and made them dependent on quasi-natural forces. The Marxists, following Lukács, called this state of things reification and ascribed it, as did Marx, to the all-powerful effect of money as a leveler in capitalist conditions. Existentialism did not concern itself with explanations such as the class struggle or property relationships, but it too was fundamentally a protest against the culture of developed industrial societies, reducing the human individual to the sum of his social functions. The category of authenticity or authentic being, which plays an essential part in Heidegger's early writings, was an attempt to vindicate the irreducible identity of the individual subject as against the anonymous social forces summed up in the term the impersonal. Adorno's attack on German existentialism was thus perfectly understandable. He wished to assert the claim of the Frankfurt School to be the sole fighter against reification, and to prove that existentialism, while appearing to criticize reification, in reality endorsed it. This is the purpose of Jargon der Eigentlichkeit. Kohlenur-Duchenldiology, in which he joins issue principally with Heidegger but also with Jaspers and occasionally Buber, Bollnow, and others. Adorno accepts the idea of reification and the Marxist view that it results from the subjection of human beings to exchange value, but he rejects the idea of the proletariat as the savior of humanity and does not believe that reification can be done away with simply by nationalizing means of production. The main points of Adorno's attack on existentialism are as follows. Firstly, the existentialists have created a deceptive language, the elements of which are intended, by some peculiar aura, to arouse a magic faith in the independent power of words. This is a rhetorical technique which precedes any content and is merely designed to make it appear profound. The magic of words is supposed to take the place of an analysis of the true sources of reification and to suggest that it can be cured simply by incantations. In reality, however, words cannot directly express irreducible subjectivity, nor can they generate authentic being. It is quite possible to adopt the watchword of authenticism and believe that one has escaped from reification, while in fact remaining subject to it. Moreover, and this seems to be the essential point, authenticism is a purely formal catchword or incantation. The existentialists do not tell us in what way we are to be authentic. If it suffices simply to be what we are, then an oppressor and murderer is doing his duty by being just that. In short, authenticism does not imply any specific values and can be expressed in any behavior whatsoever. Another deceptive concept is that of authentic communication as opposed to the mechanical exchange of verbal stereotypes. By talking of authentic communication, the existentialists seek to persuade people that they can cure social oppression simply by expressing thoughts to one another, and conversation is thus turned into a substitute for what should come after it. Secondly, authenticism cannot in any case be a cure for reification because it is not interested in its sources, namely the rule of commodity fetishism and exchange value. It suggests that anyone can make his own life authentic, while society as a whole continues to be under the spell of reification. This is a classic 3-7i case of distracting people's attention from the real causes of their slavery, by conjuring up the illusion that freedom can be realized in the individual consciousness without any change in the conditions of communal life. Thirdly, the effect of existentialism is to petrify the whole area of non-authentic life as a metaphysical entity which cannot be done away with but can only be resisted by an effort confined to one's own existence. Heidegger, for instance, speaks of empty, everyday chatter as a manifestation of the reified world, but he regards it as a permanent feature, not realizing that it would not exist in a rational economy that did not squander money on advertising. Fourthly, existentialism tends to perpetuate reification not only by distracting attention from social conditions but by the way in which it defines existence. According to Heidegger, individual human existence is a matter of self-possession and self-reference. All social content is excluded from the idea of authenticity, which consists of willing to possess oneself. In this way, Heidegger actually reifies human subjectivity, reducing it to a tautological state of being oneself, unrelated to the world outside. Adorno also attacks Heidegger's attempts to investigate the roots of language, which he regards as part of a general tendency to glorify bygone times, Arcadian rusticity, etc., and consequently as related to the Nazi ideology of blood and soil. Adorno's criticism follows the main lines of conventional Marxist attacks on bourgeois philosophy. Existentialism makes a pretense of fighting reification but in fact aggravates it by leaving social problems out of account and promising the individual that he can have true life by simply deciding to be himself. In other words, the objection is that the jargon of authenticity contains no political program. This is true, but the same could be said of Adorno's own jargon of reification and negation. The proposition that we must constantly set our faces against a civilization subject to the leveling pressures of exchange value does not itself imply any specific rule of social behavior. The case is different with orthodox Marxists, who maintain that reification with all its baneful consequences will cease when all factories are taken over by the state, but Adorno specifically rejects this conclusion. He condemns society-based 37 to the Frankfurt School and critical theory on exchange value without giving any indication of what an alternative society would be like, and there is something hypocritical in his indignation at the existentialists' failure to provide a blueprint for the future. Adorno is certainly right in saying that authenticism is a purely formal value from which no conclusions or moral rules can be deduced. It is dangerous, moreover, to set it up as the supreme virtue, since it affords no moral protection against the idea that, for example, the commander of a concentration camp can, by behaving as such, achieve perfect fulfillment as a human being. In other words, Heidegger's anthropology is amoral inasmuch as it contains no definition of values, but is critical theory in any better case? True, it includes reason and freedom among its basic concepts. But we are told little of reason in its higher dialectical form except that it is not bound by the trivialities of logic or the cult of empirical data, and as regards freedom we are chiefly told what it is not. It is neither bourgeois freedom, which enhances reification instead of curing it, nor is it freedom as promised and realized by Marxism-Leninism, for that is slavery. Clearly, it must be something better than these, but it is hard to say what. We cannot anticipate utopia in positive terms, the most we can do is negatively to transcend the existing world. Thus the precepts of critical theory are no more than a call to unspecified action, and are just as formal as Heidegger's authenticism. 5. Critique of Enlightenment. Although Horkheimer's and Adorno's dialectic of enlightenment consists of loose and uncoordinated reflections, it contains some basic ideas which can be reduced to a kind of system. Written towards the end of the Second World War, the book is dominated by the question of Nazism, which, in the author's view, was not simply a monstrous freak but rather a drastic manifestation of the universal barbarism into which humanity was falling. They attributed this decline to the consistent operation of the very same values, ideals, and rules that had once lifted mankind out of barbarism, and that were summed up in the concept of enlightenment. By this they did not mean the specific 18th century movement to which the term is usually applied, but the most general sense of 373. Progressive thought, aimed at liberating men from fear and establishing their sovereignty. The dialectic consisted in the fact that the movement which aimed to conquer nature and emancipate reason from the shackles of mythology had, by its own inner logic, turned into its opposite. It had created a positivist, pragmatist, utilitarian ideology and, by reducing the world to its purely quantitative aspects, had annihilated meaning, barbarized the arts and sciences, and increasingly subjected mankind to commodity fetishism. The dialectic of enlightenment is not a historical treatise but a collection of haphazardly chosen and unexplained examples to illustrate various forms of the debasement of enlightened ideals. After some introductory remarks on the concept of enlightenment, it includes chapters on Odysseus, the Marquis de Sade, the entertainment industry, and anti-Semitism. Enlightenment, seeking to liberate men from the oppressive sense of mystery in the world, simply declared that what was mysterious did not exist. It aspired to a form of knowledge that would enable man to rule over nature, and it therefore deprived knowledge of significance, jettisoning such notions as substance, quality, and causality and preserving only what might serve the purpose of manipulating things. It aimed to give unity to the whole of knowledge and culture and to reduce all qualities to a common measure. Thus it was responsible for the imposition of mathematical standards on science and for creating an economy based on exchange value, i.e. transforming goods of every kind into so many units of abstract labor time. Increased dominion over nature meant alienation from nature, and likewise increased domination over human beings. The theory of knowledge produced by enlightenment implied that we know things in so far as we have power over them, and this was true in both the physical and the social world. It also signified that reality had no meaning in itself but only took its meaning from the subject, while at the same time subject and object were completely separate from each other. Science ascribed reality only to what might occur more than once, as if in imitation of the repetition principle that governs mythological thinking. It sought to contain the world within a system of categories, turning individual things and human beings into abstractions and thus creating the ideological foundations of totalitarianism. The abstractness of thought went hand in hand with the domination of man by man, the universality of ideas as developed by discursive logic. Domination in the conceptual sphere is raised up on the basis of actual domination. Enlightenment in its developed form regards every object as self-identical. The idea that a thing may be what it is not yet is rejected as a relic of mythology. The urge to enclose the world in a single conceptual system, and the propensity to deductive thinking, are especially pernicious aspects of enlightenment and are a menace to freedom. For enlightenment is as totalitarian as any system. Its untruth does not consist in what its romantic enemies have always reproached it for, analytical method, return to elements, dissolution through reflective thought, but instead in the fact that for enlightenment the process is always decided from the start. When in mathematical procedure the unknown becomes the unknown quantity of an equation, this marks it as the well-known even before any value is inserted. Nature, before and after the quantum theory, is that which is to be comprehended mathematically. In the anticipated identification of the wholly conceived and mathematized world with truth, enlightenment intends to secure itself against the return of the mythic. It confounds thought and mathematics. Thinking objectifies itself to become an automatic, self-activating process. Mathematical procedure becomes, so to speak, the ritual of thinking. It turns thought into a TLG, an instrument. Enlightenment, in short, will not and cannot grasp what is new, it is only interested in what is recurrent, what is already known. But, contrary to the rules of enlightenment, thought is not a matter of perception, classification, and counting, it consists in the determinate negation of each successive immediacy i.e., presumably, in advancing beyond what is to what may be. Enlightenment turns the world into a tautology, and thus reverts to the myth which it sought to destroy. By restricting thought to facts which must then be arranged in an abstract system, enlightenment sanctifies what is, that is to say social injustice, industrialism reifies human subjectivity, and commodity fetishism prevails in every sphere of life. The rationalism of enlightenment, while enhancing man's power over nature, also increased the power of some human 375 beings over others, and by this token it has outlived its usefulness. The root of the evil was the division of labor and, along with it, the alienation of man from nature. Domination became the one purpose of thought, and thought itself was thereby destroyed. Socialism adopted the bourgeois style of thinking, which regarded nature as completely alien and thus made it totalitarian. In this way enlightenment embarked on a suicidal course, and the only hope of salvation seems to consist in theory. True revolutionary practice depends on the intransigence of theory in the face of the insensibility with which society allows thought to ossify. According to the dialectic of enlightenment, the legend of Odysseus is a prototype or symbol of the isolation of the individual precisely because he is fully socialized. The hero escapes from the Cyclops by calling himself Nomen. To preserve his existence, he destroys it. As the authors put it, this linguistic adaptation to death contains the schema of modern mathematics. In general, the legend shows that a civilization in which men seek to affirm themselves is only possible through self-denial and repression. Thus, in enlightenment, the dialectic takes on a Freudian aspect. The perfect epitome of 18th-century enlightenment was the Marquis de Sade, who carried the ideology of domination to its utmost logical consequence. Enlightenment treats human beings as repeatable and replaceable elements of an abstract system, and this too is the meaning of de Sade's way of life. The totalitarian idea latent in Enlightenment philosophy assimilates human characteristics to interchangeable commodities. Reason and feeling are reduced to an impersonal level, rationalist planning degenerates into totalitarian terror, morality is derided and despised as a maneuver by the weak to protect themselves against the strong, and all traditional virtues are declared inimical to reason and illusory, a view already implicit in Descartes' division of man into an extended and a thinking substance. The destruction of reason, feeling, subjectivity, quality, and nature itself by the unholy combination of mathematics, logic, and exchange value is especially seen in the degradation of culture, a crying example of which is the modern entertainment industry. A single system dominated by commercial values has taken over every aspect of mass culture. Everything serves to perpetuate the power of capital, even the fact that the workers have attained a fairly high standard of living and that people can find clean homes to live in. Mass-produced culture kills creativity. It is not justified by the demand for it, since that demand is itself part of the system. In Germany at one time the state at least protected the higher forms of culture against the operation of the market, but this is now over and artists are the slaves of their customers. Novelty is anathema. Both the output and the enjoyment of art are planned in advance, as they must be if art is to survive market competition. In this way art itself, contrary to its primal function, helps to destroy individuality and turn human beings into stereotypes. The authors lament that art has become so cheap and accessible, for this inevitably means its degradation. In general, their concept of enlightenment is a fanciful, unhistorical hybrid composed of everything they dislike: positivism, logic, deductive and empirical science, capitalism, the money power, mass culture, liberalism, and fascism. Their critique of culture, apart from some true observations, which have since become commonplace, on the harmfulness of commercialized art, is imbued with nostalgia for the days when the enjoyment of culture was reserved to the elite. It is an attack on the age of the common man in a spirit of feudal contempt for the masses. Mass society was attacked from various quarters even in the last century, by Tocqueville, Renan, Burckhardt, and Nietzsche among others. What is new in Horkheimer and Adorno is that they combine this attack with an onslaught on positivism and science, and that, following Marx, they discern the root of the evil in the division of labor, reification, and the domination of exchange value. They go much further than Marx. However. The original sin of enlightenment, according to them, was to cut man off from nature and treat the latter as a mere object of exploitation, with the result that man was assimilated to the natural order and was exploited likewise. This process found its ideological reflection in science, which is not interested in qualities but only in what can be expressed quantitatively and made to serve technical purposes. The attack, it can be seen, is essentially in line with the Romantic tradition. But the authors do not offer any way out. 377. Of the state of decadence, they do not say how man can become friends with nature again, or how to get rid of exchange value and live without money or calculation. The only remedy they have to offer is theoretical reasoning, and we may suspect that its chief merit in their eyes is to be free from the despotism of logic and mathematics. It is noteworthy that whereas socialists formerly denounced capitalism for producing poverty, the main grievance of the Frankfurt School is that it engenders abundance and satisfies a multiplicity of needs, and is thus injurious to the higher forms of culture. The dialectic of enlightenment contains all the elements of Marcuse's later attack on modern philosophy, which allegedly favors totalitarianism by maintaining a positivist neutralism in regard to the world of values and by insisting that human knowledge should be controlled by facts. This strange paralogism, equating the observance of empirical and logical rules with fidelity to the status quo and rejection of all change, recurs again and again in the writings of the Frankfurt School. If the supposed link between positivism and social conservatism or totalitarianism is studied in the light of history, the evidence is all the other way. Positivists, from Hume onwards, were wedded to the liberal tradition. Clearly, there is no logical connection either. If the fact that scientific observation is neutral towards its object and abstains from evaluation implies that it favors the status quo, we should have to maintain that physiopathological observation implies approval of disease and a belief that it should not be combated. Admittedly, there is an essential difference between medicine and social science. In the social sciences, observation itself is part of the subject matter, if that is taken to include the entire social picture. But it does not follow that a scientist who abstains as far as he can from value judgments is an agent of social stability or conformism. He may or may not be, but nothing can be inferred in this respect from the fact that his observation is external and uncommitted. If, on the other hand, the observer is committed not only in the sense of having some practical interest in view but also in regarding his cognitive activity as part of a certain social practice, he is more or less obliged to regard as true whatever seems conducive to the particular interest with which he identifies, i.e. apply genetic, pragmatic criteria of truth. If this principle were adopted, science as we know it would disappear and be replaced by political propaganda. Undoubtedly, various political interests and preferences are reflected in various ways in social science, but a rule which sought to generalize such influences instead of minimizing them would turn science into a tool of politics, as has happened with social science in totalitarian states. Theoretical observation and discussion would completely forfeit their autonomy, which is the reverse of what the Frankfurt writers would wish, as they indicate elsewhere. It is also true that scientific observation does not of itself produce aims. This is the case even if some value judgments are implicit in the rules prescribing the conditions under which certain statements or hypotheses become part of science. The canons of scientific procedures are not, of course, infringed by the fact that the investigator wants to discover something that will serve practical ends, or that his interest is inspired by some practical concern. But they are infringed if, on the pretext of overcoming the dichotomy of facts and values, the truth of science is subordinated to the criteria of any interest whatsoever. This simply means that anything is right which suits the interests with which the scientist identifies himself. The rules of empirical observation have evolved for centuries in the European mind, from the late Middle Ages onwards. That their development was somehow connected with the spread of a market economy is possible, though certainly not proved. On this as on most other subjects, the proponents of critical theory offer only bare assertions, devoid of historical analysis. If there actually is a historical link, it still by no means follows that these rules are an instrument of commodity fetishism and a mainstay of capitalism. Any such assumption is in fact pure nonsense. The writers we are discussing seem to believe that there is, at any rate potentially, some alternative science which would satisfy the demands of human nature, but they cannot tell us anything. 379. About it. Their critical theory is in fact not so much a theory as a general statement that theory is of great importance, which few would deny, and a plea for a critical attitude towards existing society, which we are invited to transcend in thought. This injunction, however, makes no sense as long as they cannot tell us in what direction the existing order is to be transcended. From this point of view, as we have already noted, orthodox Marxism is more specific, as it does at least claim that once the means of production are publicly owned and the Communist Party installed in power, only a few minor technical problems will stand in the way of universal freedom and happiness. These assurances are completely refuted by experience, but at least we know what they mean. The Dialectic of Enlightenment and other works of the Frankfurt School contain many sound remarks on the commercialization of art in industrial society and the inferiority of cultural products dependent on the market. But the authors are on very doubtful ground when they say that this has led to the degradation of art as a whole and of the artistic enjoyment open to people in general. If this were so, it would mean that, for instance, country folk in the 18th century enjoyed some higher forms of culture, but that capitalism gradually deprived them of these and substituted crude, mass-produced objects and entertainments. It is not obvious, however, that 18th century rustics enjoyed higher artistic values, in the form of church ceremonies, popular sports and dances, than television offers to present-day workers. So-called higher culture has not disappeared, but has become incomparably more accessible than ever before, and is undoubtedly enjoyed by more people, while it is highly unconvincing to argue that its dramatic formal changes in the 20th century are all explicable by the domination of exchange value. Adorno, who refers to the degradation of art in many of his writings, seems to think that the present situation is hopeless, i.e. that there is no source of strength which would enable art to revive and perform its proper function. On the one hand, there is affirmative art, which accepts the present situation and pretends to find harmony where there is only chaos. On the other, there are attempts at resistance, but, as they have no roots in the real world, even 380 the Frankfurt School and critical theory geniuses are forced into escapism, shutting themselves up in self-sufficient realms of their own artistic material. The avant-garde movement is a negation, but for the present at least it can be nothing more. As far as it goes, it is true for our time, unlike mass culture and bogus affirmative art, but it is a feeble and depressing truth, expressive of cultural bankruptcy. The last word of Adorno's theory of culture is apparently that we must protest, but that protest will be unavailing. We cannot recapture the values of the past, those of the present are debased and barbarous, and the future offers none. All that is left to us is a gesture of total negation, deprived of content by its very totality. If the foregoing is a true account of Adorno's work, not only can we not regard it as a continuation of Marx's thought, but it is diametrically opposed to the latter by reason of its pessimism. Failing a positive utopia, its final response to the human condition can only be an inarticulate cry. 6. Erich Fromm, who has lived in the USA since 1932, began as an orthodox Freudian but is primarily known as a co-founder of the Kulturalist school of psychoanalysis, together with Karen Horney and Harry Sullivan. This school departed so radically from the Freudian tradition as to leave little of the original basis of psychoanalytical anthropology, the theory of culture, and even the theory of neuroses. Fromm may be regarded as a cousin of the Frankfurt School, not only because he belonged to the Institut für Sozialforschung and published articles in the journal, but also in view of the content of his work. He shared the conviction of his Frankfurt colleagues that the Marxian analyses of reification and alienation were still valid and were vital to the solution of the basic problems of modern civilization. Like the others, he did not agree with Marx as to the liberating role of the proletariat. Alienation, in which he was specially interested, was a phenomenon affecting all social classes. He did not, however, share Adorno's negativism and pessimism. Although he had no faith in historical determinism and did not expect the laws of history to bring about a better social order. 38.1. He was convinced that human beings had an immense creative potential which could be brought into play to overcome their alienation from nature and one another and to establish an order based on brotherly love. Unlike Adorno, he believed it possible to define in broad lines the character of a social life in harmony with human nature. Again, unlike Adorno, whose books are full of pride and arrogance, Fromm's writings are imbued with goodwill and faith in the human capacity for friendship and cooperation. It was for this reason, perhaps, that he found Freudianism unacceptable. He may be called the Feuerbach of our time. His books are simple and readable, their didactic and moralistic intention is not concealed, but is expressed plainly and straightforwardly. Whatever their immediate subject, the theory of character, Zen Buddhism, Marx, or Freud, all are inspired by critical and constructive thought. Among the titles are Escape from Freedom, Man for Himself, The Sane Society, Zen Buddhism, and Psychoanalysis, and Marx's Concept of Man. Fromm believes that Freud's theory of the unconscious opened up an extremely fertile field of inquiry, but he rejects almost completely the theory of anthropology based on the libido and the purely repressive functions of culture. Freud held that the human individual can be defined by the instinctual energies that inevitably oppose him to others. The individual is antisocial by nature, but society exists to give him a measure of security in return for the limitation and repression of his instinctive desires. Unsatisfied desires are channeled into other, socially permitted areas and are sublimated into cultural activity. However, culture and social life continue to police the impulses that cannot be destroyed, and the cultural products that are created as a substitute for unfulfilled desires help to curb those impulses still further. Man's position in the world is hopeless inasmuch as the satisfaction of his natural cravings would mean the ruin of civilization and the destruction of the human race. The conflict between the demands of instinct and the communal life which is necessary to human beings can never be resolved, nor can the complex of causes which incessantly drive them into neurotic solutions. Sublimation in the form of creative activity is only a substitute, and moreover it is only available to the few. To this Fromm replies that Freud's doctrine is an illegitimate universalization of a particular limited historical experience, and, moreover, is based on a false theory of human nature. It is not the case that an individual can be defined by the sum of his instinctive desires, directed exclusively towards his own satisfaction and consequently hostile to others. Freud talks as if, by giving something of himself to others, a man parts with a piece of wealth that he might have kept, but love and friendship are an enrichment and not a sacrifice. Freud's view is a reflection of particular social conditions causing the interests of individuals to conflict with one another, but this is a historical phase, not a necessary effect of human nature. Egoism and egocentricity are not protective but destructive of the individual's interests, and they spring from self-hatred rather than self-love. Fromm concedes that man is equipped with certain permanent instincts, and that in this sense one can speak of unchanging human nature. He even holds that the contrary view, that there are no anthropological constants, is a dangerous one, as it suggests that human beings are infinitely malleable and can adapt to any conditions, so that slavery, if properly organized, could last forever. The fact that people do rebel against existing conditions shows that they are not infinitely adaptable, and this is a ground for optimism. But the main thing is to ascertain which human traits are really constant and which are a matter of history, and here Freud went badly wrong, mistaking the effects of capitalist civilization for unalterable characteristics of the human race. In general, Fromm continues, human needs are not confined to individual satisfaction. People need links with nature and with one another, not just any links, but such as to give them a sense of purpose and belonging to a community. They need love and understanding, and they suffer when isolated and deprived of contact. A human being also needs conditions in which he can make full use of his abilities. He is not born simply to cope with conditions and dangers, but to engage in creative work. For this reason, the development of the human species, or the self-creation of man, has been a history of conflicting tendencies. Ever since man freed himself from the natural order and thus became truly human, the need for security and the 383 creative urge have often been opposed to each other. We want freedom, but we are also afraid of it, for freedom signifies responsibility and the absence of security. Consequently, men take refuge from the burden of freedom in submission to authority and in closed systems. This is an inborn tendency, though a destructive one, a false escape from isolation into self-renunciation. Another form of escape is hatred, in which man tries to overcome his isolation by blind destruction. On the basis of these views, Fromm distinguishes psychological types or orientations which differ from Freud's in that they are explained in terms of social conditions and family relationships and not merely by the distribution of the libido. Moreover, unlike Freud, he expressly labels them good or bad. Characters are formed from infancy by the child's surroundings and the system of punishments and rewards that it encounters. The receptive type is characterized by compliance, optimism, and passive benevolence. People of this kind are adaptable but lack creative power. The exploitative type, on the contrary, is aggressive, envious, and inclined to treat others purely as a source of profit to itself. The hoarding type expresses itself less in active aggression and more in hostile suspicion. It is stingy, self-centered, and inclined to sterile fastidiousness. Another unproductive type is the marketing orientation, which derives satisfaction from adapting itself to prevailing fashions and customs. Creative characters, on the other hand, are neither aggressive nor conformist, but seek contact with others in a spirit of kindness combined with initiative and a measure of nonconformity. This is the best combination of all, as their nonconformity does not degenerate into aggression, while their desire for cooperation and capacity for love does not sink into passive adaptation. These various characters correspond to the typology previously worked out by Freudians, especially Abraham, but Fromm's explanation of their origin emphasizes not the infant's successive sexual fixations but the part played by the family circle and the values current in society. Capitalist society as developed in Europe in the last few hundred years has liberated huge creative possibilities in human beings, but also powerful destructive elements. Men have become aware of their individual dignity and responsibility, but have found themselves in a situation dominated by universal calm. 384 The Frankfurt School and Critical Theory Petition and Conflict of Interests. Personal initiative has become a decisive factor in life, but increased importance also attaches to aggression and exploitation. The sum total of loneliness and isolation has grown beyond measure, while social conditions cause people to treat one another as things and not as persons. One of the delusive and dangerous remedies against isolation is to seek protection in irrational authoritarian systems such as fascism. In Fromm's view, his radical revision of Freudianism has a Marxist complexion, both because it explains human relationships in terms of history and not of defense mechanisms and instinctual energy, and because it is based on value judgments in harmony with Marx's thought. Fromm regards the manuscripts of 1844 as the fundamental exposition of Marx's doctrine. He insists that there is no essential change between that work and Capital, but he considers that the lot of the early texts is somewhat lost in the later works. The central issue, he contends, is that of alienation, representing the sum of human bondage, isolation, unhappiness, and misfortune. Totalitarian doctrines and communist regimes have in his view nothing in common with Marx's humanistic vision, the chief values of which are voluntary solidarity, the expansion of man's creative powers, freedom from constraint and from irrational authority. Marx's ideas are a revolt against conditions in which men and women lose their humanity and are turned into commodities, but also an optimistic profession of faith in their ability to become human once again, to achieve not only freedom from poverty but freedom to develop their creative powers as well. It is absurd to interpret Marx's historical materialism to signify that people are always actuated by material interests. On the contrary, Marx believed that they forfeited their true nature when circumstances compelled them to care for nothing but such interests. To Marx, the main problem was how to free the individual from the shackles of dependence and enable human beings to live together in amity once more. Marx did not hold that man must be eternally the plaything of irrational forces beyond his control. On the contrary, he maintained that man could be the master of his fate. If, in practice, the alienated products of human labor turned into anti-human 385 forces, if people were enthralled by false consciousness and false needs, and if they did not understand their own true motives, all this was not because nature had so ruled forever. On the contrary, a society dominated by competition, isolation, exploitation, and enmity was a contradiction of human nature, which, as Marx believed no less than Hegel or Goethe, found its true satisfaction in creative work and fellowship, not in aggression or passive adaptation. Marx wanted men to return to unity with nature and among themselves, thus bridging the gulf between subject and object. Fromm, who especially stresses this motif from the 1844 manuscripts, observes that Marx is in agreement here with the whole tradition of German humanism and also with Zen Buddhism. Of course, Marx wanted to see an end to poverty, but he did not want consumption to increase indefinitely. He was concerned with human dignity and freedom. His socialism was not a matter of satisfying material needs but of creating conditions in which men could realize their own personalities and be reconciled with nature and one another. Marx's themes were the alienation of labor, the loss of meaning in the labor process, the transformation of human beings into commodities. The basic evil of capitalism, in his view, was not the unjust distribution of goods but the degradation of mankind, the destruction of the essence of humanity. This degradation affected everyone, not only the workers, and accordingly Marx's message of emancipation was universal and did not only apply to the proletariat. Marx believed that human beings could understand their own nature rationally and, by so doing, free themselves from false needs that conflicted with it. This they could do for themselves, within the historical process, without any help from extra-historical sources. In maintaining this, Fromm believes, Marx was in line not only with utopian thinkers of the Renaissance and Enlightenment but also with chiliastic sects, the Hebrew prophets, and even Thomism. In Fromm's view, the whole question of human liberation is summed up in the word love, which implies treating others as an end and not a means. It also signifies that the individual does not give up his own creativity or lose himself in the other's personality. Aggressivity and passivity are two sides of the same phenomenon of degradation, and must both be replaced by 386. The Frankfurt School and critical theory, a system of relations based on fellow feeling without conformism and creativity without aggression. As this summary indicates, Fromm's endorsement of Marx rests on a true interpretation of his humanistic outlook, but is nevertheless highly selective. Fromm does not consider the positive functions of alienation or the role of evil in history. To him, as to Feuerbach, alienation is simply bad. Moreover, Fromm adopted from Marx only the ultimate idea of the whole human being, the utopia of reunion with nature and perfect solidarity among mankind, helped and not hindered by individual creativity. He endorses this utopia, but ignores all that part of Marx's doctrine which tells us how to bring it about this theory of the state, the proletariat, and revolution. In so doing he has chosen the most acceptable and least controversial aspects of Marxism, for anyone would agree that people should live on good terms and not cut one another's throats, and that it is better to be free and creative than stifled and oppressed. In short, Fromm's Marxism is little more than a series of trite aspirations. Nor is it clear from his analysis how men came to be dominated by evil and alienation, or what ground there is for hoping that healthy tendencies will in the end prevail over destructive ones. Fromm's ambiguity is typical of utopian thought in general. On the one hand, he professes to derive his ideal from human nature as it actually is, although it is not at present realized. In other words, it is man's true destiny to develop his personality while living in harmony with others, but, on the other hand, he is aware that human nature is also a normative concept. Clearly, the concept of alienation and also the distinction between false and true needs must, if they are to be more than mere arbitrary norms, be based on some theory of human nature as we know it from experience, albeit in an undeveloped state. But Fromm does not explain how we know that human nature requires, for instance, more solidarity and less aggression. It is true that people are in fact capable of solidarity, love, friendship, and self-sacrifice, but it does not follow that those who display these qualities are more human than their opposites. Fromm's account of human nature thus presents an ambiguous mixture of descriptive and normative ideas, which is likewise characteristic of Marx and many of his followers. The Frankfurt School and Critical Theory 387. Fromm did much to popularize the idea of Marx as a humanist, and was undoubtedly right to combat the crude and primitive interpretation of Marxism as a materialistic theory of human motives and shortcut to despotism. But he did not discuss the relationship between Marxism and modern communism, saying merely that communist totalitarianism was contrary to the ideals of the 1844 manuscripts. His picture of Marx is thus almost as one-sided and simplistic as the one he criticizes, which presents Marxism as a blueprint for Stalinism. As for the pre-established harmony between Marxism and Zen Buddhism, it is based on a few sentences in the manuscripts about a return to union with nature. These are no doubt consonant with the young Marx's apocalyptic idea of a total and absolute reconciliation of everything with everything else, but it is an exaggeration to regard them as part of the hardcore of Marxist doctrine. Fromm in fact retains only that part of Marx's doctrine which he held in common with Rousseau. 7. Critical theory. Jürgen Habermas ranks as one of the chief living German philosophers. The titles of his principal books Theorie und Praxis, Erkenntnis und Interesse, Technik und Wissenschaft als Ideologie indicate his main philosophical interests. His work comprises an anti-positivist analysis of all kinds of links between theoretical reasoning not only in the historical and social sciences, but also in natural history and the practical needs, interests, and behavior of human beings. It is not, however, a sociology of knowledge, but rather a epistemological critique designed to show that no theory can be properly based on the criteria propounded by the positivist and analytical schools, that positivism always contains assumptions dictated by non-theoretical interests, but that it is possible to find a viewpoint from which practical interest and the theoretical approach coincide. These are topics that certainly fall within the sphere of interest of the Frankfurt School, but Habermas displays more analytical precision than his mentors of the previous generation. Habermas takes up Horkheimer's and Adorno's theme of the dialectic of the Enlightenment, the process whereby reason, striving to emancipate mankind from prejudice, by its own inner logic turns against itself and serves to maintain prejudice and authority. In the classic period of the Enlightenment, represented by Holbach, reason saw itself as a weapon in the social and intellectual battle against the existing order, and it upheld the essential virtue of boldness in attack. Evil and falsity were one and the same in its eyes, and so were liberation and truth. It did not seek to dispense with evaluation, but declared openly the values by which it was guided. Fichte's reason, which based itself on the Kantian critique and therefore could not invoke the oracle of empiricism, was nevertheless also conscious of its own practical character. The acts of understanding and of constituting the world coincided in it, as did reason and will. The practical interest of the self-liberating ego was no longer separate from the theoretical activity of reason. For Marx too, reason was a critical power, but, in contrast to Fichte's view, its strength was not rooted in moral consciousness but in the fact that its emancipating activity coincided with the process of social emancipation. The critique of false consciousness was at the same time a practical act of abolishing the social conditions to which false consciousness was due. Thus the Enlightenment in Marx's version expressly maintained the link between reason and interest. However, with the progress of science, technology, and organization, that link was broken. Reason gradually lost its emancipating function, while rationality was more and more restricted to technical efficiency, no longer proposing aims but merely organizing means. Reason took on an instrumental character, abandoning its meaning-generating function to serve the ends of material or social technology. The Enlightenment turned against itself. The delusion that reason was independent of human interests was sanctioned as the epistemology of POS 1T1V1 SM, as a scientific progrès madame free from value judgments and thus incapable of performing emancipative functions. Habermas, however, like the rest of the Frankfurt School, is not concerned with the primacy of practice in Lukács' sense or in that of pragmatism. He is concerned with a return to the idea of praxis as distinct from technique, i.e. restoring the concept of reason aware of its practical functions, not subject to any aims imposed from outside but somehow comprising social aims by virtue of its own rationality. He therefore seeks 389. An intellectual faculty which can synthesize practical and theoretical reason, as it is capable of identifying the sense of objects and thus neither can nor will be neutral as regards aims. The essence of Habermas's critique, however, lies in his contention that such neutrality has not been, and never could be, actually attained, and that positivist programs and the idea of theory liberated from value are therefore an illusion of the Enlightenment in its stage of self-destruction. Husserl rightly argued that the so-called facts or objects posited by natural science as ready-made reality, unconstructed things in themselves, are in fact organized in a primal, spontaneously created Lebenswelt, and that every science takes over from pre-reflective reason a repertoire of forms dictated by various practical human interests. He was wrong, however, in supposing that his own idea of a theory purged of these practical residua might later be used for practical ends, for phenomenology cannot propose any cosmology, any idea of universal order, and such an idea is indispensable if theory is to have a practical purpose. The natural sciences, Habermas goes on, are constituted on the basis of technical interest. They are not neutral in the sense that their content is uninfluenced by practical considerations. The material they are prepared to admit to their store is not a reflection of facts as they exist in the world, but an expression of the effectiveness of practical technical operations. The historico-hermeneutic sciences are also in part determined by practical interests, though in another way. In their case the interest consists in preserving and enlarging the possible area of understanding among human beings, so as to improve communication. Theoretical activity cannot escape from practical interest. The subject-object relationship must itself involve some degree of interest, and no part of human knowledge is intelligible except in relation to the history of the human race, in which these practical interests are crystallized. All cognitive criteria owe their validity to the interest by which cognition is governed. Interest operates in three spheres or media: work, language, and authority, and to these types of interest correspond respectively the natural, the historico-hermeneutic, and the social sciences. In self-reflection, however, or reflection on reflection, interest and cognition coincide, and it is in this realm that emancipative reason takes shape. If we cannot discover 39 degrees the Frankfurt School and critical theory the point at which reason and will, or the determination of ends and the analysis of means, coincide, we are condemned to a situation in which, on the one hand, we have an apparently neutral science and, on the other, fundamentally irrational decisions as to ends. The latter cannot then be rationally criticized, each is as good as any other. Habermas does not go so far as Marcuse in criticizing science. He does not claim that the very content of modern science, as opposed to its technical application, serves anti-human ends, or that modern technology is inherently destructive and cannot be used for the good of humanity, but must be replaced by technology of a different kind. To say this would only make sense if we could propose alternatives to existing science and technology, which Marcuse is unable to do. All the same, science and technology are not wholly innocent in respect of their applications, when these take the form of weapons of mass destruction and the organization of tyranny. The point is that modern productive forces and science have become elements of the political legitimation of modern industrial societies. Traditional societies based on the legality of their institutions on mythical, religious, or metaphysical interpretations of the world. Capitalism, by setting in motion the self-propelling mechanism of the development of productive forces, has institutionalized the phenomenon of change and novelty, overthrown the traditional principles of the legitimation of authority, and replaced them by norms corresponding to those of equivalent commercial exchange, the rule-sif mutuality as the basis of social organization. In this way, property relations have lost their directly political significance and become production relations governed by the laws of the market. The natural sciences began to define their scope in terms of technical application. At the same time, as capitalism evolved, state intervention in the field of production and exchange became more and more important, with the result that politics ceased to be only part of the superstructure. The political activity of the state represented as a purely technical means of improving the organization of public life tended to merge with science and technology, which were supposed to serve the same purpose. The dividing line between productive forces and the legitimation of power became obscured, in contrast to the 391. Capitalism of Marx's day, when productive and political functions were clearly separate. Thus Marx's theory of the base and superstructure began to be out of date, as did his theory of value. Science and technology took on ideological functions in the sense that they produced an image of society based on a technical model, and technocratic ideologies which deprive people of political consciousness, by implying that all human problems are of a technical and organizational character and can be solved by scientific means. The technocratic mentality makes it easier to manipulate people without violence and is a further step towards reification, blurring the distinction between technical activity, which in itself has nothing to say about aims, and specifically human relationships. In a situation where state institutions have a powerful influence on the economy, social conflicts too have changed their character and bear less and less resemblance to class antagonism as Marx understood it. The new ideology is no longer merely an ideology but is merged with the very process of technical progress. It is harder to identify, with the result that ideology and real social conditions can no longer be contrasted as they were by Marx. The increase of productive forces does not itself have an emancipating effect. On the contrary, in its ideologized form it tends to make people apprehend themselves as things, and to obliterate the distinction between technology and praxis, the latter term signifying the spontaneous activity in which the acting subject determines his own goals. The purpose of Marx's critique was that people should become truly subjects, i.e. that they should rationally and consciously control the processes of their own lives. But the critique was ambiguous inasmuch as the self-regulation of social life could be understood as either a practical or a technical problem, and in the latter case it could be thought of as a manipulative process similar to the technical handling of inanimate objects, which is what happens under both capitalist planning and bureaucratic socialism. In this way reification is not cured but aggravated. True emancipation, on the other hand, is the return to praxis as a category involving the active participation of everyone in the control of social phenomena. In other words, people must 39 to the Frankfurt School and critical theory be subjects and not objects. For this purpose, as Habermas observes, there must be an improvement of human communication, free discussion of existing power systems, and a fight against the depoliticization of life. The critique of Marx in Knowledge and Interest goes perhaps even further. Habermas says there that Marx finally reduced the self-creation of the human species to the process of productive work, and in so doing prevented himself from fully understanding his own critical activity, for reflection itself appears in his theory as an element of scientific work in the same sense in which it is related to natural science, that is to say it is modeled on patterns of material production. Thus critique as a praxis, as subjective activity based on self-reflection, did not fully take shape in Marx's work as a separate form of social activity. In the same book Habermas criticizes scientism, Mach, Peirce, and Dilthey, and argues that the forms of methodological self-knowledge of the natural or historical sciences also reflect an understanding of their cognitive status and of the interest behind them. He points out, however, the emancipative potential of psychoanalysis, which in his opinion makes it possible to attain a viewpoint in which the operation of reason and the interest and emancipation coincide in self-reflection, or, to put it otherwise, the cognitive and the practical interest become identical. Marx's schema cannot provide a ground for such unity, as he reduced the specific characteristic of the human species to the capacity for instrumental action, which meant that he could not interpret the relations between ideology and authority in terms of distorted communication, but reduced them to relations stemming from human labor and the battle with nature. In Marx's theory the coincidence does not take place, the interests of reason and emancipation do not combine to form a single practico-intellectual faculty. If this is 393. Habermas's argument, his interpretation of Marx is at variance with Lukács's judgment that the essential feature of Marxism consists in the doctrine that the act of understanding the world and the act of transforming it achieve identity in the privileged situation of the proletariat. Habermas does not clearly define his key concept of emancipation. It is evident that, in the spirit of the whole tradition of German idealism, he is seeking for a focal point at which practical and theoretical reason, cognition and will, knowledge of the world and the movement to change it, all become identical. But it does not appear that he has actually found such a point or shown us how to arrive at it. He is right in saying that the criteria of epistemological evaluation must be understood as an element in the history of the human species, in which the processes of technical progress and the forms of communication both appear as independent variables, that none of the rules by which we determine what is cognitively valid is grounded transcendentally, and that positivist criteria of the validity of knowledge are based on evaluation related to human technical abilities. But it does not follow that there is or can be a vantage point from which the distinction between knowledge and will can be seen as eliminated. It may be that, in some cases, acts of self-understanding by individuals or societies are themselves part of the practical behavior leading to emancipation, whatever this term means. But the question will always remain, by what criteria are we to judge the accuracy of that self-understanding, and on what principle do we decide that emancipation consists in one state of affairs rather than another? On the second point we cannot avoid making a decision that goes beyond our knowledge of the world. If we believe that we can become endowed with some higher spiritual power which distinguishes between good and bad and, in the same act, determines what is true and what is false, we are not effecting any synthesis but are simply replacing the criteria of truth by criteria of an arbitrarily established good, i.e. we are returning to individual or collective pragmatism. Emancipation in the sense of a union between analytical and practical reason is, as we have seen, only possible in instances of religious illumination, where knowledge and the existential act of commitment do indeed. 394 The Frankfurt School and critical theory become one. But there is nothing more dangerous to civilization than to suppose that the operation of reason can be wholly founded on such acts. It is indeed true that analytical reason, or the whole body of rules by which science functions, cannot provide its own basis. The rules are accepted because they are instrumentally effective, and if there are any transcendental norms of rationality they are not known to us. Science can function without concerning itself with the existence of such norms, for science is not to be confused with scientistic philosophy. Decisions as to good and evil and the meaning of the universe cannot have any scientific foundation. We are bound to make such decisions, but we cannot turn them into acts of intellectual understanding. The idea of a higher reason synthesizing these two aspects of life can only be realized in the realm of myth, or remain a pious aspiration of German metaphysics. Another member of the younger generation of the Frankfurt School is Alfred Schmidt, whose book on Marx's concept of nature is an interesting and valuable contribution to the study of this complicated question. Schmidt argues that Marx's concept contains ambiguities thanks to which it has been interpreted in conflicting ways. Schmidt contends that Marx's doctrine cannot in the last resort be interpreted as an unequivocally monistic system, but that Engels's materialism was in line with an essential aspect of Marx's thought. Iring F. Etcher, undoubtedly one of the most eminent historians of Marxism, can only be regarded as a member of the Frankfurt School in the very broad sense that his works show him to be receptive to those aspects of Marxism in which the writers of the school are interested. His great achievement is to have expounded lucidly the different versions and possible interpretations of the Marxian inheritance, but his own philosophical position does not appear to be based on the typical ideas of the Frankfurt School such as the negative dialectic and emancipating reason. Apart from their welcome clarity, his works are characterized by the restraint and open-mindedness of the historian. 395. 8. Conclusion. When we consider the place of the Frankfurt School in the evolution of Marxism, we find that its strong point was philosophical anti-dogmatism and the defense of the autonomy of theoretical reasoning. It freed itself from the mythology of the infallible proletariat and the belief that Marx's categories were adequate to the situation and problems of the modern world. It also endeavored to reject all elements or varieties of Marxism that postulated an absolute, primary basis of knowledge and practice. It contributed to the analysis of mass culture as a phenomenon that cannot be interpreted in class categories as Marx understood them. It also contributed to the critique of scientistic philosophy, by drawing attention to the latent normative assumptions of scientistic programs. The Frankfurt philosophers were on weak ground, on the other hand, in their constant proclamation of an ideal emancipation which was never properly explained. This created the illusion that while condemning reification, exchange value, commercialized culture, and scientism they were offering something else instead, whereas the most they were actually offering was nostalgia for the pre-capitalist culture of an elite. By harping on the vague prospect of a universal escape from present-day civilization, they unwittingly encouraged an attitude of mindless and destructive protest. In short, the strength of the Frankfurt School consisted in pure negation, and its dangerous ambiguity lay in the fact that it would not openly admit this fact, but frequently suggested the opposite. It was not so much a continuation of Marxism in any direction, as an example of its dissolution and paralysis. Chapter 11. Herbert Marcuse, Marxism as a Totalitarian Utopia of the New Left. Marcuse did not become a well-known figure outside academic circles until the late 1960s, when he was acclaimed as an ideological leader by rebellious student movements in the USA, Germany, and France. There is no reason to suppose that he sought the spiritual leadership of the student revolution, but when the role devolved upon him he did not object. His Marxism, if that is the right name for it, is a curious ideological mixture. Originating in the interpretation of Hegel and Marx as prophets of a rationalist utopia, it evolved into a popular ideology of global revolution in which sexual liberation played a prominent part, and in which the working class was rudely displaced from the center of attention to make way for students, racial minorities, and the lumpenproletariat. In the 70s Marcuse's importance has faded considerably, but his philosophy is still worth discussing, less on account of its intrinsic merits than because it coincided with an important, though perhaps ephemeral, tendency in the ideological changes of our time. It also serves to illustrate the amazing variety of uses that can be made of Marxist doctrine. As far as his interpretation of Marxism goes, Marcuse is generally considered as a member of the Frankfurt School, to which he is linked by his negative dialectic and faith in the transcendental norms of rationality. Born in Berlin in 1898, he belonged in 1917-18 to the Social Democratic Party, but left it, as he afterwards wrote, following the murder of Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Since then he has not belonged to any political party. He studied at Berlin and Freiburg im Breisgau, where he took his doctor's degree with a dissertation on Hegel. His Hegels Ontologie und Grund, einer Theorie der Geschichtlichkeit was published in R93 r. Before 397. Emigrating from Germany, he also wrote a number of articles clearly indicating the future course of his thought. He was one of the first to draw attention to the importance of Marx's Paris manuscripts, immediately after their publication. He emigrated after Hitler's accession to power, spent a year in Switzerland, and then moved permanently to the United States. He worked until 1940 in the Institute for Social Research set up by German immigrants in New York, and during the war served in the Office of Strategic Services, a fact which, when it became known in later years, helped to destroy his popularity with the student movement. He taught in various American universities, and retired in 1970. In 1941 he published Reason and Revolution, an interpretation of Hegel and Marx with particular reference to the critique of positivism. Eros and Civilization was an attempt to erect a new utopia on the basis of Freud's theory of civilization, and also to refute psychoanalysis from within. Soviet Marxism appeared in 1958, and in 1964 he published perhaps the most widely read of his books, a general critique of technological civilization entitled One-Dimensional Man. Some minor writings also attracted much attention, especially Repressive Tolerance in 1965 and a series of essays dating from the 50s and 60s and published in 1970 under the title 5 Lectures, Psychoanalysis, Politics, and Utopia. 1. Hegel and Marx versus Positivism. Marcuse has a range of perennial targets comprising positivism, technological civilization based on the cult of work and production, American middle-class values, totalitarianism, and all the values and institutions associated with liberal democracy and toleration. According to Marcuse, all these objects of attack constitute an integral whole, and he is at pains to demonstrate their fundamental unity. Marcuse follows Lukács in attacking positivism for its worship of facts, which prevents us from discerning the negativity of history. But, unlike Lukács, whose Marxism concentrates on the dialectic between subject and object and the unity of theory and practice, Marcuse lays 398. Most stress on the negative, critical function of reason, providing standards whereby any given social reality can be judged. He agrees with Lukács in emphasizing the link between Marxism and the Hegelian tradition, but differs completely from him as to its nature. The essential basis of Hegelian and Marxian dialectic, according to Marcuse, is not the movement towards the identity of subject and object, but towards the realization of reason, which is at the same time the realization of freedom and happiness. In his articles published in the 1930s, Marcuse already took the view that reason is the fundamental category providing a link between philosophy and human destiny. This idea of reason developed on the basis of the conviction that reality is not directly reasonable but can be reduced to rationality. German idealist philosophy made reason the supreme court of appeal, judging empirical reality by non-empirical criteria. Reason in this sense presupposes freedom, as its pronouncements would be meaningless if men were not completely free to judge the world they live in. Kant, however, transferred reality to the internal sphere, making it a moral imperative, while Hegel in his turn confined it within the bounds of necessity. But Hegel's freedom is only possible thanks to the operation of reason whereby man is aware of his real identity. Thus Hegel appears in the history of philosophy as a champion of the rights of reason, revealing to human beings their own truth, i.e. the imperative demands of authentic humanity. The self-transforming operation of reason creates the dialectic of negativity, which opens up new horizons at every stage of history, advancing beyond the empirically known possibilities of that stage. In this way Hegel's work is a summons to perpetual nonconformity and a vindication of revolution. However, and this is one of the main contentions of Reason and Revolution, the demand that reason should rule the world is not a prerogative of idealism. German idealism rendered a service to civilization by combating British empiricism, which forbade men to go beyond facts or appeal to a priori rational concepts, and which consequently supported conformism and social conservatism. But critical idealism regarded reason as located only in the thinking subject, and did not succeed in relating its demands to the sphere of material social conditions. 399. It was left to Marx to achieve this. Thanks to him, the postulate of the realization of reason became a postulate of the rationalization of social conditions in accordance with the true concept or true essence of humanity. The realization of reason is at the same time the transcendence of philosophy, its critical function being thus fully discharged. Positivism, which is not so much a denial of critico-dialectical philosophy as of philosophy altogether, is based on accepting the facts of experience and thus affirming the validity of every situation that actually occurs. In positivist terms, it is impossible rationally to designate any objectives; these can only be the result of arbitrary decisions, with no foundation in reason. But philosophy, whose business it is to seek the truth, is not afraid of utopias, for truth is a utopia as long as it cannot be realized in the existing social order. Critical philosophy must appeal to the future and therefore cannot base itself on facts but only on the demands of reason. It is concerned with what man can be and with his essential being, not his empirical state. Positivism, by contrast, sanctifies every compromise with the existing order and abdicates the right to judge social conditions. The spirit of positivism is exemplified in sociology, not of any particular school, but sociology itself, as a branch of knowledge governed by Kantian rules. Sociology of this kind deliberately confines itself to noting and describing social phenomena, and if it does go so far as to investigate the laws of communal life, it refuses to go beyond such laws as it finds actually in operation. Hence sociology is an instrument of passive adaptation, whereas critical rationalism derives from reason itself the strength with which it demands that the world be subject to reason. What is more, positivism is not only equivalent to conformism but is the ally of all totalitarian doctrines and social movements. Its main principle is that of order, and it is ready at all times to sacrifice freedom to the order which authoritative systems provide. It is clear that Marcuse's whole argument rests on the belief that we can know, independently of empirical data, the transcendental demands of rationality according to which the world must be judged, and also that we know what constitutes the essence of humanity, or that a true human being would 400 be like as opposed to an empirical one. Marcuse's philosophy can only be understood on the basis of the transcendentality of reason, with the proviso that reason manifests itself only in the historical process. This doctrine, however, is based on both historical and logical fallacies. Marcuse's interpretation of Hegel is almost exactly the same as that of the young Hegelians attacked by Marx. Hegel is presented simply as the advocate of suprahistorical reason, evaluating facts by its own criteria. We have seen more than once how ambiguous Hegel's thought is in this respect, but it is a parody of his ideas to ignore the anti-utopian strain completely and reduce his doctrine to a belief in transcendental reason telling men how to achieve happiness. In addition, it is more than misleading to depict Marx as a philosopher who transferred the categories of Hegelian logic into the realm of politics. Marcuse's argument ignores all the essential features of Marx's critique of Hegel and of the Hegelian left. In his zeal to present Hegel as a champion of freedom against any kind of authoritarian regime, he makes no mention of Marx's criticism of Hegel's reversal of subject and predicate, whereby the values of individual life are made to depend on the requirements of universal reason. Yet this criticism, regardless of how far it was based on a true interpretation, was the point of departure for Marx's utopia, and it is flouting history to ignore it for the sake of depicting a harmonious transition from Hegel to Marx. The picture is further distorted by the suppression of Marx's critique of the young Hegelians and their Fichtean interpretation of Hegel. Marx's account of his own philosophical position was based first and foremost on his emancipation from the young Hegelian faith in the sovereignty of suprahistorical reason, the very faith which Marcuse seeks to ascribe to Marx. These distortions enable Marcuse to assert that modern totalitarian doctrines have nothing to do with the Hegelian tradition but are the embodiment of positivism. In what, however, does positivism consist? Marcuse is content with the label of fact worship, and lists as its chief proponents Comte, Friedrich Stahl, Lorenz von Stein, and even Schelling. This, however, is a confusion of ideas for the sake of an arbitrary, unhistorical exposition. Schelling's positive philosophy has nothing but the name in common with historical positivism. Herbert Marrieux's Marxism as a Totalitarian Utopia 41. Stahl and von Stein were in fact conservatives, and so was Comte in a sense. But Marcuse sets out to depict as positivists all supporters of a given social order, and then to proclaim, in the teeth of obvious facts, that all empiricists, i.e. all who wished to subject theory to the test of facts, were automatically conservatives. Positivism in the historical sense as opposed to the sense in which Schelling and Hume can scarcely be distinguished embodies the principle, among others, that the cognitive value of knowledge depends on its empirical background, so that science cannot draw a line between the essential and the phenomenal, in the manner of Plato or Hegel, nor can it enable us to say that a given empirical state of things is inconsistent with a true concept of those things. Positivism, it is true, does not provide us with a method for determining the norm of a true human being or a true society. But empiricism by no means obliges us to conclude that existing facts or social institutions must be supported simply because they exist. On the contrary, it expressly denies such a conclusion, regarding it as logically nonsensical on the same ground as that which forbids us to deduce normative judgments from descriptive ones. Not only is Marcuse wrong in proclaiming a logical link between positivism and totalitarian politics, but his assertion of a historical link is directly contrary to the facts. The positivist outlook which developed and flourished in Britain from the late Middle Ages onwards, and without which we would not have modern science, democratic legislation, or the idea of the rights of man, was from the beginning inseparable linked with the idea of negative freedom and the values of democratic institutions. It was Locke and his successors, not Hegel, who founded and disseminated the doctrine of human equality, based on the principles of empiricism, and the value of individual freedom under the law. The 20th century positivists and empiricists, especially the analytical school and the so-called logical empiricists, not only had nothing to do with fascist trends but, without exception, opposed them in no uncertain terms. Thus there is no logical or historical link whatever between positivism and totalitarian politics unless, as some of Marcuse's remarks suggest, the word totalitarian is to be understood in a sense as remote from the usual one as the word positivism. On the other hand, both logical and historical arguments 402 speak with much greater force in favor of a connection between Hegelianism and totalitarian ideas. It would, of course, be absurd to say that Hegel's doctrine leads to the commendation of modern totalitarian states, but it would be less absurd than to say the same thing of positivism. A deduction of this kind could be made from Hegelianism by stripping it of many important features, but from positivism no such deduction could be made at all. All that can be done is to assert without proof, as Marcuse does, that positivism means fact worship, therefore it is conservative, therefore totalitarian. It is true that the Hegelian tradition played no essential part as a philosophic basis of non-communist totalitarianism, but, when he comes to the instance of Giovanni Gentile, Marcuse simply declares that although Gentile used Hegel's name he actually had nothing in common with him, but was close to being a positivist. Here we have a confusion of the question of right and the question of fact, as Marcuse seeks to rebut the possible objection that Hegelianism was, as a matter of fact, used as a justification of fascism. It is no answer to this objection to say that it was used improperly. In short, the whole of Marcuse's critique of positivism, and most of his interpretation of Hegel and Marx, are a farrago of arbitrary statements, both logical and historical. These statements, moreover, are integrally bound up with his positive views on the global liberation of mankind and his ideas on happiness, freedom, and revolution. 2. Critique of contemporary civilization. Being in possession of transcendental norms, or the normative concept of humanity as opposed to empirical human destiny, Marcuse examines the question why and in what respects our present civilization fails to correspond with this model. The basic determinant of the authentic concept of mankind is happiness, a notion which includes freedom and which Marcuse claims to find in Marx, although Marx does not actually use it and it is not clear how it can be deduced from his writings. In addition to the empirical fact that human beings seek happiness, we must begin by acknowledging that happiness is their due. To discover why they fail to assert this claim. 403. Marcuse takes as his starting point Freud's philosophy of civilization. He accepts this to a large extent as far as the interpretation of past history is concerned, but calls it in question as regards the future. Freud, in fact, observed that there is no law which says that human beings are entitled to happiness or certain to obtain it. Freud's theory of instinct and the three levels of the psyche, the ID, the ego, and superego, explains the conflict between the pleasure principle and the reality principle which has governed the whole development of civilization. In Eros and Civilization and in 3 lectures analyzing and criticizing Freud's theory of history, Marcuse considers whether and how far that conflict is necessary. His arguments may be summarized as follows. According to Freud, there is an eternal, inevitable clash between civilized values and the demands of human instincts. All civilization has developed as a result of society's efforts to repress the instinctive desires of individuals. Eros, or the life instinct, was not originally limited to sexuality in the reproductive sense. Sexuality was a universal characteristic of the human organism as a whole. But, in order to engage in productive work, which in itself gives no pleasure, the human race found it necessary to confine the range of sexual experience to the genital sphere and to restrict even this narrowly conceived sexuality to the minimum. The store of energy thus released was devoted not to pleasure but to the struggle with man's surroundings. In the same way, the other basic determinant of life, thanatos, or the death instinct, was transformed in such a way that its energy, directed outwards in the form of aggression, could be used to overcome physical nature and increase the efficiency of labor. As a result, however, civilization necessarily took on a repressive character, as instincts were harnessed to tasks that were not natural to them. Repression and sublimation were conditions of the development of culture, but at the same time, according to Freud, repression gave rise to a vicious circle. As labor came to be regarded as good in itself and the pleasure principle was wholly subordinated to increasing its efficiency, human beings had to fight down their instincts unremittingly for the sake of these values, and the sum total of repression increased with the advance of civilization. Repression was a self-propelling mechanism, and the instruments produced by civilization to lessen the suffering arising from repression themselves became organs of repression in a still higher degree. In this way, the advantages and freedoms procured by civilization are paid for by increasing the loss of freedom, especially by the growing volume of alienated labor, the only kind of labor that our civilization permits. Marcuse takes note of this theory but modifies it in an essential respect, thus rebutting Freud's pessimistic predictions. Civilization, he says, has as a matter of fact developed by repressing instincts, but there is no law of biology or history which requires this to be so forever. The process of repression was rational in the sense that, as long as basic commodities were scarce, men could only live and improve their condition by diverting their instinctual energies into unnatural channels so as to further material production. But, once technology made it possible to satisfy human needs without repression, this became an irrational anachronism. Since unpleasant work can be reduced to a minimum and there is no threat of a scarcity of goods, civilization no longer requires us to thwart our instincts, we can allow them to revert to their proper function, which is a condition of human happiness. Free time can become the content of life and work can become the free play of human capacities. In this way, the repressive structure of the instincts would be explosively transformed, the instinctual energies that would no longer be caught up in ungratifying work would become free and, as Eros, would strive to universalize libidinous relationships and develop a libidinous civilization. production will cease to be regarded as a value in itself, the vicious circle of increasing production and increasing repression will be broken, the pleasure principle and the intrinsic value of pleasure will come into their own, and alienated labor will cease to exist. Marcuse makes it clear, however, that in speaking of libidinous civilization and the return of instinctual energy to its proper functions he does not have in mind pansexualism or the abolition of sublimation, whereby, according to Freud, men have found an illusory satisfaction of their frustrated desires in cultural creativity. The liberated energy will not manifest itself in a purely sexual form but will eroticize all human activities, these will all be pleasurable, and pleasure will be recognized as an end. 405. In itself, incentive to work are no longer necessary. For if work itself becomes the free play of human abilities, then no suffering is needed to compel men to work. In general there will be no need for social control of the individual, whether through institutions or in an internalized manner, and these, according to Marcuse, are both features of totalitarianism. There will thus no longer be any collectivization of the ego, life will be rational and the individual will once more be fully autonomous. This Freudian aspect of Marcuse's utopia presents obscurities at all its vital points. Freud's theory was that the repression of instincts was necessary not only to liberate the energy needed for production but also to make possible the existence of any social life at all in the specifically human sense. Instincts are directed towards the satisfaction of purely individual desires. The death instinct, according to Freud, can either work towards self-destruction or be transformed into external aggression. Man ceases to be an enemy to himself, only insofar as he becomes an enemy to others. The only way to prevent the death instinct becoming a permanent source of enmity between each human being and all his fellow humans is to force its energies into other channels. The libido is likewise asocial, as it treats other human beings only as possible objects of sexual satisfaction. In short, the instincts not only have no power, left to themselves, to create human society or form the basis of a community, but their natural effect is to make such a community impossible. Leaving aside the difficult question how, in that case, societies can ever have come into existence, the situation is, in Freud's view, that the society which does exist can only maintain itself by numerous taboos, commands, and prohibitions, which keep the instincts under control at the price of unavoidable suffering. Marcuse does not address himself to this question. He seems to agree with Freud that the suppression of instincts has been necessary up to now, but holds that it has been an anachronism since the abolition of scarcity. But, while disputing Freud's theory of the eternal conflict between instincts and civilization, he accepts the view that instincts are essentially devoted to satisfying the individual's pleasure principle. It is not clear, in view of this, how the libidinous civilization can maintain 406 itself and what forces will keep human society in being. Does Marcuse hold, in opposition to Freud, that man is naturally good and inclined to live in harmony with others, and that aggression is an accidental aberration of history which will disappear along with alienated labor? He does not say so, and inasmuch as he accepts the Freudian concept and classification of instincts, he expressly suggests the contrary. Even if he were right in asserting that in principle mankind has plenty of everything and that there is no essential problem about the satisfaction of material needs, it is still not at all clear what forces are to maintain the new civilization in which all instincts have been liberated and allowed to revert to their native channels. Marcuse seems to be unconcerned with these problems, as he is interested in society chiefly in so far as it constitutes a barrier to instinct, i.e. to individual satisfaction. He seems to believe that as all questions of material existence have been solved, moral commands and prohibitions are no longer relevant. Thus when Jerry Rubin, the American hippie ideologist, says in his book that machines will henceforth do all the work and leave people free to copulate whenever and wherever they like, he is expressing, albeit in a primitive and juvenile way, the true essence of Marcuse's utopia. As to Marcuse's qualifications of the notion of eroticism, they are too vague to convey any tangible meaning. What could the eroticization of the whole man signify, except his complete absorption in sensual pleasures? The utopian slogan is void of content, nor can we see how Marcuse imagines that the Freudian sublimation would remain in force after all the factors that brought it about had ceased to operate. According to Freud, sublimation, expressed in cultural creativity, is only an illusory, ersatz satisfaction of instinctual appetites that civilization does not permit us to gratify. This theory can be and has been criticized, but Marcuse does not attempt to do so. He seems to assume that cultural creativity has in the past been an ersatz as described by Freud, but that it will nevertheless go on in the future, although there will be no need for such sublimation. Marcuse's whole inversion of Freud's theory seems to have no intelligible purpose other than a return to pre-social existence. Marcuse, of course, does not spell out this conclusion, but it is not clear how he can avoid it without contradiction. His reliance on Marx at this point is extremely dubious. Marx thought that the perfect society of the future would be so constituted that each individual would treat his own powers and abilities as direct social forces, thus removing the conflict between individual aspirations and communal needs. But Marx, on the other hand, did not hold Freud's view as to the nature of instincts. One cannot without contradiction maintain that men are instinctively and inevitably enemies of one another, and yet that their instincts must be liberated so that they can live together in peace and harmony. 3. One-dimensional man. Marcuse, however, also criticizes modern civilization, especially that of America, in terms that do not necessarily involve Freud's philosophy of history but revert to the theme of his Hegelian studies, i.e. the transcendental norms of rationality as they affect the problem of human liberation. One-dimensional man is a study of this kind. The prevailing civilization, he argues, is one-dimensional in all its aspects: science, art, philosophy, everyday thinking, political systems, economics, and technology. The lost second dimension is the negative and critical principle, the habit of contrasting the world as it is with the true world revealed by the normative concepts of philosophy, which enable us to understand the true nature of freedom, beauty, reason, the joy of living, and so on. The philosophical conflict between dialectical and formal thinking goes back to Plato and Aristotle. The former extolled the importance of normative concepts with which to compare the objects of experience, while the latter developed sterile formal logic and thus separated truth from reality. What we need now, according to Marcuse, is to return to the ontological concept of truth as being not merely a characteristic of propositions, but reality itself, not empirical, directly accessible reality, but of a higher order, that which we perceive in universals. The intuition of universals leads us into a world which, though non-empirical, exists in its own way and ought to exist. In the equation reason equals truth equals reality. Reason is the subversive power, the power of the negative that establishes, as theoretical and practical reason, the truth for 408. Men and things, that is, the conditions in which men and things become what they really are. The truth of concepts is grasped by intuition, which is the result of methodic intellectual mediation. This truth is normative in character, and in it logos and eros coincide. This is beyond the scope of formal logic, which tells us nothing about the essence of things and restricts the sense of the word is to purely empirical statements. But when we make statements like virtue is knowledge or man is free, if these propositions are to be true, then the copula is states an ought, a desideratum. It judges conditions in which virtue is not knowledge, etc. Thus the word is has a twofold meaning, an empirical and a normative, and this duality is the subject of all genuine philosophy. Or again, one may speak of essential and apparent truths. Dialectic consists in maintaining the tension between what is essential, or what ought to be, and what appears. Accordingly, dialectic is a critique of actual conditions and a lever of social liberation. In formal logic this tension is banished and thought is indifferent towards its objects, and this is why true philosophy developed beyond it. Dialectic cannot in principle be formalized, as it is thought determined by reality itself. It is a critique of direct experience, which perceives things in their accidental shape and does not penetrate to the deeper reality. The Aristotelian mode of thought, which confines knowledge to direct experience and to the formal rules of reasoning, is the basis of all modern science, which deliberately ignores the normative essence of things and relegates the question of what ought to be to the realm of subjective preference. This science and the technology based on it have created a world in which man's rule over nature goes hand in hand with enslavement to society. Science and technology of this kind have indeed raised living standards, but they have brought oppression and destruction in their wake. Scientific technical rationality and manipulation are welded together into new forms of social control. Can one rest content with the assumption that this unscientific outcome is the result of a specific societal application of science? I think that the general direction in which it came to be applied was inherent in pure science even where no practical purposes were intended. The quantification of nature. 409. Which led to its explication in terms of mathematical structures, separated reality from all inherent ends and, consequently, separated the true from the good, science from ethics. The precarious ontological link between logos and eros is broken, and scientific rationality emerges as essentially neutral. Outside this rationality, one lives in a world of values, and values separated out from the objective reality become subjective. Thus, Marcuse continues, the ideas of goodness, beauty, and justice are deprived of universal validity and relegated to the sphere of personal taste. Science tries to concern itself only with what is measurable and can be put to technical use. It no longer asks what things are, only how they work, and proclaims itself indifferent to the purpose they are used for. In the scientific world picture, things have lost all ontological consistency, and even matter has somehow disappeared. Socially, the function of science is basically conservative, as it affords no ground for social protest. Science, by virtue of its own method and concepts, has projected and promoted a universe in which the domination of nature has remained linked to the domination of man. What is required is a new, qualitative, normative science which would arrive at essentially different concepts of nature and establish essentially different facts. This deformed science, leading to the enslavement of man, finds its philosophical expression in positivism, and particularly analytical philosophy and operationalism. These doctrines reject all concepts that do not bear a functional sense or make it possible to foresee and influence events. Yet such concepts are the most important of all, as they enable us to transcend the world as it is. Worse still, positivism preaches tolerance of all values and thus displays its own reactionary character, as it countenances no restrictions of any kind in regard to social practice and value judgments. Given the predominance of this functional attitude to thought, it follows that society must be composed of one-dimensional beings. It becomes a victim of false consciousness, and the fact that most people accept the system does not make it any more rational. A society of this kind can absorb all forms of opposition without injury to itself, as it has emptied the opposition of its critical content. It is capable of satisfying a host of human needs. 410. But these needs are themselves bogus, they are foisted on individuals by interested exploiters, and they serve to perpetuate injustice, poverty, and aggression. Most of the prevailing needs to relax, to have fun, to behave and consume in accordance with the advertisements, to love and hate what others love and hate, belong to this category of false needs. As to which needs are true and which are false, no one can decide this except the individuals concerned, and that only when they are rescued from manipulation and external pressure. But the modern economic system is devised to multiply artificial needs in a condition of freedom which is itself an instrument of domination. The range of choice open to the individual is not the decisive factor in determining the degree of human freedom, but what can be chosen and what is chosen by the individual. In this world people and things are reduced, without exception, to a functional role, deprived of substance and autonomy. Art is likewise involved in the universal degradation of conformism, not because it abandons cultural values but because it includes them in the existing order. Higher European culture was once basically feudal and non-technical, moving in spheres independent of commerce and industry. The civilization of the future must recover that independence by creating a second dimension of thoughts and feelings, upholding the spirit of negation, and restoring universal eros to its throne. The new civilization must also be opposed to liberty as we know it, for inasmuch as the greater liberty involves a contraction rather than extension and development of instinctual needs, it works for rather than against the status quo of general repression. 4. The revolution against freedom is there a way out of the system which multiplies bogus needs and offers the means of satisfying them, and which binds the multitude under a spell of false consciousness? Yes, says Marcuse, there is. We must completely transcend existing society and strive for a qualitative change. We must destroy the very 411 structure of reality so that people can develop their needs in freedom. We must have a new technology and recapture the unity of art and science, science and ethics. We must set free our imaginations and harness science to the liberation of mankind. But who is to do all this when a majority of the people, and especially of the working class, are absorbed by the system and are not interested in the global transcendence of the existing order? The answer, according to one-dimensional man, is that underneath the conservative popular base is the substratum of the outcasts and outsiders, the exploited and persecuted of other races and other colors, the unemployed and the unemployable. They exist outside the democratic process. The fact that they start refusing to play the game may be the fact which marks the beginning of the end of a period. It appears, then, that the lumpenproletariat of the racial minorities of the United States is the section of humanity ordained above all others to restore the unity of eros and logos, to create the new qualitative science and technology, and to free mankind from the tyranny of formal logic, positivism, and empiricism. However, Marcuse explains elsewhere that we can also count on other forces, namely students and the peoples of economically and technically backward countries. The alliance of these three groups is the chief hope for the liberation of humanity. Student movements of revolt are a decisive factor of transformation, though in themselves insufficient to bring it about. Revolutionary forces must use violence, because they represent a higher justice and because the present system is itself one of institutionalized violence. It is absurd to talk of confining resistance within legal limits, for no system, not even the freest, can sanction the use of violence against itself. Violence is justified, however, when the aim is liberation. It is, moreover, an important and encouraging sign that the students' political revolt is combined with a movement towards sexual liberation. Violence is inevitable because the present system affixes the majority with a false consciousness from which only a few can liberate themselves. Capitalism has devised such means of assimilating all forms of culture and thought that it can disarm 412 its critics by turning their criticism into an element of the system. What is needed, therefore, is criticism by violence, which cannot be thus digested. Freedom of speech and assembly, tolerance, and democratic institutions, are all means of perpetuating the spiritual dominance of capitalist values. It follows that those endowed with a true and unmystified consciousness must strive for liberation from democratic freedoms and tolerance. Marcuse has no hesitation in drawing this conclusion, which he expresses perhaps with most clarity in his essay on repressive tolerance. In the past, he argues, tolerance was a liberating ideal, but today it is an instrument of oppression, as it strengthens a society which, with the assent of the majority, builds nuclear arsenals, pursues imperialist policies, and so on. Tolerance of this kind is a tyranny of the majority against liberationist ideals. Moreover, it tolerates doctrines and movements that ought not to be tolerated, as they are wrong and evil. Every particular fact and institution must be judged from the point of view of the whole to which they belong, and since in this case the whole is the capitalist system, which is inherently evil, freedom and tolerance within the system are likewise evil in themselves. Therefore a true, deeper tolerance must involve intolerance towards false ideas and movements. The tolerance which enlarged the range and content of freedom was always partisan, intolerant toward the protagonists of the repressive status quo. When it is a question of establishing a new society, indiscriminate tolerance cannot be permitted. True tolerance cannot protect false words and wrong deeds which demonstrate that they contradict and counteract the possibilities of liberation. Society cannot be indiscriminate where the pacification of existence, where freedom and happiness themselves are at stake. Here, certain things cannot be said, certain ideas cannot be expressed, certain policies cannot be proposed, certain behavior cannot be permitted without making tolerance an instrument for the continuation of servitude. Freedom of speech is good, not because there is no such thing as objective truth, but because such truth exists and can 413 be discovered. Hence freedom of speech cannot be justified if it is shown to be perpetuating untruth. Such freedom assumes that all desirable changes can be effected through rational discussion within the system, but in fact everything that can be achieved in this way serves to corroborate the system. A free society is indeed unrealistically and undefinably different from the existing ones. Under these circumstances, whatever improvement may occur in the normal course of events and without subversion is likely to be an improvement in the direction determined by the particular interests which control the whole. Freedom to express various opinions is bound to mean that the opinions expressed will reflect establishment interests, because of the establishment's power to form opinion. True, the mass media describe the atrocities of the modern world, but they do so in an impassive, impartial manner. If objectivity has anything to do with truth, and if truth is more than a matter of logic and science, then this kind of objectivity is false, and this kind of tolerance inhuman. To combat indoctrination and develop the forces of liberation may require apparently undemocratic means. They would include the withdrawal of toleration of speech and assembly from groups and movements which promote aggressive policies, armament, chauvinism, discrimination on the grounds of race and religion, or which oppose the extension of public services, social security, medical care, etc. Moreover, the restoration of freedom of thought may necessitate new and rigid restrictions on teachings and practices in the educational institutions, as those enclosed within these institutions have no real freedom of choice. If it is asked who is entitled to decide when intolerance and violence are justified, the answer depends on which cause is to be served thereby. Liberating tolerance would mean intolerance against movements from the right and toleration of movements from the left. This simple formula epitomizes the kind of tolerance that Marcuse advocates. His object, he declares, is not to set up a dictatorship but to achieve true democracy by combating the idea of tolerance, on the ground that the vast majority cannot form right judgments when their minds are deformed by democratic sources of information. Marcuse did not write from a communist standpoint but 414. Rather from that of the New Left, which broadly shared his ideas. His attitude to existing forms of communism was one of mixed criticism and approbation, expressed in highly vague and ambiguous terms. He uses the words totalitarian and totalitarianism in such a way that they would fit the U.S.S.R. as well as the USA, but generally disparages the latter as compared with the former. He recognizes that one system is pluralistic and the other based on terror, but does not regard this as an essential distinction. Totalitarian here is redefined to mean not only terroristic but also pluralistic absorption of all effective opposition by the established society. Totalitarian is not only a terroristic political coordination of society, but also a non-terroristic economic technical coordination which operates through the manipulation of needs by vested interests. In the realm of culture, the new totalitarianism manifests itself precisely in a harmonizing pluralism, where the most contradictory works and truths peacefully coexist in indifference. Is there today, in the orbit of advanced industrial civilization, a society which is not under an authoritarian regime? Terror, in short, can either be exerted by terror or by democracy, pluralism, and tolerance. But when terror is exercised for the purpose of liberation, there is a promise that it will come to an end, whereas terror in the form of freedom lasts forever. On the other hand, Marcuse repeatedly expresses the view that the Soviet and capitalist systems are growing more alike, as types of the same process of industrialization. In Soviet Marxism he sharply criticizes Marxist state doctrine and claims that the system based upon it is not a dictatorship of the proletariat but a method of speeding up industrialization by means of a dictatorship over the proletariat and peasantry, the Marxist ideology being skewed for this purpose. He realizes the primitive intellectual level of the Soviet version of Marxism and the fact that it serves purely pragmatic aims. On the one hand, he believes that Western capitalism and the Soviet system show marked signs of converging in the direction of increased centralization, bureaucracy, economic rationalization, regimented education and information services, the work ethos, production, etc. On the other hand, however, he sees more hope for the Soviet 415 system than for capitalism because, in the former, bureaucracy cannot become completely entrenched or perpetuate its interests, in the last resort it must take second place to overall technical, economic, and political aims which are incompatible with a system of government by repression. In a state based on class, rational technical and economic development conflicts with the interests of the exploiters. The same situation occurs in Soviet society, as the bureaucracy tries to exploit progress for its own ends, but there is a possibility of the conflict being resolved in the future, which is not the case with capitalism. 5. Commentary. While Marcuse's early works may be regarded as expressing a version of Marxism, his later writings, though they frequently invoke the Marxist tradition, have little in common with it. What he offers is Marxism without the proletariat, without history, and without the cult of science, a Marxism, furthermore, in which the value of liberated society resides in pleasure and not in creative work. All this is a pale and distorted reflection of the original Marxist message. Marcuse, in fact, is a prophet of semi-romantic anarchism in its most irrational form. Marxism, it is true, contains a romantic strain, a yearning for the lost values of pre-industrial society, for unity between man and nature and direct communication among human beings, and also the belief that man's empirical life can and should be reconciled with this true essence. But Marxism is not itself if it is stripped of all other elements than these, including its theory of the class struggle and all its scientific and scientistic aspects. However, the main point about Marcuse's writing is not that he professes to be a Marxist despite clear evidence to the contrary, but that he seeks to provide a philosophical basis for a tendency already present in our civilization, which aims at destroying that civilization from within for the sake of an apocalypse of the new world of happiness of which, in the nature of things, no description can be given. Worse still, the only feature of the 416 millennium that we can deduce from Marcuse's work is that society is to be ruled despotically by an enlightened group whose chief title to do so is that its members will have realized in themselves the unity of logos and eros, and thrown off the vexatious authority of logic, mathematics, and the empirical sciences. This may seem a caricature of Marcuse's doctrine, but it is hard to extract anything more from an analysis of his writings. Marcuse's thought is a curious mixture of fertile contempt for technology, the exact sciences, and democratic values, plus a nebulous revolutionism devoid of positive content. He bemoans the existence of a civilization which divorces science from ethics, empirical and mathematical knowledge from values, facts from norms, the description of the universe from insight into its normative essence, has created sterile logic and mathematics, has destroyed the unity of eros and logos and does not understand that reality contains its own unrealized standard, so that by intuition we can compare it with an objective norm of itself, and has staked everything on technological progress. The destructive effects of science are inherent in its content and are not simply due to its social misapplication. This perverted civilization must be opposed by a dialectic which upholds the unity of knowledge and values and transcends reality by invoking its normative essence. Those who have achieved this higher wisdom, untainted by logic and the rigors of empiricism, are entitled for that reason to use violence, intolerance, and repressive measures against the majority who form the rest of the community. The elite in question consists of revolutionary students, the illiterate peasantry of economically backward countries, and the lumpen proletariat of the USA. On basic points Marcuse gives no indication of what his actual claims are. How do we tell, for instance, that the true essence of humanity is revealed by one particular intuition and not another? Or how do we know which models and normative concepts are the right ones? There is and can be no answer to these questions. We are at the mercy of arbitrary decisions by Marcuse and his followers. In the same way, we do not know what the liberated world is going to look like, and Marcuse expressly says that it cannot be described in advance. All we 417 are told is that we must completely transcend existing society and civilization, carry out a global revolution, create qualitatively new social conditions, and so on. The only positive conclusion to be drawn is that whatever tends to destroy existing civilization is praiseworthy. There is no reason to suppose, for instance, that the burning of books, which happened in various university centers in the USA, was not a good way to start the revolutionary process of transcending the corrupt world of capitalism in the name of a higher reason a la Plato or Hegel. Marcuse's attacks on science and logic go hand in hand with attacks on democratic institutions and repressive tolerance. The principles of modern science, which clearly distinguishes normative acts and evaluations from logical thought and empirical method, are in fact closely linked with the principles of tolerance and free speech. Scientific rules, whether formal or empirical, define an area of knowledge within which disputants can appeal to shared principles and, in due course, agree on this basis which theories or hypotheses are acceptable. In other words, science has evolved a code of thought, consisting of deductive and probabilistic logic, which imposes itself coercively on the human mind and creates a sphere of mutual understanding among all who are prepared to recognize it. Beyond this sphere lies the realm of value, where discussion is also possible, but only insofar as certain specific values, unprovable by the laws of scientific thought, are recognized by those concerned, yet basic values cannot be validated with the help of rules governing scientific thought. These simple principles enable us to distinguish between the fields to which compelling laws apply and those in which there are no such laws, and mutual tolerance is therefore necessary. But if it is required that our thought be subject to the intuition of normative essences, and if it is declared that only on this condition can it be truly called thought and conform to the demands of higher reason, this amounts to a proclamation of intolerance and thought control, as the exponents of a particular idea are not obliged to defend their opinion by invoking the common stock of logical and empirical rules. To inveigh against sterile formal logic and against the natural sciences with their quantitative orientation is simply to exalt ignorance. Human thought developed and produced science by enlarging the area of knowledge that was not subject to arbitrary judgment, thanks to the Platonic distinction between knowledge and opinion, episteme and doxa. This distinction, of course, leaves no room for an ultimate, all-embracing synthesis in which thoughts, feelings, and desires are merged in a higher unity. Such an aspiration is only possible when a totalitarian myth claims supremacy over thought, a myth based on deeper intuition, so that it does not have to justify itself, but assumes command over the whole of spiritual and intellectual life. For this to be possible, of course, all logical and empirical rules have to be declared irrelevant, and this is what Marcuse purports to do. The object he strives after is a unified body of knowledge which despises such trivial aims as technological progress, and whose merit is to be one and all-embracing. But there can only be such knowledge if thought is allowed to shake off the external compulsions of logic. Moreover, since each person's essential intuition may be different from that of others, the spiritual unity of society must be based on other foundations than logic and facts. There must be some compulsion other than the rules of thought, and that must take the form of social repression. In other words, Marcuse's system depends on replacing the tyranny of logic by a police tyranny. This is corroborated by all historical experience. There is only one way of making a whole society accept a particular worldview, whereas there are different ways of imposing the authority of rational thought, provided the rules of its operation are known and acknowledged. The Marcusean union of eros and logos can only be realized in the form of a totalitarian state, established and governed by force. The freedom he advocates is non-freedom. If true freedom does not mean freedom of choice but consists in choosing a particular object, if freedom of speech does not mean that people can say what they like, but that they must say the right thing, and if Marcuse and his followers have the sole right to decide what people must choose and what they must say, then freedom has simply taken on the contrary of its normal sense. In these terms, a free society is one that deprives people of freedom to choose either objects or ideas except at Herbert M. Marcuse, Marxism as a Totalitarian Utopia 419, the behest of those who know better. It should be noted that Marcuse's demands go much further than Soviet totalitarian communism has ever done, either in theory or in practice. Even in the worst days of Stalinism, despite universal indoctrination and the enslavement of knowledge to ideology, it was recognized that some fields were neutral in themselves and subject only to logical and empirical laws. This was true of mathematics, physics, and also technology except for one or two brief periods. Marcuse, on the other hand, insists that normative essences must prevail in every domain, that there must be a new technology and a new qualitative science of which we know nothing whatever except that they are new. They must be freed from the prejudices of experience and mathematization, i.e. attainable without any knowledge of mathematics, physics, or any other science, and must absolutely transcend our present knowledge. The kind of unity that Marcuse craves for and which he imagines to have been destroyed by industrial civilization has in fact never existed. Even primitive societies, as we know, for example, from Malinowski's work, distinguished the mythical from the technical order. Magic and mythology have never taken the place of technique and rational effort, but only complemented them in spheres over which mankind has no technical control. The only possible forerunners of Marcuse are the theocrats of the Middle Ages and early Reformation who sought to eliminate science or deprive it of independence. Neither science nor technology, of course, offers any basis for a hierarchy of aims and values. Aims in themselves, as opposed to means, cannot be identified by scientific methods. Science can only tell us how to attain our ends and what will happen when we do attain them, or when a certain course of action is followed. The gap here cannot be bridged by any essential intuition. Marcuse combines contempt for science and technology with the belief that we must strive for higher values because all the problems of material welfare have been solved and commodities exist in plenty. To increase the amount can only serve the interests of capitalism, which lives by creating false needs and instilling a false consciousness. In this respect, Marcuse is typical of the mentality of those who have never had to trouble 420 themselves to obtain food, clothing, housing, electricity, and so on, as all these necessities of life were available ready-made. This accounts for the popularity of his philosophy among those who have never had anything to do with material and economic production. Students from comfortable middle-class backgrounds have in common with the lumpenproletariat that the technique and organization of production are beyond their mental horizon. Consumer goods, whether plentiful or in short supply, are simply there for the taking. Contempt for technique and organization goes hand in hand with a distaste for all forms of learning that are subject to regular rules of operation or that require vigorous effort, intellectual discipline, and a humble attitude towards facts and the rules of logic. It is much easier to shirk the laborious task and to utter slogans about global revolution transcending our present civilization and uniting knowledge and feeling. Marcuse of course repeats all the usual complaints about the destructive effect of modern technology and the spiritual impoverishment that results from a utilitarian approach to life in which the individual amounts to no more than the function he performs. These are not his own invention, but are long-standing truisms. The important point, however, is that the destructive effects of technology can only be combated by the further development of technology itself. The human race must work out scientifically, with the aid of sterile logic, methods of social planning to neutralize the adverse consequences of technological advance. For this purpose it must foster and establish values that make life more endurable and facilitate the rational consideration of social reforms, namely the values of tolerance, democracy, and free speech. Marcuse's program is the exact opposite, to destroy democratic institutions and tolerance in the name of a totalitarian myth, subjecting science and technology to a nebulous essential intuition which is the exclusive property of philosophers hostile to empiricism and positivism. There could hardly be a clearer instance of the replacement of Marx's slogan either socialism or barbarism by the version socialism equals barbarism. And there is probably no other philosopher in our day who deserves as completely as Marcuse to be called the ideologist of obscurantism. Chapter 12. Ernst Bloch. Marxism as a futuristic gnosis. In the realm of philosophy, Bloch's writings are certainly the most extravagant of the peripheral manifestations of Marxism. He stands alone in his attempt to graft onto the inherited doctrine a complete metaphysic, cosmology, and speculative cosmogony in a Gnostic and apocalyptic style, inspired by the most varied sources. Although we use the word graft as an interpretation of Bloch's intent, he himself believed that he was piecing together the fragments of Marx's thought so as to reveal its hidden metaphysical meaning, a picture of the world tending towards a universal synthesis of all forces and factors, not only social phenomena but the cosmos as a whole. According to this philosophy, the significance of being is revealed only in acts directed towards the future. Such acts, of which hope is the most general description, are both cognitive and affective, but they are also the actual creation of the hoped for reality, a movement of the universe towards its own Endlichung. Bloch's works are in fact prophetic appeals, couched in an aphoristic and poetic prose which derives from the literary tradition of German Expressionism. His style, involved and bristling with neologisms, is indigestible reading for anyone not familiar with the oddities of German philosophical language, which have flourished exuberantly from the days of Meister Eckhart to those of Heidegger, not forgetting Bohm and Hegel. Besides a fondness for unusual words and linguistic combinations, Bloch took over Heidegger's device of turning adverbs, conjunctions, etc. into nouns, das Wohin, das Wozu, das Woer, das Nicht, das Noch nicht, das Das, and so forth. Some critics regard him as a master of German prose, others consider his style artificial and pretentious, concealing poverty of thought beneath a welter of Baroque ornamentation. Certainly at times the reader feels as 42 though he were amid the fumes of an alchemist's laboratory, and when he reduces the poetic verbiage to everyday terms he may find it sterile and commonplace. Nevertheless, Bloch's metaphysical constructions should not be ignored. Interest in his philosophy has tended to increase of late. Some theologians, even, have found inspiration in it, and, what is relevant to our MTN purpose, for most of his life he considered himself to be a full-blown Marxist. 1 Life and Writings. Ernst Bloch, the son of assimilated Jewish parents, was born at Ludwigshafen. His intellectual development coincided with the modernist or neo-romantic revolt against positivism and evolutionism. This revolt took the form of both unorthodox variants of Kantianism and Lebensphilosophy, allied with Bergsonian trends and with an interest, fostered by Oriental lore, in the Hermetic, occult, and Gnostic tradition and in non-dogmatic, uncodified expressions of the religious instinct. From 1905 onwards Bloch studied under Lips at Munich and Kielp at Wiertberg. His doctoral thesis on Rickard's philosophy, published in 1909 as Kritische Erörterungen über Rickard und das Problem der modernen Erkenntnistheorie, contained the germ of important later themes. In particular it called for a new utopian theory of knowledge which would apply to things not as they actually are but only as they may become. This theory would not be based on the principle of identity and the formula S is P, but would address itself to the latent potentialities and future destiny of objects, allowing room for the operations of fancy and dealing in propositions of the type S is not yet P. It would thus provide for elements that are as yet wholly or partially latent, in the human mind, and thus for the expression of the unconscious us. Bloch continued his studies at Berlin, where his philosophical mentor was Simmel. He also studied physics and was interested in a wide range of humanistic subjects, poetry, painting, music, and drama. He absorbed socialist ideas, though as far as is known he did not join any political party. During the 1914–18 war he became a Marxist, but in a restricted sense. His utopian ideas on metaphysics and the theory of knowledge were not expressed. 423. At this time, as a reconstruction of Marx's thought, instead, he added Marxism to them as a separate political ideology. This is especially clear in the first important book on which he worked during the war, published in 1918 as Geist der Utopie. By this time, in Bloch's usage, the word utopia had lost the pejorative sense which it bore for Marx and the whole Marxist tradition. Bloch, on the contrary, held that Marxism was insufficiently utopian, and that it was not bold enough in anticipating a world that was inherently possible although not immediately so. This utopian boldness was present, on the other hand, in the tradition of chiliastic popular movements and especially German revolutionary Anabaptism, the subject of Bloch's next book. Most of the ideas that he was to develop throughout his life are contained in Geist der Utopie. Like his subsequent works, it does not itself define a utopia except in very general terms, but is a summons to utopian thought. Its argument is that man is a utopian subject, a focus of unrealized possibilities which it is the task of philosophy to awaken into life. The primacy of practical reason is thus valid in philosophy, not in Kant's sense but in the sense that philosophy's task is not merely to describe what is, but to contribute to the emergence of a world that is still latent and cannot be born without human initiative. Our souls contain strata of the not yet conscious, of our own hidden future and that of all being. We are not yet what we really and essentially are, and the universe itself has not yet attained its own essence and its own calling. What that essence and destiny are cannot be ascertained by empirical observation and scientific rules, but our imagination is capable of encompassing the world which may be, though it is not yet. Bloch thus follows the Platonists in believing that things have a truth of their own which does not coincide with their actual empirical existence but which can be discovered. In his view, however, this truth is not actually in being anywhere, but can be made actual by the human will and human activity. We are able to discover this form within us. Utopia is contained in our actual experience, but it consists in a complete transformation of the universe, a grand apocalypse, the descent of the Messiah, a new heaven, and a new earth. Utopian philosophy is not 424. Eschatology in the sense of merely awaiting the Eschaton, but is a way of attaining it. It is not a contemplation but an action, an act of the will rather than of reason. Everything we were promised by the mechanism of past ages, there is a possibility of actuating by our own power. There is no God to guarantee that we shall succeed. God himself is part of the utopia, a finality that is still unrealized. In Geist der Utopie, Bloch followed the tradition of Jewish apocalyptic literature, which he combined with vague ideas of socialism and anarchism. It is not clear what the world which has attained salvation is to be like, except that it will be a realm of freedom with no need for mediating institutions such as the state and politics. Here Bloch conformed to Marx's ideas, but in so general a form as to preserve no more of Marxism than can be found in Thomas Mainzer's sermons. The comparison, moreover, seems to be to Marx's disadvantage. He is reproached for putting too much faith in the impersonal mechanism of history, whereas the utopia can only be brought about by human will. Thus the early Bloch's respect for Marx's views is similar to that we have seen in Searle, and is basically different from any of the standard versions of Marxism. In the 20s and until Hitler's accession to power, Bloch lived in Germany as an independent writer, occupying no academic post. He was a friend of Walter Benjamin and also of Lukács, though he criticized the latter for the schematic and purely sociological interpretation of the world in history and class consciousness, and also for his dogmatic condemnation of expressionist literature. In these years Bloch also published a collection of essays entitled Dirk die Weest, attacking the utilitarianism, nihilism, and pragmatism of bourgeois civilization, and Spuren, a rambling work inspired by various anecdotes and legends. Forced to emigrate in 1933, he spent some time in Switzerland, Paris, and Prague. In 1935 he published Erbschaffel dieser Zeit, a critique of Nazism and an analysis of its cultural sources. In this work he identified himself wholly with Marxism and also with political communism, though he never joined any communist party or accepted the Stalinist version of Marxism which was then in force. He supported Stalin, however, at the critical period of the Great Purges and the Moscow trials. Ernst Bloch, Marxism as a Futuristic Gnosis 425. In 1938 Bloch emigrated to the United States, where he spent the war years, writing for émigré German periodicals and preparing his magnum opus, Das Prinzip Hoffnung. Returning to Europe in 1949, he affirmed his solidarity with Stalinist socialism by accepting an appointment as professor of philosophy at Leipzig. He spent the next 12 years in East Germany and, especially in the early part of this period, repeatedly professed his absolute political loyalty to the regime. At this time he published a book on Hegel, a short essay on Avicenna, whose 1000th anniversary according to the Muslim calendar was then being celebrated, an essay on Thomas Hus, and 3 volumes of Das Prinzip Hoffnung, a revision and enlargement of the text as originally written. As a non-party Marxist whose political loyalty was unquestioned, Bloch received rewards and tokens of respect from the authorities. His idiosyncratic interpretation of Marxism was tolerated despite the strict Stalinist orthodoxy of philosophical teaching and literature in East Germany at that time. Every now and then, however, articles attacking him were published by official party philosophers, and the attacks were intensified after the 20th Congress of the Soviet Communist Party in 1956. This event gave rise to passionate discussions throughout Eastern Europe, and Bloch, albeit in cautious and fairly abstract terms, evinced a definite sympathy for liberal or revisionist ideas. Thus it was that, 2 years after a Festschrift in honor of his 70th birthday, a collective work was published denouncing him for revisionism, idealism, mysticism, flirting with religion, and voicing anti-Marxist demands for greater cultural freedom in the GDR. In 1956 a group of his pupils and collaborators were imprisoned for revisionist plans of party and political reform, and Bloch himself was forbidden to teach, though publication of the 3rd volume of Das Prinzip Hoffnung was finally allowed. Bloch had become increasingly disillusioned with East European socialism, and, happening to be in West Berlin in the summer of 1961, when the Berlin Wall was erected, he resolved to join the millions who were fleeing from the GDR to West Germany. Although 76 years old he was offered a university chair at 426 Tübingen, where he lived till his death. Having broken politically with the Soviet system, he became the advocate of a renewal of communism. Besides republishing several earlier works he published in these years Naturrecht und die Menschliche Würde, an attempt to salvage the concept of natural law in Marxist terms, also Tübinger Einleitung in die Philosophie, Atheismus im Christentum, and numerous articles and essays. He received many honors and awards, and the firm of Surkamp embarked on a 16-volume edition of his works from 1959 onwards. Throughout his life Bloch was a typical example of what may be called an academic thinker, whose knowledge of political reality was mainly derived from books. He had a vast knowledge of literature and philosophy, but his powers of analysis were extremely poor. His frequent political statements, both during his Stalinist and anti-Stalinist days, were naive, vague, and stereotyped, mere echoes of current slogans and clichés. It is clear that he had no conception of economics. Throughout his life he remained a literary man deeply versed in books, dreaming of a perfect world yet unable to explain how it was to be created, or even what form its perfection was to take. 2 basic ideas. Bloch's WNTMGS consist to a large extent of self-contained aphorisms expressed in one or a few sentences, and conveying in a concise form the essence of his philosophy. Here are some examples. Der Mensch ist das Genieg, was Nachwils vor sich hat. Word in seiner Arbeit und Lurch sie immer wieder umgebildet. Steht immer wieder vorn Grenzen, die kein mehr sind, indem sie wahrnimmt, überschreitet sie. Das Eigentliche ist im Menschen wie in der Welt ausstehend, wordend, steht in der Furcht, vertelt zu werden, steht in der Hoffnung, zu gelingen. Von frei auf will man zu sich. Aber wir wissen nicht, wer sind. Ernst Bloch, Marxism as a futuristic Gnosis 427 nur Klasskiner ist, was sen macht, schijnt klar. Von der Gemeine Nade, namlich auf die Genigen, die zu haben, zu senskinen, was ihnen zukommt. Von der aber auch die Lust, neues zu beginnen, das mit uns selbst anfängt. Stets wird versucht, uns gemäß zu leben. Lch bin. Aber ich hab mich nicht. Darum werden wir erst. Das Ben ist innen. Alselnen ist in sich dunkel. Sich zu sehen gar was es ist, muss es aus sich heraus. This is a typical sample of Bloch's ideas, and of his characteristic lack of precision. Most of his imposing volumes consist of variations on the same theme, their repetitiveness is almost without parallel. From the aphorisms quoted above, an outline of his doctrine may be constructed. The universe, and man in particular, are not finite but contain many possibilities. No objective laws, operating independently of man, decide which possibilities will be finally realized. The eventualities are either total destruction or perfection. Perfection consists in the identity of empirical existence with the hidden essence of man and the universe. We must not, however, speak of this as a return, since that would suggest that perfection was realized in some golden age of the past, so that the subsequent history of the cosmos and mankind has been a decline and not an ascent. The truth is that our essence, with which we may or may not succeed in identifying, awaits its own fulfillment. This depends on human will and on our ability to surmount the successive barriers that life places in our way, and the condition of our success is to maintain a positive attitude towards the future, in other words a state of hope. Hope is an effective quality, but it is also something more. It embodies a particular kind of knowledge, revealing to us the world as it is capable of being. Moreover, it is an attribute of the whole of being, as the urge towards goodness and perfection which pervades the universe is expressed in the orientation of the human mind. Cosmic destiny is fulfilled by human activity. The future, which does not yet exist, is not mere nothingness but has its own peculiar ontological status as a real possibility latent in things and human attitudes. The task of philosophy is to arouse this slumbering utopian potential of mankind. To indicate how Bloch develops this thought we shall take das Prin, ip Hoffnung as a basis, since this work appears to include all his important ideas and concepts. 3. Greater and lesser daydreams from the dawn of history, Bloch observes, in all cultures and at all stages of individual and social development, men have dreamt of a better and brighter life, of superhuman powers and a world without care, suffering, and struggle. In short, they have, more or less skillfully, constructed various kinds of utopia. We find the germ of such utopias in children's dreams, fairy tales, and popular legend in such archetypes as Aladdin's lamp, seven-league boots, magic carpets, Fortunatus's cap, or the ring of Gyges. At the lowest level, these daydreams relate simply to immediate private ends such as wealth, glory, or sexual satisfaction. We do not seek to change the world, but only to get more out of it for ourselves. At the higher level, in revolutionary utopias, our attitude is the reverse. We refuse to allow that one man's happiness should be bought at the cost of another's misfortune or enslavement. We want not only a better world than the present, but a paradisal state in which there is no longer any evil, misfortune, or suffering. Whereas the negative emotions of expectation and their utopian images are oriented towards hell as their ultimate end, the positive emotions of expectation are oriented no less absolutely towards paradise. In other words, the positive, or what Bloch calls the concrete utopia, is the expectation of absolute perfection, the Hegelian consummation of history. It is the will having as its object the totem, ultimum, or Eschatten. Bloch insists that there are only two possibilities, all or nothing, absolute destruction, and nothingness or absolute perfection. There is no middle term. 429. Nothingness too is a utopian category, though an extremely anti-utopian one. Nothingness, in the same way as a positive utopicum, one's native home or the all are present only as an objective possibility. Since the historical process is undetermined inasmuch as its trend and outcome are as yet unrealized, its final upshot may be either nothing or all, total failure or total success. The expressions tatum, ultimum, optimum, summum bonum, eschaton, the all, being, and heimat all mean the same thing. Heimat represents being in oneself, man's complete reconciliation with himself and the universe, the elimination of all that is negative, the final state in which all alienation is overcome. The utopian will, according to Bloch, is not a matter of endless endeavor or endless progress, it aspires to actual fulfillment within a finite time. The history of civilization is one of innumerable utopias, not only great all-embracing ones but partial ones as well. All of them, however, have reflected the human desire for absolute goodness. Utopian dreams can be found in poetry and drama, music and painting. There are architectural utopias, geographical ones such as El Dorado or Eden, medical ones such as the dream of eternal youth or the final abolition of disease and physical disability. Sport is a kind of utopia, in which people try to overcome the natural limitations of the human frame. Dancing, fairs, circuses, even these are expressions of man's constant yearning for perfection, unconscious though it often is. Finally, there are the elaborate blueprints of a perfect world in utopian literature, in the chiliastic visions of the Middle Ages and the 16th century, in the whole history of religion with its messianic expectations and ideas of salvation, the Savior, and heaven. Man, according to Bloch, is essentially utopia-minded, believing in a perfect world and anticipating the future with undying hope. There is scarcely any aspect of culture that is not pervaded by this irresistible utopian energy, and we would therefore expect it to have left a strong mark on the history of philosophy. In fact, however, almost the whole of European philosophy before Marx turned away from the future and culpably fixed its eyes on the past, it was content to interpret. 430. The existing world instead of planning a better one and teaching men how to create it. It is not clear why philosophy distinguished itself thus negatively from other branches of culture. Plato's theory that all knowledge is nothing but anamnesis, the recollection of something once seen, this version of knowledge centered on the past has since been repeated incessantly. Even doctrines which contained projections of a final state of perfection did not really envisage the future, their ultimum was a false one, as it was always realized initially in the absolute. Such philosophies, including Hegel's, did not recognize the novum, they had no notion of real change and orientation towards the future. Throughout Judeo-Christian philosophy, from Philo and Augustine to Hegel, the ultimum is related only to the primum and not to the novum, so that what finally comes about is only a repetition of what was in the beginning, something already fulfilled, which has meanwhile become lost or alienated. Thus pre-Marxian philosophy recognized an ultimum but knew of no true novelty in the world, as it assumed an initially realized absolute. Perfection or salvation was represented as the return to a lost paradise, not the conquest of a possible one. It might seem that Bloch would at least approve of 20th century attempts to describe a real novum, such as we find in the metaphysics of Bergson or Whitehead. This is not so, however. In Bergson, it appears, the new is an abstraction, a mere negation of repetition. Moreover, his whole philosophy is not one of anticipation, but is impressionistic and liberal anarchic. From some of Bloch's remarks it would seem that not only philosophy but the whole of human knowledge before Marx was fettered to the past, capable only of describing it and not of looking to the future. Capitalism intensified this attitude by turning all objects into commodities and thus bringing about the reification of thought. Reified thought, reduced to the form of commodities, expresses itself as fact worship or crawling empiricism. On this point Bloch more or less follows Lukács and the Frankfurt School. The fetishism of facts and shallow empiricism, devoid of imagination and fettered to isolated phenomena, are incapable of apprehending the whole or of grasping the essential in the course of history. 43 Are all these comments on philosophy, past and present, add up to casual condemnation with no attempt at analysis. Bloch devotes somewhat more attention to psychoanalysis, which from his point of view is the negation of the future par excellence. Bloch, as we have seen, is concerned to replace the category of the unconscious by the not yet conscious, that which is latent within us in the form of anticipation but is not yet articulate. But in all versions of psychoanalysis, whether Freud's or those of his more or less faithful disciples, the unconscious derives from accumulations of the past and contains nothing new. This backward orientation is even more evident in Jung, the psychoanalytical fascist, who interprets the whole human psyche in terms of collective prehistory and proclaims hatred of intelligence as the only remedy for the ills of modern life. Freud, being a liberal, sought to bring the unconscious into the light of day, whereas Jung wants to thrust our consciousness back beneath the surface. As for Adler, he in a simply capitalist way considers the will to power as the fundamental human impulse. In any case, all forms of psychoanalysis are backward-looking, which is accounted for by the fact that they express the consciousness of the bourgeoisie, a class without a future. The revolutionary utopias of past ages reflected humanity's desire for perfection and even the knowledge that it was possible. Post-Marxian utopias are, without exception, reactionary. Wells's bourgeois democratic utopia, for instance, is coated with a moral veneer, a simulacrum of human rights, as if the capitalist whore could once more become a virgin, but freedom as the utopia of Western capitalism is chloroform, nothing else. 4. Marxism as a concrete utopia. Marxism, and it alone, has given humanity a full and consistent perception of the future. What is more, Marxism is wholly future-oriented. It recognizes the past only insofar as it is still alive and is therefore part of the future. Marxism has achieved the discovery that concrete theory practice is strictly bound up with the observed mode of objective real possibility. Marxism is a science, but one that has overcome the dualism of being and thought, of what is and what ought to be, it is. 432. Both a theory of the future paradise and a praxis which brings it about. Marxism is an all-embracing utopia, but, unlike the dreams of previous ages, it is a concrete and not an abstract one. The phalansteries or the new harmony were types of an abstract utopia. Marx's concrete utopia contains no exact predictions concerning the society of the future, but it opposes to the old fantasies an actively conscious participation in the imminent historical process of the revolutionary transformation of society. The point of a concrete utopia is to understand precisely the dream concerning it, a dream rooted in the historical process itself. In short, what makes a utopia concrete is that we can give no exact account of it, a truly classic instance of Lucas and non-Lucenduc. Although Bloch declares that the supreme good, or the totem, has been scientifically analyzed, all we learn of it in his works is contained in a few phrases borrowed from Marx. It will be a classless society, a realm of freedom in which there will be no alienation, and so on. It will also mean the reconciliation of man with nature. Bloch mentions several times, as of key importance, the sentences about the humanization of nature from Marx's Paris manuscripts of 1844. For a utopia cannot be concrete unless it embraces the whole, i.e. the universe. As long as our imagination restricts itself to the organization of society and ignores nature, it is no better than abstract. Marxism is an act of hope, embodying knowledge of the anticipated world and the will to create it. This will and this knowledge have their counterpart, not in empirical reality but in the higher and more real essential order. Unlike empiricist philosophy, Marxism, rightly understood, includes the ontology of that which is not yet. Expectation, hope, intention towards possibilities that have not yet materialized, all this is not only a mark of human consciousness but, when rightly understood and regulated, is a fundamental determinant within objective reality as a whole. Since Marx there has been no possible inquiry into truth and no realism of decision that did not take account of the subjective and objective content of hope in the universe. The not yet conscious in man thus belongs wholly to that part of the external world that has not yet happened, not yet emerged or manifested itself. The not 433 yet conscious communicates and interacts with what has not yet happened. Until reality has been completely determined, as long as it still embodies open possibilities in the form of new beginnings and new areas of development, we cannot absolutely reject a utopia on the basis of purely factual reality. A concrete utopia finds its counterpart in emergent reality, the counterpart of the mediated novum. The anticipating elements are themselves a component of reality. We thus find in Bloch the typical Neoplatonic and Hegelian concept of non-empirical reality, which, however, in this case is not a perfection already actualized somewhere, like the Platonic ideas, nor a mere arbitrary normative construction, but which, as an anticipation, is invisibly present in the empirical world. Bloch himself does not invoke Hegel or the Neoplatonists in this content, but rather the Aristotelian concept of entelecheia and the creative matter of Aristotle's followers. The world, he believes, has a kind of immanent purposiveness whereby it evolves, out of incomplete forms, complete ones. These forms are both natural and normative. However, Bloch does not seem to be aware that his use of the concepts of energy, potentiality, and entelecheia differs from Aristotle's in one major respect. These concepts are more or less intelligible when applied to particular objects and processes, a plant evolving a complete form hidden in a seed, for instance, but they cease to be intelligible when applied to being as a whole. Aristotle used them, in fact, to describe the empirical processes of development in the organic world and in purposive human activity. Bloch's concepts, however, relating to the entelecheia of the whole universe, owe nothing to empirical observation, they merely express a speculative belief in the tendency of the universe towards a perfection about which we can predicate nothing. We do know, however, according to Bloch, that any objections to the hope of absolute perfection that may be raised on the basis of existing scientific knowledge are invalid a priori, because facts have no ontological meaning and may be ignored without hesitation. What matters are the premonitions of the anticipating fancy. Thus Marxism, as Bloch understands it, need not be constrained in any way by our present state of knowledge. That a barley corn will grow into an ear of barley is something we 434 can rationally expect on the basis of experience. That the present not very perfect universe is destined, by virtue of an immanent natural purpose, to turn into a perfect one is clearly not only unprovable, but hard to imagine with any degree of plausibility. Bloch is aware of this and of the fact that the existing rules of scientific thought give no support to his idea of the ultimum. Instead, he invokes the aid of imagination, artistic inspiration, and enthusiasm. This would not be out of the way if he considered himself a poet, but he contends that the anticipating fancy is a science in its own right, not an ordinary one, but a science of a superior kind, free from the irksome constraints of logic and observation. It is not sufficient to say, however, that the essence of the universe is in a not yet manifested state, so that the possibilities inherent in it are, as it were, a task to be accomplished, a latent desire, an objective fantasy of being as a whole. It is also important that this task can be accomplished only through the will and consciousness of mankind, and not simply by the force of cosmic laws. The human race, in fact, is not merely an executant of the universe's intentions, the instrument of a blind mysterious providence, it also wields a power of decision. Man can choose whether to bring the universe to perfection or destruction. There is, as already stated, no middle way, and which the outcome will be is not determined in advance. Thus man is in a sense the guide of the universe, bearing on his shoulders not only the weight of human history but that of being as a whole. This idea is typical of Neoplatonism, but Bloch, with enviable self-assurance, ascribes it to Marx. In the T.Binger-Einleitung he quotes Marx as saying that man is the root of all things. What Marx actually wrote, at the age of 25, was that man himself is the root of man, which is obviously quite different. Since Bloch's ultimum, or paradise, is not simply the final state of the world as it must be, but has to be realized by human will, it is never clear in what sense the present really contains the future, in what sense our knowledge of the future world relates to that world, and how far it is merely an act of will. From this point of view, his concept of a higher or essential reality is no less ambiguous than the similar concept of the surrealists. In surrealist philosophy, it is not clear whether the 435 world to which we have access through special hallucinatory experiences is a ready-made reality to which they provide the key, or something we create even as we become aware of it. However, this ambiguity does not matter in the case of the surrealists, since their philosophy is only an offshoot of their art. Bloch, on the other hand, purports to be using the language of discursive philosophy, in which the ambiguity of basic concepts is suicidal. Bloch is excusable on this point to the extent that his ambiguities are those of the Hegel-Marx tradition in general. As we saw in the case of Lukács, it is characteristic of this tradition to blur the distinction between foreseeing the future and creating it. It is here that prophets and scientists part company. When a scientist foretells occurrences, accurately or otherwise, he relies on observation of the past and on the belief that he understands the interrelations of events. He does not claim to know the future, since such knowledge is impossible, but only to foresee it with greater or less probability. A prophet, on the other hand, does not foresee anything. The source of his knowledge of the future is not the past but the future itself, which in a mysterious way is already present to him, with an ontological status of its own. Bloch speaks of a reality which is not yet, but which he emphatically distinguishes from nothingness or pure negation. The not certainly implies a lack, but it is a lack of something and therefore represents a striving towards that something, a creative desire by which the world is pervaded. It must be opposed to nothingness and not to the all. The subjective counterpart of the not yet, namely not yet awareness, is not to be regarded as pure negation but rather as an urge of the mind to become conscious of a certain object. Bloch refers to Leibniz's little perceptions to explain what he has in mind, a kind of inarticulate knowledge which is none the less knowledge, a paradoxical state in which we know something that we do not know, or that we know potentially but not actually. In this way the prophet is in an extremely convenient position. On the one hand, he does not have to give reasons for his predictions, as he makes it clear in advance that they are not based on pedestrian empiricism, that he scorns the tyranny of facts and logic. On the other hand, he delivers his 436 prophecies with the utmost assurance, based on his special power of perceiving what is somehow already present although it has not yet occurred. His knowledge is higher and far more certain than the scientists', and he does not have to explain its source or the reasons for it. Anyone who demands explanations is a self-confessed exponent of reified consciousness and a slave to crawling empiricism. Clearly, the self-styled prophet, enjoying this freedom of intellectual maneuver, can promise whatever comes into his head, while assuring us that his promises are based on a superior type of knowledge. Bloch, while making the proviso that the social organization of the future utopia cannot be described in advance, speaks of an entirely new kind of technology affecting a radical change in our lives. Capitalism, he explains, has created a technology based on a purely quantitative and mechanistic conception of nature as opposed to a qualitative approach. In the future we shall enjoy a miraculous technology which he calls non-Euclidean. Leaving the details of the technical revolution to be worked out by others, he nevertheless assures us that if it were not for imperialism we should already be able to irrigate the Sahara and the Gobi Desert, and turn Siberia and the Antarctic into pleasure resorts, at the cost of a few hundredweight of uranium and thorium. Non-Euclidean technology will restore man's intimacy with nature and make possible a qualitative attitude towards it which abstract capitalism is incapable of achieving. Nor should we bother about the law of increasing entropy, as the techniques of the future will take care of that also. 5. Death as an anti-utopia. God does not yet exist, but he will Bloch's anticipations become even bolder when he deals with the problem of death and the subject of nature. The third volume of Das Prinzip Hajjänung gives an extended account of ancient Egyptian, Greek, Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, and Christian ideas on immortality, after which Bloch puts forward the following conclusions. The belief of traditional religions in immortality or the transmigration of souls is pure fantasy, but it is a manifestation of the utopian will and of human dignity. In the Ernst Bloch, Marxism as a futuristic gnosis 437 materialist dialectic, on the other hand, the universe is not bounded by Newton's mechanics. Dialectical as opposed to mechanistic materialism acknowledges no boundaries, no negations prescribed by an alleged natural order. The utopian final aim of its practice is the humanization of nature. Here as everywhere else, communist cosmology is the realm of problems related to the dialectical mediation between man and his labor on the one hand and a possible subject of nature on the other. The word no can never be pronounced from the outset. If nature contains no positive answer to the problems of our destiny, it also contains none that are, once and for all, negative. No one knows what is in the universe outside the range of human labor, that is to say in unmediated nature. We do not know whether any subject or agency is at work there, and if so, of what kind it is. All this depends on the development and prospects of human power, and hence, more precisely, on the development and unfolding horizons of communism. The kernel of human existence has not yet fully displayed itself, and therefore it is exterritorial vis-a-vis the process of becoming and transformation. If the world developed to a state of complete frustration, then and only then would death penetrate to the core of nature which lies in the human heart. In so far as this argument can be understood, it may be summarized by saying that all the promises of traditional religion as to immortality are vain, but when we have built communism we shall somehow overcome the problem of death. To put it as kindly as possible, this must be the most frivolous promise that has ever been uttered in the name of a political movement. It is paralleled only by the last of Bloch's utopian hopes, the eventual creation of God, as to which he argues as follows. The kernel of all religion is the attainment of the kingdom of absolute human perfection. Hence, if the aim of religion is pushed to its furthest extent, it is seen to require the elimination of God as an entity limiting human powers, the removal of such limitation being implicit in all religious utopias. Here, it would seem, Bloch is simply following Feuerbach, who held that the truth of religion is atheism. If we try to express 438 exactly what people want from religion, it turns out to be the non-existence of God. The intention of religion concerning the kingdom conceived in its fullest sense, presupposes atheism. Atheism excludes the ens perfectissimum from the creation and evolution of the world, defining it not as a fact but as the only thing it can be, viz. the supreme utopian problem, the problem of finality. The place assigned in particular religions to what was called God was ostensibly filled by the hypostasis of God, and when this is discarded the vacant place continues to exist, as the ultimate projection of a radical utopian intention. The place corresponding to the God of olden times is not itself nothing. Authentic, i.e. dialectical materialism does away with the transcendence and reality of any hypostasis of God, but it does not exclude what was meant by the ens perfectissimum from the real utopia of the kingdom of freedom, the final content of the qualitative process. The utopia of the kingdom destroys the fiction of God the Creator and the hypostasis of God in heaven, but it does not destroy the ultimate dwelling place where the ens perfectissimum preserves the abyss of its latent unfrustrated possibility. Thus religion, according to Bloch, does not simply terminate in the absence of religion but leaves a legacy in the shape of the final problem of perfected being. Instead of a ready-made heaven in the next world, we have the command to create a new heaven and a new earth. However, mindful of Lenin's scornful attitude to the God-builders in the Russian Social Democratic movement, Bloch makes it clear that he does not regard the world as a machine for the production of a supreme being, but that when God is removed we shall still possess the total content of the hope to which the name God was formerly given. This vague language seems to mean only that the perfect being will emerge under communism. Elsewhere this perfect being is called the possible subject of nature or the Das Antrieb. To understand this last expression, it should be realized that in Bloch's vocabulary thatness represents either a state of things or a purpose. He makes full use of this ambiguity, but it is probably simplest to read das as signifying a purposive process or the awareness of an aim. In this way communism will achieve the creation of God, which is more than all the religions of the world have done. Bloch's philosophy is in the Ernst Bloch, Marxism as a futuristic gnosis 439 last resort a theogony, a fantastic projection of the God that is to be. The true genesis is not in the beginning but at the end. 6. Matter and materialism, the picture of a world whose essence embodies a utopia or fantasy, and which is imbued with the purpose of attaining divine perfection, is on the face of it very different from traditional materialism, and it is understandable that it should be attacked by orthodox Leninists. Bloch himself maintains, however, that his philosophy is nothing but a continuation of dialectical materialism, and in particular that it is based on materialism in Engels' sense, i.e. that it explains the universe in terms of itself and presupposes no other reality than what is material. In Avicenna and the Aristotelian left and in other works, Bloch invokes the concept of creative matter which was present in the Aristotelian tradition and was taken over, he claims, by Marxism. Strato, Alexander of Aphrodisias, Avicenna, Averroes, Avice Braun, David of Dinant, and finally Giordano Bruno evolved the concept of matter as a process, containing a diversity of forms and a permanent possibility of further development. Any new thing that happens is not due to a force outside the universe, but is the manifestation of a potentiality residing in matter itself. There is no distinction between matter and form. Forms are latent or manifest attributes of the single substratum, natura naturans. In his lecture Zur Ontologie der Nachnichtseins, Bloch gives the following explanation purporting to be the definition of matter. It is not a mere mechanical lump, but in accordance with the implicit sense of Aristotle's definition it is both being according to possibility, and also being in possibility. Also das, was das Zuheilsgeschichtlich erschienen kann und bedingungsmäßig, historisch. 440. Materialistisch bestimmt, wie das in Möglichkeit sind, also das Korrelat der objektiv real Möglichen oder Reinsenschaft, das Möglichkeitssubstrat der dialektischen Prozesses. He goes on to say that inorganic nature, no less than human history, has its utopia. This so-called inanimate nature is not a corpse but a center of radiation, the abode of forms whose substance has not yet come into being. Thus, according to Bloch, matter is not characterized by any physical properties but simply by the fact of creativity or immanent purpose. It is easy to point out that in that case materialism means no more than that the world is subject to change and may develop in many unexpected ways. Matter is merely used as a term denoting all that is, and has all the divine attributes except complete actuality. In these nebulous arguments we do indeed hear echoes of Giordano Bruno, as well as of Bohm and Paracelsus. Matter is the Urgrund, an indeterminate universum out of which anything may come. Thus conceived, it is indistinguishable from the God of pantheism. To say that all is matter is a tautology, since matter is a synonym for all, not only all that is actual, but all that is possible as well. It is not surprising, therefore, when Bloch tells us that matter includes dreams, subjective images, aesthetic experiences, and the aesthetic qualities of the external world. If God is possible, his coming into existence involves no threat to materialism, since by definition he will be material also. What we have here is really not an assertion of materialism but of monism, the doctrine that there is one single substratum of all possible phenomena, including human subjectivity and all its products. Since the substratum in question has no qualities of its own and all we know of it is that it is creative and contains all possibilities within itself, Bloch's monistic theory is likewise devoid of content. All that can exist, we are told, is material, and matter equals all that can exist. Nevertheless, on 2 points at least Bloch's cosmology and metaphysics are regarded by him as supporting Marxism and, more precisely, the Leninist version thereof. In the first place, not only does the universe embody an immanent purpose but, at least in the higher stages of evolution, Ernst Bloch, Marxism as a futuristic gnosis 441. It requires the participation of human subjectivity to realize its utopian potentialities or actualize its self-anticipations. Man is a product of matter, but since he appeared on the scene he has been, as it were, in charge of its further development. He is the head of creation, as in the theogony of Plotinus and Eriugena or the old Neoplatonist philosophy. That which is not yet conscious in us is correlated, in an undefined way, with the not yet of nature itself. The subjective not yet is to become explicit through our efforts, thus making manifest the essence of the universe. Consequently, man cannot assume that the laws of evolution, whether consciously perceived or not, will ensure that the world becomes a better place. In terms of politics, this means that the perfect world of the future can only be brought about by the conscious will of man. This is the metaphysical justification for Bloch's criticism of the fatalism or determinism of the Second International, and for his allegiance to Leninist Marxism, which insists that revolutionary will plays a decisive part in the revolutionary process. Secondly, the same metaphysic provides a bulwark against revisionism. As the future of the world is summed up in the dilemma all or nothing, if we do not want man and the universe to be destroyed, we must go for the first alternative. Not only must the world be seen in terms of a movement evolving higher and higher forms, but it is intelligible only from the standpoint of final perfection. Metaphysics and social activity must alike be aimed at the Eschaton, the complete and irreversible fulfillment of cosmic destiny, a synthesis of all the forces of being. Hence Bernstein is an enemy to Marxism when he preaches a revisionist program of gradual or incomplete reforms lacking the horizon of ultimate perfection. The inspiration of the final goal is an inseparable part of Marxist philosophy, which on this fundamental point inherits the apocalyptic outlook of radical Anabaptism. Accordingly, one of Bloch's main criticisms of East European socialism in later years was that the party leaders promised various short-term advantages and improvements in lieu of the great utopian prospects offered by socialism. 7. Natural law. A special feature of Bloch's philosophy is his attempt to combine 442. Marxism with the theory of natural law. His ideas on this subject are set out in several works, particularly En het recht und die Menschliche Würde. The idea that man has certain rights by nature, and that no positive law can deprive him of these without ceasing to be law in the true sense, has played a large part in utopian thought from ancient times to the present. It gave rise to the theory of the social contract, the principle of popular sovereignty, and the doctrine that tyranny may be lawfully resisted. Unlike utopias in the classical sense, theories of natural law were inspired by the notion of human dignity rather than happiness or economic efficiency. In Bloch's view, while they paved the way to bourgeois democracy, they contained elements of universal validity, not confined to that or any other political system. Marxism is in a sense the heir of Locke, Grotius, Thomas Suze, and Rousseau, not only of the utopians, for communism is concerned not only with abolishing poverty but also with putting an end to the humiliation of man. The theories of natural law also partook of utopianism, as they contained anticipations of the notion of a supreme good. We also read in Naturrecht und die Menschliche Würde that the socialist utopia comprises bourgeois freedoms such as those of the press, assembly, and free speech. However, Bloch emphasizes that true freedom involves the abolition of the state, and that ideals can only be fully realized in the stateless socialist society. When that comes, there will be no more conflict between the individual and the community, freedom and happiness will not limit each other, compulsion will no longer be needed, and there will be universal brotherhood. It is not clear, however, why such a perfect society should need laws at all, and what would be the point of natural rights which there was no occasion to assert against anyone, as all would be living in a state of spontaneous solidarity. 8. Bloch's political orientation. It was already clear in the 1930s, long before he took up his abode in the GDR, that although Bloch was not a member of any party, his political sympathies were wholly on the side of Stalinism. Not only did he proclaim the socialist utopia, but he maintained that although the summum bonum was not fully in existence anywhere, it was already taking shape in the Soviet Union. Das Prinz IP Hoffnung is full of passages that bear un 443 ambiguous testimony to its author's politics, as he loses no opportunity of praising the superiority of the new order. His expressions of this kind are mostly clichés without any probative force, but they are embedded in his philosophy in such a way as to seem organically linked with it. In particular, he lays stress on the class interpretation of utopia. We are told, for instance, that the petty bourgeois idea of utopia is egoistic, while the proletarian one is disinterested. Concerning utopias of longevity, Bloch does not fail to point out that they are impossible under capitalism but will be realized under socialism. Monopolistic capitalism has degraded man's utopian aspirations by exploiting them in order to popularize record achievements out of which it derives profit. Heidegger, it appears, is a propagandist for death at the behest of imperialism, and when he talks about fear and boredom he reflects, from the petty bourgeois standpoint, society under monopoly capitalism, the normal state of which is perpetual crisis. Psychoanalysis, as we have seen, explains the human psyche by reference to the past because it arose in a society that has no future. Apropos of the utopian role of dancing, Bloch does not omit to mention that under capitalism it has a stultifying effect, as it is intended to dull people's senses and make them forget oppression, whereas the new socialist love of the fatherland has revived the beauty of folk dancing. Some of his remarks in this line sound like a downright parody of Stalinist propaganda. The book is full of ideological clichés such as, socialism, as the ideology of the revolutionary proletariat, is nothing but true consciousness applied conceptually to the movement of events and the rightly understood trend of reality. Capitalist art and literature, we are told elsewhere, use the happy ending to make up for the hopelessness of life in conditions of exploitation, whereas socialism has and maintains its own kind of happy ending. In the context of sport we hear about the degeneration of the human physique in an alienated society based on the division of labor. As to the prolongation of life and combating the effects of age, the Soviet Union has made progress in this direction for reasons which capitalism cannot afford to acknowledge. Bloch cannot mention Malthus without adding that his spiritual descendants are 444 American murderers and that present-day Malthusianism is due to the imperialists' desire to practice genocide and exterminate the unemployed. Capitalist freedom means freedom for the worker to starve, while in the land where socialism is being built every effort is directed towards the abolition of violence. Under capitalism, moreover, there can be no such thing as true friendship, since the whole of life is dominated by buying and selling, whereas socialism is paving the way for universal friendship among all peoples. It is quite possible that Bloch inserted these nonsensical and servile propaganda phrases when revising Das Prinzip Hoffnung in the GDR in the 1950s, and that they were a sine qua non of publication at the time. Nonetheless, we must suppose that he believed them then and later, as they also figure in reprints published after he settled in West Germany. In political speeches and articles written after 1961, Bloch took up a position in favor of democratic socialism, though in very vague and general terms. He also condemned Stalinism in vague language, declaring that Marxism needs to be renewed, adapted to changing circumstances, and so on. Expressions of this sort had some meaning in Eastern Europe in 1955-6, but by the early 60s they had already become sterile clichés. It would be unfair to say, however, that Bloch's identification with Leninism as a political doctrine and Stalinism as a political system is an organic and integral part of his metaphysical theory. That theory does not entail any specific political consequences or directives for self-commitment, and nothing of the kind could be deduced from Das Prin, IP Hoffnung if the Stalinist trimmings were simply removed from its text. In this respect Bloch's case is on a par with that of Heidegger and his temporary identification with Nazism, though Heidegger was less outspoken and his philosophical works are not decked out with political moralizing in the same way. In their political utterances both men used their own characteristic concepts to buttress their loyalty to a totalitarian dictatorship, but the concepts themselves did not point in one direction more than another. The identification might equally have been the other. Ernst Bloch, Marxism as a futuristic gnosis 445 way round. Bloch's category of hope might have been used to glorify Nazism, and Heidegger's authenticity might have served the cause of communist propaganda. Both concepts were vague and formal enough to be used in this way. Neither theory contains any inbuilt moral restriction to inhibit such use, or prescribes any specific course of political action. It may be urged that this is not a valid objection to any metaphysic, since the latter has no duty to provide political directives, nor does its value depend on the political use made of it. Such conclusions are not the necessary business of philosophy. But neither Bloch nor Heidegger can be defended on these lines, since they themselves claimed that their metaphysical doctrine, or philosophic anthropology, had and ought to have the practical purpose, not only of explaining the world but of showing how men must behave, and with what forces they must ally themselves in order to live worthily. The objection that a philosophical doctrine does not clearly suggest any particular way of life or social commitment is valid if the doctrine in question makes practical claims and purports to be normative, not merely descriptive. Heidegger's aggressive and arrogant phenomenology of existence has been of incomparably greater importance to 20th-century philosophy, and has provided infinitely more stimulus to culture, than Bloch with his obscure and convoluted style, but they have this in common, that they both sought to erect a metaphysical foundation for practical life in the world and not merely for contemplation. For this purpose they devised respectively the obscure and purely formal categories of Eigentlichkeit and Hochhoffnung, which turn out to be applicable in any way one chooses. 9. Conclusion and comments. The present writer cannot claim to assess the merits or defects of Bloch's German prose. As a philosopher, Bloch must be termed a preacher of intellectual irresponsibility. He cannot be credited with inventing a utopia, still less a concrete one. We turn with relief from his works to Fourier's abstract utopia with its quaint particularities. Bloch does no more than urge us to have utopian thoughts, and to speculate on a future that he himself makes no attempt to delineate. Like many other Marxists, Bloch does not trouble to 446. Stanchiate his assertions but merely proclaims them. On the rare occasions when he puts forward an argument, it usually reveals his logical helplessness. For instance, he says there is no such thing as unchanging human nature, because even such a universal phenomenon as hunger has taken different forms in the course of history, in that people at different times have preferred different foods. The reader who endeavors to follow his arguments generally finds that they consist of truisms and tautologies, disguised in verbiage of intolerable complexity. Here are some examples: Wir leben nicht, Sie leben, sondern weil wir leben, doch gerade in diesem Weil oder besser, diesem Lehren das, worin wir sind, ist nichts berechtigt, steckt das non erst Frage and, Boer and wozu. In other words, people often wonder what life is about. Again, ESG of Keen heraufkommen in Zukunft, wenn das latent schon erscheinen wär, und ESG of ebenso Keenvergehen in Vergangenheit, wenn das in ihr Erscheinen, bereits zur Erscheinung gelöst dem Oberhaupt in der Tendenz entspricht. This seems to mean that if nothing changed, nothing would change. Or again, das Wirkliche ist Prozess, dieser ist die Weitversweg Vermittlungswischen Gegenwart, unerledigter Vergangenheit und vor allem, möglicher Zukunft. It is hard to detect in this any meaning beyond the commonplace statement that the world is subject to change. Bloch's incapacity for analysis is raised to the rank of a theoretical virtue in his frequent wholesale condemnations of positivism, the fetishism of facts, and positivist logic. Like Lukács, he adopts the slogan "so much the worse for the facts," declaring that it signifies the 44-7 primacy of practical reason and the need for humanization of the world and of the logic of philosophy. It should perhaps be pointed out that I am not criticizing Bloch for his attack on positivism in general or for refusing to accept the concept of a fact as something self-evident, requiring no argument. Bloch, however, is not a philosophical critic. It suffices to compare his contemptuous phrases about the fetishism of acts with the rational discussions among positivists themselves concerning the concept of a fact, or to compare the penetrating critique of positivism in Volume I of Jaspers's philosophy, or in the works of the phenomenologists Husserl and Ingarden, with Bloch's invective against crawling empiricism. What disqualifies Bloch's philosophy is not that it is wrong but that it lacks content. There is certainly no harm in fantasies about a better future or dreams of invincible technology used to promote human happiness. The trouble with his fantastic projections is not that we cannot tell how to bring them about, but that we are not told in what they consist. Roger Bacon, Leonardo, and Cyrano de Bergerac dreamt of flying machines, which were impossible with the technology of those days, but if men had not dreamed of them at a time when they could not be constructed, very likely they would never have evolved the technology to make their dreams come true. In this sense, utopian projections are a necessary part of life. Unlike those concrete visions, however, Bloch's utopia is the dream of a perfect world, the nature of whose perfection is a closed book to us. He tells us that the technology of the future will be non-Euclidean, but he does not explain what this means, except that it will be qualitative and will restore the harmony between man and nature. What is peculiar to Bloch is not that he fantasizes about a better future but that, firstly, his fantasy lacks content, secondly, he believes that it can and must include final perfection within its scope, and thirdly, he claims that his generalities are a higher form of scientific thought, beyond the grasp of those who worship facts or practice formal logic. Bloch's thought is a medley of the most varied traditions, Neoplatonic gnosis, the naturalism of the Renaissance and after. 448. Modernistic occultism, Marxism, romantic anti-capitalism, cosmic evolutionism, and the theory of the unconscious. Traces of romantic anti-capitalism can certainly be found in Marx and are very strong among the German Marxists or para-Marxists of Bloch's generation, including the Frankfurt School and Marcuse. Bloch maintains that his attacks on capitalism have nothing to do with romantic conservatism, but in fact they are closely linked. He laments that capitalism has killed the beauty of life, mechanized personal relationships, and replaced the aesthetic values of everyday life by purely utilitarian ones. He calls aeroplanes mockbirds and believes that nature contains altogether new forms of technology, about which, however, he can only tell us that they will be quite different and will have no harmful consequences. The core of Bloch's philosophical writing is the idea of transforming hope into a metaphysical category, so that hope becomes a quality of being. This is a kind of inversion of Gabriel Marcel's metaphysic of hope, where hope is not an emotional state but a form of existence touched by the grace of God. Bloch, on the other hand, believes that although hope is part of being, it is actualized by human activity. Man does not receive it from nature, still less from God. He activates the hope that is latent in being, and awakens the God asleep in nature. From the point of view of Christian philosophy, Bloch's idea must represent the acme of the sin of pride. Although his ontologizing of hope cannot be deduced from any Marxist source, Bloch helped in one way to throw light on Marxism by revealing its Neoplatonic roots, which were hidden to Marx himself. He pointed out the link between Marx's belief in the prospect of man's complete reconciliation with himself, and the Neoplatonic Gnostic tradition that found its way into Marxism through Hegel. He emphasized the soteriological strain which was blurred in Marx and could therefore be neglected and overlooked, but which set the whole Marxian idea in motion, namely the belief in the future identification of man's authentic essence with empirical existence, or, more simply, the promise eritis sicut dei. In this sense Bloch was right to connect Marxism with the Gnostic sect that worshipped the serpent in Genesis, maintaining that it and not Jehovah was the true guarantor of the great promise. Bloch helped to reveal an 449 essential facet of Marxism which had previously been noticed only in criticisms, for the most part ineffectual, by Christian writers. To this extent his work has not been in vain. Bloch's philosophy may also be more favorably viewed if we consider not its intrinsic merits but its relation to intellectual conditions in the GDR and Eastern Europe as a whole under the destructive pressure of Stalinism with its levelling influence. Bloch's thought is not only richer, more varied, and many-sided than the cardboard schemata of Soviet dialectical materialism. It also has the virtue that one cannot imagine it being transformed into a party dogma or a worldview imposed by the state. Its very vagueness preserves it from being used as a rigid catechism. In some essential points it diverges so far from Marxist-Leninist schemata as to be irreconcilable with official doctrine. Above all, it implies a certain rehabilitation of religion, and this not only in the historical sense that certain forms of religion may in past ages have played a progressive role for their time. This formula is acceptable to Marxism-Leninism, but Bloch goes further. In his view, religion has a permanent indestructible root, which in some undefined way must be preserved in futuristic Marxism. Religion therefore must not be treated as a mere collection of superstitions, arising from the ignorance of former times or the search of oppressed peoples for illusory consolation. Although Bloch, like all orthodox Leninist-Stalinists, condemned all non-Marxist philosophy of Marx's day and after, he sought to include in the Marxist tradition certain aspects of the intellectual culture of past ages which stood in very low repute with his orthodox fellow Marxists. Among these were several elements of Christianity and also Leibnizian philosophy, the doctrine of natural law and various strands of Neoplatonism. Philosophers in the GDR, who had undergone Bloch's influence, could no longer swallow Marxist-Leninist schemata without question. In this respect, too, his ideas played a part in combating the dogmatic state ideology of East European socialism. Chapter 13. Developments in Marxism since Stalin's death. 1. De Stalini, colonation. Joseph V. 1 Ssarionovich Stalin died of an apoplectic stroke on March 5, 1953. The world had scarcely assimilated the news when his successors, jockeying for power among themselves, inaugurated the process misleadingly known as de-Stalinization. This reached its peak almost 3 years later, when Nikita Khrushchev announced to the Soviet Communist Party, and soon to the whole world, that he who had been the leader of progressive humanity, the inspiration of the world, the father of the Soviet people, the master of science and learning, the supreme military genius, and altogether the greatest genius in history, was in reality a paranoiac torturer, a mass murderer, and a military ignoramus who had brought the Soviet state to the verge of disaster. The 3 years that had elapsed since Stalin's death had been full of dramatic moments, of which we may briefly mention a few. In June 1953, a revolt of East German workers was crushed by Soviet troops. Soon afterwards it was officially announced that Lavrenti Beria, one of the key men in the Kremlin and head of state security, had been arrested for various crimes. Around the same time, the inmates of several Siberian concentration camps rebelled. Although brutally suppressed, these revolts probably helped to bring about a change in the repressive system. The cult of Stalin was much abetted within a few months of his death. In the theses proclaimed by the party to celebrate its 50th anniversary in July 1953, his name was mentioned only a few times and was not accompanied by the usual dithyrambs. In 1954 there was 451. Some relaxation in cultural policy, and in the autumn it became clear that the Soviet Union was preparing for a reconciliation with Yugoslavia, which meant recanting the charges of Tit-Wast conspiracy that had been the pretext for executing communist leaders throughout Eastern Europe. Since the cult of Stalin and his irrefragable authority had for many years been the linchpin of communist ideology throughout the world, it was not surprising that its reversal led to confusion and uncertainty in all communist parties and stimulated increasingly sharp and frequent criticism of the socialist system in all its aspects: economic absurdities, police repression, and the enslavement of culture. This criticism spread throughout the socialist camp from the end of 1954 onwards. It was most vehement in Poland and Hungary, where the revisionist movement, as it was called, developed into a wholesale attack on all aspects of communist dogma without exception. At the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in February 1956, Khrushchev made his famous speech on the cult of personality. This took place at a closed session, but in the presence of foreign delegates. The speech was never printed in the Soviet Union, but its text was made known to some party activists and was published shortly afterwards by the U.S. State Department. In it Khrushchev gave a detailed account of Stalin's crimes and paranoiac delusions, the torture, persecution, and murder of party officials, but he did not rehabilitate any members of the opposition movements. The victims whose names he cited were irreproachable Stalinists like Postyshev, Gaymarnik, and Rudzutak, not the dictator's former opponents like Bukharin and Kamina. Nor did Khrushchev make any attempt at a historical or sociological analysis of the Stalinist system. Stalin had simply been a criminal and a maniac, personally to blame for all the nation's defeats and misfortunes. As to how, and in what social conditions, a bloodthirsty paranoiac could for 25 years exercise unlimited despotic power over a country of 200 million inhabitants, which throughout that period had been blessed with 452. The most progressive and democratic system of government in human history. To this enigma the speech offered no clue whatever. All that was certain was that the Soviet system and the party itself remained impeccably pure and bore no responsibility for the tyrant's atrocities. The bombshell effect of Khrushchev's speech in the communist world was not due to the amount of new information it contained. In the Western countries a good deal of literature was already available, both of an academic kind and in the form of first-hand accounts, describing the horrors of the Stalin system in fairly convincing terms, and the details cited by Khrushchev did not alter the general picture or add a great deal to it, while in the Soviet Union and its dependent countries both communists and non-communists knew the truth from personal experience. The disruptive effect of the 20th Congress on the communist movement was due to two important peculiarities of that movement, the communist mentality, and the party's function in the system of government. Not only in the socialist bloc, where the authorities used every means to prevent information seeping in from the outside world, but also in the democratic countries, the communist parties had created a mentality that was completely immune to all facts and arguments from outside, i.e. from bourgeois sources. For the most part communists were victims of magic thinking, according to which an impure source contaminates the information that comes from it. Anyone who was a political enemy on fundamental issues must automatically be wrong on particular or factual questions. The communist mind was well armed against the incursions of fact and rational argument. As in mythological systems, truth was defined in practice by the source from which it emanated. Reports which had caused no tremor as long as they appeared in bourgeois books or newspapers had the effect of a thunderclap when confirmed by the Kremlin oracle. What were yesterday the despicable lies of imperialist propaganda suddenly became the appalling truth. Moreover, the fallen idol did not simply leave a pedestal to be occupied by someone else. Stalin's dethronement meant not only the collapse of one authority, but that of a whole institution. Party members could not pin their hopes on a second Stalin coming to repair the errors. 453. Of the first, they could no longer take seriously the official assurances that although Stalin had been bad, the party and the system were immaculate. Secondly, the moral ruin of communism momentarily shook the entire system of power. The Stalinist regime could not exist without the cement of ideology to legitimize party rule, and the party apparatus at this time was sensitive to ideological shocks. Since, in Leninist-Stalinist socialism, the stability of the whole power system depends on that of the governing apparatus, the confusion, uncertainty, and demoralization of the bureaucracy threatened the whole structure of the regime. De-Stalinization proved to be a virus from which communism never recovered, though it made shift to adapt itself, at all events in temporary fashion. In Poland, although social criticism and revisionist tendencies were already far advanced at the time of the 20th Congress, that Congress and Khrushchev's speech greatly accelerated the dissolution of the party, it emboldened critics to attack the system more openly, and so far weakened the governing apparatus that social discontent, which had accumulated for years and was kept down by intimidation, came more and more clearly to the surface. In June 1956 there was a workers' rising at Poznan. Though touched off by immediate economic hardship, it reflected the pent-up hatred of the whole working class for the Soviet Union and the Polish government alike. The revolt was quelled, but the party was demoralized and disoriented, rent by faction and undermined by revisionism. In Hungary the situation reached a point where the party collapsed completely, the population went into open rebellion, and the government announced that it was withdrawing from the Soviet military camp. The Red Army intervened to crush the revolt, its leaders were mercilessly dealt with, and almost all the government team of October 1956 were put to death. Poland escaped invasion at the last moment, owing in part to the fact that the former party leader Władysław Gomułka, who had escaped with his life during the Stalin purges, came forward as a providential figure to avert the explosion, his background of political imprisonment serving to gain the confidence of the population. The Russian leaders, at first highly mistrustful, decided in the end quite rightly, as it turned out. 454. That although Gomułka had taken over without Kremlin's sanction he would not prove too disobedient, and that invasion would be a greater risk. The Polish October, as it was called, far from ushering in a period of social and cultural renewal or liberalization, stood for the gradual extinction of all such attempts. In R956 Poland was, relatively speaking, a country of free speech and free criticism, not because the government had planned it so but because they had lost control of the situation. The October events started a process of reversal, and the margin of freedom which still remained grew less year by year. Of the rural cooperatives that had been compulsorily set up, the great majority were soon disbanded, but from October 1956 onwards the party machine regained its lost position step by step. It repaired the dislocation of government, imposed restrictions on cultural freedom, put a brake on economic reform, and reduced to a purely decorative role the workers' councils that had formed spontaneously in 1956. Meanwhile the invasion of Hungary and the wave of persecution that followed there struck terror into the other people's democracies. In East Germany a few of the more active revisionists were locked up. De-Stalinization led in the end to brutal repressions, but the devastation throughout the bloc was such that the Soviet system could never be the same as before. The term de-Stalinization was never officially used by the communist parties themselves, which spoke instead of correcting errors and distortions, overcoming the cult of personality, and returning to Leninist norms of party life. These euphemisms were meant to convey the impression that Stalinism had been a series of regrettable errors committed by the irresponsible generalissimo but had nothing to do with the system itself, and that it sufficed to condemn his ways in order to restore the preeminently democratic character of the regime. But the terms de-Stalinization and Stalinism are misleading for other reasons than those which precluded their use in the official vocabulary of communist countries. The communists eschewed them because Stalinism gave the impression of a system and not of accidental deviations arising from the ruler's faults of character. But, on the other hand, the term Stalinism also suggests that the system was bound up with Stalin's personality, and that his condemnation, 455, was the signal for a radical change in the direction of democratization or liberalization. Although the background to the 20th Congress is not known in detail, it is clear in retrospect that certain features of the system that had prevailed for 25 years could not be maintained without Stalin and the inviolable authority he had wielded. Since the Great Purges, Russia had lived under a regime in which none of the most privileged members of the party and government, even the Politburo, could be sure from one day to the next whether they would be suffered to live or be destroyed at the tyrant's whim, by the mere lifting of his infallible finger. It is not surprising that after Stalin's death they were anxious that no successor of his should get into the same position. The condemnation of errors and distortions was a necessary part of the unwritten mutual security pact among the party leaders, and in the Soviet Union, as in the other socialist countries, intra-party conflicts were henceforth settled without the deposed oligarchs losing their lives. The system of periodic massacre had certainly had its merits from the point of view of political stability, making faction impossible and ensuring the unity of the apparatus of power, but the price of that unity was one-man despotism and the reduction of all members of the apparatus to the conditions of slaves whose very tenure of life was uncertain, though they enjoyed privileges as the custodians of other slaves whose condition was more abject still. The first effect of de-Stalinization was the replacement of mass terror by selective terror which, though still of considerable scope, was not completely arbitrary as it had been under Stalin. Soviet citizens henceforth knew more or less how to avoid prison and the concentration camp, whereas previously there had been no rules at all. One of the important events of Khrushchev's era was the liberation of millions from the camps. Another effect of the change was that various moves were made towards decentralization, and it became easier for rival political groups to form in secret. There were also attempts at economic reform, which improved efficiency to some extent. However, the dogma of the primacy of heavy industry was upheld, and no steps were taken to make production more responsive to mass demand by releasing market mechanisms. Nor was there any substantial 456. Improvement in agriculture, which despite frequent reorganizations remained in the miserable state to which it had been reduced by collectivization. All the changes, however, did not amount to democratization but left unimpaired the foundations of communist despotism. The abandonment of mass terror was important for human security, but it did not affect the state's absolute power over the individual. It did not confer on citizens any institutional rights, or infringe the state and party monopoly of initiative and control in all spheres of life. The principle of totalitarian government was upheld, whereby human beings are the property of the state and all their aims and actions must conform to its purposes and needs. Although various departments of life resisted absorption, so that the process was never complete, the whole system operated, as it still does, to enforce state control to the utmost degree possible. Indiscriminate terror on a vast scale is not a necessary and permanent condition of totalitarianism. The nature and intensity of repressive measures may be affected by various circumstances, but under communism there can be no such thing as the rule of law, in which law acts as an autonomous mediator between the citizen and the state, and deprives the latter of its absolute power vis-a-vis the individual. The present repressive system in the Soviet Union and other communist countries is not simply a survival of Stalinism or a regrettable blemish that may be cured in time without a fundamental change in the system. The only communist regimes in the world are of the Leninist-Stalinist pattern. On Stalin's death the Soviet system changed from a personal tyranny to that of an oligarchy. From the point of view of state omnipotence this is a less effective system. It does not, however, amount to de-Stalinization, but only to an ailing form of Stalinism. 2. Revisionism in Eastern Europe. From the second half of the 1950s the term revisionism was used by the party authorities and official ideologists in communist countries to stigmatize those who, while remaining party members or Marxists, attacked various communist dogmas. No precise meaning was attached to it, or indeed to the label of dogmatism affixed to party conservatives who opposed the 457 post-Stalin reforms, but as a rule the term revisionism connoted democratic and rationalist tendencies. As in former times it had been applied to Bernstein's critique of Marxism, party functionaries took to linking the new revisionism with Bernstein's views, but the connection was remote and insubstantial. Few of the active revisionists were especially interested in Bernstein. Many problems that had been at the center of ideological debate around Riga were no longer topical. Some of Bernstein's ideas that had aroused furious indignation at the time were now accepted by orthodox communists, such as the doctrine that socialism might be achieved by legal means, a purely tactical change, but none the less important ideologically. Revisionism did not come from reading Bernstein but from living under Stalin. However vaguely the term was used by party leaders, however, there was in the 50s and 60s a genuine, active political and intellectual movement which, operating for a time within Marxism or at least using Marxist language, had a highly disruptive effect on communist doctrine. In 1955-7, as communist ideology disintegrated, attacks on the system were widespread. The typical feature of this period was that communists, while not the only critics of existing conditions, were the most active and conspicuous ones, and on the whole the most effective. There were several reasons for this predominance. In the first place, as the revisionists belonged to the establishment, they had much easier access to the mass media and to unpublished information. Secondly, in the nature of things they knew more than other groups about communist ideology and Marxism, and about the state and party machine. Thirdly, communists were used to the idea that they should take the lead in everything, and the party did, after all, include a number of members endowed with energy and initiative. Fourthly, and this was the chief reason, the revisionists, at least for a considerable time, used Marxist language. They appealed to communist ideological stereotypes and Marxist authorities, and made a devastating comparison between socialist reality and the values and promises to be found in the classics. In this way the revisionists, unlike others who opposed the system from a nationalist or religious point of view, not only addressed themselves to party opinion but awakened an echo in party circles. They were listened to by the party apparatus and thereby 458. Contributed to its ideological disarray, which was the principal condition of political change. They used party language to some extent because they still believed in communist stereotypes, and to some extent because they knew it would be more effective. The proportion as between faith and deliberate camouflage is hard to estimate at this distance of time. In the wave of criticism which affected all aspects of life and gradually undermined all the sanctities of communism, some demands and viewpoints were peculiar to the revisionists while others were common to them and non-party or non-Marxist opponents of the regime. The principal demands put forward were as follows. In the first place, all the critics called for a general democratization of public life, the abolition of the system of repression and the secret police, or at least the subordination of the police to a judiciary acting in accordance with law and independence of political pressure. They demanded freedom of the press, sciences, and arts, and the abolition of preventive censorship. The revisionists also called for intra-party democracy, and some of them demanded the right to form fractions within the party. From the beginning there were differences among the revisionists on these points. Some demanded democracy for party members without advancing any more general claims, appearing to believe that the party could be a democratic island in a non-democratic society. They thus accepted, expressly or by implication, the principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. of the party, and imagined that the ruling party could afford the luxury of internal democracy. In time, however, most of the revisionists came to see that there could be no democracy for the elite only. If intra-party groups were allowed to exist, they would become the mouthpieces of social forces which were otherwise denied utterance, so that a system of fractions within the party would become a substitute for a multi-party system. It was necessary to choose therefore between the free formation of political parties, with all its consequences, and dictatorship by one party, which involved dictatorship within that party. Important among democratic objectives was the independence of trade unions and workers' councils. The cry "all power to the councils" was even heard not very loudly, it is true, but 459. The idea of workers' councils independent of the party, which could not only bargain with the state over questions of pay and working conditions but also play an effective part in industrial management, was frequently advanced in both Poland and Hungary. Later on, the example of Yugoslavia was quoted. Workers' self-government went naturally with the decentralization of economic planning. An important reform desired by non-party critics was freedom of religion and an end to persecution of the church. The revisionists, who were for the most part anti-religious, stood aside from this question. They believed in the separation of church and state and did not support the demand, which was widespread in those years, for the reintroduction of religious education into schools. The second category of demands universally put forward related to state sovereignty and equality among members of the socialist bloc. In all the bloc countries, Soviet supervision was extremely thorough in many spheres. The army and police in particular were under specific and direct control, and the duty to follow the elder brother's example in everything was the foundation of state ideology. The whole population felt keenly the humiliation of their country, its dependence on the Soviet Union, and the latter's unscrupulous economic exploitation of its neighbors. While, however, the Polish population as a whole was strongly anti-Russian, the revisionists generally invoked traditional socialist principles and avoided the language of nationalism. A frequent demand by both revisionists and others was for the abolition of the privileges enjoyed by the bureaucracy, not so much in matters of pay but in the extra-legal arrangements that freed them from the hardships of everyday life, special shops and medical facilities, housing priorities, and so on. The third main area of criticism was economic management. There was, it should be noted, scarcely any call for the restoration of industry to private hands. Most people were used to the idea that it should be publicly owned. They demanded, however, the cessation of compulsory agricultural collectivization, a reduction in the extremely burdensome investment program, an enlargement of the role of market conditions in the economy, profit sharing by workers, rationalized planning and the abandonment of unrealistic all-embracing 460 plans, a reduction in the norms and directives that hampered enterprise, and concessions to private and cooperative activity in the field of services and small-scale production. In all these matters revisionist demands coincided with those of the population in general. The revisionists, however, used socialist and Marxist arguments instead of nationalist and religious ones, and they also put forward aspirations relating to party life and Marxist studies. In this respect, like other heretics in history, they appealed for a return to the sources, i.e. they based their criticism of the system on Marxist tradition. More than once, especially in the early stages, they invoked Lenin's authority, searching his writings for texts in support of intra-party democracy, the participation of the broad masses in government, and so on. In short, the revisionists for a time opposed Lenin to Stalinism, as survivors of the movement still do from time to time. They did not have much intellectual success, as the discussions made it increasingly clear that Stalinism was the natural and legitimate continuation of Lenin's ideas, but politically their arguments were of some importance, as we have seen, in helping to disrupt communist ideology by appealing to its own stereotypes. The peculiarity of the situation was that both Marxism and Leninism spoke a language full of humane and democratic slogans which, while they were empty rhetoric as far as the system of power was concerned, could be and were invoked against that system. By pointing out the grotesque contrast between Marxist-Leninist phraseology and the realities of life, the revisionists laid bare the contradictions of the doctrine itself. The ideology became detached, as it were, from the political movement of which it had been a mere fad, and began to live a life of its own. While, however, attempts to hold fast to Leninism were soon abandoned by most of the revisionists, the hope of a return to authentic Marxism lasted much longer. The main issue that divided the revisionists from their party colleagues was not the fact that they criticized Stalinism. At that time, especially after the 20th Congress, hardly any party members defended it with all its aberrations. Nor did the difference even lie chiefly in the extent of their criticism, but rather in their rejection of the official view that Stalinism was a mistake or a distortion or a series of mistakes and 46.1 torsions. Most of them held that the Stalinist system had made few mistakes from the point of view of its social functions, that it was a fairly coherent political system in itself, and that the roots of the evil must therefore be sought not in Stalin's personal faults or mistakes but in the nature of communist power. They believed for some time, however, that Stalinism was curable in the sense that communism could be restored or democratized without questioning its foundations. But, as time went on, the revisionists saw more and more clearly that this position too was untenable. If the one-party system was a necessary condition of communism, then communism was unreformable. It appeared, however, for some time yet that Marxist socialism was possible without Leninist political forms, and that communism might be attacked within the framework of Marxism. Hence many attempts were made to reinterpret the Marxist tradition in an anti-Leninist sense. The revisionists began by requiring that Marxism should subject itself to the normal rules of scientific rationality, instead of relying on the monopolistic power of censorship, police, and privilege. They argued that such privilege inevitably led to the degeneration of Marxism and deprived it of vitality, that Marxism must be able to defend its existence by the empirical and logical methods universally accepted by science, and that Marxist studies were withering away because Marxism had been institutionalized into a state ideology immune from criticism. It could only be regenerated by free discussion in which Marxists would have to defend their positions by rational argument. The critics attacked the primitiveness and sterility of Marxist writings, their inadequacy to the main problems of the present age, their schematic and ossified character, and the ignorance of those who were regarded as the chief exponents of the doctrine. They attacked the poverty of the conceptual categories of Leninist-Stalinist Marxism and the simplistic attempts to explain all culture in terms of the class struggle, to reduce all philosophy to the conflict between materialism and idealism, to turn all morality into an instrument for the building of socialism, and so on. As far as philosophy is concerned, the revisionists' main 462. Objective may be defined as the vindication of human subjectivity in opposition to Leninist doctrine. The main points of their attack were as follows. In the first place, they criticized Lenin's theory of reflection, arguing that the sense of Marx's epistemology was entirely different. Cognition did not consist of the object being reflected in the mind, but was an interaction of subject and object, and the effect of this interaction, co-determined by social and biological factors, could not be regarded as a copy of the world. The human mind could not transcend the manner in which it was associated with being. The world as we know it is partially man-made. Secondly, the revisionists criticized determinism. Neither Marx's theory nor any factual considerations justified a determinist metaphysic, especially as far as history was concerned. The idea that there were unalterable laws of history and that socialism was historically inevitable was a mythological superstition which might have played a part in stirring up enthusiasm for communism but was none the more rational for that. Chance and uncertainty could not be excluded from past history, still less from predictions of the future. Thirdly, they criticized attempts to deduce moral values from speculative historiographical schemata. Even if it were supposed, wrongly, that the socialist future was guaranteed by this or that historical necessity, it would not follow that it was our duty to support such necessities. What is necessary is not for that reason valuable. Socialism still needs a moral foundation, over and above its being allegedly the result of historical laws. For the idea of socialism to be restored, a system of values must first be recreated independently of historiosophical doctrine. All these criticisms had the common aim of restoring the role of the subject in the historical and cognitive process. They were combined with a criticism of the bureaucratic regime and the absurd pretensions of the party apparatus to superior wisdom and knowledge of historical laws and, on the strength of this, to unrestricted power and privilege. From the philosophical point of view, revisionism soon broke completely with Leninism. In the course of their criticism the revisionists naturally appealed to various sources, some Marxist and some not. In Eastern Europe some part was played by existentialism. 463. Especially the works of Sartre, as many revisionists were attracted by his theory of freedom and the subject's irreducibility to the status of a thing. Many others found inspiration in Hegel, while those who were interested in Engels's philosophy of science brought analytical philosophy to bear on his and Lenin's dialectic of nature. The revisionists read Western critical and philosophical literature about Marxism and communism. Camus, Merleau-Ponty, Kessler, Orwell. Marxist authorities of the past played only a secondary role in their discussions and criticisms. Trotsky was scarcely mentioned. Some interest was taken in Rosa Luxemburg for her attacks on Lenin and the Russian Revolution. Among philosophers Lukács was popular for a while, chiefly on account of his theory of the historical process in which subject and object tend towards identity. Somewhat later, Gramsci became an object of interest. His works contained the outline of a theory of knowledge completely opposed to Lenin's, together with critical reflections on communist bureaucracy, the theory of the party as an advance guard, historical determinism, and the manipulative approach to socialist revolution. Further reinforcement came at this time from the Italian communists. Palmiro Togliatti, who had till then enjoyed the deserved reputation of a dyed-in-the-wool Stalinist, went on record after the 20th Congress with a criticism of the Soviet leaders, moderate as to language but important in its consequences. He accused them of casting the whole responsibility for Stalinism onto Stalin and failing to analyze the causes of bureaucratic degeneration, and ended with an appeal for polycentrism in the world communist movement, i.e. an end to Moscow's hegemony over the other parties. Revisionism in Poland, where the critical movement in the 1950s went much further than in the rest of Eastern Europe, was the work of a numerous group of party intellectuals, philosophers, sociologists, journalists, men of letters, historians, and economists. It found expression in the specialized press and in literary and political weeklies, which played an important part until they were suppressed by the authorities. Among the philosophers and sociologists who were frequently attacked as revisionists were 464. B. Baxko, K. Pomian, R. Zimand, Z. Bauman, M. Bielinska, and the present writer, who was singled out as the chief culprit. Economists who advanced revisionist theories were M. Kalecki, 0. Lang, W. Bruss, E. Lipinski, and T. Kaulik. In Hungary, the chief center of revisionism was the Pet Phi Circle in Budapest, which included some of Lukács's disciples. Lukács himself took a prominent part in its discussions, but both he and his followers emphasized their fidelity to Marxism much more strongly than the Polish revisionists. Lukács called for freedom within the framework of Marxism and did not question the principle of single-party rule. It may be this is only a supposition that the much more orthodox character of Hungarian revisionism was the reason why it became so detached from the movement of popular discontent that the revisionists were unable to keep the attack on the party within bounds. The result was a mass protest, expressly anti-communist in character, leading to the collapse of the party and to Soviet invasion. This caused a shock not only in Poland, where it became obvious at once that ideas of a democratized communist system were fairy tales, but also among Western communists. Some of the smaller parties split up, while others lost the support of many intellectuals. Among communists throughout the world, the invasion of Hungary provoked various dissident movements and attempts to reconstruct the movement and its doctrine on non-Soviet lines. In Britain, France, and Italy, many works were published on the possibility or otherwise of democratic communism. The new left of the 60s was largely inspired by these sources. The revisionist movement in Hungary was destroyed by the Soviet invasion. In Poland, it was combated over a period of years by various, relatively mild forms of repression, the closure of periodicals or enforced dismissal of contributors who refused to toe the line, the temporary banning of publication by individual writers, intensified censorship in all branches of culture. The main reason, however, why Polish revisionism gradually declined was not the use of such measures but the disintegration of party ideology, undermined by revisionist criticism. As an attempt to renew Marxism by returning to its sources, chiefly the young Marx and his idea of the self-creation of 465. Humanity, and to reform communism by curing its repressive and bureaucratic character, revisionism could be effective only as long as the party took the traditional ideology seriously and the apparatus was in some degree sensitive to ideological questions. But revisionism itself was a major cause of the fact that the party lost its respect for official doctrine and that ideology increasingly became a sterile though indispensable ritual. In this way, revisionist criticism, especially in Poland, cut the ground from under its own feet. Writers and intellectuals continued their manifestations, protests, and attempts to put political pressure on the authorities, but they were less and less inspired by truly revisionist, i.e. Marxist, ideas. In the party and bureaucracy, the importance of communist ideology was manifestly declining. Instead of people who, even if they had taken part in the atrocities of Stalinism, were in their way loyal communists and attached to communist ideals, the reins of power were now held by cynical, disillusioned careerists who were perfectly aware of the emptiness of the communist slogans they made use of. A bureaucracy of this kind was immune to ideological shocks. One revisionism itself, on the other hand, had a certain inner logic which, before long, carried it beyond the frontiers of Marxism. Anyone who took seriously the rules of rationalism could not be interested any longer in the degree of his own loyalty to Marxist tradition, or feel any inhibition about using other sources and theoretical stimuli. Marxism in its Leninist-Stalinist form was such a poor and primitive structure that on close analysis it practically disappeared. Marx's own doctrine certainly afforded more food for the mind, but in the nature of things it could not provide answers to questions that philosophy and the social sciences had raised since Marx's day, nor could it assimilate various important conceptual categories evolved by 20th-century humanistic culture. Attempts to combine Marxism with trends originating elsewhere soon deprived it of its clear-cut doctrinal form. It became merely one of several contributions to intellectual history, instead of an all-embracing system of authoritative truths among which, if one looked hard enough, one could find the answer to everything. Marxism had functioned for decades almost entirely as the political ideology of a powerful but self-contained sect, with the result that it was 466 developments in Marxism since Stalin's death almost completely cut off from the external world of ideas. When attempts were made to overcome this isolation, it generally proved too late. The doctrine collapsed, like mummified remains suddenly exposed to the air. From this point of view, Orthodox Party members were quite right to fear the consequences of trying to breathe fresh life into Marxism. Revisionist appeals which seemed to be the merest common-sense Marxism must be defended in free discussion by the intellectual methods universally applied in science. Its ability to solve modern problems must be analyzed without fear, its conceptual apparatus must be enriched, historical documents must not be falsified, and so on. All proved to have catastrophic results. Instead of Marxism being enriched or supplemented, it dissolved in a welter of alien ideas. In Poland, revisionism lived on for a time but became less and less important ideologically as compared with other forms of opposition. It was represented in the early 60s by Kuron and Modulewski, who put forward a Marxist and communist political program. Their analysis of Polish society and government, which led them to the conclusion that a new exploiting class had come into existence in the communist countries and could only be overthrown by a proletarian revolution, was arrived at on traditional Marxist lines. It cost them several years' imprisonment, but their resistance helped to form a students' opposition movement leading to fairly widespread riots in March 1968. This, however, had little to do with communist ideology. Most of the students protested in the name of civic and academic liberties, but did not interpret these in any specifically communist or even socialist sense. After the riots were crushed, the government launched an attack in the cultural field, and in so doing revealed that its main ideological principle was anti-Semitism. The year 1968, which was also that of the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, virtually marked the end of revisionism as a separate intellectual trend in Poland. At present, the opposition, which articulates itself in various forms, makes scarcely any use of Marxist or communist phraseology, but finds fully adequate expression in terms of national conservatism, religion, and traditional democratic or social democratic formulas. Com. 467. Munism has ceased in general to be an intellectual problem, remaining simply a matter of government power and repression. The situation is a paradoxical one. The ruling party still officially professes Marxism and the communist doctrine of proletarian internationalism. Marxism is a compulsory subject in all places of higher learning, manuals of it are published and books are written about its problems, yet this state ideology has never been in such a lifeless condition as now. No one in practice believes in it, neither the rulers nor the ruled, and both are aware of this fact, yet it is indispensable, since it constitutes the main foundation of the legitimacy of the regime, as the dictatorship of the party is based on the claim that it expresses the historical interests of the working class and the people. Everyone knows that proletarian internationalism is nothing but a phrase to cover the fact that the East European countries are not masters of their own affairs, and that the leading role of the working class simply means dictatorship by the party bureaucracy. Consequently, the rulers themselves, when they wish to arouse at least some degree of response from the population, appeal less and less to the ideology that exists only on paper, and instead use the language of raison d'etat and national interest. Not only is the official ideology lifeless, but it is no longer clearly formulated as it was in Stalin's day, since there is no authority competent to do so. Intellectual life continues, though harassed by censorship and various police restrictions, but Marxism plays next to no part in it, although state support maintains it artificially in being and immune from criticism. In the field of ideology and the humanistic sciences, the party can only act negatively, by means of repression and prohibitions of all kinds. Even so, the official ideology has had to forfeit a large part of its former universalist claims. Marxism, of course, may not be criticized directly, but even in philosophy works appear which completely ignore it and are written as if it had never existed. In sociology, a certain number of orthodox treatises are regularly published, mainly to secure an attestation of their author's political reliability, while at the same time many other works fall into the category of ordinary empirical sociology, using the same methods as in the West. The scope permitted to such works is of course limited. They may deal with changes in family life or working conditions in industry. 468. But not the sociology of power or of party life. Severe restrictions are imposed, for purely political rather than Marxist reasons, on the historical sciences, especially where recent history is concerned. The Soviet rulers seem to be firmly convinced that they represent the continuation of Tsarist policy, and hence the study of Polish history, which for 2 centuries was dominated by relations with Russia, the partitions, and national oppression, is subject to a multitude of taboos. To a certain extent one may still speak of revisionism in the context of Polish economic studies, where it takes the form of practical recommendations for increased efficiency. The best-known authors in this field are W. Bruss and E. Lipinski, who both invoke the Marxist tradition but in a form closer to social democracy. They argue that the faults and inefficiency of the socialist economy cannot be cured by purely economic means, as they are tied up with the repressive political system. Economic rationalization therefore cannot succeed without political pluralism, i.e. in practice without abolishing the specifically communist regime. Nationalization of the means of production, Bruss contends, is not the same as public ownership, since the political bureaucracy has a monopoly of economic decision. A truly socialized economy is incompatible with political dictatorship. To a somewhat lesser degree, Władysław Bieńkowski may be classed as a revisionist. In works published outside Poland he analyzes the causes of social and economic deterioration under bureaucratic governments. He appeals to the Marxist tradition, but goes beyond it in examining the autonomized mechanisms of political power independent of the class system. Similar tendencies connected with the decline of communist faith, the reduced vitality of Marxism and its transformation into a political right can be observed, though in varying degrees, in all the communist countries. In Czechoslovakia 1956 was a much less important year than in Poland and Hungary, and the revisionist movement was late in developing, but the general trend was the same as elsewhere. The best-known revisionist among Czech economists is Leszek, who in the early 60s advanced a typical program of reform, increased influence of the market on production. 469. Greater autonomy of enterprises, decentralized planning, an analysis of political bureaucracy as the cause of socialist economic inefficiency. Although political conditions were more difficult than in Poland, a revisionist group of philosophers also came into being. Its best-known member was Kolakowski, who in Dialectics of the Concrete put forward a number of typically revisionist issues, a return to the idea of praxis as the most general category in the interpretation of history, the relativity of ontological questions vis-a-vis anthropological ones, the abandonment of materialist metaphysics and of the primacy of the base over the superstructure, philosophy and art as co-determinants of social life and not merely its products. The economic crisis in Czechoslovakia at the beginning of R968 precipitated political change and the replacement of the party leadership. This at once let loose an avalanche of political and ideological criticism, dominated by revisionist ideas. The proclaimed objectives were the same as they had been in Poland and Hungary, abolition of the repressive police system, legal guarantees of civic freedom, the independence of culture, democratic economic management. The demand for a multi-party system, or at least the right to form different socialist parties, was not directly put forward by those of the revisionists who were party members, but figured constantly in the discussions. The Soviet occupation in August R968 and the mass repressions that followed had the effect of almost completely stifling Czechoslovak intellectual and cultural life, which still presents a highly depressing picture even in comparison with the other Bloc countries. On the other hand, precisely because the reform movement in Czechoslovakia did not disintegrate of itself but was suppressed by force of arms, the country offers a more fertile soil for revisionist ideas. It may be imagined that, if the invasion had not taken place, the reform movement begun under Dubček and supported by the great majority of the population might eventually have brought about socialism with a human face without shaking the foundations of the system. This of course is a matter of speculation, and depends on what exactly is regarded as fundamental. What does seem clear, however, is that if the reform movement had continued and had neither been suppressed by invasion nor, as in Poland, had disintegrated. 470. From fear of invasion, it must soon have led to a multi-party system, thus destroying the Communist Party dictatorship and therefore destroying communism as that doctrine conceives itself. East Germany, where the system of repression was generally more thorough than elsewhere, did not witness any widespread revisionist movement, but was nonetheless shaken by the events of 1956. The philosopher and literary critic Wolfgang Herrick put forward a democratic program of German socialism, which earned him several years' imprisonment. Some well-known Marxist intellectuals left the country. The strict regimentation of ideas made any attempt at revisionism extremely difficult, as it still does, but occasionally a reformist voice was heard. In philosophy, the most important name in this connection is that of Robert Havemann, a professor of physical chemistry with an interest in philosophical questions, who, unlike many other revisionists, remained a convinced Marxist throughout. In essays and lectures, published of course in West Germany, he sharply criticized the party dictatorship in science and philosophy and the custom of deciding theoretical questions by bureaucratic decree. In addition, he attacked the doctrine of dialectical materialism and the official norms of communist morality. He did not, however, criticize Marxism from a positivist standpoint but, on the contrary, wished to return to a more Hegelianized version of the dialectic. He maintained that the chief enemy of Marxism was mechanistic materialism, which was generally taught under the name Marxism. He attacked the Leninist version of determinism as morally dangerous and incompatible with modern physics. Following Hegel and Engels, he postulated a dialectic that was not merely a description but an aspect of reality, including logical relations. In this way, like Bloch, he tried to justify a finalistic attitude within the terms of dialectical materialism. He condemned the Stalinist enslavement of culture, and declared that the philosophical negation of freedom in the mechanistic doctrine that usually passed for Marxism went hand in hand with the destruction of cultural freedom under communism. He called for the rehabilitation of spontaneity as a philosophic category and as a political value, but at the same time emphasized his fidelity to dialectical materialism and communism. Habermann's philosophical writings are less precise than one might expect from a chemist. In the U.S.R. there was no revisionism to speak of in philosophy, but some economists proposed reforms aimed at the rationalization of management and distribution. Official Soviet philosophy was little affected by de-Stalinization, while the unofficial variety soon lost all contact with Marxism. In official philosophy, the principal change was that the schemata of dialectical materialism were no longer taught after the exact pattern of Stalin's booklet. The textbook published in R958 followed Engels in distinguishing three laws of the dialectic, not four. Materialism was expounded first and the dialectic second, a reversal of Stalin's order. The dozen or so categories of the dialectic enumerated in Lenin's philosophical notes provided the basis of a newly arranged schema. Soviet philosophers held several discussions on the time-honored theme of the relation of the dialectic to formal logic, the majority view being that there was no conflict between the two, as their subject matter was different. Some also challenged the theory that contradictions might occur in reality itself. Hegel ceased to personify the aristocratic reaction to the French Revolution, henceforth it was correct to speak of his limitations and also his merits. All these inessential and superficial changes made no breach in the structure of the Leninist-Stalinist diamat. Nonetheless, Soviet philosophy enjoyed some benefit from de-Stalinization, though less than other disciplines. A younger generation came on the scene and, of its own accord, since there were hardly any qualified teachers except a few chance survivors from Stalin's purges, began to look into Western philosophy and logic, to study foreign languages, and finally even to explore non-Marxist Russian traditions. In the first years after Stalin's death, it was clear that the young philosophers were most attracted by Anglo-Saxon positivism and the analytical school. The treatment of logic became more rational and less subject to political control. The 5-volume philosophical encyclopedia published in the RG60s is on the whole better than the output of Stalin's day. The main ideological articles, especially those relating to Marxism, are on the same level as before, but there are also many concerned with logic and the history of philosophy which are written on sensible lines and are not merely dictated. 472. By state propaganda. Thanks to the younger philosophers' efforts to renew contact with European and American thought, a few modern works have been translated from Western languages. Timid and cautious attempts to modernize Marxism were perceptible for a time in philosophical science, which began to appear in 1958. On the whole, however, publications did not reflect the mental changes that were taking place. The backwoodsmen trained in Stalin's day continued to decide which of the younger men should be allowed to publish or teach in universities, and naturally favored their own kind. However, some of the younger and better educated philosophers found ways of expressing themselves in other fields that were less strictly controlled. On the whole, however, philosophy, the first discipline to be destroyed by communism, was also the slowest to revive, and the results so far are extremely meager. Other branches of learning recovered in more or less the opposite order to that in which they were originally Stalinized. Within a few years of the dictator's death, the natural sciences virtually ceased to be ideologically regulated, though the choice of research subjects continued to be strictly controlled, as it still is. In physics, chemistry, medical, and biological research, the state provides material resources and lays down the purposes for which they are used, but it no longer insists that the results shall be orthodox from the Marxist point of view. The historical sciences are still closely controlled, but here two areas of less political sensitivity are less subject to regulation. For some years theoretical linguistics were relatively free and revived the tradition of the Russian formalistic school, but eventually the state intervened here also by closing some institutions, having noticed that they were being used as an outlet for various unorthodox ideas. On the whole, however, the period from 1955 to 1965 was one of considerable and often successful efforts to revive Russian culture after years of devastation. This applies to literature, painting, drama, and films, as well as historiography and philosophy. In the second half of the 60s, increasing pressure was again brought to bear on suspect individuals and institutions. Unlike the situation in Eastern Europe, Marxism in the Soviet Union showed hardly any signs of reanimation. Among the clandestine or semi-clandestine ideological developments which were 473 especially lively from about 1965 onwards, Marxist trends were scarcely noticeable. Instead we find the most varying tendencies, including Great Russian chauvinism, the national aspirations of the oppressed non-Russian peoples, religion, and traditional democratic ideas. Marxism or Leninism accounts for only a small fraction of the general opposition, but it does exist, its best-known Soviet spokesman being the brothers Roy and Boris Medvedev. The former, a historian, is the author of some valuable works, including a general analysis of Stalinism on a large scale. This contains much information not known from elsewhere and certainly cannot be regarded as an attempt to palliate the horrors of the Stalinist system. Nevertheless, like the author's other works, it is based on the view that there is a clear break between Leninism and Stalinism and that Lenin's plan for the socialist society was completely distorted and deformed by Stalin's tyranny. In the last 2 decades, the ideological situation in the Soviet Union has gone through changes in many ways similar to those that have occurred in the other socialist countries. Marxism is practically extinct as a doctrine, though it performs a useful service in justifying Soviet imperialism and the whole internal policy of oppression, exploitation, and privilege. As in Eastern Europe, the rulers have to resort to other ideological values than communism if they wish to find common ground with their subjects. As far as the Russian people itself is concerned, the values in question are those of chauvinism and imperial glory, while all the peoples of the Soviet Union are susceptible to xenophobia, especially anti-Chinese nationalism and anti-Semitism. This is all that remains of Marxism in the first state in the world to be constituted on allegedly Marxist principles. This nationalist and to some extent racist outlook is the true, unavowed ideology of the Soviet state, not only protected but inculcated by means of allusions and unprinted texts, and, unlike Marxism, it awakens a real echo in popular feeling. There is probably no part of the civilized world in which Marxism has declined so completely and socialist ideas have been so discredited and turned to ridicule as in the countries of 474. Victoria Socialism. It can be said with little fear of contradiction that if freedom of thought were allowed in the Soviet bloc, Marxism would prove to be the least attractive form of intellectual life throughout the area. 3. Yugoslav revisionism. Yugoslavia's special role in the evolution of Marxism lies in the fact that we have to do here not only with individual philosophers or economists professing revisionist ideas, but with what may be called the first revisionist communist party and even the first revisionist state. After her excommunication by Stalin, Yugoslavia was in a difficult situation, both economically and ideologically. At first, her official ideology did not depart from the Marxist-Leninist model except for one important point: by asserting their sovereignty in the face of Soviet imperialism, the Yugoslavs rejected Soviet claims to ideological supremacy and attacked the elder brother's great power, chauvinism. Before long, however, the Yugoslav party began to devise its own model of socialism and its own ideology, loyally Marxist in intent but concentrating on workers' self-government and socialism without bureaucracy. The formation of this ideology and the corresponding economic and political changes extended over many years. In the early 1950s, the party leaders were already talking of the danger of bureaucratization and criticizing the Soviet system as a degenerate type of state in which the extreme centralization of power had killed what was most valuable in the socialist ideal, namely the self-determination of the working people and the principle of public ownership as distinct from nationalization. The party leaders and theoreticians drew an increasingly sharp distinction between state socialism on Soviet lines and an economy based on workers' self-government, in which the collectives did not simply fulfill production norms imposed by the authorities but themselves decided all questions of production and distribution. By successive measures of reform, industrial management was more and more entrusted to bodies representing the workers themselves. The state's economic functions were curtailed, and party doctrine pointed to this as a sign of the withering away of the state in accordance with Marxist theory. 475. At the same time, state control of cultural life was relaxed, and socialist realism ceased to be a canon of artistic merit. The program approved by the party at its 6th Congress in April 1958 set out the official version of socialism based on self-government. It is an unusual type of party document for those years, being concerned with theory as well as propaganda. It distinguished the nationalization of the means of production from their socialization, and emphasized that the concentration of economic management in the hands of the bureaucracy led to social degeneration and was a brake on socialist development. It also led to a fusion between the state and the party apparatus, and instead of the state withering away, it would become increasingly powerful and bureaucratic. In order to build socialism and put an end to social alienation, it was necessary to transfer production to the producers, i.e. into the hands of workers' associations. It was evident from the beginning that if workers' councils were to have unlimited authority in each individual production unit, the result would be a system of free competition differing from the 19th century model only in the ascription of ownership to particular concerns. No economic planning would be possible. Accordingly, the state reserved to itself various basic functions concerning the investment rate and the distribution of the accumulation fund. The reforms of 1964-5 further reduced the powers of the state without abandoning the idea of planning. The state was to regulate the economy chiefly through the nationalized banking system. The economic and social effects of the Yugoslav model of workers' self-government were and still are the subject of much discussion and lively disagreement, both in Yugoslavia and among economists and sociologists throughout the world. If the system is not to be a bureaucratic fiction, it requires a considerable extension of market relations and increased influence of the market on production, and this predictably soon led to certain undesirable consequences as the normal laws of accumulation took effect once more. The gap between more and less economically developed parts of the country tended to grow wider instead of narrowing. Pressure on wages threatened to push down the investment rate below what was socially desirable. Competitive conditions led to the appearance of a class of rich. 476. Industrial managers whose privileges excited popular discontent. The market and competition caused an increase in inflation and unemployment. The Yugoslav leaders and economists are aware that self-government and planning tend to limit each other and can only be reconciled by compromise, but the terms of the compromise are a matter of constant dispute. It is true, on the other hand, that the Yugoslav economic reforms were accompanied by an expansion of cultural and even political freedom well beyond anything that occurred in the rest of Eastern Europe, let alone the Soviet Union. To call this a sign of the withering away of the state, however, was at no time anything but an ideological fiction. The state voluntarily restricted its own economic power, an unusual event, but it did not give up its monopoly of political initiative or the use of police methods to deal with opposition. The situation is a curious one. Yugoslavia still enjoys more freedom of the spoken and written word than other socialist countries, but it is also subject to harsh police measures. It is easier than elsewhere to publish a text attacking the official ideology, but it is also easier to be put in prison for doing so. There are many more political prisoners in Yugoslavia than in Poland or Hungary, yet in those countries the police control of cultural matters is more severe. Single-party rule has not been infringed in any way, and to call it in question is a punishable offense. In short, the elements of pluralism in social life extend as far as the ruling party thinks proper. Yugoslavia has gained much from its reforms and from being excluded from the Soviet camp, but it has not become a democratic country. As to workers' self-government, its pros and cons are still a matter of controversy. At all events, it is a new phenomenon in the history of communism. The question of self-government and bureaucratization also has a philosophical aspect. From the early 1950s there has been in Yugoslavia a large and dynamic group of Marxist theoreticians, discussing questions of epistemology, ethics, and aesthetics, and also the political problems connected with changes in Yugoslav socialism. From 1964 onwards this group published a philosophical journal, Praxis, and organized annual philosophical debates on the island of Korčula, attended by many scholars from different countries. The group has concentrated on typically revisionist. 477. Themes such as alienation, reification, and bureaucracy. Its philosophical orientation is anti-Leninist. Most of these philosophers, whose literary output is very large, were partisan fighters in the Second World War. Some of the principal names are G. Petrovic, M. Markovic, S. Stojanovic, R. Supek, L. Tadic, P. Vranicky, D. Grulic, M. Kangraga, V. Koruk, and Z. Pasic Goljubovic. The main object of this group, who are perhaps the most active circle of Marxist philosophers in the world today, is to restore Marx's humanistic anthropology in its radical opposition to Leninist Marxist diemat. Most or all of them reject the theory of reflection and seek, following Lukács and Gramsci to some extent, to establish praxis as a fundamental category in relation to which not only other anthropological concepts but also ontological questions are secondary. Their starting point is thus the early Marxian idea that man's practical contact with nature determines the meaning of metaphysical problems and that cognition is the effect of eternal interaction between subject and object. From this point of view, historical determinism cannot hold its ground if it posits that anonymous laws of history in the last resort determine the whole of human behavior. We must take seriously Marx's saying that people make their own history, and not transform it, on evolutionist lines, into the statement that history makes people. The Praxis philosophers criticized Engels's definition of freedom as understood necessity, pointing out that it does not leave room for the active, spontaneous human subject. They thus took up the revisionist idea of the vindication of subjectivity, linking their analysis with the critique of Soviet state socialism and support for workers' self-government as the true path of socialist development in accordance with Marx's doctrine. At the same time, however, while emphasizing that socialism requires the active management of the economy by producers and not by a party bureaucracy calling itself the advance guard of the working class, they were aware that economic self-government, if carried too far, produces inequalities which are contrary to the idea of socialism. Orthodox Yugoslav communists accused the Praxis group of wanting to have it both ways, by instituting full self-government but abolishing the market so as to avoid inequality. The Yugoslav revisionists seem to be divided on this matter, but their 478 writings often strike a utopian note, expressing the conviction that it is possible to do away with alienation, to assure everyone of full control over the results of their actions, and to remove the conflict between the need for planning and the autonomy of small groups, between individual interests and long-term social tasks, between security and technical progress. The Praxis group played an important part in disseminating a humanistic version of Marxism not only in Yugoslavia but in the international philosophical world. They also contributed to reviving philosophical thought in Yugoslavia, and were an important center of intellectual resistance to autocratic and bureaucratic forms of government in that country. As time went on, they came increasingly into conflict with the state authorities. Nearly all their active members were finally expelled or resigned from the Communist Party, and in 1975 8 of them were removed from their posts at Belgrade University. Their writings appear to reflect increasing skepticism as to the Marxian utopia. Milovan Djilas, one of the leading Yugoslav communists in the 40s and 50s, cannot be regarded as a revisionist. His ideas on the democratization of socialism were condemned by the party as far back as 1954, and his later works cannot be considered Marxist even in the loosest sense. Djilas completely gave up utopian ways of thought, and has many times pointed out the links between the original Marxist doctrine and its political realization in the form of bureaucratic despotism. 4. Revisionism and orthodoxy in France. From the second half of the 1950s, lively discussions went on among French Marxists, with revisionist tendencies partly drawing support from existentialism and partly in conflict with it. Existentialism, as expounded by both Heidegger and Sartre, had one essential feature in common with Marxist revisionism, namely its emphasis on the opposition between irreducible human subjectivity and thing-like forms of existence. At the same time, it pointed out that human beings had a constant tendency to flee from subjective, i.e. free and independent, existence into a reified state. Heidegger developed an elaborate system of categories wherewith to express the drift into unauthenticity and anonymity, the urge to identify with impersonal reality. 479. In the same way, Sartre's analyses of the opposition between being in itself and being for itself, and his passionate denunciation of the mauvaise joie which hides our freedom from us and causes us to shun responsibility for ourselves and for the world, were in full accord with revisionist attempts to restore Marxism as a philosophy of subjectivity and freedom. Marx, and Kierkegaard in his own way, had both protested against what they saw as Hegel's attempt to merge human subjectivity into impersonal historical being. From this point of view, the existentialist tradition coincided with what the revisionists regarded as Marx's fundamental doctrine. At a later stage, Sartre ceased to identify Marxism with the Soviet Union and French communism, but at the same time he came decidedly closer to identifying himself with Marxism. In Critique de la raison dialectique he put forward a revision of existentialism and also his own interpretation of Marxism. This long and amorphous work contains some points which clearly indicate that hardly a shadow remained of Sartre's former existentialist philosophy. In it he stated that Marxism was a contemporary philosophy par excellence and that for purely historical reasons it could be criticized only from a pre-Marxist, i.e. reactionary, standpoint, just as in the 17th century Locke and Descartes could be criticized only from a scholastic point of view. For this reason Marxism was invincible, and particular manifestations of it could only be validly criticized from the inside. Leaving aside the absurd contention as to the historical invincibility of Marxism, the critique is interesting as an attempt to find room within Marxism for creativity and spontaneity, abandoning the dialectic of nature and historical determinism but preserving the social significance of human behavior. Conscious human acts are not presented simply as projections of freedom-producing human temporality, but as movements towards a totalization, their sense being codetermined by existing social conditions. In other words, the individual is not absolutely free to determine the meaning of his acts, but neither is he a slave to circumstances. There is a possibility of the free fusion of many human projects. Con. 480. Statuting a communist society, but it is not guaranteed by any objective laws. Social life does not only consist of individual acts rooted in freedom, but is also a sedimentation of history by which we are limited. It is, in addition, a fight with nature, which imposes its own obstacles and causes social relationships to be dominated by scarcity, so that every satisfaction of a need can be a source of antagonism and makes it more difficult for human beings to accept one another as such. People are free, but scarcity deprives them of particular choices and to that extent diminishes their humanity. Communism, by abolishing scarcity, restores the freedom of the individual and his ability to recognize the freedom of others. The possibility of communism lies in the possibility of the voluntary combination of many individual projects in a single revolutionary purpose. The critique gives a description of groups engaged in common action without infringing the freedom of any of the individuals concerned, a vision of revolutionary organization intended to replace the discipline and hierarchy of the Communist Party and to harmonize individual freedom with effective political action. The account, however, is so generalized as to ignore the real problems of such harmonization. All that can be seen is that Sartre envisaged the objective of devising a form of communism free from bureaucracy and institutionalization, the latter in all its forms being contrary to spontaneity and a cause of alienation. Apart from many superfluous neologisms, it does not appear that the critique contains any new interpretation of Marxism, as regards the historical character of perception and knowledge, and the negation of the dialectic of nature. Sartre follows in Lukács's footsteps. As to reconciling spontaneity with the pressure of historical conditions, the work seems to tell us little except that freedom must be safeguarded in revolutionary organization and that there will be perfect freedom when communism has done away with shortages. Neither of these ideas is especially new in the Marxist context. What would have been new is an explanation of how these effects are to be achieved. Revisionism in the strict sense, i.e. as expressed by philosophers deriving from the communist tradition, did not coincide with 481. Sartreism, but in some ways it showed existentialist inspiration. This brand of revisionism took several forms. In the late 40s some dissident Trotskyists including C. Lefort and C. Castoriadis formed a group called Socialisme ou Barbarie, with a periodical of the same name. This group rejected Trotsky's view that the Soviet Union was a workers' state that had degenerated, but argued that it was ruled by a new class of exploiters who collectively owned the means of production. They traced this new form of exploitation to Lenin's theory of the party, and wished to revive the idea of workers' self-government as the true form of socialist rule. The party was not only superfluous, but ruinous to socialism. This group introduced French thinkers to ideas which became crucial from the late 50s onwards. Workers' self-government, non-party socialism, and industrial democracy. A more philosophic type of revisionism was represented by the journal Arguments, published from 1956 by a group of philosophers and sociologists who had mostly resigned or been expelled from the Communist Party: Costas Axelos, Edgar Morin, Pierre Fougerolas, Fran-Ois Châtelet, and Jean Duvinaud, also Henri Lefebvre, who was expelled from the party in 1958. This group did not use the typical language of communist philosophy but sought to combine the Marxist themes of alienation and reification with categories drawn from psychoanalysis, biology, and modern sociology. None of them claimed to be true Marxists. Axelos, who was a kind of Heideggerist with Marxist tendencies, criticized Marx for interpreting human existence in terms of technology. Joseph Goebbels, in a book on false consciousness, pointed out similarities between the social and psychiatric symptoms of reification. Châtelet, in a book on early Greek historiography, discussed the connection between the urge to write history and awareness of making it. Fougerolas criticized Marx's reduction of alienation to class and economic conditions. In general, this group took the view that Marx's categories were inadequate for the analysis of society at its present technological level, and that they failed to reflect man's planetary situation, the biological conditions of existence, and non-economic sources of alienation. Lefebvre, without disavowing the Marxian utopia of the complete man, about which he had written much when a communist, turned his attention 482 to the specific forms of reification which arise in a consumer society in conditions of relative welfare, increasing leisure, and increasing urbanization. Like many other neo-Marxists, he maintained that if emancipation has a meaning, it relates primarily to shaking off the oppressive rules of capitalist society as they are internalized in consciousness. He appears, however, to have ceased to believe that alienation could be completely overcome. He resumed, in a new version, his critique of everyday life, declaring that this, as opposed to productive activity, was the sphere in which human isolation, mechanization, and mutual incomprehension were most acute, and which was therefore the proper scene for a true revolution that would expand human potentialities. Most of the French revisionists abandoned the belief that the working class, thanks to its special historical mission, would become the liberator of humanity, their skepticism on this point, coinciding with the critique of the Frankfurt School, removed from their philosophy what is certainly the cornerstone of Marxism. For this reason, when the word revolution occurs in their writings, it is not to be taken in the Marxist sense. It denotes a revolution in people's feelings, their way of life, or their mutual relations, rather than the seizure of political power by this or that advance guard. After a few years it became clear that none of the revisionists of this group except perhaps Lefebvre could be called a Marxist in any tangible sense, although concepts or themes from the Marxist tradition appear from time to time in their writings. As to Roger Garaudy, who for many years was the party's chief philosophical spokesman, in the late 1950s he began by following the general course of de-Stalinization. In Perspectives Still Home he offered a humanistic interpretation of Marx and made friendly gestures towards existentialists, phenomenologists, and even Christians. In D'Unrealisme sans rivages he interpreted literary realism on broad enough lines to afford a welcome to Proust and Kafka. The tactical purpose of these books was fairly clear: they were in line with the Communist Party's efforts to emerge from the intellectual isolation it had imposed upon itself. But Garaudy pushed his humanistic interpretation to the point of criticizing the Soviet system and denouncing the invasion of Czechoslovakia. Expelled from the 483 party in 1970 after a series of quarrels and accusations, he published the relevant documents in the same year under the ambitious title Toute la vérité. In this book he presents himself as a communist anxious to renew the party and cure it, for efficiency's sake, of ideological sclerosis. In the second half of the 1960s, when the fashion in Paris changed from existentialism to structuralism, attention turned to a completely different interpretation of Marxism put forward by the French communist Althusser. One reason for the popularity of structuralism was that it originated as a method of linguistics, which was regarded as the only humanistic discipline capable of evolving more or less exact laws. The hope was now entertained that a scientific status could be conferred on other humanistic studies, which had hitherto been sadly deficient in this respect. Levi Strauss was the first French advocate of a structural, non-historical approach to humanistic studies, paying little attention to the individual but concentrating on the analysis of a system of signs as they operated in the myths of primitive societies. The structure of that system was not consciously devised by anyone and was not present to the minds of its users, but could be discovered by the scientific observer. In two successive works, Pour Marx and Lire le Capital, Althusser endeavored to show that Marxism could provide a structuralist method of investigation from which human subjectivity and historical continuity were consciously excluded. He directed his attack against humanism, historicism, and empiricism, and claimed that Marx's intellectual development had undergone a distinct break in 1845, at the time of the German ideology. Before that date, Marx was still enslaved to Hegel and Feuerbach and described the world in humanistic and historicist categories, having in mind concrete human individuals. Afterwards, however, he discarded this ideological approach and evolved a strictly scientific theory, which alone is genuine Marxism. This Marxism, which is most fully expounded in Capital and whose methodology is set out in the introduction to the Grundrisse, rejects the idea that the historical process can be described in terms of the actions of human subjects. As with all scientific works, according to Althusser, the subject of Capital is not actual. 484. Reality but a theoretical construct, all elements of which are dependent on the whole. The essence of historical materialism is not that it makes certain aspects of historical reality dependent on others, but that each of them depends on the whole. Every sphere has its own rhythm of change, however, they do not all develop evenly, and at any given moment they are at different stages of evolution. Althusser does not define ideology and science, merely stating that science cannot be bounded by any external criteria of truth, as the positivists would have it, but creates its own scientificity in its own theoretical practice. Having thus disposed of the problem of what constitutes a science, he declares that Marx's analysis of capitalist society is not concerned with human subjects but with production relations, which determine the functions of the people involved in them. The subject of observation, then, is structure and not its individual human elements. By humanism, Althusser seems to mean a theory which reduces the historical process to individual acts, or which sees in human individuals the same species nature multiplied through many examples, or which explains historical change in terms of human needs and not impersonal laws. Historicism apparently consists in treating all forms of culture, and science in particular, as relative to changing historical conditions, in Gramsci's manner, and thus belittling the special dignity and objectivity of science. In true Marxism, however, science does not belong to the superstructure, it has its own rules and its own evolution, it constructs objective conceptual wholes and is not an expression of class consciousness. Thus Lenin was right in saying that it must be brought into the working class movement from outside and cannot come into existence as a mere 485 element or product of the class struggle. For it is an essential fact that the different aspects of social life develop unevenly and do not all express the same zeitgeist in the same way. Each of them is relatively autonomous, and the social contradictions that culminate in revolution are always the product of conflicts arising from these inequalities. To this last phenomenon Althusser gives the name superdetermination, meaning apparently that particular phenomena are determined not only by an existing complex of conditions but also by the developmental rhythm of the aspect of life in questions. Thus, for example, the state of science depends on the previous history of science as well as on the entire social situation, and the same is true of painting, etc. This seems a highly innocuous conclusion, a repetition of Engels's remarks about the relative independence of the superstructure. Althusser observes on occasion, again following Engels, that in spite of superdetermination the situation is always governed by production relations in the last resort, but he does not add anything to make Engels's vague statement more precise. The upshot is simply that particular cultural phenomena are generally due to a variety of circumstances, including the history of the aspect of life they belong to and the present state of social relations. We are not told what is so scientific about this obvious truth, why it is a revolutionary discovery of Marxism, or how it helps us to account for any particular fact, let alone predict the future. Nor does Althusser explain how we can compare two different fields, for example sculpture and political theory, in order to show that they are or are not at the same stage of development. This could only be done on the assumption that we can deduce from historical laws what conditions in the realm of sculpture would correspond to a given state of production relations, but Althusser does not suggest any way of making such a deduction. 486. Later Althusser came to believe that the epistemological turning point in Marx's views around 1845 was not so clearly defined as he had thought, since regrettable traces of humanism, historicism, and Hegelianism were still to be found in Capital. Only two of Marx's writings, the letter known as the Critique of the Gotha Program and some notes in the margin of Adolf Wagner's book on political economy, were completely free from the ideological taint. At this point we begin to wonder if Marxism existed at all in Marx's day, or whether it was left to Althusser to invent it. The popularity of Althusser's view especially in the later 60s was not a matter of politics, as his books do not lead to any specific political conclusion. A more important point was that he opposed the tendency among Marxists to make advances to existentialists, phenomenologists, or Christians, thus diluting their own philosophy and depriving it of its uniqueness. Althusser stood for ideological integralism and the assurance that Marxism was a self-sufficient doctrine, 100% scientific and needing no assistance from outside. Apart from a few neologisms, Althusser did not make any fresh contribution to theory. His work is merely an attempt to revert to ideological austerity and doctrinal exclusivism, a belief that Marxism can be preserved from the contamination of other ways of thought. From this point of view it is a return to old-fashioned communist bigotry, but at the same time it bears witness to the directly opposite process which set in as a result of the post-Stalinist thought. Just as, before the First World War, the infection of Marxism by current intellectual fashions led to such phenomena as neo-Kantian Marxism, anarcho-Marxism, Marxist Darwinism, empiria-critical Marxism, and so on, in the same way Marxists of the past 2 decades, desperately trying to make up for their long isolation, have resorted to various ready-made or popular philosophies, so that we have Marxism tempered by Hegelianism, existentialism, Christianity, or, as in Althusser's case, structuralism. Other causes of the vogue for structuralism which made itself felt in the humanistic sciences. 487. In the late 50s are a separate subject, which we shall not discuss here. Revisionism as we have described it was only one of several manifestations of the post-Stalinist disintegration of Marxism. It's importancious that by its critical attitude it contributed much to the decline of ideological faith in the communist countries and to showing up the intellectual as well as the moral destitution of official communism. At the same time it drew attention to neglected aspects of Marxist tradition, and gave an impulse to historical studies. The values and aspirations to which it gave currency are by no means extinct and are still prominent in the democratic opposition in communist countries, but are not usually expressed in a specifically revisionist context, that is to say, the criticism of communist despotism is conducted more and more seldom, and with less and less effect, in terms of purging communism of abuses, reforming Marxism, or going back to FI sources. To fight against despotic regimes it is not, after all, necessary to prove that they are contrary to Marx's or Lenin's ideas. Such arguments were appropriate to the particular situation of the 1950s, but they have now lost much of their importance. Similarly, in philosophy the vindication of human subjectivity against historical laws or the theory of reflection does not need to be based on Marxist authorities and can get on better without them. In this sense revisionism has largely ceased to be a live issue, but this does not affect the continuing value of some of its ideas and critical analyses. 5. Marxism and the New Left. The so-called New Left is also a complex of phenomena witnessing, on the one hand, to the universalization of Marxist phraseology and, on the other, to the disintegration of the doctrine and its inadequacy to modern social problems. It is hard to define the common ideological features of all groups and sects which claim to belong to the New Left or are considered by others to form part of it. A group of this name with revolutionary aspirations arose in France in the later 50s, and 488. Similar groups were formed in Britain and other countries. The movement was catalyzed by the Soviet 20th Congress and, perhaps to a still greater degree, by the invasion of Hungary and the Suez Crisis of 1956. Its literary organs in Britain were the New Reasoner and the University and Left Review, which later merged into the New Left Review. The New Left condemned Stalinism in general and the invasion of Hungary in particular, but its members differed among themselves as to how far the degeneration of the Soviet system was inevitable and whether there was any prospect of the political, moral, and intellectual renewal of the existing communist parties. At the same time they emphasized their fidelity to Marxism as the ideology of the working class, and some even professed allegiance to Leninism. They also took care to differentiate their criticism of Stalinism from that of the Social Democrats or the right, and to avoid being classed as anti-communist, they were at pains to preserve a revolutionary and Marxist ethos and to match their criticism of Stalinism with renewed attacks on Western imperialism, colonialism, and the arms race. The New Leftists contributed to the ferment in the communist parties and to the general revival of ideological discussion, but they do not appear to have worked out any alternative model of socialism except in very general terms. The designation New Left was claimed by various dissidents who sought to revive true communism outside the existing parties, as well as bigger and smaller Maoist, Trotskyist, and other groups. In France the name Gauchiste is generally used by groups who emphasize their opposition to all forms of authority, including Leninist advance-guard parties. The post-Stalinist years saw a certain revival of Trotskyism, and this led to the formation of numerous splinter groups, separate internationals, etc. In the 60s the term New Left was generally used in Europe and North America as a collective label for student ideologies which, while not identifying with Soviet communism and often expressly disavowing it, used the phraseology of worldwide anti-capitalist revolution and looked chiefly to the Third World for models and heroes. So far these ideologies have not produced any intellectual results worth the name. Their characteristic tendencies may be described as follows. Firstly, they maintain that the concept of a society's ripeness. 489. For revolution is a bourgeois deceit. A properly organized group can make a revolution in any country and bring about a radical change of social conditions. There is no reason to wait. Existing states and governing elites must be destroyed by force. Without arguing about the political and economic organization of the future, the revolution will decide these in its own good time. Secondly, the existing order deserves destruction in all its aspects without exception. The revolution must be worldwide, total, absolute, unlimited, all-embracing. As the idea of total revolution began in the universities, its first blows were naturally directed against fraudulent academic institutions, against knowledge and logical skills. Periodicals, pamphlets, and leaflets declared that revolutionaries must not get into discussion with teachers who asked them to explain their demands or terminology. There was much talk of liberation from the inhuman oppression that required students to pass exams or to learn one subject rather than another. It was also a revolutionary duty to oppose all reforms in the universities or in society. The revolution must be universal, and all partial reforms were a conspiracy of the establishment. Either everything or nothing must be changed, for, as Lukács, Marcuse, and the Frankfurt School had taught, capitalist society was an indivisible whole and could only be transformed as such. Thirdly, the working class could not be relied on, as it had been irredeemably depraved by the bourgeoisie. At the present time students were the most oppressed members of society, and therefore the most revolutionary. All were oppressed, however. The bourgeoisie had introduced the cult of labor, and the first duty was therefore to stop work. The necessities of life would be forthcoming in some way or another. One disgraceful form of oppression was the prohibition of drugs, and this too must be fought against. Sexual liberation, freedom from work, from academic discipline and restrictions of all kinds, universal and total liberation. All this was the essence of communism. Fourthly, the patterns of total revolution were to be found in the Third World. The heroes of the New Left were African, Latin American, and Asian political leaders. The United States must be transformed into the likeness of China, Vietnam, or Cuba. Apart from leaders of the Third World and Western. 490. Ideologists interested in its problems, like Frantz Fanon and Regis Debray, the student New Left especially admired Negro leaders in the United States who advocated violence and black racialism. While the ideological fantasies of this movement, which reached its climax around 1968, were no more than a nonsensical expression of the whims of spoiled middle-class children, and while the extremists among them were virtually indistinguishable from fascist thugs, the movement did without doubt express a profound crisis of faith in the values that had inspired democratic societies for many decades. In this sense it was a genuine movement despite its grotesque phraseology. The same, of course, could be said of Nazism and fascism. The 60s brought into the public view acute problems which humanity can only solve, if it can at all, on a worldwide basis: overpopulation, environmental pollution, the poverty, backwardness, and economic failures of the Third World. At the same time it has become clear that owing to predatory and contagious nationalism the likelihood of effective global action is very small. All this, together with political and military tension and fears of a world war, not to mention various symptoms of crisis in the educational field, has brought about a general atmosphere of insecurity and a feeling that present remedies are ineffectual. The situation is one of a kind frequently met with in history, where people feel they have got into a blind alley, they long desperately for a miracle, they believe that a single magic key will open the door to paradise, they indulge chiastic and apocalyptic hopes. The sense of universal crisis is intensified by the speed of communication, whereby all local problems and disasters are at once known all over the world and merge into a general sense of defeat. The New Left explosion of academic youth was an aggressive movement born of frustration, which easily created a vocabulary for itself out of Marxist slogans, or rather some expressions from the Marxist store: liberation, revolution, alienation, etc. Apart from this, its ideology really has little in common with Marxism. It consists of revolution without the working class, hatred of modern technology as such, the cult of primitive societies as the source of progress, hatred of education and specialized knowledge, and the belief in the American lumpen proletariat as a great revolutionary force. Marxism, however, did have an apocalyptic side which has come to the fore in many of its later versions, and a handful of words and phrases from its vocabulary sufficed to convince the New Left that it was possible at a stroke to transform the world into a miraculous paradise, the only obstacles to this consummation being the big monopolies and university professors. The chief complaint of the New Left against official communist parties was and is that they are not revolutionary enough. In general, we have a situation today in which Marxism provides ideological pabulum for a wide range of interests and aspirations, many of them unconnected with one another. This is a long way, of course, from the medieval type of universalism in which all conflicting human interests and ideas clothed themselves in the garb of Christianity and spoke its language. The intellectual panoply of Marxism is only used by certain schools of thought, but they are quite numerous. Marxist slogans are invoked by various political movements in Africa and Asia and by countries striving to emerge from backwardness by methods of state coercion. The Marxist label adopted by such movements or applied to them by the Western press often means no more than that they receive war material from the Soviet Union or China, and socialism sometimes means little more than that a country is ruled despotically and that no political opposition is allowed. Scraps of Marxist phraseology are used by various feminist groups and even so-called sexual minorities. Marxist language is least frequently met with in the context of defending democratic freedoms, though this does sometimes occur. Altogether, Marxism has achieved a high degree of universality as an ideological weapon. Russia's interests as a world power, Chinese nationalism, the economic claims of French workers, the industrialization of Tanzania, the activities of Palestine terrorists, Black racialism in the United States all express themselves in Marxist terms. One cannot seriously judge the Marxist orthodoxy of every one of these movements and interests. The name of Marx is often invoked by leaders who have heard that Marxism means having a revolution and taking. 492. Power in the people's name, this being the sum total of their theoretical knowledge. There is no doubt that this universalization of Marxist ideology is due first and foremost to Leninism, which showed itself able to direct every existing social claim and grievance into a single channel and use the impetus thus provided to secure dictatorial power for the Communist Party. Leninism raised political opportunism to the dignity of a theory. The Bolsheviks rose to victory in circumstances irrelevant to any Marxist schema of proletarian revolution. They prevailed because they used as a lever the aspirations and desires that were actually present in society, i.e. chiefly national and peasant interests, although from the point of view of classical Marxism these were reactionary. Lenin showed that those who wish to seize power must take advantage of every crisis and every manifestation of discontent, regardless of doctrinal considerations. In a world situation in which, despite all Marxist prophecies, nationalist feelings and aspirations are the most powerful and active forms of ideology, it is natural for Marxists to identify with them whenever nationalist movements are strong enough to disrupt the existing power structure. Since, however, the various interests throughout the world which use Marxist language are often opposed to one another, the universality of Marxism, looked at in another way, amounts to its disintegration. In the holy war between the Russian and Chinese empires, both sides can invoke Marxist slogans with equal right. In this situation schisms are bound to occur, such as those which rent the international communist movement in the years after Stalin's death. It is noticeable, moreover, that the various schisms express tendencies which were already present in embryonic form in the 20s, but disappeared under the pressure of Stalinism or survived only in marginal forms. These included elements of what later became Maoism, communist reformism, the idea of workers' councils exercising the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the ideology of left-wing communism. All these ideas, in somewhat altered forms, have reappeared at the present day. An important manifestation of Marxism in the last 15 years. 493. Or so is the ideology of industrial self-government. This is not genetically derived from Marxism, however, but rather from anarchist and syndicalist traditions represented by Proudhon and Bakunin. The idea of factory management by the workers was canvassed by British guild socialists in the 19th century without any impetus from Marxism. Socialists, like anarchists, already realized at that time that the nationalization of industry would not in itself do away with exploitation, and, on the other hand, that the complete economic autonomy of individual firms would mean the restoration of capitalist competition with all its consequences. They therefore proposed a mixed system of parliamentary democracy and representative industrial democracy. Bernstein also concerned himself with the question, and after the October Revolution the cry for industrial democracy was raised by the communist left opposition both in the Soviet Union and in the West. After Stalin's death the issue was revived, partly on account of the Yugoslav experiment. One of the first to take it up in France was the ex-communist Serge Mallet, author of La Nouvelle Classe Ouvrière. Mallet analyzed some social consequences of the automation of industry, pointing out that skilled technicians were increasingly important as an advance guard of the working class, but in a new sense of this phrase, namely that of carrying on the struggle for democratic control of production. In that struggle the old distinction between economics and politics disappeared. The prospects of socialism were not connected with the hope of a worldwide political revolution preluded by the economic claims of the proletariat, but with the extension of democratic methods of organizing production, in which skilled wage earners could play an essential part. The question of the possibility and prospects of industrial democracy has come to be of key importance in discussions on democratic socialism. It has in itself nothing in common with the apocalyptic dreams of the New Left as inspired by Marcuse or Wilhelm Reich, and is historically and logically independent of Marxism. A byproduct of the revival of ideological discussion since Stalin's death has been the increased interest in the history and theory of Marxism, expressed in a profusion of academic literature. The 50s and 60s saw the production of many 494 valuable works of this kind, by a wide variety of authors. These include declared adversaries of Marxism and others whose attitude to it is critical but favorable, as well as a smaller number of orthodox Marxists of one school or another. Many studies were devoted to the origins of Marxism and particular aspects of its doctrine. There is a wealth of literature on Lenin and Leninism, Rosa Luxemburg, Trotsky, and Stalin. Some Marxists of an earlier generation, like Korsch, were rescued from oblivion. All the old interpretive problems were revived, and some new ones made their appearance. There was discussion of Marx's relationship to Hegel, that of Marxism to Leninism, the dialectic of nature, the possibility of a Marxist ethic, historical determinism and the theory of value. Themes related to Marx's early views, alienation, reification, praxis, continue to be the object of debate. The profusion of works directly or indirectly related to Marxism is such that of recent years a degree of satiety has become noticeable. 6. The peasant Marxism of Mao Zedong. The Chinese Revolution is indisputably one of the most important events of 20th century history, and its doctrine, known as Maoism, has accordingly become one of the chief elements in the contemporary war of ideas, irrespective of its intellectual value. Measured by European standards, the ideological documents of Maoism, and especially the theoretical writings of Mao himself, appear in fact extremely primitive and clumsy, sometimes even childish. In comparison, even Stalin gives the impression of a powerful theorist. However, judgments of this kind must be made with some caution. Those who, like the present writer, do not know Chinese and have only a scanty and superficial knowledge of China's history and culture doubtless cannot grasp the full meaning of these texts, the various associations and allusions perceptible to a reader acquainted with Chinese thought. In this respect one must rely on the views of experts, who, however, do not always agree. 495. More than elsewhere in this book, the remarks that follow are based on second-hand information. It may, however, be stated at the outset that despite the theoretical and philosophical claims of Maoism, it is first and foremost a collection of practical precepts, which in some ways have proved highly effective in the Chinese situation. What is nowadays called Maoism, or in China the thought of Mao Zedong, is an ideological system whose origins date back several decades. Some characteristic features of Chinese as opposed to Russian communism were already visible in the late 1920s. It was only after the Chinese Communists' victory in 1949, however, that their ideology, including in particular Mao's utopian vision, began to take on a definite form, and some very important aspects developed only in or after the late 50s. Maoism in its final shape is a radical peasant utopia in which Marxist phraseology is much in evidence but whose dominant values seem completely alien to Marxism. Not surprisingly, this utopia owes little to European experience and ideas. Mao never left China except for 2 visits to Moscow when he was already head of the new state. As he himself declared, he knew next to nothing of any foreign language, and his knowledge of Marx was probably also fairly limited. For instance, while laying claim to Marxist orthodoxy, he was in the habit of saying that everything had 2 sides, a good and a bad. He would presumably not have done so if he had known that Marx derided this form of dialectic as petty bourgeois nonsense. Again, if he had known that Marx referred to the Asiatic mode of production, he would probably have discussed it too, whereas there is no mention of it in his works. His 2 philosophical essays on practice and on contradiction are a popular and simplified exposition of what he had read in the works of Stalin and Lenin, plus some political conclusions adapted to the needs of the moment. To put it mildly, much goodwill is needed to perceive any deep theoretical significance in these texts. This, however, is not the essential point. The importance of Chinese communism does not depend on the intellectual level of its dogmas. Mao was one of the greatest, if not the very greatest, manipulator of large masses of human beings in the 496 20th century, and the ideology he used for the purpose is significant by reason of its effectiveness, not only in China but in other parts of the Third World. Communism in China was a continuation of the revolutionary events that began with the overthrow of the empire in 191 and were the outcome of developments going back several decades, particularly the Taiping Rebellion of 1850–64. Mao was the main architect of the second phase of the revolution, which, as in Russia, did not originate under communist auspices but what Lenin would have called bourgeois democratic ones, the sharing out of large estates to the peasants, the liberation of China from foreign imperialists, and the abolition of feudal institutions. Mao Zedong was the son of a well-to-do farmer in Hunan province. He attended a village school, where he learned the elements of the Chinese literary tradition and acquired a taste for learning that carried him on to secondary school. At an early age he joined Sun Yat-sen's Revolutionary Republican Party, the Kuomintang. After fighting for a time in the Republican Army he resumed his studies until 1917, during these years he also wrote poetry. Later he worked in the university library at Peking. At this time he was a nationalist and a Democrat with socialist leanings, but not a Marxist. The Kuomintang's objectives were to free China from Japanese, Russian, and British imperialism, to set up a constitutional republic, and to improve the peasants' lot by economic reforms. After a fresh outbreak of unrest in 191 the first Marxist group was formed in Peking, and in June 192 under the aegis of a Comintern agent, this group of a dozen members, including Mao, founded the Chinese Communist Party. On the Comintern's instructions the party at first cooperated closely with the Kuomintang and tried to gain support from China's embryonic proletariat. After Chiang Kai-shek's massacre of communists in 1927, after unsuccessful attempts to stage an insurrection and to reach an entente with the breakaway left wing of the Kuomintang, the communists changed their policy and branded their ex-leader Chen Tuxiu as a right-wing opportunist. Though decimated, the party continued to concentrate its efforts on reaching the workers, but Mao et al. 497. Early stage advocated switching to the peasants and organizing a peasant army. Both groups within the party, however, emphasized anti-imperialist and anti-feudal objectives. There was scarcely any sign of a specifically communist outlook. Mao set about organizing an armed peasant movement in his native province of Hunan, and in the areas it conquered this force expropriated big landowners, liquidated traditional institutions, and set up schools and cooperatives. For the next 2 decades Mao lived in the countryside, away from urban centers. He soon became not only an outstanding organizer of peasant guerrillas but also the unchallenged leader of the Chinese Communist Party and the only such leader in the world who did not owe his position to Moscow's endorsement. For 20 years, a period full of remarkable victories and dramatic defeats, he fought in extremely difficult conditions against the Kuomintang and the Japanese invader, siding for a time with the former against the latter. The Communists organized the bases of their future state in the territory they occupied, but continued to emphasize the bourgeois democratic character of their revolution and to call for a popular front including not only all the peasants and workers but also the lower middle class and the national bourgeoisie, i.e. those who were not in league with the imperialists. The party continued to take this line for the first few years after its victory in R949. In 1937, during the period of guerrilla warfare, Mao delivered 2 philosophical lectures to the party's military school at Yan'an, which at the present day constitute almost the whole of the philosophical education available to the Chinese people. In the lecture on practice he states that human knowledge springs from productive practice and social conflict, that in a class society all forms of thought without exception are class determined, and that practice is the yardstick of truth. Theory is based on practice and is its servant. Human beings perceive things with their senses and then form concepts by means of which they comprehend the essence of things they cannot see. In order to know an object one must bring practical action to bear on it. We know the taste of a pear by eating it, and we understand society only by taking part in the class struggle. The Chinese began by fighting imperialism on the basis of superficial, perceptual knowledge, and only afterwards reached 498. The stage of rational knowledge of the internal contradictions of imperialism and were thus able to fight it effectively. Marxism emphasizes the importance of theory precisely and only because it can guide action. Marxists must adapt their knowledge to changing conditions or they will fall into right-wing opportunism, while, if their thinking outstrips the stages of development and they mistake their imagination for reality, they will fall victims to pseudo-leftist phrase-mongering. The lecture on contradiction is an attempt to explain the law of the unity of opposites with the aid of quotations from Lenin and Engels. The metaphysical outlook sees things as isolated, static and one-sided and regards movement or change as something imposed from without. Marxism, however, lays down that every object contains internal contradictions and that these are the cause of all change, including mechanical motion. External causes are only the condition of change, while internal causes are its basis. Each and every difference already contains contradiction, and difference itself is contradiction. Different spheres of reality have their characteristic contradictions, and these are the subject matter of the different sciences. We must always observe the particular features of every contradiction, so as also to perceive the whole. A thing turns into its opposite. For instance, the Kuomintang was revolutionary at first but then became reactionary. The world is full of contradictions, but some are more important than others, and in every situation we must discern the main contradiction from which the other, secondary ones derive. For example, in capitalist society, that between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. We must understand how to unravel and overcome contradictions. Thus at the beginning of our study of Marxism, our ignorance of or scanty acquaintance with Marxism stands in contradiction to knowledge of Marxism. But by assiduous study, ignorance can be transformed into knowledge, scanty knowledge into substantial knowledge. Things turn into their opposites, landowners are dispossessed and turn into paupers, while landless peasants become landowners. War gives way to peace, and peace again to war. Without life there would be no death, without death there would be no life. Without above there would be no. 499. Below, without below there would be no above. Without facility there would be no difficulty, without difficulty there would be no facility. A distinction must also be drawn between antagonistic contradictions such as those between hostile classes, and non-antagonistic ones such as that between a right and a wrong party line. The latter can be resolved by correcting errors, but if this is not done they may turn into antagonistic contradictions. A few years later, in 1942, Mao delivered an address to his followers on art and literature. Its main points are that art and literature are in the service of social classes, that all art is class-determined, that revolutionaries must practice forms of art that serve the cause of revolution and the masses, and that artists and writers must transform themselves spiritually so as to help the masses in their struggle. Art must not only be good artistically but also politically right. All dark forces which endanger the masses of the people must be exposed, while all revolutionary struggles of the masses must be praised. This is the basic task of all revolutionary artists and writers. Writers are warned not to be led astray by so-called love of humanity, for there can be no such thing in a society divided into hostile classes. Love of humanity is a slogan invented by the possessing class. Such is the gist of Mao's philosophy. It is, as may be seen, a naive repetition of a few commonplaces of Leninist-Stalinist Marxism. Mao's originality, however, lay in his revision of Lenin's strategic precepts. This, and the peasant orientation of Chinese communism, were the essential causes of its victory. The leading role of the proletariat remained in force as an ideological slogan, but throughout the revolutionary period it meant little more than the leading role of the Communist Party in organizing peasant guerrillas. Mao not only emphasized that in China, unlike Russia, the revolution came from the country to the town, but he saw the poor peasantry as a natural revolutionary force, and in opposition to both Marx and Lenin expressly stated that social strata were revolutionary in proportion to their poverty. He firmly believed in the revolutionary potential of the peasantry, not only because the proletariat in China was such a small class, but for reasons of principle. 500. His slogan of encirclement of the city by the country was opposed as far back as 1930 by the then party leader, Li Lisan. The orthodox revolutionaries at that time, obedient to Comintern directives, pressed for the strategy followed in Russia, with the main emphasis on strikes and revolts by workers in big industrial centers, peasant warfare being regarded as a sideline. It was Mao's tactics that proved effective, however, and in after years he emphasized that the Chinese Revolution had been victorious in spite of Stalin's advice. Soviet material aid to the Chinese Communists in the 30s and 40s seems to have been of no more than a token character. Possibly this is merely a speculation, not based on direct evidence. Stalin realized that if communism were victorious in China, he could not hope in the long run to keep 500 million people in subjection to the Soviet Union, and therefore quite rationally preferred to see China weak, divided, and ruled by quarreling military cliques. The Chinese Communists, however, continued to profess loyalty to the Soviet Union in all their official statements, and in 1949 Stalin had no choice but to proclaim his delight at the new communist victory and do his best to turn his formidable neighbor into a satellite. The Sino-Soviet conflict was not due to any ideological heresy but to the independence of the Chinese Communists and the fact that, as we may suppose, the Chinese Revolution was contrary to the interests of Russian imperialism. In an article of 1940, on New Democracy, Mao wrote that the Chinese Revolution was essentially a peasant revolution based on peasant demands and that it would give power to the peasantry. At the same time he emphasized the need for a united front against Japan comprising the peasants, workers, lower middle class, and patriotic bourgeoisie. The culture of the new democracy, he declared, would develop under the leadership of the proletariat, i.e. the communist. In short, Mao's program at that time was similar to first-stage Leninism, a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, led by the Communist Party. He repeated the same thing in a speech of June 1949, on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, though he laid more emphasis then on the next stage, in which the land would be socialized, classes would disappear, and universal brotherhood ensue. 501. The first few years after the communist victory seemed to be a period of unruffled Sino-Soviet friendship, with the Chinese leaders paying deferential homage to their elder brother, although, as became known afterwards, serious friction developed at the very first interstate negotiations. At that time it was hard to speak of a clearly differentiated Maoist doctrine. As Mao himself was to point out on several occasions, the Chinese had no experience of economic organization and therefore copied Soviet models. Only with time did it come to light that these models were, in some important respects, contrary to the ideology which was perhaps already latent in the Chinese Revolution but had not yet expressed itself in an articulate form. After 1949 the Chinese traversed at high speed several stages of development, each accompanied by a further advance towards the crystallization of Maoism. In the 50s it appeared that the country was retracing the course of Soviet evolution at an accelerated rate. Large holdings of land were divided among needy peasants, private industry was tolerated within limits for a few years, but in 1952 it was subjected to strict control, and in 1956 it was completely nationalized. Agriculture was collectivized from 1955, first by means of cooperatives but soon in a highly developed form of public ownership, though peasants were allowed to keep private plots. At this time the Chinese, following the Russians, maintained the absolute priority of heavy industry. The first economic plan, which was intended to enforce strictly centralized planning and give a powerful stimulus to industrialization at the expense of the countryside, introduced several features of Soviet communism. An expanded bureaucracy, a deepening of the cleavage between town and countryside, and a highly repressive system of labor laws. Inevitably, it became clear that rigorous central planning was an impossibility in a country of small peasant holdings. The change of administrative methods which followed, however, was not confined to various forms of planning decentralization but found expression in a new communist ideology in which production targets and modernization took second place, while the main stress was on breeding a new type of man embodying the real or supposed virtues of rural life. For a time it even seemed that this stage would involve some relaxation of cultural despotism. This delusion was connected. 502. With the short-lived 100 Flowers campaign launched by the party in May 1956 i.e. after the Soviet Union's 20th Congress and endorsed by Mao himself. Artists and scholars were encouraged to exchange their ideas freely, all schools of thought and artistic styles were to compete with one another, the natural sciences, in particular, were declared to have no class character, and in other fields progress was to be the result of unfettered discussion. The 100 Flowers doctrine aroused the enthusiasm of East European intellectuals, who were experiencing the ferment of de-Stalinization in their own countries. Many people thought for a brief period that the most backward country of the socialist bloc from the economic and technical point of view had become the champion of a liberal cultural policy. These illusions lasted barely a few weeks, however, as the Chinese intellectuals were emboldened to criticize the regime in no uncertain terms, and the party at once reverted to its normal policy of repression and intimidation. The inner history of the whole episode is not clear. From some articles in the Chinese press, and from a speech by Teng Xiaoping, the party's Secretary-General, to the Central Committee in September R95-7, it might be thought that the 100 Flowers slogan was a ruse to induce anti-party elements to come forward so that they might be more easily destroyed. It may be, however, that Mao really believed for a time that the communist ideology could hold its own in a free discussion among Chinese intellectuals. If so, his illusion was clearly dispelled almost at once. China's failure to industrialize after the Soviet pattern probably caused or precipitated the political and ideological changes of the next decade, which the world observed with some bewilderment. At the beginning of 1958 the party under Mao's leadership announced a great leap forward which was to work miracles of productivity in the ensuing 5 years. The targets for industrial and agricultural production, which were to multiply by factors of 6 and 2.5 respectively, put even Stalin's first 5-year plan in the shade. These fantastic results were to be achieved, however, not by Soviet methods but by 503. Inspiring the population with creative enthusiasm, on the principle that the masses could do anything they set their minds to and must not be hampered by objective obstacles invented by the bourgeoisie. All sectors of the economy without exception were to undergo dynamic expansion, and the perfect communist society was just round the corner. Farms organized on the lines of Soviet kolkhozes were to be replaced by communes on a 100% collective basis, private plots were abolished, communal meals and housing were introduced wherever possible. The press carried reports of special establishments where married couples attended at regular intervals and in due order of priority to carry out their patriotic duty of begetting the next generation. One celebrated feature of the Great Leap was the smelting of steel in a multiplicity of small village furnaces. For a short time the party leaders basked in a statistical paradise, but soon the whole project proved a complete fiasco, as had been predicted both by Western economists and by Soviet advisors in China. The Great Leap resulted in a catastrophic fall in the standard of living because of the high accumulation rate. It involved enormous waste and filled the towns with workers from the countryside who soon proved redundant and had to go back to their fields amid general chaos and famine. The years from 1959 to 1962 were a period of setbacks and misery, owing not only to the failure of the Great Leap but to disastrous harvests and the virtual breaking off of economic relations with the Soviet Union. The sudden withdrawal of Soviet technicians brought many major projects to an abrupt standstill. The Great Leap reflected the development of the new Maoist tenet that the peasant masses could do anything by the power of ideology, that there must be no individualism or economism, and that enthusiasm could take the place of bourgeois knowledge and skills. The Maoist ideology began at this time to take on a more definite form. It was formulated in public statements by Mao and also, more explicitly, in utterances that were divulged only later in the turmoil of the Cultural Revolution. Some of these have been published in English by the eminent sinologist Stuart Scram. 504. At the Lushan Party Conference in July-August R959, Mao made a speech of self-criticism in which he admitted that the Great Leap had been a defeat for the party. He confessed that he had no idea of economic planning, and that it had not occurred to him that coal and iron do not move of their own accord but have to be transported. He took responsibility for the policy of rural steel smelting, declaring that the country was heading for catastrophe and that he now saw it would take at least a century to build communism. The Great Leap, however, had not been entirely a defeat, as the leaders had learned from their errors. Everybody made mistakes, even Marx, and in such matters it was not only economics that counted. The Sino-Soviet dispute, which became public knowledge in R960, was due above all to Soviet imperialism and not to differences, though these did exist, as to communist ideals and methods. The Chinese, while ardent in their professions of loyalty to Stalin, were not disposed to accept the status of an East European people's democracy. An immediate cause of contention arose over nuclear weapons, which the Russians were prepared to make available to the Chinese only on condition that they retained control over their use. Other issues that need not to be enumerated here included Soviet policy towards the USA and the doctrine of coexistence. The extent to which the conflict was one of two empires and not merely two versions of communism is shown by the fact that the Chinese unreservedly approved the Soviet invasion of Hungary in 1956 and 12 years later, after the breach, violently condemned the invasion of Czechoslovakia. Although from the Maoist point of view Dubček's policy must have seemed errant revisionism and the Prague Spring with its liberal ideas was manifestly more bourgeois than the Soviet system. Later, when the quarrel between two factions in China brought the country to the verge of civil war, it was clear that both of them were equally anti-Soviet in the basic sense, i.e. from the point of view of Chinese interests and sovereignty. At the first stage of the conflict with Moscow, however, the Chinese showed that they attached importance to ideological differences and hoped, by creating a new doctrinal model, to supplant the Russians as leaders of world communism or at 505. Least to gain a considerable following at Moscow's expense. As time went on, they seemed to have decided that instead of urging the world to follow China's example, they could achieve better results by directly attacking Soviet imperialism. The ideological battle, i.e. the public exchange of insults between the Chinese and Soviet leaders, has continued since 1960, its intensity varying according to the international situation, but it has plainly become a conflict between rival empires for influence in the Third World, with each adversary resorting to ad hoc alliances with this or that democratic state. Chinese Marxism in its adapted form has become the ideological mainstay of Chinese nationalism, in the same way as happened previously with Soviet Marxism and Russian imperialism. Thus two powerful empires face each other, each laying claim to Marxist orthodoxy and each more hostile to the other than to the Western imperialists. The development of Marxism has led to a situation in which the Chinese communists attack the United States government chiefly on the ground that it is not sufficiently anti-Soviet. The struggle within the Chinese Communist Party went on in secret from 1958 onwards. The main issue was between those who favored a Soviet type of communism and those who endorsed Mao's formula for a new, perfect society. The former, however, were not pro-Soviet in the sense of wanting to subject China to the dictates of Moscow. The specific points at issue may be summed up as follows. Firstly, the conservatives and radicals had different ideas as to the army. The former wanted a modern army based on discipline and up-to-date technology, while the latter held to the tradition of guerrilla warfare. This was the cause of the first purge in 1959, among whose victims was the army chief Pang Teh. Secondly, the conservatives believed in pay differentials and incentives more or less on the Soviet pattern, with the emphasis on cities and big heavy industry plants, while the radicals preached egalitarianism and relied on mass enthusiasm for the development of industry and agriculture. Thirdly, the conservatives believed in technical specialization at all levels of the educational system, so as to train doctors and engineers who could in time rival those of the developed countries. The radicals, on the other hand, emphasized 506. Ideological indoctrination and believed that if this were successful, technical skills would somehow come of themselves. The conservatives, logically enough, were prepared to seek scientific knowledge and technology either from the Russians or from Europe and America, while the radicals contended that scientific and technical problems could be solved by reading the aphorisms of Mao Zedong. The conservatives were, in general, party bureaucrats of the Soviet type, concerned for the technical and military modernization and economic development of China, and believing in the strict hierarchical control of the party apparatus in every sphere of life. The radicals seemed to place considerable faith in utopian fantasies of an impending communist millennium. They believed in the omnipotence of ideology and direct coercion by the masses rather than by a professional apparatus of repression. As regards their geographical base, the conservatives were apparently centered in Peking and the radicals in Shanghai. Both groups, of course, appealed to Mao's ideological authority, which was unshakable from 1949 onwards. In the same way, all factions in the Soviet Union in the 1920s had invoked the authority of Lenin. The difference was, however, that in China the father of the revolution was still alive and not only favored the radical group but had in effect created it, so that its members were better off ideologically than their rivals. They did not, however, enjoy the advantage in all respects. As a result of the setbacks of 1959–62, Mao had to cope with strong opposition among the party leaders, and his power seems to have been appreciably limited. Some, indeed, believe that he exercised no real authority from 1964 onwards, but the secrecy of Chinese politics is such that all assessments of this kind are uncertain. The principal conservative was Liu Shaochi, who took over the state presidency from Mao at the end of 1958 and who, in the Cultural Revolution of 1965–6, was denounced and execrated as an arch-fiend of capitalism. He was the author of a work on communist education which, with two other booklets of his, was staple party reading from 1939 onwards. A quarter of a century later, this faultless exposition of Marxist-Leninist-Stalinist-Maoist doctrine suddenly turned out to be a poisonous 507 well of Confucianism and capitalism. The malign influence of Confucius, according to a host of critics, was visible in two main points. Liu had stressed the ideal of communist self-perfection instead of a merciless class struggle, and he had depicted the communist future as one of harmony and concord, whereas according to Mao's teaching tension and conflict were the eternal law of nature. The struggle for power which broke out within the party at the end of 1965 and brought China close to civil war was thus not only one between rival cliques but between two versions of communism. The Cultural Revolution is generally reckoned as beginning with an article inspired by Mao and published in Shanghai in November 1965, which condemned a play by Wu Han, the vice-mayor of Peking, on the ground that under the guise of an historical allegory it attacked Mao for dismissing Piang Tihua from the post of Minister of Defense. This unleashed a campaign against bourgeois influences in culture, art, and education and a call for a cultural revolution to restore the country's revolutionary purity and prevent a return to capitalism. The conservatives, of course, echoed this objective, but tried to interpret it so as not to disturb the established order and their own positions. The radicals, however, managed to secure the dismissal of Piang Chen, the party secretary and mayor of Peking, and to gain control of the chief newspapers. In the spring of 1966, Mao and his radical group launched a massive attack on the most vulnerable seats of bourgeois ideology, namely, the universities. Students were urged to rise against the reactionary academic authorities who, entrenched in bourgeois knowledge, were opposing Maoist education. Mao, it was pointed out, had long proclaimed that in places of education half the time should be devoted to learning and half to productive work, that staff appointments and the admission of students should depend on ideological qualifications or links with the masses, not academic attainments, and that communist propaganda was the most important feature of the curriculum. The Central Committee now called for the elimination of all who took the capitalist road. As the bureaucracy paid lip service to his ideas but sabotaged them in practice, Mao took a step which no communist leader anywhere had ventured on. 508. Before him, by appealing to the mass of unorganized youth to destroy his adversaries. The universities and schools began to form Red Guard detachments, storm troops of the revolution which were to restore power to the masses and sweep aside the degenerate party and state bureaucracy. Mass meetings, processions, and street fighting became a feature of life in all the bigger cities. Mao's partisans skillfully exploited the discontent and frustration caused by the Great Leap and directed it against bureaucrats who were blamed for economic failure and accused of wanting to restore capitalism. For several years the schools and universities ceased functioning altogether, as the Maoist groups assured pupils and students that by virtue of their social origin and fidelity to the leader they were the possessors of a great truth unknown to bourgeois scholars. Thus encouraged, bands of young people bullied professors whose only crime was their learning, ransacked homes in search of proofs of bourgeois ideology, and destroyed historical monuments as relics of feudalism. Books were burnt wholesale. The authorities, however, had prudently closed the museums. The battle cry was equality, popular sovereignty, and liquidation of the privileges of the new class. After some months the Maoists also directed their propaganda to the workers. This proved a more difficult target, as the better paid and more stable section of the working class were not anxious to fight for wage equality or to make further sacrifices for the communist ideal. However, some of the poorer workers were mobilized for the Cultural Revolution. The result of the campaign was social chaos and a collapse in production. Different factions among the Red Guard and the workers soon began to fight one another in the name of true Maoism. Many violent clashes took place, with the army intervening to restore order. It is clear that Mao could not have taken such a dangerous step as to call in non-party forces to destroy the party establishment if it were not for the fact that he himself, as the infallible source of wisdom, stood above all criticism, so that his opponents could not attack him directly. Like Stalin in former years, Mao was himself the embodiment of the party and could therefore destroy the party bureaucracy in the name of party interests. 509. For this reason, no doubt, the Cultural Revolution was a period in which the cult of Mao, already inflated to an extraordinary degree, took on such grotesque and monstrous forms as even to surpass impossible though this might have seemed the cult of Stalin in the years just before his death. There was no field of activity in which Mao was not the supreme authority. Sick people were cured by reading his articles, surgeons carried out operations with the aid of the Little Red Book, public meetings recited in chorus the aphorisms of the greatest genius that humanity had ever produced. The adulation reached such a point that extracts from Chinese newspapers glorifying Mao were reprinted without comment in the Soviet press for the amusement of its readers. Mao's most faithful aide and successor designate, the army chief Lin Piao, laid down that 99% of the material used in Marxist-Leninist studies must be taken from the leader's works. In other words, the Chinese were not to learn even about Marxism from any other source. The purpose of the orgy of praise was, of course, to prevent critics at any time from undermining Mao's power and authority. In conversation with Edgar Snow he remarked that Khrushchev probably fell because he won 1.ad no cult of personality at all. Later, after Lin Piao's disgrace and death, Mao sought to lay the blame on him for the degeneration of the cult. In April 1969, however, at the party congress which marked the end of the Cultural Revolution, Mao's position as leader and that of Lin Piao as his successor were officially written into the party statutes, an event without precedent in the history of communism. The Little Red Book of Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong also came into prominence at this time. Prepared initially for army use, and with a preface by Lin Piao, it soon became universal reading and the basic intellectual diet of all Chinese. It is a kind of popular catechism containing everything the citizen ought to know about the party, the masses, the army, socialism, imperialism, class, etc., together with a good deal of moral and practical advice. thus it lays down that one should be brave and modest and not daunted by adversity, that an 510 officer should not strike a soldier, that soldiers should not take goods without paying for them, and so on. Here is a selection of its precepts: the world is progressing, the future is bright, and no one can change this general trend of history. Imperialism will not last long because it always does evil things. Factories can only be built one by one. The peasants can only plow the land plot by plot. The same is even true of eating a meal. It is impossible to swallow an entire banquet in one gulp. This is known as a piecemeal solution. Attack is the chief means of destroying the enemy, but defense cannot be dispensed with. The principle of preserving oneself and destroying the enemy is the basis of all military principles. We should never pretend to know what we don't know. Some play the piano well and some badly, and there is a great difference in the melodies they produce. Every quality manifests itself in a certain quantity, and without quantity there can be no quality. Within the revolutionary ranks it is necessary to make a clear distinction between right and wrong, between achievements and shortcomings. What is work? Work is struggle. It is not true that everything is good, there are still shortcomings and mistakes. But neither is it true that everything is bad, and that too is at variance with the facts. It is not hard for one to do a bit of good. What is hard is to do good all one's life and never do anything bad. The convulsions of the Cultural Revolution went on until 1969, and at a certain stage the situation was clearly out of control. Various factions and groups emerged from the ranks of the Red Guards, each with its own infallible interpretation of Mao. Chen Po-ta, one of the chief ideologists of the revolution, often invoked the example of the Paris Commune. The only stabilizing factor was the army, which Mao prudently did not encourage to hold mass discussions or to attack its own bureaucratized leaders. The army restored order when local clashes became too violent, and it was noticeable that the provincial commanders were not overeager to assist the revolutionaries. As the party apparatus had disintegrated to a large extent, the army's role naturally increased greatly. After the removal and political liquidation of several prominent figures including Liu 511 Shaoqi, Mao used the army to curb the revolutionary extremists, many of whom were sent to farm labor by way of re-education. The altered composition of the party leadership as a result of the struggle seemed to most observers to be a compromise solution which did not give a clear victory to any one faction. The radicals were defeated only after Mao's death. As we have seen, the years between 1955 and 1970 witnessed the development of a Maoist ideology which constitutes a new variant of communist doctrine and practice, differing from the Soviet version in several important respects. The theory of permanent revolution is basic in Mao's thought, as he declared in January 1958. In 1967, when the Cultural Revolution was in progress, he stated that this was only the first revolution in a series of indefinite length, and that it should not be thought that after 2, 3, or 4 of them everything would be well. Mao seems to have believed that stabilization always leads inevitably to privilege and the emergence of a new class. This calls for periodical shock treatment in which the revolutionary masses destroy the germs of bureaucracy. Thus apparently there can never be a definitive social order without classes or conflicts. Mao often repeated that contradictions were eternal and must eternally be surmounted. One of his charges against the Soviet revisionists was that they did not speak of contradictions between the leaders and the masses. One of Liu Shaoqi's errors was to believe in the future harmony and unity of society. Mao's disbelief in a harmonious communist social order is clearly at variance with the traditional Marxist utopia. He went further still, however, in his speculations about the distant future. As everything changed and must perish in the long run, communism was not eternal and neither was humanity itself. Capitalism leads to socialism, socialism leads to communism, and communist society must still be transformed. It will also have a beginning and an end. There is nothing in the world that does not arise, develop, and disappear. Monkeys turned into men, mankind arose. In the end, the whole human race will disappear, it may turn into something else, the earth itself will also cease to exist. In the future, animals will continue to develop. I don't believe that men alone are capable of having two hands. Can't horses, cows, sheep, 5i2 evolve? Can only monkeys evolve? Water has its history too. Earlier still, even hydrogen and oxygen did not exist. In the same way, Mao did not think that China's communist future was guaranteed. A generation in time to come might choose to restore capitalism, but if so, its posterity would overthrow capitalism once again. Another essential departure from orthodox Marxism was the cult of the peasantry as the mainstay of communism, whereas to European communists they were a mere auxiliary force in the revolutionary struggle and were otherwise despised. At the Ninth Party Congress in I-969, Mao declared that when the People's Army conquered cities it was a good thing because otherwise Chiang Kai-shek would have continued to hold them, but a bad thing because it led to corruption in the party. The cult of the peasantry and of rural life explains most of the characteristic FEA2 residential of Maoism, including the cult of physical labor as such. The Marxist tradition regards manual labor as a necessary evil from which men will be gradually freed by technological progress, but for Mao it has a nobility of its own and is of irreplaceable educational value. The idea of pupils and students spending half their time in physical labor is not motivated so much by economic needs as by its function in the forming of character. Education through work is a universal value, closely connected with the egalitarian ideal of Maoism. Marx believed that the difference between physical and mental labor would eventually disappear, and that there ought not to be one set of people working exclusively with their brains while others used muscle only. The Chinese version of Marx's ideal of the complete man is that intellectuals must be made to fell trees and dig ditches, while university teachers are recruited from the ranks of barely literate workers, for, Mao declared, even illiterate peasants understand economic matters better than intellectuals can do. But Mao's theory goes further still. Not only must scholars, writers, and artists be deported to work in the villages or to educative labor in special institutions, but it must be realized that intellectual work can easily lead to moral degeneration and that people must at all costs be prevented from reading too many books. This thought recurs in various forms in many of Mao's speeches and conversations. 11 In general, he seems to have held that the more people knew, the worse they were. At a conference at Qingshu in March 1958 he stated that throughout history young people with little knowledge had had the better of learned men. Confucius, Jesus, Buddha, Marx, and Sun Yat-sen had been very young and had not known much when they began to form their ideas. Gorky had only 2 years schooling, Franklin sold newspapers in the streets, the inventor of penicillin had worked in a laundry. According to a speech of Mao's in 1959, in the reign of Emperor Wu Ti the premier, Che Fa-chi, was illiterate, but he produced poetry. However, Mao added that he himself was not opposed to combating illiteracy. In another speech in February 1964 he recalled that there had only been 2 good emperors of the Ming dynasty, both illiterate, and that when the intellectuals took over the country it had gone to rack and ruin. It is evident that to read too many books is harmful. We shouldn't read too many books. We should read Marxist books, but not too many of them either. It will be enough to read a dozen or so. If we read too many, we can move towards our opposites, become bookworms, dogmatists, revisionists. Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty did pretty well in his early years, but afterwards he read many books, and didn't make out so well anymore. He died of hunger in Taicheng. The moral of these historical reflections is clear: intellectuals must be sent to work in the villages, teaching hours in schools and universities must be cut, and admissions must be subject to political criteria. The last point was and is a matter of violent dispute within the party. The conservatives argue that at least certain minimum academic criteria should apply to admissions and the conferring of degrees, while the radicals hold that nothing ought to count except social origin and political consciousness. The latter view is clearly in line with the ideas of Mao, who in 1958 twice remarked with satisfaction that the Chinese were like a blank sheet of paper on which one could draw any picture one liked. This deep mistrust of learning, professionalism, and the whole culture created by the privileged classes illustrates clearly the peasant origins of Chinese communism. It is as far as can be. 514. From Marx's doctrine and the tradition of European Marxism, including Leninism, although at the outset of the Russian Revolution there were symptoms of a similar hatred of education, especially in the proletkult movement. In China, where the gulf between the educated elite and the masses seems formerly to have been deeper than in Russia, the idea that illiterates are naturally superior to scholars seems a perfectly natural outcome of the revolution from below. In Russia, however, hostility to education and professionalism was never a feature of the party program. The party, of course, wiped out the old intelligentsia and set itself to turn humanistic studies, art, and literature into tools of political propaganda, but at the same time it proclaimed a cult of expertise and developed an educational system based on a high degree of specialization. The technical, military, and economic modernization of Russia would have been utterly impossible if the state ideology had exalted ignorance for its own sake and warned against reading too many books. Mao, however, seems to have taken it for granted that China would not and could not modernize itself in the Soviet manner. He often warned against blind imitation of other countries. Everything we copied from abroad was adopted rigidly, and this ended in a great defeat, with the party organizations in the white areas losing 100% of their strength and the revolutionary bases and the Red Army losing 90% of their strength, and the victory of the revolution being delayed for many years. On another occasion he observed that the copying of Soviet models had had fatal effects. He himself had for 3 years been unable to eat eggs and chicken soup, because some Soviet journal had said that it was bad for one's health. Thus Maoism expresses not only the traditional hatred of peasants for an elite culture, but also the traditional xenophobia of the Chinese and their mistrust of everything that came from abroad and from the white man, who had generally stood for imperialist encroachment. China's relations with the Soviet Union could only reinforce this general attitude. For the same reason the Chinese sought for a new method of industrialization, this ended in the fiasco of the Great Leap. 515. Forward, but the ideology behind it was not abandoned. Mao and his followers believed that the building of socialism must begin with the superstructure, i.e. the creation of a new man, that ideology and politics must have priority as far as the rate of accumulation is concerned, and that socialism is not a matter of technical progress and welfare but of the collectivization of institutions and human relationships, from which it follows that ideal communist institutions can be created in technically primitive conditions. For this, however, it is necessary to abolish all the old social links and the conditions that produce inequality. Hence the Chinese Communists' zeal to destroy family ties, which are especially resistant to nationalization, as well as their campaign against private motivation and material incentives. Rewards are still, of course, to some extent differentiated on grounds of skill and the type of work performed, but considerably less so, it would appear, than in the Soviet Union. Mao held that if people were properly educated they would work hard without special inducement, and that individualism and a desire for one's own satisfaction were a pernicious survival of the bourgeois mentality and must be eradicated. Maoism is a typical instance of the totalitarian utopia in which everything must be subordinated to the general good as opposed to that of the individual, though it is not clear how the former can be defined except by the latter. Mao's philosophy made no use of the concept of the good of the individual, which plays an important part in Soviet ideology, and it also eschewed humanistic language in all its forms. Mao expressly condemned the notion of the natural rights of man. Society consists of hostile classes and there can be no community or understanding between them, nor are there any forms of culture independent of class. The Little Red Book tells us that we should support whatever the enemy opposes and oppose whatever the enemy supports, a sentence that probably no European Marxist would have written. There must be a complete break with the past, with traditional culture, and with anything that might bridge the gap between the classes. Maoism, according to the leader's repeated pronouncements, is the application of Marxism to specifically Chinese conditions. As may be seen from the foregoing analysis, it is 516. More accurately described as the use of Lenin's technique of seizing power, with Marxist slogans serving as a disguise for ideas and purposes that are alien or contrary to Marxism. The primacy of practice is, of course, a principle rooted in Marxism, but it would be hard indeed to defend in Marxist terms the deduction that it is harmful to read books and that the illiterate are naturally wiser than the learned. The substitution of the peasantry for the proletariat as the most revolutionary class is flagrantly at variance with the whole Marxist tradition. So is the idea of permanent revolution in the sense that class conflicts are bound to recur unceasingly and must therefore be resolved by periodical revolutions. The idea of abolishing the opposition between mental and physical work is Marxist, but the cult of manual labor as the noblest human occupation is a grotesque interpretation of Marx's utopia. As to the peasant being the supreme representative of the complete man unspoiled by the division of labor, this idea may sometimes be met with among the Russian populists of the last century, but is again diametrically opposed to the Marxist tradition. The general principle of equality is undoubtedly Marxist, but it is hard to suppose that Marx would have seen it as embodied in the policy of packing off intellectuals to the rice fields. To make a somewhat anachronistic comparison, from the point of view of Marxian doctrine we may regard Maoism as belonging to the type of primitive communism which, as Marx put it, has not only not overcome private ownership but has not even reached it. In a certain limited sense Chinese communism is more egalitarian than the Soviet variety, not, however, because it is less totalitarian, but because it is more so. It is more egalitarian inasmuch as wages and salaries are less differentiated, certain symbols of hierarchy, such as army badges of rank, have been abolished, and in general the regime is more populous than in the Soviet Union. In keeping the population under control a more important part is played by institutions organized on a territorial or place of work basis, and the role of the professional police is correspondingly less. The system of universal espionage and mutual denunciation seems to work through local committees of various kinds and is openly treated as a civic duty. It is true, on the one hand, that Mao enjoyed far more popular 5i7 support than the Bolsheviks ever have done, and therefore trusted more in his own strength than they. This is seen not so much in his repeated injunctions to let people speak out as in the risk he took during the Cultural Revolution in inciting young people to overthrow the existing party apparatus. But, on the other hand, it is clear that during the whole chaotic period he kept in his hands the instruments of power and coercion which enabled him to restrain the excesses of those who followed his advice. On many occasions Mao preached the gospel of democratic centralism, and it is not clear that his interpretation differed in any way from Lenin's. The proletariat governs the country through the party's operations are based on discipline, the minority obeys the majority, and the whole party obeys the central leadership. When Mao declares that centralism is first of all, a centralization of correct ideas, there can be no doubt that it is the party which decides whether an idea is correct or not. In February 1957 Mao delivered an address on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, which is another of the main texts on which his reputation as a theorist is based. In it he declares that we must distinguish carefully between contradictions among the people and contradictions between the people and its enemies. The latter are resolved by dictatorship, the former by democratic centralism. Among the people freedom and democracy prevail, but this freedom is freedom with leadership and this democracy is democracy under centralized guidance, not anarchy. Those who demand freedom and democracy in the abstract regard democracy as an end and not a means. Democracy sometimes seems to be an end, but it is in fact only a means. Marxism teaches us that democracy is part of the superstructure and belongs to the category of politics. That is to say, in the last analysis it serves the economic base. The same is true of freedom. The chief practical conclusion drawn from this is that contradictions among the people must be handled by a skillful combination of education and administrative measures, whereas a conflict between the people and its enemies has to be solved by dictatorship, i.e. by force. However, as Mao indicates elsewhere, non-antagonistic contradictions among the people. 518. may in time turn into antagonistic ones if the proponents of incorrect views refuse to admit their error. This can hardly be read otherwise than as a warning to Mao's party opponents that if they acknowledge the truth promptly they will be pardoned, but if not, they will be declared class enemies and treated as such. As regards conflicting views among the people, Mao enumerates 6 criteria for distinguishing right from wrong. Views and actions are right if they unite the people instead of dividing it, if they are beneficial and not harmful to socialist construction, if they help to consolidate and not weaken the people's democratic dictatorship, if they help to strengthen democratic centralism, if they help to support the leading role of the Communist Party, and if they are beneficial to international socialist unity and the unity of the peace-loving peoples of the world. In all these precepts concerning democracy, freedom, centralism, and the leading role of the party there is nothing contrary to Leninist-Stalinist orthodoxy. There does, however, seem to be a difference in practice, not in the sense imagined by many Western enthusiasts for Maoism, that in China the masses rule, but in the sense that government has a more consultative air because the party has more methods of ideological manipulation at its command than have the Soviet leaders. This has been due to the long-continued presence of the father of the revolution, whose authority was unquestioned, and to the fact that China is a preeminently rural society, confirming as it were Marx's saying that the peasant's leader must also be their lord. In a situation in which the classes representing the old culture have been practically destroyed and the channels of information are even more strictly controlled than in the Soviet Union, it is possible, without infringing the powers of the central government, for many questions of local politics or production to be settled by local committees instead of by the official government apparatus. Egalitarianism is certainly one of the most important features of Maoist ideology. It is based, as we have seen, on a tendency to eliminate pay differentials and on the principle that all must perform a certain amount of manual work. This does not, however, signify any trend towards equality in 5rg the political sense. In modern times, access to information is a basic asset and a sine qua non of real participation in government, and in this respect the Chinese population is more deprived even than that of the Soviet Union. In China everything is secret. Practically no statistics are publicly available, meetings of the Central Committee and organs of state administration are often held in complete secrecy. The idea that the masses control the economy, in a country where no one outside the top hierarchy even knows what the economic plans are, is one of the most extravagant fantasies of Western Maoists. The information about foreign countries that the citizen can glean from official sources is minimal, and his cultural isolation is almost complete. Edgar Snow, one of the most enthusiastic observers of Chinese communism, reported after a visit in 1970 that the only books available to the public were textbooks and the works of Mao. Chinese citizens could go to the theater in groups, or they could read newspapers which told them next to nothing about the outside world. On the other hand, as Snow remarked, they were spared the stories of murders, drugs, and sexual perversion on which Western readers are nourished. Religious life has been practically destroyed. The sale of objects used in religious worship is officially forbidden. The Chinese have done away with many aspects of the democratic FAC that have survived in the Soviet Union, such as general elections or a public prosecutor's department independent of the police authorities. The latter, in practice, administer both justice and repression. The extent of direct coercion is not known. Nobody can even make a rough guess at the number of inmates of concentration camps. The difficulties with which experts contend are illustrated by the fact that estimates of China's population vary by some 40 to 50 million. The ideological influence of Maoism outside China derives from 2 main sources. In the first place, since the breach with the Soviet Union, the Chinese leaders have divided the world not into the socialist and capitalist camps but rather into rich and poor countries. The Soviet Union is placed in the former category and is, moreover, according to Mao, the scene of a bourgeois restoration. Lin Piao sought to apply on an international scale the old slogan of the Red Chinese Army concerning the encirclement of the cities by the countryside. China's example certainly has a definite attraction for third world countries. The achievements of communism are manifest. It has freed China from foreign influence and, at a huge cost, set it on the path of technical and social modernization. The nationalization of the whole of social life has, as in other totalitarian countries, brought with it the abolition or alleviation of some of the chief plagues that afflict mankind, especially in backward agrarian countries, unemployment, regional starvation, and beggary on a vast scale. Whether the Chinese pattern can in fact be imitated successfully, for example, in the countries of Black Africa, is a question beyond the scope of this work. The other source of the ideological influence of Maoism, especially in the 60s, was the acceptance by some Western intellectuals and students of the utopian fantasies that constituted the FAC 8 of Chinese communism. At that time Maoism endeavored to project itself as the universal solution of all human problems. Various leftist sects and individuals seem to have seriously believed that it was the perfect cure for the ills of industrial society, and that the United States and Western Europe could and should be revolutionized on Maoist principles. At a time when the ideological prestige of Soviet Russia had collapsed, utopian longings fixed themselves on the exotic East, the more easily because of the general ignorance of Chinese affairs. For those in search of a perfect world and a sublime, all-embracing revolution, China became the Mecca of a new dispensation and the last great hope of revolutionary warfare had not the Chinese rejected the Soviet formula of peaceful coexistence. Many Maoist groups were sadly disappointed when the Chinese to a large extent dropped their revolutionary proselytizing and turned to more normal forms of political rivalry, having evidently ceased to hope that Maoism could become a real force in Europe or North America. It is indeed the case that Maoism in the Western countries had no significant effect on the position of the existing communist parties. It caused no schism of any consequence and remained the property of small splinter groups. Nor did it have any noteworthy success in Eastern Europe, except for the special case of Albania. 52 Accordingly, the Chinese changed tactics and, instead of offering Maoism as a sovereign remedy of equal value to Britain, the United States, Poland, and the Congo, concentrated on unmasking Russian imperialism and seeking alliances, or at all events a measure of influence, on the basis of a common interest in checking Soviet expansion. It seems, indeed, that this is a much more promising course, though it is a straightforward political one and not a matter of Maoist ideology. As far as Marxist language is still used in prosecuting this policy, it is decorative rather than essential. From the point of view of the history of Marxism, Maoist ideology is noteworthy not because Mao developed anything but because it illustrates the unlimited flexibility of any doctrine once it becomes historically influential. On the one hand, Marxism has become the instrument of Russian imperialism, on the other, it is the ideological cement or superstructure of a huge country striving to overcome its technical and economic backwardness by other means than the ordinary operation of the market. Marxism has become the motive force of a strong, highly militarized state, using force and ideological manipulation to mobilize its subjects in the cause of modernization. Certainly, as we have seen, there were important elements in the Marxist tradition which served to justify the establishment of totalitarian governments. But one thing is beyond doubt, communism as Marx understood it was an ideal for highly developed industrial societies, not a method of organizing peasants to create the rudiments of industrialization. Yet it has turned out that this aim can be achieved by means of an ideology in which vestiges of Marxism are blended with a peasant utopia and the traditions of Oriental despotism, a mixture that describes itself as Marxism par excellence and that works with a certain efficiency. The obfuscation of Western admirers of Chinese communism is scarcely believable. Intellectuals who cannot find words strong enough to condemn U.S. militarism go into ecstasies over a society in which the military training of infants begins in their third year and all male citizens are obliged to do 4 or 5 years military service. Hippies are enamored of a state which enforces severe labor discipline without holidays and upholds 522. A puritanical code of sexual morals, not to speak of drug taking. Even some Christian writers speak highly of the system. Although religion in China has been ruthlessly stamped out, he said the same thing in a speech in 1966, and also in 1959, when he referred humorously to his future meeting with Marx. The Chinese People's Republic is obviously a factor of enormous importance in the modern world, not least from the point of view of containing Soviet expansionism. This, however, is a matter which has little to do with the history of Marxism. Epilogue. Marxism has been the greatest fantasy of our century. It was a dream offering the prospect of a society of perfect unity, in which all human aspirations would be fulfilled and all values reconciled. It took over Hegel's theory of the contradictions of progress, but also the liberal evolutionist belief that in the last resort the course of history was inevitably for the better, and that man's increasing command over nature would, after an interval, be matched by increasing freedom. It owed much of its success to the combination of messianic fantasies with a specific and genuine social cause, the struggle of the European working class against poverty and exploitation. This combination was expressed in a coherent doctrine with the absurd name of scientific socialism, absurd because the means of attaining an end may be scientific, but not the choice of the end itself. The name, however, reflected more than the mere cult of science which Marx shared with the rest of his generation. It expressed the belief, discussed critically more than once in the course of the present work, that human knowledge and human practice, directed by the will, must ultimately coincide and become inseparable in a perfect unity, so that the choice of ends would indeed become identical with the cognitive and practical means of attaining them. The natural consequence of this confusion was the idea that the success of a particular social movement was a proof that it was scientifically true, or, in effect, that whoever proved to be stronger must have science on his side. This idea is largely responsible for all the anti-scientific and anti-intellectual features of Marxism in its particular guise as the ideology of communism. To say that Marxism is a fantasy does not mean that it is. Epilogue. Nothing else. Marxism as an interpretation of past history must be distinguished from Marxism as a political ideology. No reasonable person would deny that the doctrine of historical materialism has been a valuable addition to our intellectual equipment and has enriched our understanding of the past. True, it has been argued that in a strict form the doctrine is nonsense and in a loose form it is a commonplace, but, if it has become a commonplace, this is largely thanks to Marx's originality. Moreover, if Marxism has led towards a better understanding of the economics and civilization of past ages, this is no doubt connected with the fact that Marx at times enunciated his theory in extreme, dogmatic, and unacceptable forms. If his views had been hedged round with all the restrictions and reservations that are usual in rational thought, they would have had less influence and might have gone unnoticed altogether. As it was, and as often happens with humanistic theories, the element of absurdity was effective in transmitting their rational content. From this point of view, the role of Marxism may be compared to that of psychoanalysis or behaviorism in the social sciences. By expressing their theories in extreme forms, Freud and Watson succeeded in bringing real problems to general notice and opening up valuable fields of exploration. This they could probably not have done if they had qualified their views with scrupulous reservations and so deprived them of clear-cut oudines and polemical force. The sociological approach to the study of civilization was expounded by writers before Marx, such as Vico, Herder, and Montesquieu, or contemporary but independent of him, such as Michelet, Renan, and Taine, but none of these expressed his ideas in the extreme, one-sided, dogmatic form which constituted the strength of Marxism. As a result, Marx's intellectual legacy underwent something of the same fate as Freud's was to do. Orthodox believers still exist, but are negligible as a cultural force, while the contribution of Marxism to humanistic knowledge, especially the historical sciences, has become a general underlying theme, no longer connected with any system purporting to explain everything. One need not nowadays consider oneself or be considered a Marxist in order, for instance, to study the history of literature or painting in the light of the social conflicts of a given period, and one may do so without believing that the whole of human epilogue history is the history of class conflict, or that different aspects of civilization have no history of their own, because true history is the history of technology and production relations, because the superstructure grows out of the base, and so forth. To recognize, within limits, the validity of historical materialism is not tantamount to acknowledging the truth of Marxism. This is so because, among other reasons, it was a fundamental doctrine of Marxism from the outset that the meaning of a historical process can be grasped only if the past is interpreted in the light of the future, that is to say, we can only understand what was and is if we have some knowledge of what will be. Marxism, it can hardly be disputed, would not be Marxism without its claim to scientific knowledge of the future, and the question is how far such knowledge is possible. Prediction is, of course, not only a component of many sciences but an inseparable aspect of even the most trivial actions, although we cannot know the future in the same way as the past, since all prediction has an element of uncertainty. The future is either what will happen in the next moment or what will happen in a million years. The difficulty of prediction increases, of course, with distance and with the complication of the subject. In social matters, as we know, predictions are especially deceptive, even if they relate to the short term and to a single quantifiable factor, as in demographic prognosis. In general, we forecast the future by extrapolating existing tendencies, while realizing that such extrapolations are, always and everywhere, of extremely limited value, and that no developmental curves in any field of inquiry extend indefinitely in accordance with the same equation. As to prognosis on a global scale and without any limitation of time, these are no more than fantasies, whether the prospect they offer is good or evil. There are no rational means of predicting the future of humanity over a long period or foretelling the nature of social formations in ages to come. The idea that we can make such forecasts scientifically, and that without doing so we cannot even understand the past, is inherent in the Marxist theory of social formations. It is one reason why that theory is a fantasy, and also why it is politically effective. The influence that Marxism has achieved, far from being the result or proof of its scientific character, is almost entirely due to its prophetic, fantastic, and irrational elements. Marxism is a doctrine of blind confidence that a paradise of universal satisfaction is awaiting us just round the corner. Almost all the prophecies of Marx and his followers have already proved to be false, but this does not disturb the spiritual certainty of the faithful, any more than it did in the case of chileastic sects, for it is a certainty not based on any empirical premises or supposed historical laws, but simply on the psychological need for certainty. In this sense, Marxism performs the function of a religion, and its efficacy is of a religious character. But it is a caricature and a bogus form of religion, since it presents its temporal eschatology as a scientific system, which religious mythologies do not purport to be. We have discussed the question of continuity between Marxism and its embodiment in communism, i.e. Leninist-Stalinist ideology and practice. It would be absurd to maintain that Marxism was, so to speak, the efficient cause of present-day communism. On the other hand, communism is not a mere degeneration of Marxism but a possible interpretation of it, and even a well-founded one, though primitive and partial in some respects. Marxism was a combination of values which proved incompatible for empirical though not for logical reasons, so that some could be realized only at the expense of others. But it was Marx who declared that the whole idea of communism could be summed up in a single formula: the abolition of private property, that the state of the future must take over the centralized management of the means of production, and that the abolition of capital meant the abolition of wage labor. There was nothing flagrantly illogical in deducing from this that the expropriation of the bourgeoisie and the nationalization of industry and agriculture would bring about the general emancipation of mankind. In the event, it turned out that, having nationalized the means of production, it was possible to erect on this foundation a monstrous edifice of lies, exploitation, and oppression. This was not itself a consequence of Marxism; rather, communism was a bastard version of the socialist ideal, owing its origin to many historical circumstances and chances, of which Marxist ideology was one. But it cannot be said that Marxism was falsified in any essential sense. Arguments adduced at the present day to show that that is not what Marx meant are intellectually and practically sterile. Marx's intentions are not the deciding factor in a historical assessment of Marxism, and there are more important arguments for freedom and democratic values than the fact that Marx, if one looks closely, was not so hostile to those values as might at first sight appear. Marx took over the romantic ideal of social unity, and communism realized it in the only way feasible in an industrial society, namely, by a despotic system of government. The origin of this dream is to be found in the idealized image of the Greek city-state popularized by Winckelmann and others in the 18th century and subsequently taken up by German philosophers. Marx seems to have imagined that once capitalists were done away with, the whole world could become a kind of Athenian agora. One had only to forbid private ownership of machines or land and, as if by magic, human beings would cease to be selfish and their interests would coincide in perfect harmony. Marxism affords no explanation of how this prophecy is founded, or what reason there is to think that human interests will cease to conflict as soon as the means of production are nationalized. Marx, moreover, combined his romantic dreams with the socialist expectation that all needs would be fully satisfied in the earthly paradise. The early socialists seem to have understood the slogan "to each according to his needs" in a limited sense. They meant that people should not have to suffer cold and hunger or spend their lives staving off destitution. Marx, however, and many Marxists after him, imagined that under socialism all scarcity would come to an end. It was possible to entertain this hope in the ultra-sanguine form that all wants would be satisfied, as though every human being had a magic ring or obedient djinn at his disposal. But, since this could hardly be taken seriously, Marxists who considered the question decided, with a fair degree of support from Marx's works, that communism would ensure the satisfaction of true or genuine needs consonant with human nature, but not whims or desires of all kinds. This, however, gave rise to a problem which no one answered clearly: who is to decide what needs are genuine, and by what criteria? If every man is to judge this for himself, then all needs are equally genuine provided they are actually, subjectively felt, and there is no room for any distinction. If, on the other hand, it is the state which decides, then the greatest emancipation in history consists in a system of universal rationing. At the present time it is obvious to all except a handful of new left adolescents that socialism cannot literally satisfy all needs but can only aim at a just distribution of insufficient resources, which leaves us with the problem of defining just and of deciding by what social mechanisms the aim is to be effected in each particular case. The idea of perfect equality, i.e. an equal share of all goods for everybody, is not only unfeasible economically but is contradictory in itself, for perfect equality can only be imagined under a system of extreme despotism, but despotism itself presupposes inequality at least in such basic advantages as participation in power and access to information. If socialism is to be anything more than a totalitarian prison, it can only be a system of compromises between different values that limit one another. All-embracing economic planning, even if it were possible to achieve, and there is almost universal agreement that it is not, as incompatible with the autonomy of small producers and regional units, and this autonomy is a traditional value of socialism, though not of Marxist socialism. Technical progress cannot coexist with absolute security of living conditions for everyone. Conflicts inevitably arise between freedom and equality, planning and the autonomy of small groups, economic democracy and efficient management, and these conflicts can only be mitigated by compromise and partial solutions. In the developed industrial countries, all social institutions for the purpose of evening out inequalities and ensuring a minimum of security have been created and extended at the price of a vastly expanded state bureaucracy, and no one can suggest how to avoid paying this price. Questions such as these have little to do with Marxism, and Marx's doctrine provides virtually no help in solving them. The apocalyptic belief in the consummation of history, the inevitability of socialism, and the natural sequence of social formations, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the exaltation of violence, faith in the automatic efficacy of nationalizing industry, fantasies concerning a society without conflict and an economy without money, all these have nothing in common with the idea of democratic socialism. The latter's purpose is to create institutions which can gradually reduce the subordination of production to profit, do away with poverty, diminish inequality, remove social barriers to educational opportunity, and minimize the threat to democratic liberties from state bureaucracy and the seductions of totalitarianism. All these efforts and attempts are doomed to failure unless they are firmly rooted in the value of freedom, what Marxists stigmatize as negative freedom, i.e. the area of decision which society allows to the individual. This is so not only because freedom is an intrinsic value requiring no justification beyond itself, but also because without it societies are unable to reform themselves. Despotic systems, lacking this self-regulating mechanism, can only correct their mistakes when these have led to disaster. Marxism has been frozen and immobilized for decades as the ideological superstructure of a totalitarian political movement, and in consequence has lost touch with intellectual developments and social realities. The hope that it could be revived and made fruitful once again soon proved to be an illusion. As an explanatory system it is dead, nor does it offer any method that can be effectively used to interpret modern life, to foresee the future, or cultivate utopian projections. Contemporary Marxist literature, although plentiful in quantity, has a depressing air of sterility and helplessness, insofar as it is not purely historical. The effectiveness of Marxism as an instrument of political mobilization is quite another matter. As we have seen, its terminology is used in support of the most variegated political interests. In the communist countries of Europe, where Marxism is the official legitimation of the existing regimes, it has virtually lost all conviction, while in China it has been deformed out of recognition. Wherever communism is in power, the ruling class transforms it into an ideology whose real sources are nationalism, racism, or imperialism. Communism has done much to strengthen nationalist ideologies by using them to seize power or hold onto it, and in this way it has produced its own gravediggers. Nationalism lives only as an ideology of hate, envy, and thirst for power. As such it is a disruptive element in the communist world, the coherence of which is based on force. If the whole world were communist it would either have to be dominated by a single imperialism, or there would be an unending series of wars between the Marxist rulers of different countries. We are witnesses and participators in momentous and complicated intellectual and moral processes, the combined effects of which cannot be foreseen. On the one hand, many optimistic assumptions of 19th-century humanism have broken down, and in many fields of culture there is a sense of bankruptcy. On the other hand, thanks to the unprecedented speed and diffusion of information, human aspirations throughout the world are increasing faster than the means of satisfying them. This leads to rapidly growing frustration and consequent aggressiveness. Communists have shown great skill in exploiting this state of mind and channeling aggressive feelings in various directions according to circumstances, using fragments of Marxist language to suit their purpose. Messianic hopes are the counterpart of the sense of despair and impotence that overcomes mankind at the sight of its own failures. The optimistic belief that there is a ready-made, immediate answer to all problems and misfortunes, and that only the malevolence of enemies stands in the way of its being instantly applied, is a frequent ingredient in ideological systems passing under the name of Marxism, which is to say that Marxism changes content from one situation to another and is crossbred with other ideological traditions. At present Marxism neither interprets the world nor changes it, it is merely a repertoire of slogans serving to organize various interests, most of them completely remote from those with which Marxism originally identified itself. A century after the collapse of the First International, the prospect of a new international capable of defending the interests of oppressed humanity throughout the world is less likely than it has ever been. The self-deification of mankind, to which Marxism gave philosophical expression, has ended in the same way as all such attempts, whether individual or collective. It has revealed itself as the farcical aspect of human bondage.